This dude's name is Chu King. 35 years ago, he accidentally stumbled into the cultivation world, Mount Qingcheng. From then on, he embarked on the path of cultivation. For 300 years, striving towards the great Tao of heaven and earth, he began his arduous sword cultivation. After much effort, he finally mastered the myriad swords returned to one and ascended. But Chu King never expected that ascension here meant being reborn back to when he was 17. But being reborn is whatever. I just woke up to being pinned down by a girl and stripped naked. Hey, you're awake. Chu King spent 300 years cultivating, so he didn't know what a girl even smelled like. Seeing a girl sitting on him scared the crap out of him. The young man was terrified and jumped to the side, dodging the girl. The girl was incredibly calm, like this was an everyday occurrence. The drug's effect has worn off already. Oh well, living people are more interesting. Chu King knew he had been reborn, however, he didn't know what was going on with the girl in front of him. The girl looked at Chu King, then patted the spot next to her, telling him to sit. Chu King was afraid of losing his V-card, so he quickly put on his clothes, planning to make a run for it. We seem to have a slight misunderstanding. I have things to do, I'll be going now. But it wasn't that easy. The girl stood up and said, "Wanna leave? Why don't you try going outside and asking around if I, Yi Shenxi, have ever been dumped by anyone? Besides, me liking you is a blessing for you." Chu King didn't care about what Yi Shenxi said, and immediately turned to leave. Yi Shenxi frowned. Chu King noticed Yi Shenxi making a move. However, before he could react, she lunged forward, grabbing his hand tightly. Chu King had to admit, Yi Shenxi's grip was strong. But after all, Chu King was a sword god in his past life. Chu King used his other hand to grab Yi Shenxi's hand. The two then had a little strength contest. Yi Shenxi was a bit surprised by Chu King's strength. However, Chu King had just been reborn and lost all his cultivation. Coupled with his current weak physical condition, he couldn't quite keep up with Yi Shenxi. Chu King decided running away was the best option. He stopped struggling with Yi Shenxi and jumped back. Seeing his uniform nearby, Chu King quickly grabbed it, ignoring Yi Shenxi, and turned to run. Yi Shenxi didn't chase after Chu King. She calmly lit a cigarette. Yi Shenxi thought, Chu King is really interesting. Able to escape from her grasp, this Chu King has successfully caught her attention. Yi Shenxi, cigarette dangling from her lips, thought to herself, let's see how far you can run, little white rabbit, I've got you, Chu King. By this time, Chu King had already run outside. Looking at the surrounding scene, people walking on the streets, the skyscrapers, Chu King was incredibly happy. 300 years. I've finally returned. Mom, Dad, I can finally see you all again. While he was floating on cloud 9, a voice caught Chu King's attention. Men are so troublesome. It's just a bag. Why are you crying? Chu King looked over at another scene unfolding before his eyes. A man was crying and wanting to buy a bag, and a woman was the one buying it for him. Don't cry anymore. I'll buy it for you today. After the girl agreed to buy the bag, the young man clung to her arm, acting spoiled. Babe. You're so good to me. Chu King, watching this, wanted to teleport to another world altogether. Just then, a firm hand landed on Chu King's shoulder, shoving him aside. Out of the way. Out of the way. Chu King turned to look, and saw an incredibly muscular woman carrying a sack of cement on her shoulder. Ahead of her, several other women were working on road construction. Seeing this scene, Chu King froze for a good 5 seconds. Chu King couldn't understand what was going on. This society seemed a little different from the one he remembered. Here, women did all the heavy lifting, even policing. Chu King quickly made his way to the Tianan City Library. Chu King used what little IQ he had left to start absorbing the history of this place. According to the rewritten history, during the spring and autumn period, a calamity struck, changing the physique of women. Women became smarter and physically stronger. A woman named Kong Mo, with superhuman strength, proposed the Confucian ideology of respecting women and belittling men, with imperial power eternally passed down through princesses. Starting a tradition that lasted until the 21st century, men's self-awareness improved, and male chauvinism began to flourish. The gynocentric and androcratic ideology started to shift. However, even so, this way of thinking still persists. Men who cheat are accused of not upholding their husbandly virtues. Women pursuing men is perfectly normal. Chu King slammed the history book shut, disturbed. Holy crap. This is too absurd. Gynocracy is one thing, but men having to marry women. Chu King returned home, his heart heavy. The world had become like this. He didn't know if his family still existed. Standing in front of his house, everything looked the same, only his mood was heavy. Chu King nervously pushed the door open. Inside, a man wearing an apron was cleaning the house. The man looked towards the door. Chu King, at this point, could no longer contain himself. He ran over and hugged the man tightly. Someone who could make the sword god turn into a kid could only be family. This man's name was Lin Yuantu, Chu King's dad. Didn't you say you'd be home late? Dad Chu suddenly caught a whiff of his son, confirming, this is perfume. Chu King's dad was startled. He angrily questioned Chu King, did you go to some girl's house? I've told you 3 times, going out is dangerous for a handsome young man like you. Even if you're classmates, you can't be unguarded. Dad Chu even picked up a newspaper to illustrate his point. Look at what's happening these days. A 15-year-old was tricked. A girl secretly filmed him. A son like you, how will you learn to be a proper man? Chu King was speechless with shock. Dad Chu thought Chu King was scared. You're scared now, right? You spend all day messing around, studying at a third-rate university. Who knows if you'll even find a job after graduation? Your mother and I have given up on you. We just hope you can get into a decent school. You're still young now, don't hang around with those bad girls, they'll trick you. Chu King, also at a loss for words, replied, Dad, I know, you don't need to worry about me. Where's Mom? Dad Chu sighed, your mother's still out discussing business. Business isn't going so well right now, she's working so hard. Oh, right, it's almost dinner time, isn't it? Let me go call your sister. Dad Chu told Chu King to go ahead. Chu King went to his sister's room, grasped the doorknob, and opened the door. His crazy older sister was intently watching a video. The male god is so hot, look at me, take off your little pants down there. She kept sending gifts. Want a reward? Eat this. Chu King was stunned by this scene and closed the door, unable to watch any longer. Unable to go back in, Chu King stood outside and yelled, Sister, come out and eat. His sister, although annoyed, had to drag herself out. Watching his flushed sister emerge, Chu King started teasing her, don't tell me you were watching porn in there. His sister put on a mature air, nonsense. What's there to see? Live streaming is what's hot now, hee, there was this handsome guy just now, totally ripped. She waved her hand. Huh, why would I tell a kid like you? She then sashayed off to eat, ignoring Chu King. Chu King was totally speechless with his sister. In the afternoon, Chu Seo, dressed up nicely, said, I have a dinner appointment with a friend, I'll be back late. Dad, give me 1,000 yuan. Their dad, who was peeling an apple, was a bit annoyed when he heard Chu Seo's request. What do you need money for? Chu Seo, putting on an adult demeanor, said. That's how society works, I'm about to do business with some friends, can't always be freeloading. Seeing his daughter like that, the dad was pretty annoyed, but still threw some cash at Chu Seo-mei. That's all you know how to do. If you could be half as obedient as your little brother, your mom and I wouldn't have to worry so much. Chu Seo-mei happily counted the money, not really paying attention to her dad's words. Why should I learn from him? Later, I can just marry a rich guy, I have to work hard for myself, so I can take care of you and mom later. Chu Seo-mei finished counting the money and was ready to leave. Her dad was furious, I told you to save money. It's not easy for your mom to earn money, and you just spend it all. Chu King was eating some fruit. He said, confused, Dad, just let her go. Well, the dad said, exasperated, what else can I do? She's a girl, I can't tie her up at home like you, can I? Girls should go out and experience the world, but as for your sister, well, as long as she doesn't cause trouble, it's fine. Chu King just went, yeah, what's wrong with this world? The father and son then chatted happily. A while later, Chu King's mom came home, looking tired. Chu King immediately hugged his mom. Chu King's mom thought he was just being affectionate and asked, are you out of spending money? She then gave him some money. Chu King's face turned pale. He thought about how before, his mom was like a guardian of the treasury, he'd have to beg all day just to get $10 to go to the internet cafe, now, she's just giving him money. Chu King went to his mom and returned the money. Mom, I don't need it. Chu King's mom didn't take it back, but smiled and said, silly boy, just take it. Things are a little tight right now, but that doesn't mean you have to suffer. Your good grades are the biggest comfort to me. This is a bit unexpected though. Where's Chu Seo-mei? However, Chu King's dad was a bit annoyed, so he just said, don't mention it, she's out gallivanting again. But Chu King's mom wasn't too bothered, let her be, didn't I do the same thing back then, and that's how I met you. After that, Chu King ate a meal cooked by his own parents. He couldn't help but think, damn, I know this is a world dominated by women, but it's a little hard to accept with my own parents. Meanwhile, his dad was still being all lovey-dovey with Chu King's mom. "See, I told you. Boys are boys, girls are girls, let her run around outside, it's fine, girls will be girls, right, right. Whatever you say is right, dear, are you hungry? Let me get you some rice." Chu King thought about becoming like that in the future and almost threw up, inside, always. A while later, Chu King went to his room. Looking at his room, Chu King felt a bit unfamiliar. Chu King looked at himself in the mirror, recalling the past. This world values matriarchy, so every family wants to have sons. After more than 1,000 years of development, the male-female ratio is extremely skewed, resulting in millions of single women. Chu King accidentally opened his drawer, and it was filled with love letters that spilled out. He finally realized he was the school idol of Tianjin Middle School. Now fully fired up, he immediately climbed into bed. He decided he had to cultivate quickly to escape this crazy place. Chu King, relying on the knowledge from his previous life, began to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. However, what surprised him was that the spiritual energy of this world was incredibly dense. With this world's spiritual energy, he could quickly regain the cultivation level he lost in the space-time passage. He wanted to quickly reopen that passage. He wanted to return to the normal world, wanted to see his loved ones again. In this world, he wanted to be proactive, not passively waiting. After a short while, Chu King opened his eyes. Now, he had finished cultivating the extreme freedom technique. His 5 senses were now much sharper than before. Lin Feng wanted to test how strong his senses had become. Now, relying solely on his hearing, Chu King could visualize the scenes of other rooms in the house. Chu King also discovered that Chu Xiao hadn't come home yet. However, he suddenly remembered that this was a woman's world. There was nothing strange about women going out until 11 p.m. Just as Chu King was thinking, his phone rang. It was Chu Xiao calling. Chu King answered the phone. "Hello, sis." However, Chu Xiao was extremely urgent. "Xiao King, listen to me first, something happened to me." Chu Xiao was being held by a group of people. Chu Xiao immediately instructed Chu King, "Don't tell mom and dad, and don't call the police." Chu King was startled. "What happened to you?" However, Chu Xiao didn't explain. "There's a black duffel bag under my bed, bring it to me immediately." "You know the Moon Goddess bar on Donghai Street, right?" The leader of the group snatched Chu Xiao's phone and stomped on her as she lay on the ground. She then said, "Brat, if you want your sister safe and sound, obediently bring the bag here, room 302. She then hung up. Chu King put down the phone. Chu King's face darkened. Chu King went to Chu Xiao's room. He had also retrieved the bag that Chu Xiao and the group had mentioned. Chu King jumped out the window. For Chu King, his family was the most important. No one was allowed to touch his family. Because Chu King had recovered some of his strength, it was extremely easy for him to jump from building to move. It didn't take long for Chu King to arrive at room 302, Moon Goddess Bar. Chu King calmly walked in. Chu Xiao saw Chu King and shouted his name. Chu King took off the bag and then threw it towards the boss lady. "I'm here, let my sister go." Hearing Chu King, the boss lady stood up. "Ah, the handsome boy. Looks much better in person than in the picture." She approached Chu King. "Look at this baby face, plus 10 something. Chu King was annoyed. "That's none of your business." Seeing Chu King's attitude, the boss lady started to get angry. She turned to look at the bag Chu King brought. The boss lady went over and opened the bag. There was a lot of money inside. Chu Xiao was also panicked. She didn't know why there was so much money inside the bag. Chu King turned to his sister with a helpless expression. "You should know what's in that bag, right? There's at least $1 million in there. I don't know how you could cause such a big problem." Chu Xiao fearfully explained, "Sister Chu, I don't know whose money this is. When Xiao Lin gave it to me, she said it was her personal belongings and asked me to keep it for a while." The boss lady was annoyed. "Shut up. I know you don't have the guts to take my money. That bitch Lin Ziwin works here and dares to take my money. She's really tired of living." The boss lady signaled her underlings to release Chu Xiao. "Before I get really angry, get out of here." Chu Xiao joyfully ran to Chu King and grabbed his hand. "Thank you, Sister Chu." Chu Xiao wanted to pull Chu King away quickly. However, the boss lady said, "I'll let Chu Xiao go, but Chu King has to stay." Chu Xiao had already anticipated this situation. She knew this wouldn't be easy. The gang leader and her lackeys leered at Chu King. "Ha ha, your brother looks tasty, still green, right? I like him, leave him here and you can scram." Chu Xiao immediately shielded Chu King. "Don't you dare touch my brother. Sister Chu, this is women's business, men shouldn't be involved. My brother is still young, please spare him." The gang leader sat down, laughing. Spare him. How could I? You can stay, but think carefully. If your brother stays, it'll be less strenuous, but if you stay, don't blame me. Chu Seo, despite her trembling, stood tall. In this world, she decided to stay in place of Chu King. Chu King, go home first, I'll be back later. She urged him to listen, thinking he was just a boy and wouldn't be safe here. This mess was her fault, she wanted to resolve it herself. Chu King brushed her hand aside. Sister, do you think your little brother has no guts? He stepped forward, confronting the gang leader. She had propped her feet up on the table. Damn, an old hag like you wants me to stay. The gang leader, insulted, flew into a rage. She stood up. You little punk. You're dead. I'm gonna pound you so hard in bed you'll be screaming your lungs out. Without a word, Chu King slapped her. Chu Seo, watching, went pale. The slap gang leader, furious, put all her strength into her fist and swung at Chu King. But Chu King wasn't a pushover. Fist met fist, strength against strength. He met the gang leader's attack head-on. The impact sent them both stumbling back. This world is kinda interesting, Chu King mused. The women here pack quite a punch. Wounded by Chu King's blow, the gang leader ordered her lackeys to jump him. Seeing the violent girls rushing him, Chu King smirked. He leaped into the air, dodging the onslaught. Then, using the mad hurricane spin of the mad hurricane Superman, he easily took them all down. Let's go, Chu King told Chu Seo. But the click of a gun stopped them both cold. The gang leader, now armed, aimed at him. Freeze. Take one more step and we'll see if my bullet's faster than your feet. Chu Seo, terrified, jumped in front of Chu King. Don't. He's my brother, he doesn't know any better. Please spare him. The enraged gang leader, annoyed by Chu Seo's pleading, snapped, one more word out of you and I'll sell you to the mountains. Chu King, angered, pushed Chu Seo aside. You're asking for it, I'll help you get what you want. Suddenly, the door opened and a woman smoking a cigarette walked in. Ha ha, things are lively in here. So it's Yi Shen-shi. She wore a red dress. Why wasn't I invited to this party? Yi Shen-shi was delighted to see Chu King. Chu King, however, was still unnerved by her. What are you doing here? Ha ha, where else would I be? Yi Shen-shi turned to the gang leader, Chu Yun. I called dibs on this kid first. This is none of your business, so scram. Chu Yun was furious. You crazy bitch, trying to break the rules. Yi Shen-shi, with a dark expression, destroyed the dimension. Then, emotionless, Yi Shen-shi told her two bodyguards, take her away, break her legs and arms, and throw her out in the street. Hearing that, Chu Yun, no longer acting like a big sister, just sat down in fear. The two bodyguards continued to carry out Yi Shen-zai's orders, no matter how much Chu Yun begged. Crazy woman, no, boss Yi, I'm drunk. Hearing Chu Yun say that, Yi Shen-shi still showed no mercy, telling her bodyguards, just break one arm and one leg. After dealing with Chu Yun, Yi Shen-zai's expression immediately changed to a cute and cheerful one as she turned to Chu King. Chu King, this is my gift to you. Do you like it? Chu King, concerned for her, replied, do I need you to interfere in other people's business? Seeing Chu King's attitude, Yi Shen-shi wasn't angry but rather incredibly amused. Hey, you're the first man who dares to talk to me like that. So different. Ha ha, so different. You're not like other men at all. Yi Shen-shi lifted Chu King's chin. He, I've decided. You're my 36th boyfriend. Chu King pushed Yi Shen-zai's hand away. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Besides, I can handle this myself without your intervention, he thought to himself, annoyed. Being a boyfriend is one thing, but being the 36th. What an old playboy. Yi Shen-shi still didn't give up. With that small body, can you really fight against a bitch like Chu Yun? Chu King smiled. You don't believe me. Then do you dare to fight me? Chu Seo also arrived, concerned. Little bro, are you crazy fighting that she-devil? Yi Shen-shi asked Chu King how he wanted to fight. Chu King suggested an arm wrestling match. If Yi Shen-shi lost, she wouldn't bother Chu King anymore. Hearing this, Yi Shen-shi was amused. You want to compete in strength with me? Don't forget you're a man. Chu King immediately taunted her. Are you scared? Yi Shen-shi laughed loudly. There's nothing Yi Shen-shi isn't afraid to do. But I also have a condition. If I win, you have to be my boyfriend. Chu King wasn't one to back down. So, they decided to go all out. They both prepared for the arm wrestling match in the middle of the bar stage. The girls, seeing Chu King wanting to arm wrestle Yi Shen-shi, started gossiping. That kid wants to go against Big Sis. What a joke. No kidding, a cute boy like that, I could swallow him whole. Men are made of water, women are made of iron. But I'm not like them, little bro, I was made just for you. Sitting up above, Chu King sighed, wow, this world, women can be so open like this. They both got into position for the arm wrestling match. Little Chu King, I'll let you deeply feel the difference between men and women, it's like the distance between heaven and earth, Yi Shenshi said as the match officially began. Yi Shenshi looked quite calm, increasing the force in her hand. Chu King was impressed, this force is too strong. Women in this world are truly extraordinary, he acknowledged that Yi Shenshi was really powerful. However, he wasn't an ordinary man either. Chu King got serious, putting all his strength into his arm. Before Yi Shenshi could react, Chu King had already won. She was surprised, speechless. Chu King quickly stood up after winning, I won. Don't forget our agreement. Saying that, Chu King pulled Chu Seo away, leaving the women in the bar stunned and in disbelief. However, the cold aura radiating from Yi Shenshi prevented them from making a fuss. A bodyguard approached Yi Shenshi and whispered, young miss, let me tie that brat up. However, Yi Shenshi responded with a slap. Get lost, this lady doesn't deny defeat. Yi Shenshi stood up and said loudly for Chu King to hear, Chu King, you surprised me, but don't forget, you're a man, you're supposed to rely on the strong shoulders of us women. Chu King was annoyed, who says men have to rely on women? We have hands and feet, we can fight our own battles. The women who heard Chu King say that thought he had a screw loose. Yi Shenshi continued, since ancient times, men have relied on the protection of women, women are the pillars of this world. It's women who push society to develop and reform, the prosperity of this world is also thanks to women. Men are only suitable for staying home and looking after children. The women nearby agreed with what Yi Shenshi said, that's right. The main contributors to society are us women. Chu King walked back onto the stage. Standing opposite Yi Shenshi, Chu King looked at her and said, emphasizing each word, then how? Chu King pointed to the sky and continued, I only know that heaven and earth move powerfully, a true gentleman constantly strives for strength, men wield swords, ride flying swords, conquer the 5 continents, drunk on the laps of beauties, awake to rule the world. Having finished speaking, Chu King and Chu Seo left. Watching Chu King leave, Yi Shenshi was extremely happy. The bodyguard wanted to say something, however, Yi Shenshi spoke first, you also find it unbelievable, right? A wild man like that is just my type. Another bodyguard approached and said to Yi Shenshi, young miss, remember to go home early, you know, go home. I've only been out for 2 days. And stop calling me young miss. My older sister is still alive, she's moved out. Chu Seo was walking home with Chu King, little bro, don't tell mom about today, okay? No way. Chu King immediately refused, absolutely not, if you weren't there today, would I have been able to get out of that bar safely? Aren't mom and dad worried enough about me already? Chu Seo was furious, you little brat. I'm your older sister, how dare you use this to threaten me? Chu King heard but ignored her. Suddenly Chu Seo noticed something, speaking of which, since when did you become so strong? Even a woman like Yi Shenshi couldn't beat you. Actually, Yi Shenshi is considered a pretty big shot heiress. If you married her, I'd probably benefit too. Chu King was already scared of his sister. Chu King was scared to death, looking at his sister, shut up. If you say one more word, I'll drag you back to the UA bar. Let's go home. Back home, Chu King immediately started cultivating. If he wanted to reach his previous state, his current condition was a bit lacking, at most, he just had slightly better hearing and vision. Lin Feng sensed some noise from Chu Seo's room and used his hearing to check. Chu Seo started live streaming as soon as she got back. Handsome, take off your pants. This lady can't wait any longer, but that information went straight to Chu King's head. Chu King facepalmed, he thought his sister was better off in the original world than her current self. The next morning, Chu King had to go to Tianjing No. 1 middle school. He was about to enter when he was called back. Turning around, Chu King discovered a fat guy running towards him. Looking at the running belly, Chu King couldn't believe this was Lin Dong, his best friend. Lin Dong grabbed Chu King's hand, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you answer my calls? Chu King was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. Lin Dong didn't know that Chu King had been reborn, so he found Chu King acting strange. However, now Chu King was so scared that he quickly retreated, haha, it's nothing, I have something to do, gotta go. Chu King swore to himself, this sissy isn't my good bro Lin Dong. Things weren't any better once he got to class. Chu King slumped on his desk. This world is driving me crazy. Suddenly someone poked him on the shoulder. Chu King looked up, and it turned out to be the class president, Song Chaeoran. Chu King, are you feeling alright? Chu King scratched his head. Nah, I'm just a little hungry, didn't eat enough this morning. Song Chaeoran said, I have some bread tomorrow, you want some? You really need to take better care of yourself. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out, HMPH, smooth talker, A. Take a look at yourself first, what a mess you are. The one who spoke was a girl with a woman's body but a man's face. She walked over, put her arm around Chu King, and shoved Song Chaeoran aside. Ching, did you read the love letter I sent you yesterday? Chu King promptly punched this crazy woman. She went flying, you could say. This time Chu King's killing intent was a bit heavy. The woman Chu King hit was also angry. A little shrimp like you dares to rebel. You piece of. She wanted to rush in and punch Chu King. Just as things were getting heated, someone intervened, a rather cute young man. This young man was Yi Mu, Yi Mo's younger brother. The woman wasn't happy to see Yi Mu interfering. Yi Mu didn't explain much, just told her to scram before he got angry. Hearing this, the woman took off, but not without some parting words. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because your sister is Yi Shenxi. Yi Mu ignored her and addressed Chu King. Chu King, I need to talk to you, can we go outside for a bit? They both went out to the balcony to talk. Yi Mu said, about yesterday, I'm sorry, I only found out later that my sister was targeting you. By the time I brought people to look for you, you had already escaped, going back to the day before. Chu King had visited Yi Mo's house, and when he was leaving, Yi Mo, hearing his sister was going the same way, let Yi Shenxi give Chu King a ride home. On the way, Yi Shenxi gave Chu King a bottle of water. There's nothing good to drink in the car, take this. I'll treat you to something better when we get there. At that time, Chu King didn't suspect anything and drank the whole bottle. What happened after was at the beginning of the video. Yi Mu felt extremely guilty. If anything serious had happened to Chu King, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Chu King knew Yi Mu didn't do it on purpose, so he didn't blame him. It's okay, don't worry about it, it's getting late, let's head back. After saying goodbye to Yi Mu, Chu King packed up his backpack and rode his bike home. Today's video ends here. See you guys in the next one. Previously, Chu King left after saying goodbye to Yi Mu. While on his way home, a car pulled up beside him, and a voice told Chu King to get in. Chu King understood. He didn't know why Yi Shenxi kept clinging to him. Confused, Chu King asked Yi Shenxi why she wanted him in the car. Yi Shenxi told Chu King to think about his family's situation and he'd understand why. After a moment, Chu King got into Yi Shenxi's car. Seeing Chu King get in, Yi Shenxi was satisfied. That's right, my wild boy. Chu King replied emotionlessly, you made a big mistake today. You can come to me, but you shouldn't use my family to threaten me. What if I didn't threaten you? Threat or not, you shouldn't have brought him up. Chu King reached out and touched the jade pendant hanging in Yi Shenxi's car. With ease, he crushed it. Yi Shenxi was stunned, speechless. Chu King quickly moved to pin Yi Shenxi down. You really need to understand what a threat is. Seeing Chu King like this, Yi Shenxi's attitude became a bit timid. I mean, you could help me, you have your mother, and I know her company has been having some trouble lately. Are you feeling sorry for me? There's no need if you weren't like the others. I would have just straightforwardly pursued you, wouldn't I? Chu King, hearing Yi Shenxi say that, also let go of her and sat down. Chu King said, we can start as friends, I very much welcome that. However, I must be on top. Yi Shenxi increasingly felt that Chu King was unlike ordinary boys. Yi Shenxi drove Chu King back home. Suddenly, Yi Shenxi remembered something. Right, I have something to ask you. Do you practice ancient martial arts? Chu King was also confused. Ancient martial arts? Of course not. Isn't it that men in this world can't cultivate? Actually, I've also investigated your family. There's no connection to ancient martial arts whatsoever. But if it's something you don't want to talk about, I won't ask too much. Hearing Yi Shenxi say that, Chu King also didn't say anything more. Suddenly, at this moment, Chu King had a bad feeling. Outside, a truck was speeding towards their car. Chu King told Yi Shenxi to be careful. However, it was too late. The truck crashed directly into their car. The impact was quite strong. Yi Shenxi's car flew back several meters before stopping. Although Yi Shenxi was injured, she was still very worried about Chu King. Cough. But are you okay? Chu King, although he had used spiritual power to protect his body. Because he shielded Yi Shenxi, he was also injured. Seeing Chu King bleeding, Yi Shenxi was also very worried. Chu King didn't say much, quickly embraced Yi Shenxi, and broke the door to jump out. Yi Shenxi wanted Chu King to go to the hospital quickly because his wound was quite serious, but Chu King was also very serious because he knew things were just getting started. Smoke began to disperse, and a group of people started to appear. These people were all women, and they were carrying sticks. They definitely didn't have good intentions. This angered Yi Shenxi, who shielded Chu King. You guys are pretty bold, huh? Daring to try and kill me. And injuring my boy too. You're all tired of living. The group didn't bother explaining and immediately charged at Yi Shenxi. Yi Shenxi didn't flinch, directly engaging in combat with them. Meanwhile, one of them charged at Chu King with a knife. Chu King focused his strength into his arm, knocking that person out with one punch. Seeing Yi Shenxi still fighting with the others, Chu King picked up the knife of the recently downed attacker and charged towards her. With one slash, Chu King took down 3 of them. The remaining 2 were subsequently taken down by Yi Shenxi. Yi Shenxi had to compliment Chu King. Not bad skills. Chu King threw the knife away, saying, I spared their lives. The rest is up to you. No, I'll call someone to handle it. If you weren't here, I might have been done for. Are you really just a normal high school student? Chu King didn't explain. Right now, Chu King wanted to head home, even making up an excuse about getting scolded if he was late. Just then, Yi Shenxi's phone rang. Yi Shenxi answered, but seconds later, her sudden agitation caught Chu King's attention. Chu King really wanted to go over and ask what was up. However, Chu King decided to ignore it. Whatever it wasn't his business, and Yi family matters weren't something a high schooler like him could get involved in. Chu King turned to leave, but suddenly Yi Shenxi grabbed his hand tightly. Yi Shenxi, distraught, said, Don't go, my mom's been attacked, she's in critical condition back at the family estate. Chu King was stunned. She and her mom were attacked at the same time. This definitely isn't a coincidence. If both of them are targeted, the whole power structure of the Shinman world is going to be shaken up again. Yi Shenxi had lost her usual strong demeanor. If my mom falls, those hyena-like aunts will definitely devour everything. What am I going to do? Chu King encouraged Yi Shenxi. Don't worry, I'll go with you. The whole family relies on you now. You have to stay strong. I want to help you, but no one can do this for you. Chu King's words warmed Yi Shenxi's heart. She didn't know why this guy made her feel like she could rely on him so much. Yi Shenxi reached out and hugged Chu King tightly. By the time they returned to the Yi estate, it was already dark. Yi Shenxi's subordinates were overjoyed to see her. Young miss, you're finally back. What's the situation inside? I can't get in. Yi Mai said no one can set foot inside until you return. Yi Shenxi was furious when she heard this. Chu King still didn't know who Yi Mai was, so he asked. Yi Shenxi quickly explained, Yi Mai is my dad's mistress. For years, she's been scheming and colluding with other families, but my mom hasn't been able to catch her red-handed, so she hasn't made a move. I can't believe she actually struck first. Yi Shenxi told Chu King to go in with her. However, the Yi family guards stopped them. Because Chu King didn't have any clear affiliation with the family, he couldn't enter. Yi Shenxi was enraged. You dare stop my people? You've got some nerve. Seeing Yi Shenxi like this, Chu King didn't want to cause more trouble. Chu King said he was a doctor, there to treat Yi Shenxi's mother. Back in the cultivation world, Chu King had studied medicine, which he could now put to use. The 2 female guards turned to each other upon hearing this. A doctor? Since when do high school boys become doctors? Chu King immediately improvised. I have years of experience in gynecology. Mom, you haven't been well lately. You've been using medicine, but it hasn't been working, has it? The 2 guards fell silent. Then they respectfully invited Chu King inside. They hadn't been inside long when they ran into Yi Mai and her daughter, Yi Bai and he. Yi Mai feigned relief. Thank goodness you're back in time. I really didn't know what would happen. Yi Shenxi angrily asked Yi Mai, Where's my mom? I want to see her. Yi Mai was dismissive and rude. Your aunt's in the middle of something. How can you just address her so directly? And it's one thing if it's just you, but who is this boy? Since when can any random man just walk into the Yi estate? Yi Shenxi had to tell Yi Mai that Chu King was a doctor and asked her to step aside so they could go in. However, Yi Mai wanted to make things difficult. A doctor? I think he's just a boy toy you brought home. If you want to be a man of the Yi family, you need to have some skills, otherwise, you can't step through this door. Yi Mai turned to her daughter, Yi Bai and he, Go test what kind of man our eldest miss has found. Hearing this, Yi Bai and he stepped forward, wanting to interact with Chu King. Yi Mai was feeling pretty smug. She figured if Yi Mie crippled Chu King, Yi Shenxi would definitely flip out. Once Yi Shenxi made a move, she'd be breaking family rules, and then nobody could protect Yi Mie. Yi Mie, all cocky, walked over to Chu King. Little boy, she said, if you lose, you have to agree to my condition. Chu King smiled, and what condition would that be? Yi Mie put on a cutesy act. If I win, you have to spend the night with me. Yi Shenxi immediately lost it. Yi Mie, don't you dare push it. Chu King quickly grabbed Yi Shenzai's hand, holding her back. He then turned back to Yi Mie. I accept your condition, but... Yi Mie had already launched her attack, kicking towards Chu King. Chu King easily blocked the kick. Still, he had to admit, she was sneaky. The girl deliberately used her words to distract him, then attacked out of the blue. Chu King didn't hold back, punching Yi Mie hard in the stomach. Yi Mai's face went pale as she watched her daughter go flying. Chu King sneered, so, how about it? Still want to spend the night with me? Yi Mai helped Yi Mie up and then turned to Yi Shenxi, demanding, Yi Shenxi, what kind of person did you bring home? Yi Shenxi, still internally gloating, didn't really care. HMPH, if you two hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have attacked first. As he walked inside with Yi Shenxi, Chu King couldn't resist another jab. Better get your daughter some medical attention. I can't guarantee there won't be any scars. Yi Mai glared daggers at Chu King and Yi Shenxi as they entered the house. She told Chu King to wait for her, then went inside. A woman was standing in front of Yi Shenzai's room. This was Yi Shenzai's second aunt. Seeing Yi Shenxi, her second aunt embraced her with a delighted cry. Yi Shenxi immediately asked about her mother's condition. Her second aunt replied, she's all right, however, her injuries are severe, there's nothing we can do right now, but we've stabilized her for the time being. Hearing about the severity of the injuries, Chu King became concerned. Take me to see her, he said to Yi Shenxi. Maybe I can help. Yi Shenzai's second aunt looked at him skeptically. Knowing she didn't trust him, Chu King could only ask her to have faith in him, just this once. Yi Shenxi backed him up. He's a doctor, second aunt, I brought him here to see Mom. Inside the room, Yi Shenxi rushed to her mother's side. Her mother was quite weak, lying in bed. Yi Shenzai's mother looked surprised to see Chu King. Chu King felt compelled to explain, Mom, a divine doctor asked me to come and examine you. Internally, he was cringing. This feels like meeting my girlfriend's parents, he thought. Yi Shenzai's mother chuckled, you shouldn't trouble yourself. I know my own body better than anyone, so I wouldn't dare bother someone so extraordinary. Please make our guest comfortable. I have something private to discuss with Shenxi. Yi Shenzai's second aunt promptly ushered Chu King out. Chu King remained silent. Yi Shenxi immediately pleaded with her mother, Mom, let him take a look. He's really amazing. If it weren't for him today, I would have been injured too. Yi Shenzai's mother looked surprised. If Shenxi trusts him, how can I, her mother, not believe in my own daughter? However, Chu King knew she was just being polite. He spoke up immediately, Mom, if I'm not mistaken, you were attacked from behind with a poisonous palm strike to your back. This is preventing you from circulating your qi to resist the poison spread. You're very weak right now, am I correct? Yi Shenzai's mother was startled. She then asked Yi Shenxi and her second aunt to leave the room. She wanted to speak with Chu King alone. Although Yi Shenxi didn't quite understand, she was pulled out by her second aunt. The door closed, leaving Chu King alone with Yi Shenzai's mother. Yi Shenzai's mother's demeanor turned icy. What are you, one of the Li family's people, doing here? What's your purpose in getting close to Yi Shenxi? Chu King remained calm. I'm not with the Li family. If we're talking about getting close, you should ask your daughter what her purpose was in approaching me. Besides, if I hadn't saved her from that car accident earlier, she'd be dead right now. Yi Shenzai's mom thought for a second then said, all right, I'll trust you for now. She told Chu King to examine the wound. If you try anything funny with me, I'll snap that pretty little neck of yours. But seeing her remove her clothes without hesitation, Chu King froze in place. Chu King blushed, covering his eyes. Hey, don't just strip down like that. I'm still a kid, you know. But Chu King had already spotted the crucial point. On Yi Shenzai's mom's back, there's a seriously nasty wound. Chu King broke out in a sweat. It's a sneak attack. She cultivates a really corrosive type of poison technique. Even though she's using her cultivation to resist it, she'll have complete organ failure in less than 5 days. Yi Shenzai's mom wasn't surprised. That's the same as what I thought. Do you have a way to treat it? Chu King placed his hand on Yi Shenzai's mom's injury. I want to suck the poison out. Spiritual power could actually suck out the poison, though only a little. Chu King said tiredly, with my current abilities, I can only suck out a little bit of the poison at a time. If I rush it, I'm afraid it'll backfire. Shen Shi happily put her clothes back on. It's alright, it's already much better. I thought it couldn't be saved. Her attitude towards Chu King had improved. If you need anything, we'll repay you. However, Chu King didn't need to be told, I don't need anything. Shen Shi and I are friends, this is what I should do. Shen Zai's mom, hearing Chu King, looked at him with a mysterious smile. That's right, you two are friends. She almost forgot. Chu King broke out in a sweat. He thought, why does that sentence sound so ominous? After everything, Shen Shi saw Chu King off. You're so amazing. I can't believe you could actually heal my mom. Shen Shi moved forward and hugged Chu King. Don't leave tonight, let me reward you. Chu King fearfully pushed Shen Shi away. No, my parents will worry. The young man quickly hopped in a taxi. The door closed. Shen Shi was still very happy. That's true, you're a boy after all, so adorable. But be careful, don't let others seduce you. After saying goodbye to Shen Shi, Chu King began to examine the poison from earlier. Looking at the poison again, Chu King saw that this thing seemed like some kind of curse. However, with his current cultivation level, he couldn't get rid of it. Chu King thought, the cultivation world has medicine that can dispel these things, but right now I don't know if the alchemists in this world can refine those pills. The next day, as usual, Chu King had to rush to school. Just entering the school, Chu King noticed a group of boys shouting, Tang Ziyan, go! Tang Ziyan. Chu King looked over. A very beautiful girl was playing basketball. Chu King felt a bit nostalgic because this girl was his high school sweetheart in his past life. Looking at Tang Ziyan, Chu King was lost in thought. However, it couldn't last, because the boys' shouts woke him up. Chu King turned around, wanting to leave, because after all, he knew her in his past life, so he felt a little awkward. Chu King was just about to leave when he was called back. Tang Ziyan, he dropped the ball. Tang Ziyan asked Chu King, have we met before? Chu King casually replied, we go to the same school, we must have passed by each other at some point. Tang Ziyan still wouldn't let it go. That's not what I meant, Chu King thought. This Tang Ziyan is still exactly the same as in my past life. Always fixating on the problem. Seeing that Chu King didn't say anything, Tang Ziyan finally gave up. However, she moved closer to Chu King. Do you want to play basketball? I'll teach you. Chu King smiled, then effortlessly snatched the ball from Tang Ziyan's hands. Chu King spun the ball on his fingertip, telling Tang Ziyan, nah, I know how to play this. Tang Ziyan's competitive spirit flared up. Then let's have a match. If you lose, you become my boyfriend. Chu King smiled, and if you lose? Tang Ziyan replied frankly, if I lose, I'll agree to one of your conditions. Tang Ziyan and Chu King's match caused quite a stir. The school belle is so badass. She just met the school hottie. If I could play a game with the school belle, I'd gladly shave off a few years of my life. On the court, Tang Ziyan began her dribble attack. She easily bypassed Chu King, then jumped up and shot for a three-pointer. Chu King stood frozen for a few seconds, watching Tang Ziyan score the first points. Tang Ziyan said seriously, I won't go easy on you just to make you my boyfriend. Chu King got a little serious too. Suit yourself. Second ball. Tang Ziyan was still faster. This time she also got past Chu King. Tang Ziyan jumped up for a dunk. Tang Ziyan thought it was a sure shot, but Chu King jumped, swatting the ball away. The guys watching the match were stunned. How can a dude jump that high? The girls, however, had heart eyes for Chu King. The school belle is so cool. I'm writing her a love letter when I get home. It was Chu King's turn to attack. Chu King dribbled forward. However, Chu King didn't play conventionally. Dude jumped from half court straight to the basket, scoring effortlessly. Tang Ziyan was motionless. She knew she'd lost. Tang Ziyan asked what condition Chu King wanted her to agree to. Chu King reached out and pinched Tang Ziyan's cheek. How about I pursue you? The guys watching shot hearts at Chu King. The school belle is so dominant. So cool, I'm dying here. Tang Ziyan smiled. Wanna chase after this lady, huh? You'll need some serious game. Chu King stood frozen for a few seconds. What the heck? Dude thought he had it in the bag. Who knew Tang Ziyan in this world was so arrogant? The next day at the Yi residence, Chu King continued to treat Shenzai's mother. While treating her, Chu King also received quite a few benefits. His spiritual chi broke through. and his spiritual body was 30% liberated. A while later, the treatment was finished. Shen Shi said cheerfully to Chu King, "You saved me and my mom. So tell me, what reward do you want?" Hearing about a reward, Chu King started to imagine. Dude thought, what could be better than having Shen Shi dress as a maid? Shen Shi, seeing the dude's perverted smile, felt uneasy. However, the dude immediately said seriously, "Nothing right now, I'll tell you later." Chu King walked home, thinking that if he completely healed Shen Zai's mother, his spiritual body might be fully liberated. Suddenly, a purple car sped past, but as it passed Chu King, it slowed down and stopped. From the car, a young man who looked like a rich kid stepped out. The young man clearly blocked Chu King's path. "You're Chu King. I heard you want to pursue Tang Xian." The young man spat in disdain. "You've got guts, look at yourself, you're nothing. Have you heard of Li Yuwei?" Chu King didn't reply, thinking, what does this idiot want? Seeing Chu King didn't respond, the young man became furious. "Wanna die, Chu King? Li Yuwei is me. Hey, I'm talking to you." Chu King easily grabbed the guy's hand and restrained him. Li Yuwei, furious, ordered his 2 bodyguards to attack Chu King. Chu King grabbed Li Yuwei by the head and kicked down the 2 bodyguards. Then Chu King slammed Li Yuwei's head into the ground. "Kid, next time you wanna pick a fight, bring a bigger crew." Li Yuwei started with the threats, "You just wait. My Li family won't let you off. And you, Tang Xinim, you can forget about her. She'll marry me whether she likes it or not." Hearing the guy quacking like a duck, Chu King gave him another punch. Done with that, Chu King dusted off his hands and continued on his way. However, he had a lot of questions running through his head. Is Tang Xinim in trouble or something? Is this Li Yuwei from that country Shen Zai's mom mentioned? He wasn't sure how to get more information. Chu King suddenly remembered Shen Shi. "I haven't even told her about the reward yet." Chu King decided to bother Shen Shi. Chu King texted Shen Shi, asking about buying some intel. Shen Shi replied pretty quickly. She sent Chu King the number of someone named Chen Wawa, and also transferred him 50,000 yuan. Chu King was confused at first. However, he quickly remembered he was a broke-ass student, and buying intel probably cost a lot of money. Chu King then arranged to meet Wawa at a bar. Sipping his drink, the young man thought about Wawa. "She didn't ask any questions when I called, and she's a girl. Not sure if she's reliable or not." Suddenly, a hand lightly touched Chu King's shoulder. It turned out Wawa had arrived. This Wawa was a total loli, like something straight out of Google Images. Wawa walked over and asked Chu King, "What kind of intel do you want to buy?" Chu King was surprised by Wawa. He didn't expect the intel broker to be such a cute loli with a soft voice. A bit flustered, he just kept sipping his drink. Wawa spoke up, "I am Chen Wawa. What's your relationship with Yi Shen Shi?" Before Chu King could answer, Wawa's next question nearly made him choke on his drink. "If you're not her boyfriend, wanna be mine?" Such a waste of good water, fit for a dragon to drink. Chu King immediately said, "I'm here to buy information. I want to know about Tang Xinim's family situation." Wawa, now in full gossip mode, asked, "Is this the Tang Xinim you publicly confessed to on the basketball court? Is she your girlfriend?" Chu King thought, this Chen Wawa even investigated me too. Wawa, looking adorable, touched Chu King's face with her finger. "So, can I pursue you?" Chu King put on a serious face. "Tell me about the intel, otherwise, I'll buy it from someone else." Wawa pouted playfully. "Geez, can't even take a joke." Then she started telling Chu King what she knew. Tang Xinim's Tang family is a huge business clan, lots of big companies in Xinxi belong to them. Recently, their business has been having some problems. The Li family, a powerful ancient martial arts clan, proposed a marriage alliance with the Tang family. The Li family wants to marry their Li Yuwei to the Tang family heir. In return, the Li family will help the Tang family out. Chu King was shocked. He didn't realize Tang Xinim's family background was so powerful. Wawa asked Chu King, "Anything else you want to know?" Chu King said he also wanted information on alchemy. Wawa said that Tang Xinim's Tang family was one of the alchemy families. Chu King was floored. Damn, there are alchemy families in this world. He told Wawa he wanted to learn more, asking her to be more specific. Wawa began, "I know alchemy is divided into 2 types. One type is common alchemy, where the alchemist uses internal energy to refine pills. The Tang family practices this type. There's also a pretty mysterious type, supposedly using spiritual power, but I don't know the specifics." Chu King was pretty surprised to hear Hua talk about spiritual power. Because if there's knowledge of spiritual power, wouldn't that mean this world also has cultivators like him? After Hua Hua finished speaking, she hopped down, wanting to leave. This info is 10,000 total. Seeing as you're so handsome, I'll give you a 20% discount. Chu King still wanted to know more information about secret transactions or medicinal herbs. Hua Hua told Chu King to go get late-night snacks with her, and then she'd tell him. Hua Hua led Chu King to a street-side barbecue stall. Seeing Hua Hua, the server acted like she was seeing a regular. Hua Hua, you're here. What are you having today? Hua Hua started ordering. Give me 20 spicy grilled pork skewers and 4 draft beers. Chu King's internal SOS alarm went off. However, looking at the other tables, people were ordering pretty much the same thing. Chu King just remembered that this world was flipped on its head. Hua Hua, after getting drunk, started hugging Chu King and even leaning against him. The crybaby started sobbing miserably to Chu King. Hoo, that man broke up with me. He dumped me because I'm poor. I liked him for so many years, yet. Chu King's face darkened. Hua Hua continued, I'm flat-chested, I stay home all day, and all I do is play games. Tell me, do I not deserve to be liked? Hua Hua pulled Chu King's hand, her face flushed, and asked, Chu King, do you like me? Chu King was speechless. A while later, Chu King had to carry Hua Hua back home. Seriously, if you can't hold your liquor, don't drink so much. At Hua Hua's doorstep, Chu King froze. This dude doesn't understand. She dresses all lowly, but her house is, I don't even know what to say. Chu King put Hua Hua down on her bed. But suddenly, Hua Hua woke up and threw herself on top of Chu King. Hua Hua, drunk and dazed, told Chu King not to leave and to stay with her. Chu King was sweating. All right, I'm not leaving. After saying that, Hua Hua collapsed and fell asleep. Chu King dozed off after putting Hua Hua to sleep. He then started looking at the information Hua Hua had given him about the Tang Ra. The Tang Ra was famous for their pill refining techniques. Now that their recipes had been leaked, the Tang Ra's position was in crisis. Chu King continued to open up more information about the secret transactions at the Shizhen auction house. It was the largest auction house in Xinmen, and thanks to a powerful ancient martial arts family, they had acquired a large number of pills. Chu King sighed. It's true that no matter what world you're in, if you don't have money, you can't do anything. Luckily, he knew something in this world that was very valuable. For the next few days, Chu King continued to cultivate frantically. Chu King thought about his past life in the cultivation world. There was something called spirit stones, which could help cultivators increase their cultivation speed, and could also help martial artists. Spirit stones could be obtained through mining spirit veins, and could also be formed by the condensation of spiritual energy by cultivators. This world didn't have spirit stones yet. If he could take spirit stones to auction, it would definitely attract a lot of people. Then, the money would flow into his pockets like water. After days of hard work and ingenuity, Chu King finally condensed a small spirit stone. Night fell, and just like the previous days, Chu King went to help Shen Zai's mother detoxify. Shen Zai's mother had recovered her strength today. Finally I'm okay. This old lady has to teach those kidnappers a lesson. Yes, Mom. She also looked favorably upon Chu King. Chu King, thank you. Later, if you encounter any difficulties, just come find Auntie Yi, and I'll help you out. Chu King smiled sincerely. He had developed a bit of affection for the Yi family. Chu King headed home. Helping Shen Zai's mom detox had kinda jump-started his spirit body, so he needed to get back to cultivating, ASAP. Home, spirit body. Suddenly, Shen Shi called out to Chu King from behind. Turning around, Chu King was met with Yi Shen Shi rushing towards him, planting a surprise kiss on his lips. After the kiss, Yi Shen Shi said, thanks for curing my mom. Always happy to help, sis. Someone butted in, young miss, you have a meeting. Why are you out here? Things are kinda urgent. Shen Shi said goodbye to Chu King. Gotta go. I'll make it up to you later. Chu King was speechless. I mean, getting kissed by a girl isn't that bad, right? Priorities, he muttered. After saying bye to Shen Shi, Chu King hurried home to cultivate. Chu King used a secret technique to summon his life-bound sword as he entered the time-space portal. This sword was the one thing he'd never given up. In his haste, he'd fused it with his body. Today, he could finally see it again. Thanks to the power of the life-bound sword, Chu King had awakened his spirit body. Just as he was basking in the moment, his sister, Chu Xiao, barged in. What are you muttering about in here? Chu King quickly retracted his spirit body and hid the sword behind his back. From Chu Sio's perspective, Chu King was standing there naked, acting all shifty, obviously hiding something. Chu Sio slammed the door shut with lightning speed. Before she even left, she yelled, "Yo, little bro, take your time. I'll come back later." Chu King was beyond words. This time, Chu Sio definitely thought he was up to something, inappropriate. After that incident, Chu King quickly got dressed, shrinking his life-bound sword into a necklace he wore around his neck. Chu King wanted to visit the auction house. He wanted to see how much his spirit stone was worth. After wandering around for a while, Chu King finally found the True World auction house. A young man playing on his phone looked up. "What time is it? Someone's actually here this late." "We're closed, come back tomorrow." Chu King didn't reply, instead silently showing the spirit stone he'd condensed to the young man. The young man thought it was just a piece of yellow glass, so he didn't pay much attention. However, upon closer inspection, he lost his composure and stood up abruptly, approaching Chu King. "Can I, take a closer look?" The young man took Chu King's spirit stone and examined it. He was utterly astonished. Though he didn't know it was a spirit stone, he could sense the abundant spiritual energy within, perfect for cultivation. He concluded that this stone was a rare treasure. Realizing he'd lost his cool, the young man quickly regained his composure. He extended his hand to Chu King. "I'm Zayu, sort of a rookie heir to this auction house." Chu King politely shook Zayu's hand. "I'm Chu King." After the introductions, Zayu got down to business. "Mr. Chu, do you have more of these?" Chu King calmly replied, "They're called spirit stones. I have 5 more." Zayu then asked, tentatively, "Say, one spirit stone is worth 200,000, 5 in total. If you sell them all to me, I'll give you a 1 million deposit up front. What do you say?" Chu King agreed. Business concluded, Chu King left. This trip was worth it. He thought, the money from selling the spirit stones is even more than I imagined. If I can establish a spirit stone business, I could even start a company. Then I'll be rolling in dough. As he walked, he got a message from Hua Hua. She wanted to invite him out for barbecue. Chu King walked while looking at his phone. As he passed a dark alley, he felt a sense of unease. An assassin jumped down and attacked him, trying to stab Chu King with a knife. However, Chu King activated his sword formation. Although the assassin was pretty strong, he was still no match for the sword formation created by my natal sword. The assassin was sent flying, surprised. It was the first time he'd encountered someone using such a bizarre cultivation technique. Before the assassin could regain his footing, Chu King rushed forward. Chu King, wielding his primordial sword, slashed at the assassin in a single stroke. After subduing him, Chu King asked, "Who's behind this?" The assassin trembled, replying, "Li Yue hired me to kill you. He said you were just an ordinary student." "He dared to trick me," Chu King scoffed, without hesitation sending the assassin to meet his maker. "Your employer will come collect your body." Chu King left, the name Li Yue etched in his mind. He figured he needed to settle things with Li Yue once and for all. So, Chu King went straight to Hua Hua's place. The moment she opened the door, Chu King embraced Hua Hua tightly. Before Hua Hua could figure out what was going on, Chu King kissed her for a good 5 seconds. They kissed for a long while before finally breaking apart. Chu King, regaining his composure, apologized to Hua Hua. "I don't know why I'm so passionate today." Hua Hua responded, "Could it be because you just killed someone?" Hua Hua didn't seem angry at Chu King's forwardness. She even hugged him back. "No need to apologize, you can continue," she said. Chu King didn't refuse. They spent a passionate night together. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Hua Hua, Chu King made up his mind. "I wasn't planning on getting too involved with this world, but it seems like being alone just isn't an option. Fine then, I'll just conquer this whole world." The next morning at school, Chu King was catching up on sleep after a restless night. Suddenly, Tang Xian entered his classroom. "Chu King," she called out. Chu King jolted awake. Tang Xian had already reached his desk. "Wake up, sleepyhead. Come have lunch with me." Chu King, rubbing his head, thought, girls in this world are so straightforward, huh? Suddenly, Xian noticed a scent on him. "Why do you smell like a girl?" Chu King, breaking out in a cold sweat, couldn't think of a good excuse. However, Xian didn't press the issue. "Come on, let's eat," she said. Chu King, feeling like he'd just been thrown a lifeline, immediately got up and went with her. Chu King thought, I should probably get my heart checked. It's a good thing Xian didn't figure it out. If she knew I spent the night with another girl, it would be a real mess. Lin Dong and Yi Mei, watching Chu King leave with Tang Xian, started gossiping. "Am I dreaming? Tang Xian personally invited Chu King to lunch. Dude, you didn't hear about their epic encounter. The school website posted a video. Go check it out. Chu King and Tang Xian were on their way to the cafeteria. Why did you want to have lunch with me? Xian asked. Chu King stammered, how should I answer that? I just suddenly felt like having lunch with you, nothing else. Xian looked at Chu King shyly, can I hold your hand? Chu King thought, she says, nothing else, such a smooth liar. But, being a man, he had to be bold, he immediately took Xian's hand. Xian also jumped, turning around to look straight at Chu King. While Chu King was cheerful, Xian was shy, her face blushing crimson. Chu King reached out to pinch Xian's cheek, but thanks to the previous experience, she dodged it. Xian, angrily, how dare you? You demon, Chu King cheekily replied, just a little pinch. Next time, I'll pinch more. Looking at Chu King, Xian thought about herself. Since childhood, she had been groomed by her family to be the heir, every acquaintance was prearranged. She had never met Chu King before, but after that encounter on the basketball court, she felt that Chu King was an incredibly important person to her. Being with Chu King, she felt a profound sense of security. The blush on her face deepened, she didn't know why she was suddenly acting like such a hopeless guy. At the restaurant, Chu King, remembering Xian's taste from their past life, ordered 2 bowls of spicy and sour noodles, 1 bowl without cilantro, extra spicy and sour. Xian was surprised, wondering how Chu King knew her preferences. Could it be that Chu King had investigated her? Chu King glanced at Xian. What's up? Your face is all red. Xian's face, already red, turned a deeper shade of crimson at Chu King's question. While waiting for their food, 2 rather strange people walked past their table. Chu King also noticed these 2. He used his divine sense to check. These 2 women were likely assassins, as they both carried knives at their waists. After the 2 women chose a table and sat down, Chu King's food was ready. Chu King stood up to get the food. Seeing Chu King leave, the 2 women signaled each other. Both drew their knives and stood up. Their target was Xian. While Xian was distracted, one of them tried to attack her from behind. However, a bowl of noodles intercepted the attack. Seeing her accomplice fail, the other assassin lunged forward, aiming to attack Xian herself. The knife plunged down, blood spilled. However, the one who was stabbed was Chu King. He had shielded Xian. Xian was startled seeing Chu King stabbed. Chu King, with a serious expression, unleashed his power, sending both assassins flying. Xian, frightened, told Chu King, run. Because she knew they were after her. But Chu King, being a man, couldn't just abandon the woman he cared about. He couldn't do it. Chu King was ready for a brawl. Both assassins launched a simultaneous attack. Chu King ducked, seizing the opportunity to counterattack, sending one assassin flying with a punch. The remaining assassin tried to flank him, aiming for Chu King's back, a heavy blow, but she didn't know this was exactly what Chu King wanted. She was then also taken down by Chu King. Xian looked at Chu King in astonishment. Are you from a martial arts family? Chu King replied, not really, it's complicated, but I guess you could say I'm a martial artist. Chu King grabbed Xian's hand and quickly left. We'll talk about this later, it's not safe here. Contact your family to deal with these 2. Outside, Xian saw Chu King's wound bleeding profusely. Xian, seeing that, was also super worried. Are you okay? Is it serious? I'll take you to the hospital. Chu King immediately refused. It's fine, it's just a small wound, I can take care of it myself. Chu King thought this world was truly bizarre. Those 2 assassins, though their strength was average, were still able to injure him. It seemed like, with this situation, he had to quickly create some spiritual energy for self-defense. Xian, a bit curious, asked Chu King, it seems like you've looked into my family a bit. Chu King immediately explained, don't misunderstand, it's because I ran into someone that I investigated you. Xian, startled, asked Chu King, who? Chu King's voice dropped, emphasizing, his name is Li Yue. Xian immediately became worried. Just because of Li Yue, you accepted to end up like this? Chu King put on an expert air, saying, how could that be? You think I can't handle a few small fries like them? Hearing that, Xian didn't ask further and walked alongside Chu King. Xian started to change the subject. Why did you save me? Chu King scratched his head. I don't really know either. However, in his mind, Chu King was hesitant about whether he should tell Xian that she was his wife in his past life. Chu King then said some cheesy lines, playing to the young girl's heart. It's strange, but I have this feeling like I've known you for a very long time. I could even do anything for you, even die for you. Hearing Chu Qing's words, Ziyan could only cover her mouth, blushing from embarrassment. Chu Qing continued, maybe from your perspective, I'm doing this with a purpose, but please trust me, I will definitely help you. I know recently, we'll talk about this later. 2 days later, there's an auction. After the auction ends, your family will definitely notice me. At that time, we'll talk. Before he could finish, Chu Qing sensed something bad. Ziyan thought it was due to his wound and was extremely worried. However, Chu Qing's change wasn't because of the previous injury. Fearing that Shen Shi was in danger, he'd used spiritual energy as a charm to sense danger. Suddenly, it reacted, and Chu Qing didn't know what was happening to Shen Shi. Without delay, Chu Qing said goodbye to Ziyan and left. Chu Qing took out his phone and contacted Hua Hua. Something's happened to Yi Shen Shi, can you hack into her phone and send me her location? Hearing Chu Qing say that, Hua Hua told him, wait a moment, I'll do it right away. Next, Chu Qing contacted Zhe Yu. Zhe Yu, it's me. Zhe Yu thought Chu Qing wanted to sell him some more treasures. However, Chu Qing only wanted to borrow his car. Zhe Yu didn't hesitate and asked where Chu Qing was. He said he would be there immediately. Zhe Yu hung up, then, he didn't hesitate to kick out all the customers and close down the auction house to go pick up Chu Qing. A short while later, he picked up Chu Qing. Hua Hua had also identified Shen Zai's location and sent it to Chu Qing. Chu Qing gave the newly received location to Zhe Yu. Drive according to this location. Zhe Yu told Chu Qing to hold on tight and sped up to maximum speed, following the location. A short while later, Zhe Yu caught up to Shen Zai's phone location. The location was on a truck. Chu Qing focused his spiritual energy and looked towards the truck. Sure enough, Shen Shi was on that truck. Having confirmed, Chu Qing told Zhe Yu to actively intercept it. Understanding, Zhe Yu immediately sped up and cut off the truck. The truck, having been cut off, lost control and crashed into a tree by the side of the road. Chu Qing also got out of the car and approached the truck. 8 people got out of the truck, each holding a gun. Chu Qing, alone, holding his natal sword, slowly approached. The group noticed something was up and immediately pointed their guns at Chu Qing. These guys didn't ask any questions, they just opened fire. However, Chu Qing was faster. He quickly took down all of them. Chu Qing wanted to go open the car door and rescue the person inside. However, a burst of energy shot straight towards him. Luckily, Chu Qing dodged it just in time. From afar, 2 people appeared, their clothing style unlike ordinary people. Chu Qing sensed that these 2 people possessed strong power. He thought perhaps these were the cultivators of this world. The guy in purple spoke up, propositioning Chu Qing. I see you're not very old, yet your skills are quite impressive. Want to join my Quanzhen sect? Chu Qing scoffed. Quanzhen sect, huh? I think I've heard of it somewhere. But why would I join a sect that specializes in kidnapping? The guy in blue heard Chu Qing's words and immediately blurted out, kidnapping, senior brother. This guy's spouting nonsense. Let's just kill him quickly. Hearing this, Chu Qing sneered, using something so unsuitable to scratch an itch for me. You should just go back to your mountain gate and cultivate for a few more years. The 2 Quanzhen guys were startled by Chu Qing's words. The guy in blue couldn't take it anymore. And pulled out a golden spear. He bared his teeth and charged towards Chu Qing. You dare insult my senior brother? I'll let you die early. Watching the spear hurtling towards him, Chu Qing didn't flinch, using his natal sword to meet the blue-clad guy's attack. The blue-clad guy was sent flying by Chu Qing's blow, his weapon also damaged by the natal sword. His senior brother insulted, his weapon damaged. The blue-clad guy was now even spicier than level 7 spicy noodles. Chu Qing didn't care, jumping up and slashing towards him. The blue-clad guy used his weapon to block Chu Qing's attack. However, this time, his weapon couldn't withstand it and was broken in 2. The blue-clad guy lost his composure and wanted to rush in and punch Chu Qing. Chu Qing unleashed another sword strike, and before the blue-clad guy could understand what was happening, his arm had already been severed by Chu Qing. Seeing his fellow disciples' resistance like that, the purple-clad guy also lost his composure and angrily charged towards Chu Qing. He used his horsetail whisk to attack Chu Qing. Fresh blood flowed down, however, it belonged to the blue-clad guy. Chu Qing had used the blue-clad guy's body to block the attack just now. Chu Qing smiled smugly, then tossed the blue-clad guy's body aside. If you want to cultivate, you'd better cultivate properly. With only this much strength, you dare to cause trouble. Is this what your morals usually allow? Humiliated, the purple-clad guy couldn't hold back anymore, and wanted to use all his strength to kill Chu King, but his strongest attack completely missed its target. Chu King had used his speed to evade the attack, as well as to move behind the purple-clad guy. Before the purple-clad guy could understand what was happening, he was stabbed through the chest with a sword. Before dying, he still didn't forget to look at Chu King and say that his senior sister would avenge him. Having dealt with those guys, Chu King opened the car door. Shen Shi was still unconscious inside the car. Chu King gently called out, "Shen Shi, silly girl, wake up." Shen Shi, startled, woke up at Chu King's call. Seeing Chu King, Shen Shi worriedly exclaimed, "Chu King, you're here again, run, there are 2 experts here, I have almost no chance against them." Chu King hugged Shen Shi, comforting her, "All right, it's okay now." Shen Shi, having seen the scene outside, didn't know what to say. Chu King gently pushed Shen Shi away. "Do you know who captured you?" Shen Shi shared her thoughts with Chu King. "I have a feeling it's someone from the Li family. The Yi family constantly disrespects the Li family, so clashes happen frequently, but every time, the Li family sends a few experts, making things very difficult." Chu King pondered, "The Li family has been causing trouble everywhere lately, it must be related to those cultivators." Shen Shi continued, "Those experts aren't ordinary people. Those men's strength is extraordinary, their attacks were so sudden, there wasn't even any noticeable chi fluctuation." After speaking, Shen Shi remembered Chu King was also a man. "I didn't mean to disrespect men by saying that." Chu King didn't mind, "How would I know? Besides, doesn't this mean the Yi family is in danger?" Shen Shi retorted, "Just that isn't dangerous. But it's not just the Li family, other smaller families are also constantly causing trouble for the Yi family." Suddenly, Chu King had a realization. The auction is in a few days. In this current situation, the martial arts families are frantically preparing to obtain rare spiritual treasures. Shen Shi thought it made sense. It's possible the Yi family got this information first, so they're disrupting other martial arts families to keep them from getting the news. They're trying to buy time to come up with a plan before the auction. Shen Shi happily kissed Chu King. "Chu King, you're so smart." Shen Shi then asked Chu King if he wanted to go home with her. "I have to tell my mother about this right away, and she's been looking for you to thank you as well." Chu King ruffled Shen Zai's hair, smiling, "All right, I'll drop by for a bit then." Arriving at the Yi residence, all the Yi family elders were present. Seeing Chu King and Shen Shi arrive, Shen Zai's mother was overjoyed. "Chu King, you're here. Please, sit down." But another woman interrupted. This person was Shen Zai's mother's older sister. She angrily stated, "Allowing an outsider to participate in our Yi family's secret meeting is unacceptable. Especially a man." Chu King was a bit displeased upon hearing this. "I'm not here to participate in your so-called secret meeting." As soon as Chu King finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. Shen Zai's mother was a bit surprised. She thought Chu King was being reckless. She had hoped to use this opportunity to bring Chu King into the Yi family and then decide on Shen Shi and Chu King's marriage, but now it seemed unlikely. Unconcerned, Chu King took out a spirit stone and said, "I'm here to discuss a collaboration." Chu King then tossed the spirit stone to Shen Zai's aunt. Shen Zai's aunt and mother didn't know the origin of the spirit stone. They thought it was just a piece of rubble, unsure of its use or significance. Chu King began to explain its uses. "I call this little toy a spirit stone. You can circulate your internal energy and feel the inner force flowing within your body." Shen Zai's mother started to follow Chu King's instructions. Soon, Shen Zai's mother felt her strength increase significantly. The other members of the Yi family were utterly astonished. After learning the use of the spirit stone, Shen Zai's mother couldn't help but want to buy them all from Chu King. However, Chu King refused. He said he wouldn't sell them directly. Big Sis got angry. "Kid, what do you want, ultimately?" Chu King told her to calm down and listen. 2 days from now, spirit stones will appear at the auction. I'll use that as the baseline price. If you guys want to buy, out of respect for Shen Shi, I'll give you a discount. As for why I came to see you guys alone this time, I wanted to offer you some extra stuff. 1. A type of protective talisman, and 2. A type of pill that can temporarily boost battle strength. The Yi family was shocked. A pill that increases battle strength. How much can it increase it by? Chu King confidently stated, "This pill can increase battle strength by at least 30%. The Yi family was stunned. Shen Zai's mom excitedly asked Chu King about the price and delivery time for the pills. Chu King thought for a moment, then said, "The talismans will be quick, I can make them in a few days. I'm just doing this to help you guys, you can decide the price yourselves. The pills might take a week or longer, the first batch will all go to the Yi family, we'll figure out the price later." Big Sis was still suspicious. "Why do you want to help us?" Chu King patted Shen Zai's shoulder. "Because of Yi Shenxi, she and I are friends." Yi Shenxi looked at Chu King, touched. A bit later, Shenxi and Chu King were outside the Yi family estate. Shenxi reminisced, "At first, I just wanted to flirt with you, I didn't think we'd become friends, and you'd even help my family so much." Shenxi didn't know what Chu King was thinking at that moment. Helping the Yi family was also helping himself wait for the auction, and the Yi family was making his name known. He was going to build his own business empire. Life in this world was becoming a bit more exciting than before. After leaving the Yi family, Chu King returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, Chu King noticed a guest. A fat lady was sitting and chatting with Chu King's parents. Turns out, this fat lady was Chu Chinga, Chu King's aunt. Chu King could only greet her, what else could he do? This situation confused him, since he'd never heard of having any relatives before. His aunt didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "This child sure is handsome. I came here this time to, matchmake you." Chu King, like a slap to the face. "What the hell? What kind of matchmaking? I'm only 17, still a minor. I'm still in school, auntie." Chu King protested. "Let's talk about this after I finish university." Auntie dragged out her words, "A boy staying at home, what's the point of university? University is a waste of money." Chu King fumed. In that other world, it was boys over girls, and in this world, it's girls over boys. However, in this case, Chu King found both equally annoying. Auntie continued to ask, "Where's Chu Si? Is she still in school?" Chu King's mom could only reply, "No, she's still at home, hasn't done anything yet." Chu King's sister, who had transmigrated, had gone out, so she wasn't awake yet. Hearing this, Auntie started criticizing, "I told you your family's parenting methods aren't good. Remember that year, your mother ran off for a man." Chu King's dad got angry, didn't want to listen anymore, and excused himself to make tea. Seeing his father's sadness, Chu King's blood began to boil. "This woman, her mouth is so foul. I really want to put a sack over her head and beat her up." Auntie continued to lecture Chu King's mom, "Look at him, what's so good about him? Back then, if you two had married the young master of the Hai Shi Lu family, you wouldn't have to struggle for so many years." Suddenly, a loud bang startled both Auntie and Chu King's mom. Turns out, Chu King's grandpa had finally lost his patience and slammed his hand on the table. Chu King said in a strained voice, "Excuse me, I just saw a really annoying fly on the table." Auntie understood the hint. "Fine, you don't welcome me, I won't say much, but this time, you must give the clan an explanation. Otherwise, what credibility will the clan have left?" Having said that, Auntie wanted to leave. However, before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Chu King. "You still have ownership, right? Cherish your last few days of school, you'll probably be getting married soon." Chu King smirked, "You don't get to decide that, Auntie." Auntie scoffed, "This isn't up to you. The clan has arranged a rich, powerful lady for you. Your life will be much better," Chu King quipped, "even if it means selling myself for a good life." "Sorry, I'm not like some cheapskate. If you enjoy selling yourself so much, why don't you sell me a leg?" "How much will you pay for your leg, Auntie?" Second aunt didn't reply. Chu King turned to his mom, "Little sis, you should take her to see a doctor, she's not sick, so why is she so depressed?" Chu King stopped paying attention, went back to his room in silence, and closed the door. Chu King thought about something. Next, he called Yi Shenxi. "Shenxi, I have a small matter to trouble you with." Video paused here. See you in the next video, part 4, after Chu King calls Yi Shenxi. Yi Shenxi had already sent people to look for second aunt. She was currently having fun at a bar. "Sister Yi, we found her, just one leg." Yi Shenxi said emotionlessly, "Add a kidney." Scene change. Chu King was currently refining jade talismans for his family and friends. The situation in Sinhai was becoming increasingly unstable. Trouble had even come to his mother's family, so he had to spend time quickly making these protective jade talismans. First, Chu King imbued the jade stones with spiritual energy, then he proceeded to carve sword formations into them. Chu King felt a little lucky. The quality of the jade stones that Zhe Yu found was fortunately not bad, able to support a defensive sword formation. When the wearer was in danger, it could activate, and Chu King could also sense it. Dinner time, the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Chu King's dad sighed and told Chu King to study hard. Chu King didn't answer. Chu King gave the 3 jade pendants he just made to his parents, for both of you, and one for sis too. Chu King's parents curiously picked him up to examine. Chu King's dad, after picking up the jade piece, couldn't help but ask, "Son, where did you get this necklace? Why does it feel so comfortable to hold?" Chu King lied with a smile, "I got it from an acquaintance. They said it was consecrated by a high monk, so its effects are normal." After dinner, Chu King went back to school. Chu King was very sleepy because he had stayed up late refining talismans last night, not to mention that his current body was still a mortal's. Seeing him like this, Song Chaeyoran reminded him, "Chu King, don't sleep in class." Just then, the teacher came down, making Song Chaeyoran extremely nervous. The teacher ignored Chaeyoran and went straight to Chu King's desk, slamming it. "Chu King. Sleeping well, are we? Come up and solve this problem." Chu King went to the board with the thought, "I'm definitely screwed, there's no way I can solve this." While thinking he was done for, he suddenly remembered that Chaeyoran had explained this type of problem to him before, so he excitedly started spinning his hand, spinning the chalk on the board. In just a short time, Chu King finished. "Teacher, I'm finished." The teacher's hair stood on end, in disbelief. Meanwhile, the other students started chattering. "So fast, and all correct. Yeah, he sleeps in class, and I focus so hard, and I still can't do it." This left the teacher speechless. The teacher finally spoke up, "Chu King, even if you've reviewed, you can't sleep in class, do you understand?" Chu King could only scratch his head. This dude was a poor student in his past life, so he'd never received such treatment. The teacher continued mysteriously, "By the way, Chu King, you don't have any class duties yet, right? I just happen to need a class representative, you do it." Chu King started sweating, wanting to refuse. However, looking at the teacher's demonic face, he had to bite the bullet and accept. Break time. Chu King was slumped over his desk, thinking, "It's time to start making protective talismans for everyone." Chu King condensed 10 sword images in his palm. A talisman can take a fatal blow for someone. The price should be around 30,000. I wonder how many I can make in a short time. Suddenly, Lin Dongyu tapped his shoulder, startling Chu King. "Chu King, wake up. I have to tell you something." The talisman, interrupted, exploded, almost taking out the 2 boys. While Chu King was still trying to light the fire, Lin Dong thought he was just playing with it. Looking at the blackened talisman, Chu King thought, "Man, good thing it's not completely ruined." However, appearances can be deceiving. Chu King turned to Lin Dong, with a righteous look, and said, "Playing with fire? Nah, I'm giving you a good luck charm, for protection and good fortune, don't tell anyone, alright?" Lin Dong was easily fooled by Chu King, a demon-warding wooden sword. "You're a true bro, so thoughtful. I also want to give you something." Lin Dong rummaged around for a bit, then took out a half-empty bottle of Coca-Cola. Chu King froze for a few seconds. "Chu King?" Blood boiling, pinched Lin Dong's ear. "Coca-Cola? And it's half empty. Are you messing with me?" Lin Dong cried out, explaining, bro Chu. Let go. I have something serious to tell you." Hearing that, Chu King let go of Lin Dong and asked, "What is it?" Young Lin Dong put on a flattering expression and said to Chu King, "Chu King, the school sports festival is in 2 days. Do you want to participate? You're so good at basketball." Chu King, uninterested, immediately refused. Lin Dong didn't give up. "The video of you playing basketball has been posted on the school website. Even if you don't go now, the homeroom teacher won't let you off the hook. Plus, we're seniors now, it's our last sports festival. Don't you want to make some memories?" Chu King thought Lin Dong had a point. Since he was back in high school, he might as well experience high school life again. "Alright, I'll participate." Lin Dong was overjoyed, like he won the lottery. "Great. That's 1 free meal." Hearing this, Chu King's face darkened. 1 free meal. Did you bet on something? Lin Dong was startled, but still said, "No." Suddenly, a pretty girl walked in from outside. The whole class started whispering, "Isn't that Lin Wonru? The school's talented singer and musician? She's so beautiful." Lin Wonru walked over to Chu King and greeted him. Chu King greeted Lin Wonru back. It turned out that Lin Wonru and Chu King were middle school classmates. "You've become quite famous in our school lately, being able to beat Tang Zienem in basketball. I'm impressed. It was just luck that day." Wonru leaned on Chu King's shoulder and said, "Our middle school classmates are organizing a reunion. Guess who's organizing it?" Chu King answered without thinking, "Zhu Biyu-kun." Lin Wonru was incredibly surprised. Chu King explained to Won-ru, he's the biggest show-off in our class, who else could it be? Won-ru understood and patted Chu King's shoulder, do you want to go? It'll be boring without you, some people in the class really miss you. Chu King cheerfully replied, since you put it that way, how can I not go? Won-ru happily decided, all right then. I'll call you tomorrow night, we won't leave until we meet. After saying that, Won-ru even pinched Chu King's cheek. You're getting more and more handsome, no wonder Tang Zienem misses you. Chu King watched Lin Won-ru leave. His blood boiling, since when did this little Won-ru become so bold? She even dared to grope me in public. Chu King then remembered Lin Dong, who was standing there trembling. Chu K-dao, you know Lin Won-ru. We were classmates from elementary to middle school. What's with that expression? Lin Dong was excited. Lin Won-ru is my goddess. Chu K, you must help me get her autograph. Chu King shoved Lin Dong back. Why don't you go yourself? Such a hopeless guy. Young Lin Dong's eyes went wide. I don't dare talk to her. She's my goddess. My goddess. Do you understand? If I could be with her for a day, I'd faint from happiness. Chu King shook his head at this hopeless guy and decided to leave. Chu King then went to Zienem's class and saw him concentrating. Chu King approached and asked, what are you doing? Seeing Chu King, Zienem blushed. This problem is a bit difficult, I've been thinking about it all afternoon. Hey kid, give me a chance to show off my skills. The kid also silently felt lucky that Chu King's class had already covered this topic today. Chu King immediately started explaining it to Zhu Yan, but talent has its limits. Even after Chu King finished explaining, Zhu Yan still didn't understand, and she wanted Chu King to explain it again. However, Chu King said now wasn't the time, because the two of them had become the center of attention. Chu King took Zhu Yan's hand, come with me for a bit, I have something to tell you. Chu King and Zhu Yan then went outside to the schoolyard. Chu King placed a jade necklace in Zhu Yan's hand, this spiritual tool is for you, remember to wear it. Zhu Yan picked up the necklace to examine it. She was also knowledgeable, she could tell this pendant wasn't ordinary. Zhu Yan tried to return the necklace to Chu King. Zhu Yan thought the necklace was too valuable. Chu King naturally wouldn't take it back, just keep it. This jade pendant has a special function, it can protect you, trust me. Hearing Chu King say that, Zhu Yan was very touched, thanked him, and returned to the classroom. Chu King practiced making talismans while thinking, although no one was his match at the moment, improving his strength was still a top priority. After school, Chu King had refined quite a few talismans. Chu King decided to visit Yi Shen Shi tonight. He wanted to see how much the talismans were worth. As he was about to get up and leave, a hand landed on his shoulder. Chu King turned around to see Lin Dong's handsome face. Chu King, wanna hang out with us tonight? Chu King looked at this weirdo and asked, where to? Lin Dong, with a shameless expression, gave a thumbs up and said, somewhere guaranteed to be exciting. Chu King, after hearing this, ignored this guy and left, not going, I have something to do, maybe next time. That night, as planned, Chu King dragged himself to the Yi family residence. Upon seeing Chu King, Yi Shen Shi couldn't help but rush over and hug him. You finally came to see me. I've been waiting for you for so long. However, a woman's sense of smell is incredibly special. Yi Shen Shi detected the scent of another girl on Chu King. From a sweet, gentle girl, Yi Shen Shi instantly switched to deadly demoness mode. What's that smell on you? Is it from another woman? Chu King broke out in a sweat. Don't make a fuss. I don't have time for other women. I came to see you for business. Chu King took out another necklace and gave it to Yi Shen Shi. This is for you, free of charge. While Yi Shen Shi still didn't know what the necklace was for, Chu King walked over and picked up a glass. Without any explanation, Chu King threw the glass hard at Yi Shen Shi. Yi Shen Shi was startled and couldn't react in time. However, the sword formation within the pendant activated, blocking the glass. Chu King then withdrew the necklace's sword formation. This is for your protection, it activates automatically, much better than that protective talisman. Hearing this, Yi Shen Shi couldn't resist and pounced on Chu King. You're the best. But don't think that giving me this gift means you can go around picking flowers. If I find out you have another woman, you're dead meat. Be a man. Chu King quickly reversed their positions, pinning Yi Shen Shi down. Alright, no more messing around. I have to go now, I'll come see you again sometime. Chu King left the Yi family residence and headed straight to Hua's apartment. He found the door unlocked. This girl, he thought, shaking his head. Chu King entered. Inside, he saw Hua Hua sleeping soundly on the sofa. He noticed she was crying in her sleep. Must be having a nightmare, he thought. Suddenly, Hua Hua woke up with a start and saw Chu King. She cried and rushed to hug him tightly. I dreamt that Mom, that she didn't care about me or Dad anymore. Hua Hua then asked cautiously, You won't be like that, right? Just leaving without a word. Chu King pondered her words. He knew he might have to return to his old world eventually. However, he kept it to himself. He gently patted Hua Hua's head. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Hua Hua cheered up. You better not. If you dare leave, I'll bite you to death. Chu King then playfully teased Hua Hua until she fell asleep, exhausted from crying. Chu King thought it was time to head home. It was the weekend tomorrow, and if his dad found out he wasn't home, he'd be in big trouble. He went to the computer desk to grab his charging phone, but something on Hua Hua's computer caught his eye. Chu King was surprised to find information about the ancient martial arts families in Shinmen. He looked at Hua Hua, feeling a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect this girl to be secretly helping him gather so much information. He walked over to Hua Hua, placed a protective amulet next to her before leaving, and didn't forget to give her a goodbye kiss. Chu King quickly left Hua Hua's apartment and headed home. However, he hadn't taken many steps when his dad called. Hello? Son, where are you? I told your mom to pick you up. I'm near the mall. Not even a few minutes after the call, his mom arrived. Getting into the car, Chu King couldn't help but exclaim, Mom, you got here so fast. I happened to be nearby, she replied. Tell me the truth, where were you playing? You smell of perfume, Chu King stammered. I went to a female classmate's birthday party. A lot of people were there. He cursed inwardly. Who created this reversed world? If it's reversed, reverse it completely. Why are women still as sensitive as in the old world? His mom didn't scold him but reminded him, you can go to birthday parties, but you can't just casually stay over at a girl's place, okay? Seeing his mom light a cigarette, Chu King felt a bit unhappy. I know, Mom, aren't you supposed to be quitting? His mom replied, this is to cover up the scent on you. Your dad has a very keen nose. If he finds out, be prepared. Chu King understood his mother's intentions and was deeply moved. Suddenly, his phone received a message. Chu King checked it and was shocked. The talismans he casually sold had made a profit of 1.2 million. Damn, these casually made talismans are already so profitable. If I create genuine items from the cultivation world, who knows what kind of sensation it would cause. Building a business empire wouldn't be a dream anymore. Back home, Chu King's dad didn't detect any perfume on him. However, it was his mom who suffered. Later, if you find me smoking, remember to adapt to the situation and report it to me immediately. Don't worry, you're my boy. With everything settled, Chu King texted Zayu, babe, I got something good. Chu King and Zayu then met at a restaurant. He gave Zayu the jade necklace. Zayu was surprised. Brother Chu King, this is truly a good item. Chu King smiled, just a small token of my appreciation. You know what this is, so I don't need to explain any further. Zayu happily expressed his gratitude. This bro toasted Zayu, downed his beer, and then spilled his own story. Honestly, this is the first time someone genuinely wanted to be friends with me. Chu King was startled. Why would you say that? Zayu sighed. I lived with my dad since I was little. It wasn't until middle school that he told me my mom was from a powerful clan. Not long after, I was taken to her family. Quickly after that, I was transferred to a prestigious school, but the way other students looked at me was strange. Some girls even asked me straight up if I was a bastard. Do you understand that feeling? In their eyes, I was nothing, an outcast, even though I've been well taken care of these past 2 years. Forcing them to look at me differently hasn't changed anything from their perspective. Chu King consoled Zayu. I haven't experienced the same hardship as you, but it hasn't exactly been easy for me either. My mom is also from a powerful clan. Her family didn't approve of her and my dad, so they ran away. Recently, her family has been putting pressure on my parents, and they even want to set me up with a 200 kilograms plus rich lady. Zayu couldn't help but laugh after hearing Chu King's story. Let's not talk about depressing stuff today. It's rare that we're out drinking, so let's get wasted. After that, the two young men discovered their shared love for drinking. Chu King stumbled home after his drinking session with Zayu. He saw his sister, Su Xiao, yelling at the front door. Chu King patted her shoulder, nearly giving her a heart attack. Su Xiao yelled so loudly that Chu King had to cover her mouth. What are you yelling about? Aren't you afraid of mom and dad finding out? You reek of alcohol. Su Xiao, freed from Chu King's grip, scolded him. Weren't you out drinking too? A guy out drinking past midnight and I can't even get a call. However, Su Xiao quickly passed out. Chu King was speechless, thought she was gonna go full beast mode. Alright, with his sister in bed, Chu King was at his limit. The dizzy young man face planted straight into his bed. Chu King didn't know what he touched, but it felt incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Xiao Feng, be good, don't be shy. Chu King groggily opened his eyes, still wondering who the heck Xiao Feng was, when a sight nearly made him faint. His sister, Su Xiao, was puckering up, about to kiss him. Chu King jumped up like a startled cat. Leaning against the wall, Chu King made a silent vow. Alcohol is definitely not a good thing, I shouldn't drink anymore. The next morning, Chu King decided to go shopping for clothes for his class reunion. After getting dressed, the young man didn't forget to take a selfie. Who's that handsome dude in the mirror? How can someone be this good looking? Ha ha ha, seeing the smitten shop assistant practically fawning over him. He had her wrap everything up, planning to give her a 500 tip for coffee. After buying clothes, Chu King thought he should buy a car so he wouldn't have to bother Yu for rides in the future. While walking, Chu King heard someone call out to him, isn't that Chu King? What's up? Don't you recognize me? It's your old classmate. Chu King turned around and recognized the guy. It was Zhu Bakern, the organizer of the class reunion. Zhu Bakern sarcastically asked Chu King, so, you're in the mood for a stroll? Thought you were a homebody. Oh right, I'm having a class reunion tonight, you coming? Chu King cheerfully replied. Definitely coming, Lin Wanair told me a couple of days ago, in a monologue. Just hearing his voice grates on my nerves. Wanair personally invited me. Tonight, I'll be waiting. Looking at Zhu Bakern, Chu King's expression darkens. He recalled his school days. He was often ridiculed and bullied. Because of nasty rumors, after starting high school, Chu King learned that his isolation in middle school was all due to Zhu Bakern spreading those rumors. Chu King remembered it all vividly, and tonight, he planned to show Zhu Bakern what humiliation truly meant. After walking for a while, Chu King came across a car dealership celebrating its anniversary. A saleswoman showed him a red car. However, Chu King was completely clueless. Inner monologue, a special edition is red. What's the name? The design's not even that different from what girls drive in the other world. Chu King whispered to the saleswoman, got anything more masculine? Something less feminine? After browsing for a bit, Chu King settled on an expensive black car. Inner monologue from bystanders. Having too much money can be a problem. A young man buying this kind of car, looking this pretty too. Probably kept by a rich older woman, but he doesn't even look legal. Damn, these cougars are ruthless, not even sparing the fresh meat. Chu King could only sigh at the heavens. Inner monologue. Damn it, a guy with money is automatically a kept boy. What kind of prejudice is this? That evening, Chu King dressed up sharply and drove his new car to the reunion. Chu King was a little surprised because it was the same place he had dined with Zhe before. Chu King found the reunion room, and upon entering, he saw the place was in chaos. Chu King composed himself. Suddenly, he spotted Zhu Yan. Chu King immediately went over and sat next to Zhu Yan. Wanair invited you too. Where is she? Zhu Yan replied, she invited me, but I don't see her either. How would I know? Anyway, now that you're here, Bakern's screwed. He just bet everyone you'd show up in your school uniform. If he loses, he's covering everyone's meals for a week. Inner monologue from Chu King. I can't understand what that idiot's thinking. Is his brain waterlogged? He saw me buying clothes earlier, and he still made that bet. Zhu Bakern watched Chu King from afar. Absolutely fuming. Zhu Yan told Chu King that Zhu Bakern probably couldn't afford to pay up. But Chu King didn't like the guy anyway. He immediately called out, Zhu Bakern. I hear you're treating us to meals. Is that a joke or for real? Zhu Bakern was furious. But he didn't want to lose face, of course. I lost the bet. Everyone here, from today until the end of the week, put it all on my tab. Everyone in the room cheered. Zhu Bakern glared daggers at Chu King. Zhu Yan whispered to Chu King, he's smart about it though, limiting it to the school cafeteria will prevent the news from spreading too far. Still, that's a lot of people. It's not a small amount. Chu King shrugged, he dug his own grave. While everyone was celebrating, Zhu Bakern suddenly raised his glass and said, I have something to say. For the upcoming interscholastic sports meet, I'm planning to form a men's basketball team. Chu King, I hear you're unbeatable on the court. Wanna join my team? Chu King thought, what's this guy up to? Zhu Yan, however, wasn't happy. You say Chu King is unbeatable. Maybe he can beat me, but you think I can't play. Zhu Bakern, under Zhu Yan's scrutiny, started to sweat. I have no objections to forming a basketball team, but this tournament will bring honor to our school. I don't care what your personal beef is, I don't give a damn, but we have to win, no losing. Do you understand? Zhu Bakern then shifted his focus to Chu King. I have no objections, but I don't know about him. Zhu Yan also wanted to hear Chu King's opinion. However, Chu King simply said he would think about it. Chu King picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan flinched, but didn't refuse, lowering his head to eat the piece of meat Chu King picked up for him. Watching this scene, that dude Zhu Bakern could only glare resentfully at Chu King. Zhu Yan then understood Chu King's meaning, don't want to join the basketball team. Chu King looked at Zhu Yan and said, if you want me to join, I will. However, there's a condition, a kiss. Zhu Yan playfully asked Chu King, what kind? A French kiss? Chu King lifted Zhu Yan's chin, maybe, but it won't be you kissing me, it'll be me kissing you. Now, close your eyes. Chu King didn't hesitate to give Zhu Yan a kiss. Zhu Yan looked at Chu King and spoke meaningfully, this means you agree then. Gotta win the match, okay. I'll have a reward for you. Seeing them like this, everyone immediately said, Zhu Yan's gotta treat us today. Zhu Yan didn't refuse. However, Chu King cut in, I was the one who pursued Zhu Yan, so this meal is on me. I'll treat everyone to a good meal. There's a pretty famous restaurant recently, Gui Tong Yi. Everyone was overjoyed, praising Chu King, you're so generous. Zhu Yan really hit the jackpot with you. Zhu Yan, worried, whispered to Chu King, why are you treating everyone? What if you don't have enough money? Chu King rubbed Zhu Yan's head, don't worry, you're my boyfriend now, how could I let you lose face? Zhu Yan lightly pinched Chu King's cheek, what face is left now? Watching everyone crowd around Chu King and Zhu Yan. Zhu Bakern was fuming, this gathering was organized by me. I'm supposed to be the main character. Chu King, just wait and see. After everyone had finished their meal, Zhu Yan and Chu King were eating some desserts. When suddenly, Zhu Bakern stood up, looking extremely happy. It's Wan she was busy, so she could only come now. However, Wan only gave Zhu Bakern a cursory greeting, she happily went over to Chu King, so you're here. Lin Wan you're so mean. You tricked me. You're the mastermind. Watching Wan and Chu King chat happily, Zhu Bakern's blood pressure skyrocketed. Suddenly, someone spoke up, fellow students, the pianist is absent today, how about Zhu Bakern plays instead? Seeing the opportunity, Zhu Bakern immediately started showing off, I'm only level 6, my piano skills are nothing to see, only if Miss Lin Wan agrees to accompany me would it be worth watching. Hearing Zhu Bakern, Wan didn't refuse, Lin Wan extended her hand towards Chu King and said, this dance is dedicated to my lovely boy. Everyone started crowding around Chu King, chattering, Chu King's so lucky, pursued by 2 goddesses. Why not add us girls too? We might not be talented, but we're your seniors. Although annoyed, Zhu Bakern still had to sit down and play the piano. Watching Zhu Bakern play the piano for Wan dance, Chu King had to admit that Zhu Bakern was truly talented. Zhu Yan suddenly quipped, don't you think the dance is better? Chu King teased Zhu Yan, our great beauty speaking like this, are you jealous? Zhu Yan sulked, why should I care about you? She's dancing for you, don't let her down. Their interactions caught the attention of someone. Zhu Bakern, unable to contain his anger any longer, snapped at Chu King, do you even know how to respect people? Chu King mocked him back, whether I play the piano well or not is your business, not mine. Whether I enjoy listening or not is my business, not yours. Zhu Bakern started to bring Wan into it, it's fine if you don't respect me. But how do you see Wan? Chu King didn't say anything, but picked up his glass and stood up. Chu King then raised his glass towards Wan and drank it all in one gulp. Wan smiled and elegantly thanked Chu King. Bu Quan was probably grinding his teeth in fury. You country bumpkin, you dare to flirt in front of me? Don't you know how to behave? My whistling is better than your playing. Chu King, you look down on me. Are you blaming me? How about we have a duel? Chu King, these are your words, if your whistling isn't good, you'll kneel down and apologize to me. Chu King, you're arrogant. Who said you can stop after whistling? But if you lose, you leave your 2 arms behind. Bu Quan looked a bit scared at this. Chu King started playing his flute. The sound of the flute captivated everyone, stunning Bu Quan, Wan and Zi Yan. Bu Quan looked like he was being transported somewhere else by the flute music. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chu King wasn't surprised. This piece is a real melody from an immortal, capturing the Tao's rhythm before ascension. It was the first time anyone had heard such a beautiful song. Bu Quan was completely defeated. Before he could understand what was happening, Chu King approached him like a demon. Bu Quan trembled in fear. Suddenly, an arm blocked Chu King. It was Wan Er. Are you trying to interfere in my business? Chu King said coldly. Wan Er looked at him, frightened. Just then, another hand landed on Chu King's shoulder. Ziyan also spoke up, advising Chu King, everyone's here, he's learned his lesson, he'll change his ways. Doing this will only cause trouble for you. Chu King calmed down. I was just influenced by the Tao's rhythm. I thought I was back in the cultivation world. Chu King then picked up a knife from the table and slowly walked towards Bu Quan. Chu King performed the Vietnamese barbershop special on Bu Quan. After some maneuvering, Bu Quan received a brand new, wash-free haircut. Chu King almost castrated Bu Quan with the knife. Though he spared him, Chu King still warned, I'm not the Chu King you used to bully, you better remember that. Bu Quan stammered, Chu King, don't you think you've gone too far? Chu King ignored him, too far. If I killed you today, would you beg me for mercy? Would you kneel before me and beg for your parents? Chu King knelt dramatically on the ground. You scheme like this and still dare to make me kneel. Get out of my sight. Bu Quan left, humiliated and afraid. Seeing everyone frightened, Chu King immediately told them to continue, just pretend nothing happened. Everyone quickly returned to the party. Ziyan approached Chu King and whispered, I think you're getting more and more mysterious. Chu King didn't explain, don't try to guess, you'll find out who I am soon enough. After the reunion, Chu King left, reeking of alcohol. He wasn't sure if he should go home. He decided to call Chu Seo, sis, I'm not coming home tonight. If mom and dad ask, tell them I'm sleeping over at a friend's, help me cover, okay? Chu Seo, busy watching a show with hunky guys, refused, stinky brat, where are you going? I'm not covering for you. Knowing his sister, Chu King used his trump card, won't you help me? What if I send you some WeChat money? Try ratting me out, and you'll see. Chu Seo's eyes lit up, don't worry, I'm your sister. Leave it to me. With Chu Seo taken care of, Chu King went to Hua's place. In this situation, Hua's place was the best option. Chu King tried to use his key, but the door was unlocked. Chu King stepped inside and saw a man getting handsy with Hua. The man saw Chu King and got super pissed. Who the hell is this? Chu King walked over, pulled Hua behind him. Chen Hua is my woman, who are you? The man looked at Chu King, you're Hua's man. Not bad, not bad, I'm Hua's dad, she owes 3 million, you gonna pay it for her? Hua couldn't stand it anymore, seriously shameless. You owe 3 million because of loan sharks. Hua's dad didn't even flinch, just kept talking. So what, my dear daughter, I'm just asking for a little filial piety. Hua's got my blood, how could she not have this much money? Chu King couldn't take it anymore either and threw a card in Hua's dad's face. This is all the money I have, get lost and don't ever come back. Hua's dad still wasn't satisfied, this little bit of luxury money is enough. I want more. Hua shielded Chu King, he doesn't have any money, he's still a student. Hua's dad immediately turned on Hua, so what's the big deal? Just seduce some other students, then you'll have the money. Hua snapped, that's disgusting. Get out of here. Hearing that, Hua's dad flew into a rage and grabbed her arm. If there's no money, I'll marry you off to some rich guy to pay off my debt. Besides being a bit older, you're fine, or I'll sell you off, you're a woman, it's not a big loss anyway. I'll sell you to some rich guy to satisfy their desires. Hua was furious, you really have no shame left. Just then, Chu King held Hua back, I can give you 3 million. However, you have to cut off all ties with Hua, you can't come here and bother her again. Hua's dad's eyes immediately lit up, are you serious? Hua was also startled, however, Chu King told her to let him handle it. Hua's dad said in a low voice, no way, if I can't come find her, 3 million isn't enough, it has to be 5 million. Hua was shocked, why don't you just rob a bank? Chu King coldly looked at Hua's dad, fine, write a severance agreement right now, and I'll give you the money once you're done. However, Hua's dad didn't agree. Chu King's voice hardened, write it or not, it's up to you, but if you try to sell Hua after tonight, I won't give you a single cent. Hearing that, Hua's dad panicked, I'll write. I just have to write it down, right? A moment later he finished writing, "Done, where's my money?" Chu King took the paper. "Not so fast, let me take a look." Chu King picked up a glass with a satisfied look. The glass transformed by spiritual power into something resembling a sword. Hua's dad was stunned. "You're a cultivator." Chu King didn't say anything but lunged towards Hua's dad. The result was a cut across his face. Chu King said emotionlessly, "The money will be transferred to your account, but I'm warning you, don't let me see you harassing Hua again, otherwise, I have plenty of ways to play you to death." Hua's dad was terrified and didn't dare to argue. Chu King quickly left. Hua then rushed over and hugged Chu King. "Thank you. I'll definitely pay you back." Chu King said dismissively, "Don't worry about it, it's just a little money." Hua happily kissed Chu King. The next morning, Chu King woke up after a passionate night and saw Hua looking at him. Chu King was a little surprised. Did the sun rise in the west? "Why are you up so early?" Hua said softly, "Go wash up, I have something to show you." Turns out, Chu King got to eat Hua's cooking for the first time, and was also surprised that the house felt cleaner than usual. Chu King texted Zai to ask for a loan of 5 million. Zai immediately said no problem and transferred the money to Chu King. Suddenly, Chu King received a message from Ziyan, telling him to hurry to the school's basketball court. Chu King then quickly went to the gym before Ziyan got angry. Arriving there, Chu King saw a scene unfold in a flash and used his hand to block a flying basketball. It turned out that the ball belonged to a guy who was probably missing a few brain cells. The guy was pissed at Chu King for interfering and lost his cool for a moment. Chu King spun the ball in his hand and said, "Dude, if you don't have the skills, don't try to show off. Look, you're already losing your hair." The pissed off dude yelled at the crowd, "All of you, run 50 laps around the court until nightfall." Chu King was now at home doing his homework when his mom suddenly walked in. Chu King was startled. "Mom." He went to the bed and sat down facing her. His mom suddenly became very serious. "Co King, I need to ask you something. Do you have someone you like?" Chu King broke out in a sweat. "I think so, why are you asking so suddenly?" His mom pondered for a moment and then said, "The Yi family suddenly helped my company. Anyway, you're an adult now, so I think you're involved somehow. Some people even said you're getting married soon. Your aunt was also dragged into this. It was beyond her control. Now we have to wait for this to calm down." Chu King was confused. His mom continued, "Things are now beyond our control. The family will definitely not give up their intentions. When that time comes, I'm afraid even I won't be able to protect you." Chu King started to get serious. "Even the Yi family can't." His mom shook her head. "Even the Yi family can't. Recently, it seems like the Yi family has also offended someone." "Chu King, do you know about Imperial University?" Chu King was startled. "I know a little. It's the best university in the country. There seems to be a powerful force inside as well." His mom said excitedly, "That's right. If you want to escape the family and take control of your own destiny, the only way is to get into that school." Chu King could only sigh and say that he would try his best. A moment later, Chu King continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Chu King thought that going to that school wasn't a bad idea. That environment would surely have a lot of good resources. He still wanted to learn more about this world, such as the cultivation realms, or the upper cultivation world. Chu King summoned his natal sword. In the lower cultivation world, there are 5 realms: Zhuji, Jiadan, Yuanying transformation, and Greater Yuanying completion. Each level has to endure a heavenly tribulation. I spent 300 years cultivating before and could only overcome 3 consecutive tribulations. Chu King didn't know when he would be able to enter the legendary realm. Suddenly, he discovered a crack on his natal sword. Chu King was horrified because his natal sword was formed from his Tao essence. The appearance of this crack was not a good sign. If this crack didn't disappear, the consequences would be unimaginable. At best, his Tao essence would backfire. At worst, his Tao would shatter. Chu King pondered, "Right now, I have to quickly find something to protect my natal sword. I can't let this situation worsen." Before searching, Chu King found a sword sheath. He decided to use it to conceal his natal sword. While he was still thinking, Zai called. "Hello, Zai." Zai shouted like a loudspeaker. "Big Shot Chu, how many times have I reminded you? Tonight is the auction, so we have to arrive early. The auction is about to start, and you're nowhere to be seen." Chu King vaguely wondered if he knew about this or not. He started to remember. It turned out that Zai had texted him this morning. However, he was too sleepy, so he went straight to sleep and forgot all about it. Chu King froze for a few seconds. He quickly got dressed and went to the auction. It was just in time. He was looking for a sheath for his natal sword. Today, because of the auction, there were a lot of people. Do they need to gather here like this? Chu King noticed that young Master Jie Yu, all dressed up, looked pretty damn fine. Young Master Jie Yu, being a smooth talker, was getting free butt massages from some ladies. He was living the life. Seeing Jie Yu like that, Chu King could only click his tongue and offer a silent prayer for him. Suddenly, a group of people from afar started giving him the stink eye. That lowly Chu King dares to attend the auction. Look at him, looking like a bunch of paupers. He's looking at young Master Jie, and the expression on his face makes me wanna puke. Chu King didn't pay them any mind, but someone still came looking for trouble. What are you looking at? This place ain't for beggars. This place isn't for poor trash like you. But hey, you're poorer than poor, so. Chu King scoffed, this is the Jie family's territory. It's not like you own the place, lady. Besides, your kind will lose out sooner or later anyway. The woman, enraged, wanted to lay hands on Chu King. You dare to scheme against me and mock me. Don't think just because you're a man, I won't hit you. Chu King wasn't about to take that lying down. He grabbed the woman's hand. I didn't want to mess with you, but you're asking for it. Chu King, without hesitation, broke the woman's hand on the spot. The man with the woman yelled in fear, calling for security, but the person who approached wasn't security, it was Jie Yu. This Mr. Chu is my good brother. Insulting him is insulting me. You two, from this day forward, are forbidden from stepping foot inside this auction house again. Now, get out of my sight. The two were terrified. Mr. Jie, we were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us this time. However, Jie Yu replied. Security, get these two out of here. He then turned to Chu King apologetically. My bad, you can take it out on me if you want. Chu King wasn't angry. Jie Yu, don't worry about it. Didn't you have something to tell me? Jie Yu approached Chu King, lowering his voice. Is your mother the one behind the Chu family? Chu King nodded. Jie Yu continued. Chu Qing's hamstring was severed. Someone from the Imperial City Chu family came to sell the information, but I intercepted it. Yi family also took the initiative to make a move. Chu King was startled. Yi. Who did it? Does Yi Shenxi know about this? Jie Yu replied, it was done by the Yi family head. Shenxi probably doesn't know. Chu King pondered, I was too hasty back then. I didn't fully understand the situation with the Imperial City Chu family before I acted. While he was thinking, Shenxi and her mother arrived from afar. Seeing Yi Shenxi, Chu King and Jie Yu greeted her. Shenzai's mother said, Xiao King, you're taking the college entrance exam this year. Study hard and make lots of friends. My daughter is always available. Chu King, being quick-witted, understood that Shenzai's mother was worried he was being taken advantage of, so he reassured her, I know my limits. Shenxi then hurriedly pushed her mother away. Mom, you go ahead. I have something to talk to Chu King about. After pushing her mother away, Shenxi rushed to hug Chu King. I'm so glad you're here. Jie Yu said dejectedly. The auction is starting, aren't you two going in? Chu King knew what Jie Yu was thinking. Don't take what Elder Yi said to heart. Jie Yu immediately looked at Chu King. Of course not. Elder Yi cares about you. It's because you're perfect son-in-law material. Chu King didn't bother with the old man's teasing and got straight to the point. Right, are there any special metals in this auction? You and Miss Yi go to the room first. I'll get the auction catalogue for you. Jie Yu arranged a pretty swanky room for Chu King and Yi Shenxi. Shenxi asked Chu King, did you say spirit stones will appear at the auction? Chu King, grabbing a drink from the fridge, told Shenxi, 5 pieces will appear. Chu King rummaged around for a bit and then handed Shenxi a bottle of milk tea. Shenxi looked at Chu King, puzzled. I'm drinking milk tea, and you're drinking alcohol. Chu King stood there dumbfounded. The dude forgot that in this world, women drink alcohol, let alone Yi Shenxi. However, Shenxi gently said, if you don't like women drinking, I'll listen to you. Chu King was about to say he didn't mind when Shenxi pulled him closer and hugged him. Shenxi whispered, if that's the case, do you want to drink a little or a lot? There are only 2 of us in this room right now. Chu King blushed. This is a VIP room, and there's only the 2 of us. Don't tell me she wants that. Shenxi added, I even bought a bunny girl outfit. Chu King imagined Shenxi in a bunny outfit, and couldn't escape Shenxi suddenly pouncing on him. Chu King, looking at Shenxi on top of him, thought, well, nothing to lose, might as well go all the way. Chu King sat up and gave Shenxi a passionate kiss. At this crucial moment, the dude Jie Yu opened the door and walked in. Looking at the indescribable scene, Jie Yu turned to stone. The dude quickly bolted back out, slamming the door shut. Sorry to interrupt. Shen Shi didn't even care about Zhe Yu, and wanted to continue, but Chu King pushed her away. Later, the auction is starting. Hearing this, Shen Shi teased Chu King. You were all fired up, and now you're scared. Chu King's blood boiled, but he restrained himself. If it weren't for that kid Zhe Yu still eavesdropping outside, I'd definitely take you to bed and punish you. Chu King yelled for the eavesdropping Zhe Yu to come in. Zhe Yu awkwardly opened the door and walked in. Did I interrupt something just now? I'm so sorry, I brought the auction catalogue. Chu King looked through the catalogue Zhe Yu brought. Chu King asked Zhe Yu, anything else? There's no metal suitable for a sword sheath in this list. Zhe Yu stepped closer and said to Chu King, you want special metals? I remember there's a piece of yun tai. Zhe Yu pointed to a piece of metal, explaining, this is it. Don't underestimate it, although it's only fist-sized, it weighs several hundred kilograms. With ordinary weapons, just a bit of this yun tai is enough to turn them into divine weapons. Plus, it can heat up. I almost got burned when I first appraised it. Chu King nodded. That's good. For making a self-heating pan, saves energy and it's environmentally friendly. Yi Shen Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter, annoying Zhe Yu. The dude snatched back the iPad, saying, Mr. Chu's standards are so high. I can't keep up. Zhe Yu then tossed it to the side and went over to Shen Shi. Miss Yi, take a look, see if there's anything you want. Shen Shi looked through Zhe Yu's materials. Shen Shi was drawn to something called divine nectar. This was excavated from an ancient tomb, over 2,000 years old. Drinking it can increase a martial artist's strength. Chu King came over and asked Shen Shi, do you want that? Although I really want it, I know this thing will definitely have fierce competition. Even if I manage to buy it, I might not be able to use it. Chu King suddenly froze. Chu King zoomed in on the ancient wine bottle, looking at the patterns carved on it. Chu King was shocked. This was the Dao inscription. Isn't this the Kai Cheng Jinling I'm looking for? Seeing Chu King's interest, Zhe Yu put on airs. I'll take you to see it. If you beg me, maybe I'll agree. Chu King replied, as if I need you, Mr. Zhe Yu. He thought, if this is real bronze, then it's the Jinling Kai. I need to think this through. At that moment, a voice came from below, 100 million. Chu King was startled, because it was Zhu Yan's voice. Chu King looked down from above, searching for Zhu Yan's location. He didn't know what Zhu Yan was bidding on for 100 million. Zhu Yan was intently watching the item being auctioned. It was none other than the Tang family's alchemy method. Chu King was puzzled and asked Zhe Yu, who would dare steal the Tang family's alchemy method and sell it here? Could it be? Zhe Yu also turned serious. It's not that simple. The Tang family's formula was delivered to me by the Li family. I think there's something fishy going on with the Tang family. Zhe Yu excused himself. I'll be outside for a bit. Just then, a noise caught Chu King's attention. Looking over, he saw Shen Shi secretly drinking wine. Chu King was annoyed. Shen Shi giggled and explained, ha ha ha, I wasn't stealing it, I was holding back. If you don't like it, I won't drink anymore. Chu King said seriously, Yi Shen Shi, how old are you? Do you care about anything other than boys? Shen Shi reached out and touched Chu King's forehead. Huh, you don't have a fever, so why do you suddenly care about me? She asked, why do I care about boys? Don't you want to? Chu King was also getting annoyed. Before, I asked you to help me appease a woman, remember? Those people are all dead now. Shen Shi was surprised. My mom's people. Probably not. Chu King was both angry and frustrated. Think about it yourself. Doesn't your mom have any power in the Yi family? Yi Shen Shi, last time your mom was almost killed just to attend a family meeting, right? But so what? You don't even know what's happening in your own family. You don't even care about such a big incident. Have you ever thought about how you would handle these things if you were the head of the Yi family? Shen Shi said dejectedly, why are you like my mom? Come on, you're only 17 years old. Acting like this isn't cute. Chu King couldn't stand Shen Zai's indifferent attitude anymore. Do you think I want to manage these things? I just don't want my woman to die one day without knowing how. And not even be able to find her body to take revenge. Shen Shi said sadly, but that's so troublesome. Chu King, you'll protect me, right? Shen Shi, after receiving Chu King's answer, happily left to find her mother. Chu King was left alone in the room. He still remembered Shen Zai's words before she left. Next time, I'll treat you. Zhe Yu returned after a while. 5 spirit stones sold for 5 million, minus the 2 million from before, that leaves 3 million. Do you want cash or to pay off your debt? Chu King immediately said, Pay off the debt. Right, who won the auction today? Zayu said awkwardly, sorry, I can't tell you that. It's the rule of our auction house. Chu King didn't press him further, my bad. Actually, I'm not interested in the Qiongxiang, but in the bronze artifact. Zayu was confused. He thought it might be some kind of treasure. Is there a treasure in this world that I haven't seen before? Chu King now knew beforehand that Zayu thought he understood him well. However, for Chu King, Zayu only knew a tiny bit about his secrets. There were many things Zayu couldn't know. Chu King spoke up, don't try to show off your little tricks here. That bronze artifact is a heavenly treasure. It's useless for you anyway. Zayu was pissed. HMPH, I'll let you know more about those techniques later. Even with a history expert in front of me, I wouldn't dare brag anymore. Chu King didn't say much more and bid farewell to Zayu. I'm going back. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Zayu took the opportunity to tease Chu King. You made me forget, you're still a student. Go home and do your homework. Remember to get a good boy sticker. Chu King, pissed off, gave Zayu the middle finger. He drove his own car back home. It was past 11 o'clock. Chu King could only hope that his dad didn't find out he went out. However, this trip to the auction wasn't a complete waste. As long as he got the Dao gold, the problem with the sword sheath would be solved. The next important thing was to build a force like the True World or Zitang auction houses. Chu King thought this needed careful consideration because he had a family, friends, and someone he liked. Guess even if he prefers being alone, he still has to build up some power for them. Chu King drove for a while, and things started to feel weird. The road was deserted. Chu King found it super strange because there weren't any other cars around. Normally, at this hour, this main road should be packed. Just then, Chu King suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Chu King quickly pulled over onto a grassy patch, killed the engine, and hid himself in the tall grass. Chu King looked towards an abandoned house nearby. There was a group of people, an old woman with her goons, and on the other side, a girl with a reddish-purple face. Chu King was shocked and curious about who the girl in purple was. How could she emit such a strong killing intent? The old woman spoke first. Dare to hit Lord Wu. That thing belongs to me. Are you trying to kill and steal? Chu King was startled. Dare to hit. He'd heard Shen Shi mention before that the police couldn't control the ancient martial arts families. The country, wanting to manage these martial artists, established the Martial Arts Supervision Department. The girl in purple laughed. Ha ha, you ancient martial arts families, relying on your family background and shady dealings, putting national treasures into your own pockets, don't you feel even a little bit guilty? The old woman, hearing this, flew into a rage. Shut your damn mouth. Do you think you can handle this? Remember, even a one-legged rat can still bite. Chu King, hiding in the bushes, saw the situation escalating and found it quite interesting. He wanted to see how strong this girl in purple was. The girl didn't say much, just attacked in an instant. Before the old woman could react, she got completely wrecked. What followed was, within seconds, the old woman and her crew were all killed by the girl. Chu King was sweating. This woman was truly ruthless, killing 6 people just like that. The girl then opened the trunk of the old woman's car and took out an antique wine flask. Chu King's eyes widened. Isn't that the Dao Jinying needs? However, that slight slip-up was noticed by the girl. Who's there? Get out here. Chu King had no choice but to speak up. My country, I was just passing by. Do you believe me? The girl put the kind Tuing wine flask down. The girl blinked, her killing intent surging. Chu King, I believe you, but you have to die. Unexpectedly, Chu King blocked her punch. Chu King also unsheathed his precious sword. Such a violent woman isn't good. Chu King swung his sword towards the girl. However, she quickly jumped to the side, dodging the attack. This girl was also a skilled fighter. Right after dodging Chu King's sword, she counterattacked, kicking Chu King in the head. Chu King took the kick but wasn't fazed, which surprised her. Chu King immediately punched the girl, sending her flying several meters. Chu King scoffed, trying to silence me. Your strength is still lacking. The girl, hit by Chu King, was also enraged. You're really asking for it. She then threw off her cloak and took out a very strange gun. Chu King became serious. He didn't recognize the weapon. However, he felt an incredibly strong killing intent from it. The girl pointed the gun at Chu King. Farewell, pretty boy, saying that, she fired. The bullet from the gun easily destroyed Chu King's protective sword array, causing a huge explosion. The figure picked up the wine bottle, smiled, and was about to leave, but unexpectedly, a sword pierced through her. The woman turned around, saw Chu King, and was also surprised. You're not dead. Chu King didn't answer, and pulled out the sword. Sending the woman to meet her maker, mission accomplished, Chu King quickly sat down. That woman's bullet was too powerful. Chu King must seal the wound as soon as possible. Chu King then focused his spiritual power, sealing the wound. The bullet was only lodged in his shoulder. After some time, Chu King finally managed to seal the wound and push the bullet out. Chu King was silent. Right now, although I can temporarily seal the bullet, its killing intent is too strong, it could kill me at any time. Chu King picked up the gun to examine it, but the gun was no different from an ordinary gun. Looking at the bullet, Chu King pondered, the problem must be the bullet. He thought this bullet was created, perhaps, to deal with martial artists. A while later, at home, Hua was eating candy and playing on the computer when she heard a noise outside. Hua looked out the door and was shocked to see Chu King seriously injured, covered in blood. At the window, Chu King was now extremely weak. Hua was terrified. Sir, Chu King, what happened to you? Let me take you to the hospital. Chu King weakly replied, wait, I won't die, help me treat the wound. Hua trembled, holding a knife. How did it get so serious? Hua's face was pale as a sheet. I can't do it. I really can't do it. What should I do? Hua suddenly remembered Shen Shi. She thought Yi Ji could definitely do this. Hua then called Shen Shi over. Shen Shi was angry, but still told Hua to hand Chu King over to her. Shen Shi didn't hesitate, even making the assassin Chu King cry out in pain. Just bear with it a little, you've got the guts to get into trouble but not to endure the pain. A while later, Shen Shi finished treating Chu King. Hua was extremely worried. Are you okay, brother? Shen Shi sounded like she was eating vinegar. Don't worry, he won't die. Chu King lay on the bed, looking at the situation, and felt helpless. Hua called Shen Shi over. This is a bit beyond my capabilities. Shen Shi told Hua to pour Chu King a glass of water. As soon as Hua left, Shen Shi rushed to Chu King. Explain, what exactly happened? Chu King broke out in a cold sweat. Chu King spoke up, why are your women allowed to have several men, but I'm not allowed to have several women? Shen Shi retorted, so your meaning is, if I go find another man now, you wouldn't care, right? Chu King answered stubbornly. Shen Shi, it's your right to find another man, but whether I agree or not is my business. Shen Shi had to admit defeat to this guy. You're being completely unfair. Chu King suddenly became serious. This society is inherently unfair. If you can't accept it, you can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu King felt a killing intent emanating from Shen Shi. Shen Shi lunged at him, grabbing Chu King's hand. Fine, then why didn't you find me last night, but found her instead? Chu King secretly felt lucky. Alright. Then why are you looking at me with those eyes? Shen Shi then asked Chu King, what exactly happened last night? Chu King didn't hide it, saying he had killed a supervisor. Hua walked in, heard this, and was so shocked that she dropped the glass of water. Even Shen Shi was startled. Chu King could only scratch his head. She wanted to kill me, to silence me. I had no other choice. Shen Shi picked up the bullet and said, you survived even, Wang Chuan. You're one lucky guy. Chu King was surprised. This bullet is called Wang Chuan. Shen Shi then explained, Wang Chuan is the nightmare of all martial artists. Luckily, it's not easy to make, and the production is extremely limited. Not even many within the organization have this. Shen Shi asked Chu King, what rank was that supervisor? However, Chu King had no idea. The young man said, I only know she was wearing purple. Shen Shi heard this and said, supervisors are divided into 5 ranks. Red, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Red is the highest, and purple is the lowest. It's not much different from martial artists. However, only those at green and above are qualified to receive Wang Chuan. Shen Shi exclaimed, what kind of luck do you have to actually run into a purple-robed supervisor with Wang Chuan? Chu King was also exasperated but still asked Shen Shi, how are martial artists currently classified? Shen Shi looked at Chu King like he was some kind of strange creature. Aren't you a martial artist? How can you not even know this? Chu King had no choice but to use his smooth talking skills. It's like this, when I was a kid, I met a beggar, I saw great potential in him. This, Buddha's palm, technique is perfect for you. Shen Shi heard this and rolled her eyes. Okay, no need to explain further. Shen Shi then told Chu King about the information on martial artists. Martial artists are divided into 5 realms, from lowest to highest. Rujing, entry realm, Wajing, martial realm, Zhijing, true realm, Huajing, transformation realm, and finally, Shengjing, saint realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. Chu King then asked what realm Shenxi was in. Shenxi said she was at Rujing, 9th level, just one step away from a breakthrough. Suddenly, the alarm on Chu King's phone went off. Chu King jumped up, startled. It's been a whole night. I forgot I have school. Chu King, having not been home for the past few days, must have been found out, so he definitely had to go to school today. However, Shenxi pushed Chu King back down. Don't go, you're seriously injured, take a few days off. Hua, who was beside them, also agreed with Shenxi, but Chu King had already taken off the bandages. Chu King's wounds had already healed. Shenxi was also startled and rushed over to check. Are you even human? Wang Chuan didn't kill you, fine, but your recovery ability is also this strong. Shenxi asked Chu King curiously. By the way, how did you prevent the killing intent of Wang Chuan from spreading at the wound? Chu King nonchalantly told Shenxi, it's easy, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. Shenxi was astonished, there's never been a method to counter Wang Chuan. Many martial artists dream of having it, you're really going to teach me? Chu King patted Shenzai's shoulder, of course, however, I have to go to school now, or I'll be late. Shenxi wanted to tell Chu King to wait a moment. However, Chu King had already left. Shenxi looked at Hua but didn't say anything and left as well. Shenxi slammed the door shut, startling Hua. Hua wondered if Shenxi was angry. Young Master Chu King had already gone to school, however, as usual, the young man was snoring away, sound asleep. Song Chaoran kept calling Chu King, but the young man was fast asleep and didn't hear anything. As usual, the teacher walked down, slammed the table angrily, and said, you have some nerve, huh? Daring to sleep in my class. This teacher was their homeroom teacher, Song Fei, get out and stand outside. And I want to see your parents this afternoon. Chu King was startled when he heard he had to call his parents. Chu King scratched his head, can I not call them? The teacher immediately blew up, still talking back. A male student sleeping in class, do you want to rebel against the teacher? You think your desire to be a star is so important. It's fine that you don't study, but you're affecting others, that's where you're wrong. Song Chaoran knew Song Fei was subtly criticizing him, so he also spoke up. Teacher, we were wrong. Seeing Song Chaoran admit his mistake, Chu King thought he should too. The young man said with a sincere expression, Teacher, it's my fault. I guarantee I won't sleep and affect others again next time. Song Fei's blood pressure spiked when she heard this, while the whole class burst into laughter. Song Fei yelled directly at Chu King, okay, Chu King, sleep whenever you want, I'll let you sleep. To Song Chaoran, if you don't get into the top 10 in the next exam, I'm calling your parents. Song Fei pointed at Song Chaoran and said harshly, I want to let your parents see how their precious daughter is wasting her studies because of a boy. Chu King was also a little annoyed, Teacher, I was the one who made the mistake this time, aren't you making things difficult for her by doing this? What does it matter to you whether she gets good grades or not? Song Fei scoffed, you think being a star is so great. Why wouldn't it be? But if you don't make the top 2, not only will I call both of your parents, but you'll also have to write a self-criticism report. You too will be criticized in front of the teachers and students of the whole school on Monday morning. I want everyone to know the harm of puppy love, to set an example. Song Chaoran's face turned red when she heard this. Chu King was confused, puppy love. What the heck? Looking at Song Chaoran's blushing face, he thought, don't tell me this girl likes me. While Zhu Yan was in class, one of her lackeys ran over to inform her. Boss, I have news for you. After learning about the situation, Zhu Yan's expression turned dark. Zhu Yan was then led to meet Song Chaoran. Boss, she's Song Chaoran, the one who told Zhu Yan was Tao Yun Zhao. You still dare to steal our boss's man? Song Chaoran, who had always been timid, was extremely flustered when faced with this situation. Zhu Yan spoke up and asked, where's Chu King? However, Chu King was currently ignoring the world, sleeping soundly. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yan thought the young man was crying. Zhu Yan immediately walked over to Chu King. Chu King, are you okay? Chu King looked up with a sleepy expression. It's you, what's up? Zhu Yan stammered, I heard you were in trouble. I came to check on you and maybe grab some food. Chu King knew something was up when he heard Zhu Yan say that. Song Chaoran suddenly ran over and apologized, it's all because of me. Chu King stood up, looked at Song Chaoran, and said clearly, I was the one sleeping in class, which implicated you. Why should you take responsibility for me? Don't tell me you like me. Seeing Song Chaoran's blushing face and lack of response, Chu King was sure he was right. Chu King pulled Chaoran closer and hugged her. It's all right, it's just a small matter, don't worry about it, you're really great, I'd really like to be friends with you. Chu King gently patted Chaoran. After his rebirth, this was the first time the young man had received such kindness from someone. Zhu Yan looked at the scene in front of her, her thoughts unknown. After parting ways with Chaoran, Chu King went to get drinks with Zhu Yan. Tao Yunjiao was also there. Tao Yunjiao criticized Chu King. Other than being good-looking, what else do you have that's worthy of Zhu Yan? And you dare to hug other girls in front of her. Hurry up and apologize. Chu King smirked. Tao Yunjiao, right? There are so many beauties around Zhu Yan, why don't you tell her to apologize to me? Are you complaining that Zhu Yan isn't giving you exclusive attention? I don't need her to dote on me. If she wants to, it should be me doting on her, exclusively. Tao Yunjiao burst out laughing. Zhu Yan spoke up, good. I'll wait for you to dote on me, but you have to be stronger than me, otherwise, what will you use to dote on me? Chu King's blood started to boil from Zhu Yan's goading. Fine, just you wait. Tao Yunjiao was still quite bitter. Chu King, just wait and see. However, I'm warning you now, stay away from other girls from now on. And fix your bad habits, don't just shout and yell at the slightest thing. You need to be gentle, smile softly, you know. Chu King could only smile wryly when he heard this. However, little Miss Tao Yunjiao thought Chu King was smirking at her. I'm talking to you, do you understand? Chu King couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Tao Yunjiao by the collar. You told me to stay away from other girls, so, do you count as a girl? Do I need to stay away from you a little? Tao Yunjiao blushed crimson, embarrassed by Chu King's words. Tu Yan couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Enough, Yunjiao, you go back first. Tao Yunjiao, hearing Tu Yan's words, could only leave, annoyed. Tu Yan asked Chu King with concern, I didn't help you, did I? Chu King said no, but added, I'm not like other guys, you best not expect anything special from me. Chu King, holding Tu Yan's hand, looked straight into her eyes. I'm serious when I say I like you, you can try relying on me. Tu Yan gently replied, really? I'm looking forward to it. And, by the way, I've tested that medicine you gave me, it doesn't help martial artists cultivate, it's a poison. Chu King was startled, how's that possible? It's clearly a medicine to help cultivators improve their cultivation. Tu Yan explained, it's a very peculiar poison, the research lab at my family's place still hasn't figured it out completely, however, this poison is very important to the Tang family, I want it, name your price. Chu King wouldn't dare take her money, so he told Tu Yan it was free. However, Chu King thought he needed to re-examine the medicine. How can a medicine that boosts cultivation for cultivators be poisonous to martial artists? Tu Yan spoke seriously to Chu King. No, if you think giving it to me for free is normal, it's an insult to me. Chu King broke out in a sweat. I didn't mean it like that. So, how much do you think is appropriate? Tu Yan held up 2 fingers, 200 million. Poor Chu King froze. Holy crap, that's more expensive than selling my soul. More than all the fish in the Pacific Ocean. He thought that if he sold all the medicines he knew, he'd be set for life. Chu King said cheerfully to Tu Yan, deal. But I want to buy a batch of medicinal ingredients from the Tang family. Perfect. Shen Shi is scrambling for ingredients. I can just buy them from the Tang family, no need to bother Jie Yu. Tu Yan looked at Chu King, puzzled, you're buying ingredients. Don't tell me you want to refine medicine. Chu King found that strange. Is refining medicine that weird? Tu Yan explained, my Tang family, though large, doesn't have a single male who refines medicine. But you, I think you might be able to. I'm looking forward to it. Chu King grimaced. Taking a bite of his pastry, he thought, this world is too cruel to men. Tu Yan wiped a crumb from Chu King's face and put it in her mouth. Chu King immediately grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Tu Yan said softly. Shouldn't a guy be shy at a time like this? Tu Yan stroked Chu King's face. Listen, stop cultivating martial arts. Seriously, if you're cultivating for self-defense, I can protect you. Your complexion is terrible today. You're having a backlash. Tu Yan placed a vial in Chu King's hand. This is my family's healing medicine, for you. Tu Yan patted Chu King's thigh and warned. If I find out you're still practicing, we're breaking up. I don't want my future husband to be, you know, impotent. Chu King was thunderstruck. Impotent? Does cultivating martial arts affect that? That night, Chu King dragged himself home. Chu King was still thinking about not going home last night, wondering how his dad was doing. He didn't have to wait long, a hand yanked him back. Chu King's dad used his ultimate Z3 error test technique on Chu King's butt. "You little punk. You finally decided to come home." Chu King, getting smacked, could only yell, "Dad. I'm sorry." Suddenly, a voice called out, making Chu King's dad stop. Yi Shenshi stood at the door and said, "Uncle, it's my fault, I got drunk last night, and Chu King stayed to take care of me." Chu King's soul almost left his body. Yi Shenshi. What's she doing here? What nonsense is she spouting? When did I take care of her when she was drunk? What are my parents going to think with 5 girls in my room? Just as he thought, his dad froze. Chu King's dad slumped. "Oh, the misery. My precious cabbage, plucked just like that." Chu King was speechless. Chu King later took Shen Shi to his room. "Did you need something?" Shen Shi handed Chu King a vial, telling him to use it to heal. Chu King was taken aback. "This is the Tang family's healing medicine." Shen Shi said, a little unhappy, "It seems you don't need it." Shen Shi sadly withdrew the vial. Of course, being the boyfriend of the Tang family's eldest daughter, how could you lack such a thing? Hearing this, Chu King snatched the vial. "Who says you don't need it? I need everything you give me." Chu King walked towards Shen Shi. "Right, now I'll teach you how to counter Wang Chuan," Shen Shi hesitantly asked. "Is this okay? This method is worth more than my life." Chu King held Shen Zai's hand. "What's not okay about it?" Chu King then began to guide Shen Shi on how to counter Wang Chuan. Chu King started transferring his Lianqi to Shen Shi to help her get used to it, but an unexpected situation arose. Shen Shi felt immense pain as the Lianqi entered her body. Chu King immediately gave her healing medicine. Chu King was startled because when he observed Shen Zai's body, all the meridians where the Lianqi had passed through were damaged. Luckily, he had the Tang family's healing medicine. Chu King suddenly remembered when Shang Ji gave Shen Zai's mother medicine, the Lianqi passed through her body, not her meridians. Chu King began transferring Lianqi into Shen Zai's body instead of her meridians. Chu King asked Shen Shi, "Does it still hurt?" Shen Shi, looking slightly better, replied, "No, it feels good." Chu King sighed, "I think I get it now. No wonder Zhu Nan said my method was poison." Chu King realized that the unusual meridians might be the difference between men and women in this world. Chu King wanted to check the Guwu cultivation methods to be sure. While he was thinking, Shen Shi suddenly pressed close to Chu King. "Can you do that again?" It was really stimulating. Chu King was about to tell Shen Shi to sit up when the door opened. Chu King's dad, holding a root and covered in mud, yelled, "I thought you two were studying. What are you doing in bed?" Chu King stammered, "Dad, it's not what you think." Shen Shi, seeing the situation, ditched Chu King and slipped away. "Uncle, I wasn't feeling well earlier so I borrowed Chu King's bed for a bit. I'll be going now. I'll visit you again later." Chu King had no choice but to push his dad out and close the door. "I really didn't do anything with Yi Shen Shi. I'm going to sleep." Currently, Chu King was thinking about the meridians and needed to study them further. The important thing now is to make the sword sheath quickly. Chu King took out the Qingtong wine bottle. Scene changed to the location where Chu King fought Jiang Wu yesterday. High-ranking martial artists were dispatched to investigate the incident. Interesting, we encountered Wang Chuan but only found a bit of blood at the scene. This time, it was 2 martial arts inspectors, 1 female, 1 male. The perpetrator's technique doesn't look like Guwu, more like Taoism. Is it a man? "Miss, what you said?" "Nothing. I have a feeling the culprit hasn't left Shinmen. Let's check the nearby hospitals first, then check the black market pharmaceuticals. Also, send someone to check the situation at the prosthetic auction house that night." "Yes, we will go star by star. Stop being pulled in. And the person my family arranged for me is also in Shinmen. He's the 6th young master of the Chu family. I heard he's very handsome. I'll take the opportunity to check him out this time." Chu King, in his room, suddenly sneezed. The young man didn't know who was talking about him. Chu King then began refining the sword sheath. Chu King used Lianqi to refine it, so it took shape very quickly. Chu King opened his eyes. "Finally, it's done. With the sword sheath, the Dao aura won't dissipate anymore. My destined sword will definitely recover." Chu King could also use the sword sheath to create a mask. "Last time, that martial arts inspector saw my face, so I had to risk my life. Next time, if something like that happens again, I'll put on the mask. If I can't win, I can run away." The Ping Qiong Shang bottle was floating. Controlled by Chu King, I don't know what's so special about this that so many martial artists are fighting over it, not even afraid of bloodshed. While he was thinking, his phone received a message. It was from Yi Shen Shi. I was mesmerized by Chu Qing's beauty earlier, so I forgot to mention the important thing. Shen Zai's mother wanted to invite Chu Qing to dinner. Chu Qing went to the restaurant that Shen Zai's mother mentioned. Shen Zai's mom spoke up first. Co King, have you finished refining the medicine that can temporarily increase your strength? There's been more and more activity lately. If you have any requests, you can tell me. Chu Qing replied, I'm still waiting for the medicinal ingredients. I can finish refining it next week at the latest. Shen Zai's mom nodded. Next week is fine. What about the price? Chu Qing picked up some food, eating while saying, I don't need money. I just want to borrow and read the Yi family's martial arts manual. After Chu Qing finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. Did I say something wrong? Shen Zai's mom spoke up. Absolutely not. The inherited cultivation manual is more important than the lives of the Yi family members. It absolutely cannot be given to outsiders. Chu Qing was startled. He hadn't thought the manual had such a significant influence in the ancient martial arts world. Shen Zai's mom sighed. Co King, cultivating ancient martial arts won't bring you any good results. Auntie Yi advises you not to waste your energy anymore. It's useless. Chu Qing became more and more confused. Why did everyone say that men cultivating ancient martial arts would have problems? Shen Shi couldn't help but ask her mother, if Chu Qing were a member of the Yi family, could he be given the manual? Shen Zai's mom replied expressionlessly, yes. However, Chu Qing has to become a member of the Yi family first. Chu Qing was stubborn on the matter of marriage, so he said directly, I won't marry into another family. I can only be the one who marries someone. Shen Zai's mom calmly stated. Men and women marrying is a long-standing rule of our Yi family. We absolutely will not compromise. Seeing the two of them resolute, neither willing to give in, Shen Shi could only lower her head sadly. Chu Qing still didn't understand what problems men cultivating ancient martial arts would have that everyone kept it such a big secret. Chu Qing decided to ask Zhe Yu, and also pay back the 200,000 he owed. Seeing Chu Qing come to repay the money, Zhe Yu asked softly, Whoa, kid, where did you get so much money? Did you secretly sell spirit stones? You're so inconsiderate, hiding such a thing from me. Just give it to you. No need to know where I got it from. I need an ancient martial arts manual. Do you have one? What are you talking about? Is an ancient martial arts manual something you can just get? What do you want it for? Haven't you already cultivated one? Chu Qing played dumb. My cultivation method has some issues. I want to try a different one. Hearing Chu Qing, Zhe Yu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Cultivating ancient martial arts as a guy definitely has problems, and you still want to try a different one. Chu Qing wondered, what's wrong with you guys? Is it really strange for men to cultivate ancient martial arts? Zhe Yu replied, it's not that men can't cultivate ancient martial arts, but it seems like you haven't heard of this saying before. To cultivate extraordinary skills, one must castrate themselves. Chu Qing froze on the spot. The young man didn't expect this to be such a difficult topic to discuss in real life. Aren't all ancient martial arts manuals like the Sunflower Manual? Zhe Yu explained, ancient martial arts are not meant for men to practice. If one forcefully cultivates it to a high level, unless they castrate themselves, they will definitely explode and die. You didn't know that? Chu Qing's face turned pale. This time, things were really troublesome. No wonder Auntie Yi and Auntie Yan said those things. He still had to act tough in front of Auntie Yan to maintain his credibility. Just not being laughed at these days was lucky enough for men. Zhe Yu said to Chu Qing slyly, if you still want to continue cultivating martial arts, just tell me. I guarantee it'll be quick, clean, and decisive, without any lingering consequences. Chu Qing grimaced, don't worry about that anymore, just tell me how to acquire a cultivation method. Although Chu Qing said so, Zhe Yu was helpless. My brother, this kind of manual, let alone me, even if you searched all of Shinmen, no one could find it. Even if their clans were destroyed, those families would never hand it over. Chu Qing hadn't thought the situation was so difficult. It seemed that obtaining an ancient martial arts manual was extremely challenging, and to cultivate it, men had to castrate themselves. What kind of messed up cultivation method was this, trying to destroy the world or something? At that moment, Chu Qing received a message from Hua Hua saying that Tang Ra's things had been delivered. Chu Qing was delighted, because it must have been the medicinal ingredients from Tang Ra. Chu Qing bid farewell to Zhe Yu and went straight to Hua Hua's house to refine pills for this occasion. Thanks to his experience from his past life, Chu Qing successfully refined these pills. Chu Qing retracted his sword sheath, transforming it into a mask. Chu King was lucky that his sword sheath could be used for refining medicine, otherwise, he would be in big trouble again. Looking at the refined pills, Chu King was overjoyed. This pill is called the Crazy Desire Pill. For a short time, it increases the user's martial prowess by 30%. The side effect is extreme exhaustion. Hua Hua is peeking at Chu King from outside. Chu King smiles and tells Hua Hua to come in, he's finished refining. What were you doing just now? Refining medicine. Refining medicine? Isn't that something only those from prestigious families like Tang Xian can do? Did you think I'd lie to you? Hua Hua looks at Chu King sadly. So, you're done now. Are you going home? Chu King doesn't answer but embraces Hua Hua, giving him a kiss. Do you hope I go home or not? Hua Hua blushes. Of course not. Chu King is surprised. I feel like Hua Hua is becoming more and more like a normal girl. If only everyone else could be like Hua Hua. Chu King carries Hua Hua to the bed. He's about to get down to business when Hua Hua stops him. Wait, not today, I'm on my period, I'm afraid of getting pregnant. You're still young, if you get pregnant too early, it won't be good for you. I'll be fine, but I'm worried you'll be gossiped about. Chu King is stunned. Aren't those words a guy should be saying to a girl? But Chu King doesn't really care. Are you saying I'm not big enough? The next scene, dear readers, after a night of plowing, planting, and sowing seeds. Young Chu King looks like a mummy, dragging himself off to school. Suddenly someone calls out to Chu King. It turns out to be Yi Mu. Chu King just says, I went to find you and bring you over. Why didn't she just tell me herself? I don't know either. Hey, are you about to become my brother-in-law? If you marry my sister, what about Tang Xian? Are you sticking up for your sister? Or do you like Tang Xian? No, I like Tao Yun Jiao. Can you mention me in front of her? Chu King watches Yi Mu, his face completely red, and inwardly clicks his tongue. Yi Mu actually likes Tao Yun Jiao, that airhead. Chu King turns to Yi Mu. I can help you pursue Tao Yun Jiao, but you have to promise me you won't talk like this again. It's too girly. Yi Mu immediately kicks Chu King. Everyone's like this. Only you're the girly one. Young Chu King's face darkens, having forgotten that in this world, normal men are all like girls. The two continue to chat. If I do as you say, will Tao Yun Jiao really go out with me? Just do as I say, and I guarantee she'll date you. The young man thinks if that little chick dares to disagree, he'll tie her up and throw her on the bed. Yi Mu walks for a while and arrives at Shen Zai's place. She's leaning against her car, drinking milk tea. Chu King walks up to Shen Shi. What brings you here today? Shen Shi directly offers the milk tea in her hand to Chu King. Chu King takes the milk tea, puzzled. Yi Mu sees the milk tea and his eyes light up. Where's mine, sis? Why are you playing favorites? Shen Shi replies indifferently, there's none for you, kid, go play somewhere else. Yi Mu is completely deflated. Are you even my sister? Chu King drinks the milk tea, thinking that Yi Shen Shi is acting a bit strange today. He wonders if he's done something to upset her. Shen Shi looks at Chu King tenderly and says, I had to wait in line for a long time to get this, drink some more. Chu King doesn't refuse, tilting his head back to drink, but suddenly, something feels wrong. Chu King looks at Shen Shi, dropping the milk tea. I can't believe she drugged me. Chu King, affected by the drug, quickly faints. Shen Shi efficiently throws Chu King into the car. Young Yi Mu's jaw drops, probably enough to catch a basketful of eggs. Shen Shi turns to Yi Mu and says softly, it's getting late, call a car and go home, don't say anything you shouldn't. Shen Shi, having said that, ignores Yi Mu and drives off. Shen Shi arrives at a hotel with Chu King. After being unconscious for a while from the drug, he finally wakes up. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he found himself pinned down by a girl. Chu King panicked. What are you doing, Shen Shi? He whispered, don't move. It hurts, she said, then kissed him. This made the young man blush crimson. What had to happen, happened, after the storm. Chu King looked at Shen Shi and asked, don't you have like 36 boyfriends? Why are we like this? Shen Shi sat up and tossed Chu King a book. Seriously, dude, who says having a boyfriend means you have to sleep with them? Except, after looking through the book, Chu King was a little surprised. This is the Yi clan's secret martial arts manual. Shen Shi was holding Chu King. Now you're basically mine, I can let you see this, Chu King replied. You're already my woman, so just let me do everything from now on, you don't need to do anything for me. Shen Shi refused. Just let me do everything for you, you don't need to do anything for me, because you're my man. Chu King didn't wait for Shen Shi to finish speaking before he leaned in and kissed her. A moment later, they parted. Shen Shi asked Chu King in surprise, "What did you give me to drink?" "That stuff is good. I'll know later." Afterwards, Shen Shi focused on cultivating, while Chu King studied Wu Suo Khan's ancient martial arts. He was surprised to learn about ancient martial arts and the woman who created it. She truly is a genius of this world. From the moment she was born, her meridians were able to mutate. If they absorbed too much spiritual energy, they would break apart piece by piece, so they used ancient martial arts to transform spiritual energy into internal energy. Men don't have a corresponding cultivation method to absorb spiritual energy. If they cultivate ancient martial arts, they will explode and die. The emergence of ancient martial arts has changed the power of women, making them the rulers of the world. Chu King thought it might be possible to slightly alter this ancient martial arts technique so that men could cultivate it without needing a uterus. Today's episode ends here. Thank you everyone for watching. Part 7. Chu King is thinking that he might be able to make some small changes to the ancient martial arts so that men can also cultivate it without needing a uterus. At that moment, Shen Shi, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. Shen Shi felt her body brimming with power. "Chu King, what did you give me to drink? I just broke through to the martial realm, and not only that, but I also jumped 3 levels, reaching the peak martial realm." Chu King smiled. "This is Mei Zi. It's very good for those who cultivate ancient martial arts." "Where did you get these Mei Zi?" "You don't need to worry about that." Shen Shi clenched her fists excitedly. "If that's the case, I want to see if you're stronger or I'm stronger now." Shen Shi immediately lunged forward and punched Chu King. But her fist was easily blocked by Chu King. Chu King used a little force, causing Shen Shi to fall into his arms. "You're really beautiful." Shen Shi immediately spoke up. "Do you want more of my Mei Zi? Give me more and we can continue doing that." Chu King looked at Shen Shi teasingly. "What's wrong? Are you not full yet?" Shen Shi suddenly turned and pinned Chu King down. "Only 3 rounds. Yi Shen Shi, I'll show you what I'm made of today." The next morning, Chu King dragged himself to school, exhausted. This is unbearable. Luckily for Chu King, his crazy idea was distracting Shen Shi. Otherwise, if this continued for another day and night, he might have met his ancestors early. Just as he was about to head to class, Chu King discovered that Tao Yun had assigned him a task and wanted to see him. Chu King gasped in alarm. "No way, not again. I'm too tired." Chu King then went to the sports department office to meet Zhu Yan. Tu Enim, enveloped in a murderous aura, spoke up. "Where were you last night? What were you doing?" Chu King, without hiding anything, calmly replied, "Hotel, spent the night with Yi Shen Shi." Tu Enim angrily slammed his hand on the table. He interrogated Chu King. "Do you even know your own place? You give me such a magnificent, gift, and still have the audacity to act all high and mighty. What happened to proper womanly virtues? Don't you even know?" Chu King, equally assertive, also slammed a hand down. Facing Tu Enim, he retorted, "Let me ask you this. If we were together, would you promise to have only me as your boyfriend?" Tu Enim, after thinking it over, answered, "No, my family wouldn't allow it." Hearing this, Chu King waved his hand dismissively. "Then isn't it the same thing? What's the difference?" Tu Enim, looking at Chu King, said, with a hint of anger, "Men and women are different, or are you saying you want to be a woman?" Chu King calmly replied to Tu Enim, "I don't want to be a woman, I'm just being myself. You won't understand what I'm saying now, but I still want to tell you, and the whole world, what the word, man, truly means." Tu Enim burst out laughing. "Man, ha ha, you should go back and learn how to be a real man." Seeing Tu Enim's reaction, Chu King became slightly annoyed. "I explained it to you, yet you still don't understand and you can't accept me for who I am, then we should just go our separate ways." Watching Chu King about to leave, Tu Enim became furious. "You're leaving without even explaining yourself. Is this the man you're talking about? Are all men like this, so irresponsible?" Chu King couldn't hold back anymore. "Just say what you want to say, stop beating around the bush." Tu Enim lowered his head and said, "I admit, I have feelings for you, the position of first husband will definitely be yours. But this matter, I'm furious. I hate myself for not killing that vixen Yi Shen Shi." Chu King's face darkened. "No matter what, I won't let you touch her." "Fine, if you want me to leave her alone, give me a reason. I heard you once arm wrestled with Yi Shen Shi, let's have a match. If you win, I won't touch her, if you lose, I'll only take her arms." Chu King chuckled. "That's serious, huh?" Tu Enim firmly replied, "Yes, if I can't prove I'm stronger than you, I won't be able to convince myself." Seeing two enemies' determination, Chu King didn't refuse. Both of them took their positions, preparing to face off. Both were determined, neither willing to yield. The match began. Tu Enim was incredibly serious, using all his strength. So smooth, all that sweat. Oh no. Tu Enim's ancient martial arts realm is much higher than Shen Zai's. If Chu King really loses, Shen Shi will definitely lose her arms. This time, Chu King absolutely cannot lose. Chu King quickly took out a frenzy pill. Chu King crushed the frenzy pill and absorbed its medicinal properties using his spiritual energy. Thanks to the frenzy pill, Chu King defeated Tu Enim. Tu Enim was astonished, speechless. He couldn't believe he lost like that. However, Chu King didn't explain, simply saying, Tu Enim, remember your promise. However, Tu Enim only said, I'll let it slide this time, but I won't tolerate seeing it again. Chu King then returned home. Just as Chu King walked through the door, his mom loudly announced, Chu King, back from cram school. I just got home, he replied, noticing an unfamiliar woman sitting with his parents. This woman was one of the martial arts judges from before. Chu King was clueless about what his mom meant. Class was cancelled today, the teacher had something to do. The woman, seeing Chu King, stood up. You're Chu King, right? She said, let me introduce myself, I'm Gong Yue, your fiancé. Chu King was shocked. You can joke about food, but not about this. I don't have a fiancé. Gong Yue laughed, haha, didn't your mom tell you? Luckily, I have the marriage contract right here, I can show it to young Master Chu. Gong Yue handed a scroll to Chu King. Chu King unrolled the scroll, looked it over, then questioned, who's Chu Enla? I don't know her, this marriage contract is signed by her, tell her to marry you, I don't acknowledge this anyway, wish you two a long and happy life together. Gong Yue, hearing this, turned to Chu King's parents, whether young Master Chu acknowledges it or not doesn't matter, I think you two will certainly accept it. Right, Chu King's mom said sadly, Chu King, the name signed on the marriage contract is the head of the Chu family, my mother, and also your grandmother's courtesy name. Chu King's blood boiled, this Chu Enla has a huge influence on my parents, and this damn fatty is daring to pressure them right in front of me. Chu King was furious, wanting to. Gong Yue didn't seem angry at all. Not bad, you've got some guts. Bravado is easy, but follow through is hard. Grandma Chu's temper isn't very good, but don't worry, for your handsome face, I won't mention this to her. Don't say it then. Chu King was even more irritated by Gong Yue's words, this fatty is asking for it. He told his parents, I haven't had dinner, so I want to, eat with Yue. Thick-skinned, Mei Dang declared she would also go with Chu King, saying she wanted to cultivate their feelings. Once they reached the stairs outside, Gong Yue spoke up, that excuse to avoid your parents was so lame, out of 10, I give you a 2. Chu King's anger flared, he lunged at Gong Yue, lame or not, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. I've been putting up with you for too long. However, Gong Yue easily dodged Chu King's attack, jumping up, can't we talk this over like civilized people? Where are you aiming for? And we just met, how can you say such things? Chu King scoffed, your calculations are wrong, the moment I knew you existed, the clock started ticking. Gong Yue wasn't backing down either. I'm the esteemed young miss of the Gong family. Marrying you is already doing you a favor. What gives you the right to be unhappy? You should be grateful. Chu King's blood rushed to his head. He charged at Gong Yue, grateful my ass. But Gong Yue's strength was not to be underestimated. Chu King's kicks were met with her own, and he felt a sting in his leg. Gong Yue was even stronger than Zhu Yan. UAG starts, a handsome young man like you shouldn't curse, it ruins your image. Chu King broke out in a sweat, he realized that if the fight continued, he would be the one losing. Chu King decided to get serious and summoned his natal sword. Gong Yue was startled, then smiled, hold on, don't worry about it anymore. Chu King, holding his natal sword, was about to attack when Gong Yue raised her hands, you cultivate Taoist arts. Chu King was stunned. This was the first time someone had recognized his cultivation method. He was certain Gong Yue was incredibly strong, possibly much stronger than anyone he'd encountered before. UAG approached Chu King and said, I take back what I said earlier, you're qualified to be Gong Yue's husband, but why is there such a familiar scent on you? I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. Chu King replied indifferently, I have no desire to be your husband, and I dislike arranged marriages even more. I won't marry into someone's family. If I'm getting married, I'm taking a wife. Gong Yue was surprised, your way of thinking is against all common sense. With your current strength, that's very hard to achieve. Actually, I'm quite rebellious. Who says women have to marry and men have to be married off? UAG looked embarrassed. Who says? I've always been like this since I was little. I've always had strange and unusual thoughts. That's why I'm not liked by others, and the result is becoming the subject of an arranged marriage. The undeniable thing is, you're really handsome. Chu King was dumbfounded. You're not just trying to lower my guard by saying this, are you? UAG immediately replied, why would I do that? Tell me, what do you have that's worth scheming for? Oh, except for you, of course, but sooner or later, you'll be mine. Don't underestimate this marriage contract. I can't bear the consequences of breaking it off, and you even less so. Chu King became serious. What if I get into National University? Gong Sao immediately burst out laughing. Are you telling a joke? Chu King ignored Gong Zhao and walked off. Just you wait. Wait till I get into National University, then I'll slap someone silly. Not surprisingly, the National Fatty also activated 38 mode, following Chu King. I'm just quick with my words, don't take it to heart, but, if you do get into National University, your engagement might actually be broken off. What's your current ranking in Shinman? Let me calculate the probability for you. Chu King, fired up, walked even faster. However, the job couldn't be stopped. 38 mode in pursuit. Let me tell you a secret you definitely don't know. Out of 10 guys at National University, 9 of them are thinking about getting a sex change. Chu King was speechless. Do you realize you've gone from villain to comedic relief? Chu King suddenly flinched. Turns out it was her sister, Gong Yue, about to smack her butt. Chu King, hot-headed, wanted to punch Gong Yue. Gong Yue caught Chu King's hand and winked. Calm down, I'll stop, alright. The next day, the school sports festival took place. While everyone was focused on the sports festival, Chu King buried her head in her studies. Annoyed with Gong Yue, she was determined to get into National University. Yi Meng, sitting next to her, looked at Chu King curiously. Aren't you the basketball star? Why aren't you preparing for the competition? Chu King replied, eyes still glued to her book. Nobody informed me. Someone's hoping I won't steal their spotlight. I'm being kind and letting him have it. Just then, a guy called Xiao Wu came to inform Chu King. Hey, Chu King. They didn't tell me to tell you that you have a match this afternoon. You're supposed to be at the court. Chu King, still engrossed in her book, not free. Xiao Wu got angry and snatched Chu King's book. You have to be at the court this afternoon. Then he threw her book away. Xiao Wu, having done that, turned to leave. Chu King's blood boiled. She grabbed the dictionary on the table and threw it straight at Xiao Wu's head. The guy, furious, turned and yelled, holy shit. You dare throw that at me? Do you have a death wish? However, this time, Chu King wasn't going to stay calm. Chu King said coldly to Xiao Wu, pick up my book. Xiao Wu, provoked, was about to attack Chu King. The bookstore's that way. You really do want to die, don't you? Chu King easily dodged him but couldn't help but remark, is this guy trying to grab my hair? Can't you fight like a man? Yi Meng, seeing trouble brewing, stepped in to stop Xiao Wu. Yi Meng, get out of the way. I have to teach him a lesson. Get lost. Don't push it. Seeing Yi Meng interfering, Xiao Wu bit Yi Meng's hand. At that moment, Chu King grabbed Xiao Wu's hand, pulled him away from Yi Meng, and easily locked his arm. Xiao Wu, tears streaming down his face, still tried to threaten Chu King, if you hurt my hand, my brother won't let you off. Chu King, unafraid, increased the pressure. You think I'm scared? You'll be sorry, apologize now. Xiao Wu, in unbearable pain, finally gave in. Ouch. Ouch. Ease up a bit. I'll apologize, alright. I shouldn't have thrown your book. However, Chu King wanted Xiao Wu to apologize to Yi Meng. Just then, someone appeared. It was Vice President Tao Yun. School isn't a place for fighting. Everyone involved in this fight, come with me to the disciplinary office. Xiao Wu's group saw Tao Zhao as their savior. But before they could speak, Chu King intervened. Chu King started to bullshit. This guy, Xiao Wu, attacked Yi Meng for no reason. Look at his arm, it's bitten to shreds. Does the student council even do anything about this? Yun Zhao didn't believe him. Really? Then what are you doing? Chu King continued shamelessly. Me. I'm bravely preventing Xiao Wu from assaulting the student council. You guys should give me a reward, or at least some praise, you know. Yun Zhao walked over to Xiao Wu. There's still one who can't talk. Let's see what he has to say. But as soon as she touched him, Xiao Wu coughed up phlegm, making Yun Zhao freak out. Everyone laughed, causing Xiao Wu to run away in embarrassment. Chu King turned to Yi Meng, go to the infirmary and get that hand treated, but with Xiao Wu running off like that, he'll definitely come back for revenge later. you better start planning your escape route. Chu King patted Yimeng's head. You're Yimeng, for goodness sake, why so timid? Yimeng replied miserably, it's not fear, it's just, we're guys, less trouble is better, less gossip, you know. Chu King, hearing this, accepted it. Whatever, it's not Yimeng's fault, it's this world's fault. He even stood up for me earlier, that was pretty brave. Meanwhile, Oyun stormed back to the student council, fuming. Oyun slammed her hand on the table in front of Zenom. Do you know what your little boyfriend did? She proceeded to rant about Chu King to Zenom. Zenom calmly replied, just wait, and don't forget about the basketball game this afternoon. Don't worry, I made sure you're playing. Chu King was surprised. Oh, I thought you didn't want me to go, and I don't want to go either. Zenom shrugged. I'll handle any trouble. If you're done, go away, don't block my son. You have Zenom's protection, of course you're not scared. If you don't go, I'm the unlucky one. Aren't you always trying to be like the girls? Girls always stick to their word. You already agreed to play, you're not going to back out, are you? Chu King, tired of arguing, conceded, fine, I'll go, happy. The basketball match between No, 1 High and No, 2 High finally began. On the sidelines, Zenom, the student council president of No, 2 High, and Li Huangni were present. These two were like fire and water, cats and dogs. Chu King and Yimo arrived as well. Yimo was a little nervous. So many people, looks like the boys' basketball game is a big deal, both student council presidents are here. A young man wearing the number 15 jersey waved at Chu King and Yimo. This guy's name is Zhang Shifei. Follow me, he pointed to 2 seats, you sit there first. We'll let you know when it's your turn to play. Chu King noticed something wrong with one of the chairs. However, he didn't expose it. Walking towards the chairs, he said, I thought I wasn't needed on the court, but thanks for saving a spot for Yimo. Chu King pretended to sit on the rigged chair. Zhang Shifei watched smugly, but contrary to his expectations, Chu King shifted and sat on the normal chair. Disappointed, Zhang Shifei slunk away. Chu King thought, that chair's probably filled with glue, this guy holds a grudge, savage. Suddenly, a piece of paper appeared in front of him. It was from Zenom. How does it feel to be ignored? Chu King was speechless. Are you still sulking about that? Chu King wrote back on the paper, tell Zenom not to sit in the chair next to me. However, turning around, Ziyan was nowhere to be seen. Having fallen for the bait, Chu King held the paper in front of Ziyan, unable to hold back his laughter. Ziyan angrily stood up. However, her pants were stuck to the chair with glue and got pulled down, almost giving Chu King a nosebleed. Ziyan was startled. Meanwhile, the young man, with a perverted look on his face, approached Ziyan. So it's purple, huh? Crazy Ziyan. Damn it, Chu King, what the hell did you do? Chu King, with an innocent face, said, this has nothing to do with me. Someone prepared this for me, but it caught you instead. I was actually about to warn you. Ziyan, after hearing this, took off her leather jacket and tied it around her waist. Ziyan then approached Chu King. So, this sister's figure is still hot, right? Feeling that youthful vigor and wanting to be conquered by this sister. Chu King immediately put a robe on Ziyan. I don't want to see a bunch of men drooling over you. Ziyan teased, oh, so you're jealous. Ziyan threw the robe back at Chu King. Well, there's plenty more of this to come, you better get used to it. Ziyan taunted Chu King, the match is about to start, I'll go ahead. Chu King nearly burst into flames on the spot. The match between the two schools finally began. Cuba Kern was the first to grab the ball. Cuba Kern seems to want to lead the offensive. However, the opponent easily took the ball from Cuba Kern's hands. Watching these guys play basketball, Chu King had to speak up, young master, I think these guys are pretty well trained. However, observing Yi Jung's side, Chu King felt something was off with Jung. They seemed to be hiding their true abilities, playing a game of cat and mouse. Back with the two presidents, Li Huangni spoke, so that's your little boyfriend. Not bad looking. Let's make a bet, if we win, you lend him to me for a month. Ziyan was furious. Li Huangni provoked her. So, you're not up for it? Or are you afraid of losing your little treasure? Ziyan immediately replied, HMPH. Don't underestimate me, Li Huangni. I'm never afraid of a challenge. But what if you lose? If I lose, I'll strip for you, really pushing it, huh? Both principle and interest. However, the situation on the court wasn't looking good. Jung started to unleash their full power, leaving Yi Jung with no chance to fight back. The current score was 24-49. Ziyan was extremely surprised. Only now did Ziyan realize Li Huangni had tricked her. Li Huangni gloated, so what if I did? Don't forget to lend me your little boyfriend for a month, I'll spoil him even more than you. Chu King was still observing the match. Chu King was now certain of his suspicion. Yi Jung's captain was hiding his true strength. His skill level was miles ahead of Q Bakern, but he still felt something was amiss. While he was thinking, Tang Ziyan approached him. Chu King, get on the court. Why should I? I'm here to be the neglected one. Don't be ridiculous, we can't lose, Ziyan said embarrassedly. No, I made a bet with someone, if we lose this time, I'll lose you to them for a month. Chu King left Zhou Ziyan, pushing it with that girl sitting next to you, huh? She's pretty cute, admit it, I wouldn't mind giving her a go myself. Ziyan mused, saying that, doesn't he feel kinda roasted? Chu King scoffed, Ziyan, you're kidding me, right? I'll play, but only if Zhu Bakern becomes my personal cheerleader. Ziyan beamed, no problem. Ziyan then lifted her ample bosom, adding, isn't this what you like? Consider it a reward, if you win, they're all yours. Zhu Bakern, now pressured by Ziyan, reluctantly dragged himself to the cheerleading squad for Chu King. Watching Zhu Bakern's mortified expression, Chu King almost ascended right then and there. Composing himself, he stepped onto the court. The opponent served, but Chu King intercepted it. Chu King prepared to attack. Suddenly, a West African player appeared and tripped him, causing him to lose the ball. Li Huangru laughed heartily. Well, Ziyan, your little boyfriend isn't very popular, is he? He's definitely going to be my meal. Looking at the current score, Chu King felt a surge of anger. 1 against 5 is one thing, but now it's 1 against 6. Ha, you 4 useless teammates, I'll teach you a lesson. Chu King accelerated, snatching the ball from the opponent. Chu King jumped, faking out Jung, and shot the ball. Even team captain Jung couldn't touch the ball. Swish. Chu King scored. Zhu Bakern, seemingly getting into the cheerleading spirit, enthusiastically cheered him on. Chu King had the ball again. However, this time, Chu King didn't attack. Instead, he passed the ball directly to captain Jung. Jung's side was baffled by Chu King's actions. Yet, Chu King looked pleased. I did that on purpose. Zhu Bakern and the others were furious. What? Nice going, traitor. Meanwhile, Ziyan was about to explode. Only Li Huangru laughed loudly. Are you usually so cold to him that he's now so eager to join my side? Captain Jung was also clueless about Chu King's scheme. Well, if there's an opportunity, might as well score first and ask questions later. He jumped to shoot, but Chu King swiftly appeared behind him. Chu King executed the legendary pants-dropping technique, stunning the entire stadium into silence. Shockingly, the guy was wearing lacy underwear. It turned out Chu King had already figured out this guy was a girl. At the age of 17 or 18, shouldn't your secondary sexual characteristics be developed? Where's your Adam's apple? Everyone was in shock. Only Li Huangru was grinding her teeth in rage. Chu King had someone escort the petrified, exposed girl away. While everyone started gossiping, Chu King casually strolled away, cool as a cucumber, his intentions hidden deep. He then approached Ziyan, wearing a super creepy expression. You promised, if I won, then, he paused, well, I didn't exactly win, but this is better than winning, right? Ziyan froze, if you dare, then touch them, don't be shy. Chu King maintained his pose, then solemnly backed away. I'm not ready to be celibate for 3 days yet. Later. Chu King was intently drawing something, catching Yi Mu's attention. What are you drawing? It looks like some kind of magical spell. Chu King said something Yi Mu didn't understand. Chu King was researching ancient martial arts techniques. If internal energy can flow within a woman's body, then men should also be able to practice the women's martial arts, right? Yi Mu suddenly spoke up. I just saw Tao Yunjiao in the hallway. She asked me to tell you that Tang Ziyan wants to meet you tomorrow at the martial arts hall too. Chu King flinched. Whoa, the martial arts hall. She didn't freak out and grope me back. She wants to throw down. The next day, Chu King went to the Yu Ting martial arts hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Ziyan in martial arts attire, standing on the platform. Upon seeing Chu King, Ziyan said, get up here, let's fight. Chu King paled. Why are we fighting for no reason? Ziyan immediately took a stance. Just lose, and I'll tell you why. We're bros, right? What's the point of fighting like this? Mid-sentence, Chu King froze. Ziyan declared, I win. Now tell me why we're fighting. Do you not understand human language? I said if you lost, I tell you, have you lost yet? Don't tell me you're mad I didn't finish my sentence. Ziyan, fuming, headbutted Chu King, drawing blood. Before Chu King, head still spinning from the headbutt, could react, Ziyan was on top of him. You pervert. Do you know how embarrassing this is for me, in front of all these people? Oh my god, you think I should be afraid of you? Ziyan, face darkened, pinned Chu King down. Weren't you forbidden from practicing martial arts by your grandpa? How can you still beat me? You don't even listen to me. Chu King chuckled, don't worry about that, bottom line is, I won't let you become a widow. What the heck, your language skills are worse than a gym teacher's. That's used for men, anyways, even if you die, I won't be a widow for you. Zenem tugged at Chu King's shirt. Chu King inwardly clicked his tongue, and this Zenem girl isn't even wearing a bra. From the end of the sentence, someone kissed Chu King. Chu King calmly pushed Zenem away, this isn't the right place. Zenem immediately taunted, are you embarrassed? Chu King felt like he'd been struck by lightning, the rush of youthful blood. Let Zenem be embarrassed about what? Once my blood is up, don't ask who my nephew is. Once there's a baby, don't ask who the father is. Chu King was about to get down to business with Zenem when a voice rang out. An incredibly buff man, leading a group of seemingly pantless people, strode in. This man not only had a powerful physique but also wore a very masculine shade of lipstick. Zenem immediately straightened up and pulled Chu King's head up. Auntie, this is my boyfriend, Chu King. Zenem introduced Chu King. Chu King, this is my third aunt, Ding Yu, also the director of this martial arts hall. Chu King got head patted by a fan for the first time. Oh, destiny. Third aunt, is it like a wet nurse in the normal world? A wet nurse is for babies, so how does a third aunt, nurse? Third aunt laughed and said, young mistress, you overestimate me, I just look after the warehouse, work for the Tang family. She then gestured towards the group of seemingly pantless people. Right, young mistress, these three said you called for them. Ziyan confirmed she had called them. Chu King now realized he was just a spectator. Ziyan wanted to settle the score with the pantless crew. Shaken up, the bullies quickly apologized, it's our fault, we shouldn't have pushed and shoved you guys, we were selfish and forgot about everyone else, but it's also those jerks' fault for selling us fake stuff and bullying us. Zenem calmly replied, I'll settle the score with Li Huang myself, now, it's your turn. Zenem's snack was those trembling punks. Not only did you guys push and shove your classmates, you even put glue on the chairs. Get up here. The three punks then received Zenem's special massage and cupping therapy. Chu King, watching this scene, could only hold up a cross and pray for Buddha's blessing on the three punks. The third nanny suddenly said to Chu King, come with me, I've prepared some healing medicine, you can help Zenem clean up a bit and bring it back to her. Watching the third nanny sway her hips, Chu King, with a face full of dread, said, but, the punks were left to Zenem, so he had no choice but to follow. However, instead of taking him to get medicine, the third nanny led Chu King into a secluded room within the martial arts hall. Sit down, Chu King. Something's up, I guess you have something to say to me. The third nanny poured a cup of hot tea and took a sip. You're not an idiot. Where does your family live? How many people are there? What do they do? Chu King thought exasperatedly, is this a household registration check or something? I'm not your son-in-law, and you're not my parents or even the bride's. Chu King then plopped down on the seat, making himself comfortable. He poured himself some tea like he was at home. Do you want to tell me that a punk like me, with no money, no status, and no skills, is not worthy of Tang Zenem? That I should scram while I still can, right? The third nanny, hearing Chu King's words, spoke vaguely, I didn't say that, but you can't handle the Tang family, you have no manners whatsoever, Zenem loves you and indulges you, but you're just too ungrateful. Chu King was bored and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Stop, 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 don't worry, I won't marry Zenem for you guys, I quit. Chu King continued, but I have to make this clear, I know what kind of person I am, however, it seems some people don't understand me very well. The third nanny angrily threw down her teacup, insolent. Chu King didn't care and continued, talking to you about this is pointless, I need to talk to Zenem. As long as she tells me to get lost, I'll definitely stay far away from her. The furious nanny slapped Chu King hard across the face. You only have that fox-like face to bewitch people and bring disaster. I don't need to tell Zenem, I'll just carve up that face of yours and see how you can stay by her side then. Chu King glared coldly at the nanny. And suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the entire martial arts hall. Zenem, who was dealing with the three punks, was startled. Everyone immediately rushed into the room where the explosion occurred, only to find a chaotic scene. The third nanny was blasted into the wall by Chu King. The nanny got up and looked at Chu King. It seems I was worried for nothing. Turns out you're a martial artist too. Chu King's face hardened. Does this old hag think she's a eunuch or something? Zhu Enam rushed in worriedly. What happened? Chu King replied bluntly. What else? Your nanny thinks I'm not good enough for you, so she told me to stay away from you. Well, fine, I'll stay away. The nanny immediately explained, I didn't tell him to leave you, Zhu Enam. I just said he couldn't be the master of the Tang family, not even your man. It's my fault for meddling. Chu King pointed at the nanny and put a foot on her, saying loudly, listen carefully. I won't marry anyone, ever, even if, don't even think about it, even if you kneel down and beg me, I still won't marry you. And whether I'm a man or not is none of your business. Worry about yourself. Furthermore, people have hit me before, but they're all dead now. You're the only exception, and only because I'm giving Tang Zhu Enam face. The nanny immediately flew into a rage. You liar. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue off? Weren't you trying to kill me? Come on then, I'll crush that face of yours. Chu King didn't bother saying anything more and launched his protective sword towards the nanny. These 3 swords, Chu King didn't actually intend to hit her with. They simply flew past her. However, that was enough to break her will. The nanny sat down on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The guys were probably scared stiff. Chu King was truly terrifying. Ziyan quickly approached the nanny, comforting her. Scene changed to a certain room. A meeting of martial arts inspectors was taking place. The death of Zhu Bao, martial arts inspector Zhu Tao, might be because of a precious bottle of wine, but we investigated the people present at the Shizhen auction house that night and didn't find anyone suspicious. However, we did uncover something quite interesting. This is an item that the Shizhen auction house recently unveiled. Its value is astronomical. A girl handed a piece of Ling stone to Gong Yue. Gong Yue finally spoke. Jie Yu is definitely hiding something. The girl said, I'll immediately go arrest Jie Yu and bring him in for questioning. However, Gong Yue waved her hand. No matter what, he's a member of the Jie family. We can't just arrest him. Go investigate who Jie Yu has been frequently interacting with lately. I think we'll definitely find our answer. The next day, at Chu King's house, Gong Yue cheerfully opened the door to Chu King's room. It's the weekend today. Wanna go out and have some fun with me? Unexpectedly, the room was there, alright, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Gong Yue was a little disappointed. Not home. This little guy. Suddenly, Gong Yue spotted a piece of paper on Chu King's desk. Gong Yue was extremely surprised. Chu King at this moment was walking out of the martial arts studio. Seeing the group of guys still in front of the studio, Chu King spoke up. You guys haven't left yet. I see Tang Ziyan's mood isn't very good. Are you guys waiting for her to come out and beat you up again? How about this? From now on, you guys call me Big Bro, and be my underlings. I'll take care of you guys, and there are plenty of other benefits too. The 3 young men immediately knelt down upon hearing Chu King's words. The 3 young men then clung to Chu King. Big Bro, as long as you protect us, don't even say call you Big Bro, we'll even call you Dad. Chu King was startled by these guys. Alright, if your face is hurt, stop talking, wait here, I'll give you some medicine later. Tang Ziyan also walked out from inside. Seeing Ziyan, Chu King immediately called out, did you get the medicine? Lend me some. Ziyan didn't say a word, tossing the bag of medicine to Chu King. Chu King, despite feeling a bit awkward, still handed the bag of medicine to the unwavering trio. Ziyan quietly walked away. Chu King immediately chased after her. Is it because of that nanny? Or how about I apologize to you? But asking me to apologize to her is absolutely impossible. Ziyan looked a little sad. No need. That nanny's character is truly quite bad, otherwise, she wouldn't be stuck here looking after such a small martial arts studio. Chu King understood the issue, so she was assigned here. Huh. No wonder she's so full of resentment. Ziyan said to Chu King, feeling wronged, I didn't know you were already this powerful. I thought you were only a little bit stronger than me. Chu King patted Ziyan, saying, not that powerful, just enough to scare some people, but don't worry, I'm fine. If you don't believe me, you can try. So, you cultivate Dao Fa Ying. So you're not upset about the nanny? Then what's wrong? I'm heartbroken. Chu King was startled. What? Ziyan innocently said, didn't you say, even if I begged you, you wouldn't marry me? Chu King grabbed Ziyan's shoulders. Of course I can't marry you. Because I want to marry you. Ziyan started laughing through tears. Then you'll definitely marry me later, right? A good man like me. If you don't marry me, who will you marry? Can't I use that same line on you? Chu King, hearing Ziyan say that, could only vaguely agree, leaving Ziyan stunned. Ziyan brushed Chu King's hand away. See? You won't marry me, and I won't marry you, so I'm heartbroken. Chu King reassured Ziyan, as long as you don't go on that blind date, we'll be together forever. I'll always treat you like when we first fell in love, forever and always. After saying that, Chu King immediately kissed Ziyan. A moment later, they parted. So, are you going to marry anyone? Of course not. Then what about the Yi Shen Shi thing? Chu King muttered, I'm not marrying anyone, but I'll be marrying someone. Ziyan couldn't stand this shameless dude. You jerk. Go die. How can you be so shameless? Suddenly Chu King stopped, blocking Ziyan. Ahead, a woman who seemed to be a cultivator was sitting. Chu King recalled that the other guy had mentioned his senior sister would be coming. It might be this person. Chu King also broke out in a sweat. This woman's strength is far greater than mine. Chu King pretended, saying to Ziyan, an old friend of mine. I'll talk to her first. You go home first. Ziyan, knowing Chu King was worried about her, refused to leave. Chu King had to persuade her, trust me, it's okay. Besides, I have a score to settle with this old lady. But if you stay here with me because of Yi Shen Shi, wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? Ziyan's anger flared, and she stomped hard on Chu King's foot. Ziyan then left. Before I get back, don't you dare die. After Ziyan left, Chu King focused on the main issue. The Taoist granny was also approaching. Let's have a chat, shall we? The Taoist granny didn't pay much attention to Chu King, directly launching an attack. However, only Chu King's afterimage remained. Chu King quickly retreated and ran for his life. Currently, Chu King was at the Jiaden stage, while this Taoist granny had definitely reached the late stage. Although it was only a small difference in realm, their actual strength was worlds apart. Seeing Chu King running away, the Taoist granny didn't pursue him, instead changing her target. She quickly chased after Ziyan. Chu King was startled. This situation. Chu King hadn't even finished thinking of a solution. Chu King frantically used his speed to chase after the Taoist granny. Chu King managed to catch up and block the Taoist granny, but with her current strength, she easily restrained him. What technique did you use just now? Hand it over, and I'll let you die in one piece. Chu King felt there was still hope for negotiation. Now this is a good deal. This is no problem, I can teach you, but I also have other treasures and medicines. Would you like to take a look? The Taoist granny was pleased. Except for your life, I'll take everything else. Chu King started to act tough, then don't even think about getting the Feng Shen technique either. The Taoist granny pressed closer to Chu King, threatening, I'll make you wish you were dead, make you die and come back to life, and make living a fate worse than death. Before finally letting you truly die, Chu King slyly pulled down his shirt. Look at this, I'm not bad looking, you know. As long as I absolutely don't resist. The Taoist granny lifted Chu King up and said, if I wanted to kill you now, you wouldn't be able to resist. Chu King was furious. You wouldn't. You're actually going to kill me. The Taoist granny spoke seriously. You must die, because I need to use you to comfort my junior brother's soul in heaven. After saying that, the Taoist granny dragged Chu King by the collar to an abandoned building. Chu King was a bit scared. What are you bringing me here for? The Taoist granny licked her lips, approaching Chu King and saying, I know a Tai Bu technique, but it's a bit overbearing. The person subjected to Tai Bu is sure to die, and the process is extremely painful as well. Chu King broke out in a sweat. You're just messing with me, right? Don't bother, I won't fall for it. The Taoist didn't explain but reached down directly. Chu King froze in fear. What's your name, Taoist? Let me at least be a ghost who knows what hit him. Honestly, your face isn't bad, but your personality's a bit off. Just at the critical moment, a surge of power sent the Taoist flying. Both Chu King and the Taoist were startled. Chu King was also a bit tense. It turned out the source of the power was Gong Yue. Gong Yue walked in, holding a gun. Chu King didn't recognize Gong Yue. He thought it was a marshal inspector here to arrest him. Gong Yue stepped forward and said, hand this guy over to me. The Taoist wasn't backing down. Well, let's see what you've got. The power of both quickly had a significant impact on the surroundings. The two forces clashed, neither gaining an advantage. Chu King thought to himself, whoever wins, I'm screwed. Chu King pulled out his life-protecting sword, deciding to make the first move. While the Taoist wasn't paying attention, Chu King stabbed her through with his life-protecting sword. I knew you'd help me out, so I guess I didn't need to say hi before killing you, huh? The Taoist blasted Chu King away. However, the wound was severe. Gong Yue froze, remembering the crime scene investigation from earlier. The Taoist, severely wounded, quickly departed for the great beyond. Chu King also took a heavy hit, flying several meters. Chu King remained wary of Gong Yue. However, Gong Yue pulled Chu King down by the head. You hit pretty hard, you know. Chu King was startled when he saw Gong Yue. Gong Yue started to speak. I wanted to see if you'd be so moved by my saving you that you'd offer yourself in return. I didn't expect to discover something this interesting. You killed Marshal Inspector Zhu Bao, didn't you? Chu King didn't hide it. I don't know if the person you're talking about was killed by me, but I did kill a marshal inspector once. You came to Shinmen to investigate this, right, Gong Yue? People are just like that, to think I was in the house of the murderer. Gong Yue pointed the gun at Chu King. Why did you kill her? Chu King chuckled. Do you want to hear that I was forced to defend myself because she was trying to silence me, or that my fiancé ordered me to kill and rob? With your hands tied, you still want to mess with me? Chu King got a little nervous. How could that be? No matter what, I'm your fiancé, you wouldn't really arrest and convict me, right? Believe it or not, I will arrest this shameless punk. Weren't you really against that marriage contract? Why are you saying this now? Do you even have any shame? Chu King said shamelessly, I need my life more. Gong Yue couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Chu King became even more afraid. Be careful, a stray bullet and you'll lose your fiancé. Gong Yue switched to a cute expression. I need your help with something. Let's get another room and talk properly. A short while later, a room was rented. Gong Yue held up a piece of paper and asked Chu King, this paper was found in your room. Tell me, where did this birthday come from? Chu King looked at the paper, embarrassed. I drew it myself. Gong Yue was utterly shocked. You're saying? It's the truth, I don't need to lie to you. Gong Yue thought for a moment and said, so you can create cultivation techniques? Chu King replied, pretty much, but that's just the initial sketch. Gong Yue became serious. I take back what I said earlier. With your talent, you might actually be able to get into National University. Let's make a deal. Chu King was confused. What kind of deal? Gong Yue threw off her cloak and said, I'll help you take care of that thing, and you help me cure my illness. If I'm in a good mood, there might be a bonus. For example, there's someone named Chu Lan in the Chu family. He was supposed to be the one marrying me, but it ended up being you. Chu King became even more confused. I don't even know what your illness is. How am I supposed to cure it? Gong Yue replied, that really depends on your observation skills. If you can't figure out what's wrong, you're useless to me. I'll just have to hand you over to the marshal inspectors. Chu King had no choice but to observe carefully. It didn't take long for Chu King to reach a conclusion. This cultivation technique, your physique is conflicting with it. That's why you're like this. Party time. Chu King buried his face in her ample bosom. All right, I can definitely cure you. However, I'd like to collect my payment up front. Kung Ren was surprisingly generous. Deal. After this is over, I'll give you some more info on the Chu family. Chu Anlan's the head of the family, but he's old. Chu King Nhu, your aunt, runs the show. Chu Lam's her son. The next part of the story was about a rich young master who disliked his fiancée's looks and found a body double. Chu King asked Kung Yue, what does your family do? What does my family do? Why the arranged marriage? Kung Yue responded sneakily, you're asking the right questions. Give me a kiss and I guarantee my info is top notch. Tell me first, then I kiss. Deal. Kung Yue said cheerfully. Seriously, totally serious, has anyone ever told you you're actually kinda cute? Kung Yue felt a warmth spread through her. It was the first time anyone had complimented her looks. Seeing Kung Yue lost in thought, Chu King urged her, spill the beans already. Kung Yue began, the Jianwu is one of the nation's main agencies. It answers directly to the queen and is led by the Jianwu king, the Kung family. Chu King was taken aback. Wow, your fiancé's got some serious background. Don't look at me like that. I can't be the Jianwu king. I'm just from a branch family. The Jianwu king has left and right envoys, also hereditary positions, but one family's line has broken. The Chu family wants that spot, hence the marriage. Makes sense. Chu King thought to himself, the Chu family needs to consolidate their power. A political marriage is the perfect way. My parents were kicked out ages ago, now they need something. They remember my mom's the sixth miss of the Shi family. Kung Yue looked at Chu King and asked, alright, can you fix me up now? However, Chu King still wanted something. Wang Chuan. Kung Ren refused, that wasn't part of the deal. Chu King pulled a Kuang Yi Dan pill from his pocket. We can make another deal, pill for Wang Chuan. Kung Yue replied, what are you thinking? Forget it and fix my face. Chu King handed her the Kuang Yi Dan. I can't completely cure you right now. But I'll figure it out. Try this pill first. Without hesitation, Kung Yue popped the Kuang Yi Dan into her mouth and swallowed. Seconds later, Kung Yue was shocked to find her strength had increased by 30%. Without a second thought, she pulled a Wangchuan bullet from her gun. Kung Ren held up the Wangchuan, wanting to trade for 10 pills. Chu King didn't hesitate and made the exchange. Chu King noticed this bullet looked different from the Wangchuan he'd seen before, so he asked Kung Yue about it. Kung Yue explained, Wangchuan has 5 levels, mine's level 3. Enough chit-chat, Kung Yue propped herself up. Get on with it. Chu King began his facial massage technique. A short while later, Kung Yue's face was slim and beautiful. Chu King leaned in and gave Kung Yue a kiss, as promised. There, kissed ya. Kung Yue was stunned for a few seconds, admiring her new face. Kung Ren joyfully hugged Chu King. Chu King, thank you. I'm in love with you. Chu King pushed her away. No problem. Look, this is all I can do for now, I can't do anything else. Kung Ren looked down in shock at her body, her old, real body staring back at her in horror. What do you mean, I have to stay like this? A plump body with an ordinary face, Chu King calmly replied, yep, but if you cripple your cultivation, I can restore you to normal. Kung Yue shot up, no way. It's just a slight problem with my cultivation technique, right? It's not as serious as you're making it out to be. Chu King explained, your problem isn't your technique. It's your physique. You'll die if you keep going. Kung Yue was stunned. If it's my physique, then make me a cultivation technique based on it. Chu King said seriously, it's not that easy, I can't just whip one up. And again, things like your spiritual root or core stone have already been taken, haven't they? Gong Yue flinched. Chu King continued, looking at you like this, I guess you already knew this. And again, the one who took your spiritual root wasn't a stranger, but your own relative. Gong Yue angrily cursed at Chu King, shut up. Chu King wasn't afraid, you were like that, yet you still stubbornly cultivated ancient martial arts, so there's only one possibility. You have to take revenge even if it kills you. Gong Yue's emotions were in turmoil. And she fired. Fortunately, Chu King dodged it. Chu King was also a little tense, calmly saying, using a cultivation technique like that will negate the treatment I just gave you, the wall has been breached. Gong Yue sat down Wu leader, blood dripping from her face. Gong Yue's face was completely covered in blood. Chu King looked at Gong Yue and said, I'm sorry, the Chu family came looking for me because of the engagement. Since I hired someone to break their legs, the grudge between me and the Chu family is irreconcilable. I have trouble, and you have enemies, we can cooperate. Whether or not I get into National University, I'll be going to the imperial capital. At that time, I will do my best to help you. Chu King advised Gong Yue, right, stop practicing that cultivation technique for now, you'll really die, I don't want to find a corpse when I get to the imperial capital. Do your best to help me. Ha ha ha, you pity me. Ziyan returned, bringing people to rescue Chu King. Ziyan was extremely worried, where is he? He was just here, there are signs of a struggle, but they must have left a while ago. What did you just say? To rescue someone, not to this shady place. What, good or bad? I'm still your aunt. Is there anyone who doesn't know that? And I was enjoying myself, and you dragged me out like this. How can I focus on work? Could it be you really have feelings for that little boyfriend of yours? What does he look like? Compared to the male model on my bed earlier, who's more handsome? Ziyan pressed. He's 100 times more handsome than that ugly guy on your bed. Ziyan's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go find this perfect man. I'll be so pissed if he's dead. Just then, Ziyan's phone rang. It was Chu King. Where are you? What happened, auntie? Don't be so boy crazy that you lose all sense of decency. Your boyfriend's voice is so pleasing to the ear. Ziyan, after learning that Chu King had returned home, made plans to meet him at school tomorrow. Ziyan hung up, relieved. Don't just worry about him. Didn't he say he's fine? We have to go find him. Don't you want to see for yourself that he's safe? I do, but I won't sacrifice my happiness with you for research on my boyfriend, to compensate you, no matter what. He has to sleep with you for a night. Get lost, auntie. At Chu King's house, the whole Chu family was having dinner. Isn't Gong Yue eating? Chu King said calmly, Dad, you don't have to worry about her anymore. Where did she go? She's on a plane right now. Chu King's parents were startled. She actually agreed to leave. But the engagement still stands, don't worry, she said she won't get married for a year or two. She also said that this arranged marriage was Chu King Nu's doing, and it's related to someone, related to Chu Lan. Chu King's parents were shocked and stiff after hearing this. Chu King said darkly, it seems that the Chu family is truly the home of my enemies, Chu and Lan, Chu King Nhu, Chu Lan, just you wait. I won't let any of you off. On a plane, Gong Yue was returning to the imperial capital. Miss, here's a list of people who have been close to Zhe Yu recently. Gong Yue looked closely. It was Chu King's information. Gong Yue mused, this fate, it seems it's still very long. The video paused here. Thank you, million viewers. Part 9, after dinner, Chu King went to Chu Xiao's room. These days, Gong Yue's been sleeping in Sis's room, got to see if her bed collapsed yet. Chu King also froze when he saw the crater Gong Yue created where a hill of blankets used to be. Chu King sat down on his bed, cheerfully calling Chu Xiao. Wonder what kind of reaction Sis will have when she sees her bed like that. But then the reconnected phone started playing some dude moaning. Chu King blushed crimson. What the mother of pearl, a guy's voice. Chu Xiao's gotten good, huh? Sneaking around with boys now. Chu Xiao at this moment was crushing a milk carton. Chu Xiao, you little rascal, causing trouble even with a phone now. Which idiot is calling like that? Hang up. Before Chu King could finish, he yelled into Chu Xiao's phone, Chu Xiao, I hear you. Who are you with? Don't tell me you don't love me anymore. Xing Dao looked at Chu Xiao resentfully, Xiao, you lied to me. You have another man. Who. Chu Xiao was also exasperated. No, it's not like that. It's my little brother. I don't believe you. I'll call my brother, little brother, too. Xing Dao burst into tears. Chu Xiao was at her wit's end. Chu King, are you crazy? Don't you have anything better to do than cause trouble? Chu King, the fairy, chuckled internally. Ha, give him the phone, I'll talk to him myself. Before Chu Xiao could react, Xing Dao snatched the phone. Hello. I'm Chu Xiao's man, she said she'll only love me for the rest of her life. Give up, dude, stay away from Chu Xiao. Chu King was speechless. Hey, man, don't, or else. I'm Chu Xiao's younger brother. My sister's quite the charmer, don't be fooled by her. Xing Dao, blushing, asked Chu Xiao, is he really your brother? Chu Xiao was fuming, yes. And Chu King, what's with the way you talk? Who talks about their sister like that? And who are you calling, dude? That's your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, got it, if you have nothing to say. Then hang up. Chu King replied calmly, sis, you've been wandering around for so long now. Probably out of money already, right? Just need your little brother to show some mercy and give you some, huh? Hearing this, Chu Xiao's tone immediately changed. Need, he, I knew my little king was the best. Xing Dao looked a little dejected, I have money. Chu Xiao immediately replied, I'm a woman, how can I keep using your money? Chu Xiao looked at the amount Chu King transferred, exactly 500,000 and was shocked. That much? Could it be he really is dating Yi Shenxi? Chu Xiao grabbed Xing Dao's shoulders. Xiao Dao, this can't go on forever. My brother's taking so much money from Yi Shenxi, who knows what that person thinks of him? Xing Dao replied nonchalantly, don't worry, if Yi Shenxi bullies your brother, I'll get justice for him. Chu Xiao embraced Xing Dao, it's good that you feel that way. Yi Shenxi is from the Yi family, you know. Xing Dao buried his head in Chu Xiao, who was a bit confused. The Yi family, what the heck is the Yi family? The next morning at school, the flashing crotchless pants gang stood with Chu King. The three young men trembled like quivering reeds. Boss, why are you making us practice great world martial arts? I heard men who practice great world martial arts lose their. Chu King chuckled, don't worry, mine isn't like the usual kind, I'm practicing it too, and you see how I'm doing, right? Besides, my underlings must be skilled. Chu King opened his mind to a cultivation technique suitable for men, he had already cultivated it himself. Now, he needed test subjects, but it definitely wasn't dangerous. The three young men were still a bit apprehensive. Chu King patted their shoulders reassuringly, don't worry, I'll personally teach you. Just then, Yi Shenxi, leaning against a car in the distance, called out to Chu King. Chu King, what are you doing? Bullying your classmates again? Chu King told the three young men to leave, then walked towards Shenxi. Do I look like that kind of person? What are you doing here? Shenxi offered Chu King a cup of milk tea. Here, milk tea I bought for you, don't worry, it's not drugged. Chu King made a bored face, you girls love this stuff. But I don't. Shenxi immediately leaned in and kissed Chu King. So, do you like this? Just then, someone holding Chu King's picture approached and said, "Are you Chu King? Our family head wishes to see you." Shen Shi tensed up. "Are you from the Tang family?" Hearing that they were from the Tang family, Chu King didn't refuse and told the woman. "Lead the way then, it's not too far, right?" Chu King approached the car and spoke to the girl. "Excuse me, miss, is there something I can help you with?" Inside the car is the matriarch of the Tang family, also Zhu Enam's mother, and her nanny. "She's here too." Chu King chuckled, "So Nanny Bar is here as well." Nanny Bar immediately flew off the handle. "How dare you call me Nanny Bar? I told you before, you're not even worthy of a single strand of Zhu Enam's hair." Chu King couldn't be bothered to argue with the nanny, so he turned to Zhu Enam's mother. "Auntie, do you think so too?" Zhu Enam's mother was also quite displeased with Chu King. "You can't call me auntie." Chu King sighed. "Looks like I'm really looked down upon." Chu King didn't want to argue and was about to leave. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll be going." This attitude of Chu King's further displeased Zhu Enam's mother, who was already unhappy, arrogant, conceited, hypocritical, narrow-minded, flirtatious, and lewd. Truly nothing good. Zhu Enam's mother spoke up. "I know you have some abilities, but if you think you can control Zhu Enam based on that alone, then let me tell you this. The Yun River outside Shinmen has plenty of food for the fish at the bottom." Chu King replied to Zhu Enam's mother without hesitation. "I heard the Yun River has a type of fish that's very tender and delicious, a favorite among wealthy families, but what if that fish feeds on humans? Damn, you rich folks have some heavy tastes." The moment Chu King finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly tense. Luckily, at this moment, Zhu Enam arrived. Enam, are you out of school already?" Chu King inwardly kneeled before this level of face-changing speed. Zhu Enam walked over and greeted his mother and Nanny Bar. "Why are you two here?" "Chu King, why are you here too?" Chu King didn't say a word, just pulled Zhu Enam in for a kiss. Zhu Enam's mother and Nanny Bar were frozen in place. However, this scene provoked a certain she-devil in the distance. Shen Shi, shrouded in resentment, was observing from afar. "Enam, it's getting late, you should go home soon." "I'll go first." Zhu Enam then got into his mother's car and left. Chu King was still enjoying having poked fun at Zhu Enam's mother when he was suddenly grabbed by the neck and dragged away. Shen Shi dragged Chu King by the head and threw him into her car. Chu King was a bit intimidated. "What's wrong? Who made you angry? I'll beat him up for you." The young man had been so focused on annoying Zhu Enam's mom that he forgot about this she-devil. Shen Shi pinned Chu King down. "No need, I'll handle this myself." Shen Shi reached for Chu King's pants, intending to spank him. However, Chu King used his hand to stop her. "We're at school." Shen Shi, without a hint of embarrassment, took off her shirt. "When you kissed that Tang girl just now, did you forget I was right there?" Shen Shi leaned down and kissed Chu King. "Well, you know what happened next. Are you satisfied now?" "Of course." Shen Shi grabbed Chu King's collar. "Don't get intimate with other women in front of me again, or you'll regret it. Why is my life so hard?" Chu King quickly opened the car door and escaped. "Ha, I gotta get home fast." Yi Shen's eyes milked less cries of despair and not something to be trifled with. Whether or not there's poison involved, the ending is always the same. Gotta let the little guy rest. Shen Shi watched Chu King leave, vowing to herself, "Chu King, you're definitely mine. I will definitely have you." Chu King hadn't gone far when he received a call from Chu Seo. "It's a rare day when my big sis actually calls me." However, as soon as Chu King answered, he heard Chu Seo crying, "Seo King, you have to take good care of mom and dad. Tell them I'm sorry." Who? Chu King was startled. "Where are you? What happened?" From a rather luxurious location, a woman took Chu Seo's phone. Chu Seo was drunk. "I'll give you half an hour, be late and you can clean up her mess." Chu Seo was being stepped on by the woman. After receiving the address, Chu King immediately contacted Zhe Yu. "Do you know anything about the Jisheng Meng Corporation? That's Shinmen's biggest gold mine, one of the two powers equal to the Yi family. Alcohol, beautiful women, weapons, drugs, contraband, whatever it is, that place has its own boss lady, and she's a very special gal. Her name is Meng Zui, and her power is immense. A few years ago, she single-handedly came to Sin Men and set up shop. Zui Sheng Meng Zi, did you offend her? If so, then I can't save you." Chu King firmly stated, "I don't need to beg for help, if this involves my sister. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I have to take the risk." It didn't take long for Chu King to arrive in front of Zui Sheng Meng Zi. As soon as he arrived, someone greeted him. "Chu King, you're Mr. Chu, right?" Inside, turn left and you'll see the elevator. Please go directly to the 67th floor. Chu King followed the directions to the 67th floor and saw the door. Chu King resolutely walked in, reaching out to open the door. Chu King saw Chu Seo being bullied inside. Chu Seo was in a terrible state, probably having been beaten quite a bit. Seeing Chu King, Chu Seo desperately shouted, "Chu King, run!" However, the woman next to her showed no emotion and kicked Chu Seo. Chu King, enraged, immediately charged forward. Very quickly, Chu King had grabbed the woman by the throat, restraining her. Just as Chu King was about to strike a killing blow, another woman appeared. "You are Chu King." Chu King tossed the woman in his hand aside. "That's me." Chu Seo frantically grabbed onto Chu King. "Don't say anything, run." Chu King didn't say anything but directly knocked Chu Seo unconscious. "Sis, sleep for a bit, I'll take you home later." After taking care of Chu Seo, Chu King turned to look at the woman. "Who are you? Why did you capture my sister?" The woman calmly said, "My name is Meng Zui, and I'm the owner here. Your sister is an impressive concoctionist working for me." Chu King's blood rushed to his head. "If that's the case, may I ask what my sister did to be beaten to such a state?" Meng Zui immediately replied, "The person who beat her wasn't one of mine. And what the other party wanted was her life, not just a beating, do you understand?" Chu King advanced towards Meng Zui, his voice almost a growl. "Anyone who dares to touch my sister has only one path, death." Hearing this, Meng Zui also made her move. "Let me see if you have the ability to back up those words." Meng Zui was incredibly fast and cunning. Before Chu King could even prepare, his face was clawed. Meng Zui continued to attack, but Chu King dodged. Chu King pulled a pill from his pocket. "This woman is too strong, even more so than that old lady from before. Even using the Kuang Yi Dan, I have no chance of winning." Meng Zui jumped back towards Chu King. "You're not bad, but if that's all you've got, then you can only help your sister collect her corpse." Chu King swallowed the Kuang Yi Dan. His power immediately increased by 30%. Meng Zui was startled. Chu King, fueled by the pill, surged with power, unleashing his strongest sword strike at Meng Zui. This sword technique was called Hu Ji. An incredibly large explosion caused by Hu Ji erupted. This could be considered Chu King's strongest attack at this moment. However, Chu King didn't feel any relief at all, because Meng Zui didn't show any signs of injury from his attack. "Come on, let me see what you're really capable of." This time, Meng Zui was the one to attack. Meng Zui's extremely powerful palm strike sent Chu King flying. Chu King had to stab his Ben Ming sword into the ground to stop himself. "I thought you were something special, turns out you're just small fry. I'll send you on your way soon enough." Chu King suddenly raised his hand. "Wait. Can we talk this over?" "Talk? What do you want to talk about? Can you tell me what really happened?" "Your sister slept with someone she shouldn't have. Someone came looking to beat her up. Afraid of getting their hands dirty with murder, they tossed your sister to me to deal with. Understand now?" Chu King nodded, indicating he understood. "So it's all because of my brother-in-law." Chu King started to reason with her a bit. "Could you please spare my sister?" Meng Zui approached Chu King and then pulled down her veil. "Tell me, can you?" Chu King froze. Meng Zui was considered a local tyrant in Sin. Who in the world dares to even hit Meng Zui? Meng Zui isn't exactly short on cash, either. "Your sister's got some guts, I'll give her that. Even Mayor Xing Lai's son dared to sleep with her. That woman's trusted by the Empress herself. I even had to take a slap for it. This debt, tell me, how are we going to settle this?" "So, what do you want?" 300 million for Chu Seo's head. "If you don't have that much, then that sword of yours will do. Consider it 200 million. Chu King became a bit agitated. "I won't let you touch my sister. Killing my sister was the mayor's idea. If the mayor drops the charges, can you spare her?" Meng Zui scoffed. "Who do you think you are to persuade the mayor?" Chu King said, "Give me 3 days. However, Meng Zui refused. "Cut the crap, get me 300 million, and I'll give you 3 days. Otherwise, no deal." Chu King forced a Lianqi stone into Meng Zui's hand. "I don't have that kind of money, take a look at this." Meng Zui took the Lianqi stone. She laughed. "So, you have Lianqi stones, huh?" After thinking for a moment, she said, 20 stones, and I'll accept your request. But first, you have to do something for me. You have to sleep with me tonight, otherwise, the deal's off." Chu King acted tough. Pushing Meng Zui's hand away. "You underestimate me. What kind of person do you think I am?" However, a moment later, the young man had to swallow his pride and accept everything. All for the sake of family, Meng Zui moved in and embraced Chu King. "Let's keep your sister here for now. Come to my bedroom, don't worry, I'll be gentle with you, and your sister. Chu King turned and lifted Meng Zui's chin. I'm the one who should be saying that, don't come begging for mercy later. Yi Ti couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Zui simply carried the young man, who became a bit nervous. If your skills aren't up to par, then be a good boy. Never thought I'd have to sell my body like this. Meng Zui brought Chu King to her room and got down to business. You're pretty calm, not your first time, is it? Chu King smiled and said, I can't beat you. You could just kill me and take all the Lianqi stones, why bother with all this? Meng Zui answered honestly, I have a feeling that killing you won't get me anything, only losses. I don't know what kind of trump card you have, but I don't mind playing with you slowly. Just because of a feeling. My feelings are pretty accurate, you could say it's an innate ability. Without it, I wouldn't be where I am today. A while later, Chu King had lost all faith in life. The young man lay motionless on the bed. Why did I make a promise to that crazy woman? Then, Meng Zui, with her hot figure, approached. Didn't realize you were quite the stallion, rested up yet? Chu King startled. Wary, what do you want now? Meng Zui held a gigantic syringe in her hand. Now that you're rested, let's try something new. A huge explosion occurred, attracting a lot of attention. This story has to rewind to Meng Zui's room. Chu King was frantically chasing after Meng Zui with his sword. I spent a night with you, and you try to blow me up. Meng Zui teased Chu King playfully. If you didn't want to, why resort to violence? Chu King pointed his sword at Meng Zui, striking a manly pose. Just you wait. I swear I won't rest until I've avenged this. And I'm taking my sister with me. If you dare say no, we both die. Meng Zui didn't answer, only raised the test tube. Chu King immediately sent his sword flying, shattering the test tube in Meng Zui's hand. Chu King quickly grabbed his clothes and left. Meng Zui watched from above as Chu King took Chu Xiao away. She was finding Chu King more and more interesting. Chu King brought Chu Xiao home. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, Chu King's dad appeared. You little rascal. Do you know what time it is? Do you even know the way home? However, seeing Chu King's sister, Chu King's dad was startled. What happened to your sister? Why is her face injured? Chu King had to lie to his dad. I received a call from the police saying she was kidnapped and they told me to come get her. The injuries on her skin are just superficial, it's nothing serious. Kidnapped? What's there to kidnap her for? We're not exactly loaded. I'm afraid there have been a lot of cases of women being kidnapped for their organs recently, didn't you know, Dad? Chu King's dad, believing Chu King's story, was terrified. What's going on? Your sister was kidnapped, and something happened to your mom's company. Chu King was surprised. What about mom's company? Isn't she back yet? But his dad didn't explain. It's nothing to do with you kids. Go take a shower and go to bed, you have school tomorrow. Chu King looked at his dad, didn't ask any more questions, and went back to his room to call Shen Shi. Something's been happening with my mom's company lately, do you know what's going on? Shen Shi replied casually, isn't it because of you? That karmic debt is courtesy of your Aunt Tang. That warning. After understanding the reason, Chu King had a bit of a headache. His mom's company was in trouble, and his sister's situation made things even worse. The Huang family, head of the Sin sect, now that's a truly powerful family. I need to think of a solution quickly. The next morning, Chu King went to his mom's company. It was the first time he'd been there. As soon as he entered, Chu King saw a familiar sight. A woman hitting on a guy. Guess some things never change, no matter the world. Chu King spoke up, excuse me, could you tell me where the CEO's office is? I have something to discuss with her. The woman, seeing Chu King, immediately abandoned the guy and rushed over, grabbing Chu King's hand. Something urgent. I'll take you to the CEO's office. How old are you, little brother? 17. Still in school, huh? Do you have enough for living expenses? If not, just tell me. I've helped out students before. The woman proactively hugged Chu King. By the way, are you free this weekend? I could take you boating. Just then, Chu King's mom, who was discussing business matters, walked over. Why are you still here? The woman immediately jumped back and said, CEO, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought an outsider into the company. This is my distant cousin's nephew. He came to the company looking for me and got lost. That's why he bumped into you, CEO. Chu King's mom was completely confused. Distant cousin's nephew. Chu King immediately put on an act. How dare you? Mom, she's trying to steal your son, tell her off. CEO, please let me explain. What is there to explain? You want to be my daughter-in-law. Chu King was surprised. His usually serious mom had this trick up her sleeve. Salary. After a short while, his mom made a decision. Ms. Wang Li, please go to the finance department to calculate your salary. Then it was Chu King's turn, and you. Instead of focusing on your studies, you're running around causing trouble. I'll deal with you later. A little later, in his mom's office, it's not the weekend, why are you here? Chu King immediately presented his permission slip. Mom, I have a legitimate permission slip to be out. Chu King's mom suddenly turned serious. Your sister's situation, your dad told me everything last night, only he would believe your lies. Tell me, what really happened? Chu King immediately sat down and explained, I didn't mean to lie to Dad. I was just afraid he'd worry. Here's what happened. Chu King started recounting yesterday's events to his mom. After hearing the story, Chu King's mom lost her composure. You dared to barge into that place. You've got some nerve. Chu King immediately reassured his mom, don't worry, I'm fine, my sister's fine too. Chu King thought that he could handle his sister's troubles himself from now on. No need to worry his parents. Chu King used his lianqi to control the water in the glass, making it levitate. Mom, look at this. Chu King's mom flinched. Yi Shenxi taught you. Doesn't she know men can't practice ancient martial arts? Chu King immediately explained, not Yi Shenxi, this isn't ancient martial arts either, it's a bit complicated, but I'll tell you everything one day. Right now, you just need to know that I can protect myself and everyone else. I thought Yi Shenxi changed you, but it turns out there's another reason. Mom, what happened at the company? I know you're quite capable now, but adult matters aren't for you to handle. Just then, Shenxi barged in. Chu King. Auntie, assistant bro. Phew, I'm sweating. CEO Yi, Miss Yi said she needed to see you. Chu King jumped. Yi Shenxi. Why are you here? Chu King's mom told the assistant to leave. Shenxi immediately rushed towards Chu King and sat down. I heard something happened at your company, auntie, so I came to see if I could help. Chu King's mom was having a bit of a headache. Someone spread a virus in the company's system. Since yesterday, all the computers have been paralyzed. The tech department is working on it. No need to trouble Miss Yi. Shenxi didn't seem bothered. If it were me, I'd just pay him off. Chu King was exasperated. This isn't about money, they're not short on cash. So, tell me, what should we do? Have Hua Hua take a look, she's an expert in this area. Shenxi said darkly, that's a really good idea. A moment later, Shenxi was extremely gloomy. Hua Hua arrived, but seeing Shenxi like that, she shivered. She immediately said, Ha Yi, take Hua Hua to have a look. Hua Hua, I'm counting on you. Shenxi was still fuming as she watched them go. Chu King sighed, stop staring, they're already gone. I have something important to tell you. Do you have a gun? Shenxi immediately pulled out a pistol, pointing it at Chu King. A gun I have, what do you want to do? Chu King sweated a little. You carry that around with you. But I need an old-fashioned self-loading rifle. Can you find one? Currently, Chu King needed a gun to hold oblivion-piercing bullets. If he brought feng shui items to the dream parasite incident, he wouldn't have been so passive, let alone having to deal with his sister-in-law's issue. It'll be quite the handful. His mother is someone even Meng Zui is afraid of. What's so hard about that? Find me one, okay. After finishing his business, Chu King bid farewell to Shenxi. I want to see how Hua Hua is doing. Currently, Chu King needed to go to his brother-in-law's house to prepare and couldn't bring Yi Shenxi along. If something happens to her, it will directly cause a conflict between two large families. However, Chu King was stopped by Shenxi. What's this? In such a hurry to ditch me to see your mistress? Mistress? Yi Shenxi, do you even know what a mistress is? Shenxi then turned to the assistant and asked, where's the restroom? Shenxi dragged Chu King into the women's restroom. Chu King was a little angry. Are you crazy? This is the women's restroom at my mom's company. Look at you, calling Hua Hua so intimately, but you call me by my full name. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what kind of person Yi Shenxi is. Chu King was firm. Really not today. Shenxi was furious. You want it so bad. And you're pretending to refuse. Fine, if you don't agree, I won't force you, but the matter between me and your girlfriends is a matter between women. It's best you don't interfere. You can flirt around, but you can't control them. One day, if I'm not happy, I'll kill them. I'm telling you this beforehand so you won't blame me for not warning you. Chu King, speechless, thought, does a girl need to be this domineering? He quickly excused himself. This is the best course of action. Ha ha, I have something to do, gotta go. However, the young man still couldn't escape. You're acting strange today. Normally, you wouldn't be able to wait. Could it be that you have another woman on the side? Chu King thought about Meng Zui, feeling a bit uneasy. Chu King ignored her and quickly made his escape. That night, Chu King decided to drive to the Huang family's house. Observing their residence located on Zhu Q Street, the households on this street were all high-ranking officials and tycoons. Houses here weren't something you could just buy with money, but without money, you definitely couldn't buy them. Arriving at the location, King stopped to observe from the outside. It seemed peaceful, but inside and out, who knew how many cameras there were, along with a powerful aura that couldn't be ignored. Currently, meeting anyone from the Huang family was impossible, otherwise, the Huang family's gate wouldn't have been replaced so many times. And he couldn't just barge in unprepared. If he could get inside, he definitely had to find his brother first to see what his attitude was. If he was like Xing Lai, things would be difficult. If he sided with his sister, he'd have to find Xing Yue and see if there was a way to change Xing Lai's prejudice. Suddenly, a car from Zi Yan blocked his car from behind. Zi Yan stepped out of the car. Chu King was a bit surprised. You trust me? How did you know I was here? Then why did you take 2 days off in a row? I wasn't in a good mood, wanted to cheer myself up. You need 2 days off just to cheer up. Are you mad at me now? Mad? Why would I be mad? Zi Yan whispered, your mom's company had problems because of the Tang family. Last time my mom went to see you, she must have said something unpleasant, so you're not happy. Mad at me? Chu King touched Zi Yan's cheek, reassuring her, you're overthinking it. Me skipping school has nothing to do with you. But the fact that you care like this, I'm really touched. Zi Yan pouted slightly, I'm your girlfriend, you know, I'm afraid that when I'm not paying attention, you'll pick up another woman. You're not obedient at all, not under my control. Chu King froze, why should I be under your control? I'm not your dog. Chu King suddenly remembered Meng Zui, so he asked Zi Yan. Zi Yan immediately replied, among the experts, there are 10 top masters. Meng Zui is ranked second, controlling the largest black market trade in Sin Men. So, do you have any involvement with her? No. Recently, I suddenly heard about this person in Sin Men. Who are the others in the top 10? The number 1 expert is Xing Yue of the Xing family. The Tang family has 2, my mom and my third aunt. The Yi family and the Li family each have 2. The Bu Xiang martial arts family also has 2. Chu King felt a bit lucky. If he had acted rashly and entered the Xing family's house earlier, he might not have returned. Chu King thought, I'll ask Hua to gather intel on the Xing family when I get back. After returning, Chu King immediately went to Hua's house. Thank you for resolving the issue with my mom. Hua sat across from Chu King, looking incredibly cute. Hearing Chu King's words, Hua rushed to hug his arm and said, it wasn't difficult at all. I just finished showering. You came to see me because. Chu King quickly cut off Hua's suggestive thoughts. I have something I need your help with. Hua froze for 5 seconds. Chu King then recounted the whole story to Hua. That's the whole story. For my sister's safety, I must sneak into the Xing family's house today. Hua said with some difficulty, the Xing family is a prominent family in Sin Men. I can only try my best to help you. While typing on her computer, Hua asked, what information do you need about the Xing family? Chu King immediately replied, the surveillance system on Zhu Q Street, the Xing family's security alert system. I need you to find those things. And also the internal layout of the Xing family's house, the staff distribution. Just then, someone walked in. Chu King was startled, sensing an incredibly strong killing intent behind him. Chu King didn't hesitate to draw his natal sword and attack behind him. But the person standing behind him was Shen Shi. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Shen Shi, Chu King managed to retract his hand in time. Why are you here? Shen Shi shouted angrily at Chu King. Why can't I be here? I came to find you, and your mother said you were with me. I knew the moment I heard it that you were using me as a cover to go out and fool around. Chu King and Hua were both shocked by the accusation of fooling around. Chu King had to change the subject. I locked the door just now. How did you get in? Shen Shi twirled the key in her hand and said, I opened the door, of course. Chu King was confused. How did you get the key? Hua shyly said, I gave it to her. Chu King, annoyed, snatched the key from Shen Zai's hand and tossed it in the trash. Shen Shi immediately flew off the handle. What are you doing? Chu King faced her squarely. Don't come here again. Is bullying innocent people really that fun? Shen Shi couldn't take it anymore, pointing at Chu King and yelling, fine. Now you're just protecting her. Just you wait. With that, Shen Shi stormed off. Chu King looked at Hua and advised, don't cater to her whims too much. If she pressures you, just come find me. Hua felt a warmth in her chest. Okay, aren't you going after Sister Yi? She seems really mad. Chu King shook his head at Hua Hua. Forget about her, how are we supposed to get anything done with her here? However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion echoed. Shen Shi walked in, carrying a massive rifle. Chu King was startled, but figured Shen Shi brought the gun for him. Chu King had a bad feeling and wanted to apologize to Shen Shi preemptively. However, Shen Shi didn't listen to a word Chu King said, aiming the gun at him and Hua Hua. Then, without hesitation, Shen Shi fired. Chu King quickly shoved Hua Hua aside, dodging the bullet. This couldn't continue. Chu King decided the best defense is a good offense and charged at Shen Shi. Chu King seized the rifle, holding it aloft. Crazy woman. Completely lawless. You actually fired. Shen Shi said emotionlessly, in Sin Men, forget firing a gun, even if I kill someone, I don't care. Chu King's blood ran cold. Shooting me dead would make you happy, huh? Shen Shi calmly replied, not dead, just put a hole in a womanizer like you, so you'll stop flirting around. So, what do you think? Not a bad gun, huh? My handiwork, impressed. Chu King examined the rifle. The barrel diameter matches Gong Yue's level 3 death-piercing bullets. Chu King finished his inspection and thanked her, making Shen Shi incredibly smug. Business concluded, Chu King immediately started ushering her out. It's getting late, you should go home, Miss Yi will be worried. Shen Shi clung to Chu King's arm. I'm being bad, I'm staying here tonight, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Shen Shi even kissed Chu King right in front of Hua Hua. My Chu King is the best, he knows how to take care of me. Shen Shi said, glancing at Hua Hua standing in the distance. Hua Hua looked incredibly sad at this scene. Chu King, though he didn't throw Shen Shi out, did push her out of the room. Go watch TV in the living room first, Hua Hua, and I still have things to do. Shen Shi was a little unhappy. What kind of business can't I see? Chu King had to lie, isn't the exam coming up? Hua Hua is helping me study. Or you could help me with some math problems too. Upon hearing about math problems, Shen Shi bolted to the living room like lightning. Then you two go ahead, I'll go see what's happening on Spy. Chu King was speechless. A top student, sure. This Shen Shi really did get a headache just thinking about studying. With Shen Shi dealt with, Hua Hua and Chu King got back to business. This is the Xing family residence. The red dots are cameras, the blue dots are alarm systems. When you sneak into the Xing residence, I'll help you handle these. Chu King also had some knowledge of these things. Touched, he said, thank you, Hua Hua. However, outside the door, Shen Shi was pressing her ear against the door, eavesdropping. Hearing no noise inside, Shen's mind started to wander. So she burst through the door, catching Chu King and Hua Hua frozen in place. Shen Shi made an excuse. Do you guys want something to drink? Chu King quickly said, no, we don't, and immediately left the room. Shen Shi went back to the living room with her head full of questions. Could they really be studying? No way, there are two of them alone in a room. What good could come from this? Unless watching movies boosts their enthusiasm. So, our big sis decided she needed a reason to barge in and check things out. Just as she was drawing a blank, Shen Shi found a coupon for skewers. Chu King and Hua Hua were still seriously searching for information when suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Big sis Shen Shi kicked the door open, skewers in hand. Smugly expecting to catch Chu King and Hua Hua red-handed, she was met with the same old scene. So, Shen Shi banned them from buying skewers. Chu King, fed up, just picked her up and carried her out. Shen Shi got a little scared. I'm sorry. Don't throw me off the balcony and break my legs. Chu King didn't say a word, just smacked her butt. Shen's face flushed red. You dare spank me? Chu King, with a hint of menace, if you don't behave, I'll give you a few more. He carried her down to the parking lot. See, playing tricks on me doesn't get you anywhere. Chu King opened the car door and tossed Shen Shi inside. Your car looks fine to me, drive safe. Not seeing you out. Chu King turned to leave. But Shen Shi grabbed his shirt, pulling him back. You're not going anywhere. Shen Shi clung to him. Then pulled Chu King into the car with her. I don't have time to mess around with you. I have things to do. Shen Shi ignored him, leaning in for a kiss. Today, I'm gonna drain you dry. Can't let this little vixen have the last word. Chu King tried to calmly push Shen Shi away. I really do have things to do today. Shen Shi slowly took off her shirt, asking softly, are you sure? It's a shame to waste such a delicious offering. Chu King, blood rushing to his head, flipped her over and pinned her down. Little vixen, seducing me like this. You're dead meat today. A little while later, everything was done. Shen Shi playfully asked Chu King, Hey, wasn't I amazing? Isn't there a saying, there's nothing between a man and a woman that a good romp can't fix? Even if you were mad, you must be over it now, right? King muttered, I wasn't mad. Even if I was, I wouldn't be mad at you, he thought. Getting Yi Shenxi to speak softly is impossible, not a chance in this lifetime. Shenxi leaned in, patting King's head. I feel like our relationship is getting weirder and weirder. You're clearly a man with issues, always with other women. But why am I afraid of you getting mad at me? King, annoyed, swatted her hand away. Don't pet me like a puppy. I told you, I'm not gonna be obedient like other men. If anyone else but you did this, I would have chopped their hand off. King opened the car door, wanting to leave. You go on ahead, I'll come find you another day. Shenxi looked a little disappointed. You're going back to her place. King froze, hearing her words. This guy just finished and he's going to another woman. Seems kinda wrong, but if I don't go, what about your situation? While he was hesitating, Shenxi appeared behind him. Whack! Shenxi smacked his butt hard, making him jump. Apology accepted for that spank earlier. Felt good to return the favor. Shenxi then moved closer to King, saying, I know you're not like other men. If you were, I wouldn't like you. I like the stubborn, hard to get type. One day, I'll make you chase after me. King thought to himself, right now, I'm like those stunning beauties from those old wuxia stories. Even with a bunch of admirers, I'm totally fine. In fact, it just makes them fight over me. King wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. He felt like it was kinda messed up. As he was walking, Shenxi called out to him. Hey, King, can't you act like a little boy for once? King chuckled, then will you be my little bride? Shenxi cheerfully replied, sure, but it depends on the dowry. You're only 17 this year, gotta work hard for it. King immediately teased Shenxi, were you thinking I was only 17 back in the car? So tell me, what kind of dowry do you want? Shenxi flipped her hair and said, I want this whole Sin Men sect, how about it? King chuckled, not really paying attention as he turned to leave. No problem, don't go back on your word then. No problem, don't go back on your word then. Watching King walk into the apartment building, Shenxi couldn't help but laugh. He lies so smoothly. That very night, King decided to infiltrate the Xing family's home. He followed Hua's instructions. The smaller building on the left is where the family members live. I've temporarily disabled the Xing family's surveillance and alarm systems. But still, be careful. King put on his mask. Don't worry, Hua. Then he began his infiltration. King thought, it seems like only that brother-in-law of mine is deeply in love, so I should go check him out first for information. King passed by a room where a girl was cosplaying, so elegant, and sweating too. Must be the Xing family's eldest daughter. Wow, rich people sure know how to have fun. King looked up at the second floor. Second floor must be my brother-in-law's. While he was thinking, King suddenly felt an incredibly powerful aura. King immediately became alert and jumped into a tree to hide. The aura was coming from a person, an old lady carrying food. The old lady walked towards King's location and suddenly glanced upwards. Up in the tree, King was sweating bullets. Luckily, the old lady only looked for a moment before leaving. No one there. I'm really getting old, more and more useless every day. The young master only eats a little bit. At this rate, his health will deteriorate. King, up in the tree, only dared to peek out after the old lady had gone. King was a bit scared just now. Even though he had suppressed his aura, that old lady still sensed something. King thought, that old lady must be the Sin Men sect's #1 expert, Xing Wei. King observed the room on the second floor from outside. Huang Tao was lying on the bed, constantly looking at a photo of Xiao. Seeing this scene, King was sure this was his brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is really devoted to my sister. Having located Huang Tao, King began his infiltration. King used his Lianqi to unlock Huang Tao's door. Huang Tao, seeing someone enter, didn't turn around, just kept staring at Xiao's photo. I don't want to eat, I want to see Xiao. Let me go. Suddenly, Huang Tao sensed King. He turned around to look. Thinking King was a monster, he screamed in terror. Thankfully, King quickly covered Huang Tao's mouth. Don't yell. I'm King, Xiao's younger brother. Hearing this, Huang Tao anxiously grabbed King's hand and asked, how's Xiao? How is she? Something wrong? King asked, surprised. You already know about my sister. Xing Tao burst into tears when he heard King. Something really did happen to her. It's all my fault, I'm so useless. I dragged her into this. Chu King threw his hands up, almost. Don't cry, my mom wants to kill your sister. But I saved her for now, Xing Tao said sadly, it's my fault she's involved. I begged my mom, but it was useless. In her eyes, there's only the Xing family. She's determined to marry me off to Tang Ziya whether I agree or not. Chu King was thunderstruck. Tang Ziya. Great, if you can't be with my sister, doesn't that mean I'm screwed too? Xing Tao started rummaging through his things. Ah, Xiao told you to come save me, right? Wait a sec, I'll pack up right away. We'll leave immediately. Chu King was starting to panic about this brother-in-law of his. Hold on with the packing, I came here tonight to talk to your mom and put in a good word for you. Xing Tao was startled. Put in a good word. It's no use, she definitely won't listen. And she'll definitely refuse to see you. How will we know if we don't try? Help me stall your family's expert, Xing Wei, leave the rest to me, stall her. No way, I'm locked up here right now. I can't even see her. Chu King suddenly had an idea, if you can't see her, make her come to you. Make a big fuss, yell that you're going to kill yourself. She'll definitely come to talk you down, then, no matter what, you have to keep her there for half an hour. No problem, right? Xing Tao's face lit up, no problem at all. As long as I can see Madam Wei, I'll even sleep with her for a whole night, no problem. Chu King muttered under his breath, these rich and powerful families sure are something. Madam, please calm down, the young master is still young and doesn't understand things, let me go see what's happening. Xing Wei then followed the maid to check on Xing Tao. Looking inside the room, only Xing Lai remained. Chu King smiled. Xing Lai was sitting in the room when she heard a knock on the door. Xing Lai was startled. Who is it? Chu King, fully equipped and carrying a gun, walked in. Xing Lai, so it's the head of the Xing family herself. She didn't show any emotion at all. Get out now, and I'll pretend you were never here. Chu King calmly walked over and sat down. Now that I'm here, how can I leave so easily? Ha ha, you saw Tao just now, didn't you? No wonder the boy is acting up. You're here for Chu Xiao, aren't you? Talking to intelligent people is so much easier. I want your son to marry Chu Xiao. I wonder if that's possible. Chu Xiao, who the hell is she to want to marry my son? Or is it based on this insignificant, masked, chicken-hearted person here? Provoked by Xing Lai's words, Chu King took off his mask. Xing Lai was a little surprised. Chu King, you're Chu Xiao's brother, huh? So that bitch who crossed me isn't dead yet. The heavens are truly bold. She doesn't even take me seriously. Chu King said calmly, indeed, Meng Zui has released my sister, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. I think you should discipline her even more severely. Xing Lai's face darkened. Why do I feel like you're trying to borrow a knife to kill someone? Chu King smiled and loaded his gun. How could that be? I just came here today to ask you, in your magnanimity, to spare my sister. Xing Lai pushed her glasses up slightly and looked at Chu King, saying, are you trying to threaten me? You think you're invincible just because you have a third-level Wang Chuan bullet? Chu King was startled and immediately raised his gun, aiming it at Xing Lai. However, Xing Lai's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, she jumped above Chu King's head. Xing Lai delivered an incredibly powerful kick, sending Chu King flying into the wall. Taking this kick from Xing Lai, Chu King was also quite badly injured. Chu King was puzzled. Xing Lai isn't just a businesswoman. I didn't expect her to be such a hidden expert. This power might even surpass the so-called top 10 experts of Sin Men. Xing Lai snatched Chu King's gun, taking off his glasses. You still think you can save your sister with this thing? Chu King sat up, blood pressure rising. I was a bit careless, but it's too early to say who's won or lost. What else you got? Honestly, you're the most outstanding young person I've met in years. If your family was half as good as the Tang family, Tao going for your sister wouldn't be a bad idea. Suddenly, Xing Lai flinched. She discovered this Wangchuan pill is a special product of the Gong family. Xing Lai became serious. Are you from the Gong family? Chu King chuckled. I'm not from the Gong family. I just have an engagement with him. What makes you think that? Chu King pulled a scroll from his person. You said if my family was half as good as the Tang family, you'd agree to my sister's marriage. So, is this enough? I have to thank Gong Yue for this. Luckily, Gong Yue revised the marriage certificate. Xing Lai opened the scroll and looked at it. Xing Lai was shocked. Chu Enlan. You're Madame Chu's grandson. Chu King calmly replied, that's right, my sister is Chu Enlan's granddaughter. This status isn't inferior to yours, is it? Xing Lai was only momentarily surprised. Quickly regaining her composure, The Chu family's roots are in Daidong, but you're in Sinmen. I'm guessing your mother was probably a loser in the family power struggle, right? That's why she fled and barely survived in Sinmen. And this engagement agreement is nothing more than scrap paper. Chu King frowned. If you look down on the Chu family that much, then throw away the agreement. Let's talk about something else. Xing Lai didn't hesitate, tossing the scroll aside. Anything else to discuss? Chu King caught the scroll, then slowly tore it up. To me, this is also just a piece of scrap paper. Xing Lai stood up, approaching Chu King. You've got guts. I bet you don't know what the name Chu and Lan represents. Chu King didn't care. What does it mean? How can those 3 words keep me safe tonight? Xing Lai chuckled. Right, Chu and Lan might make me look at you a bit differently. Turns out the head of the Chu family was once in my mouth. Chu and Lan is just a respectable elder, nothing more. Chu King looked at Xing Lai in disbelief. Xing Lai looked at Chu King, calmly saying, don't believe me. If you knew the weight of the words, Crown Princess's classmate, you might change your mind. Chu King was stunned. Crown Princess's classmate. With Xing Lai's age, could her classmate be the current empress? That high up? Why would she stoop so low? By now, Xing Lai had regained her composure. Old servant arrived late. Please forgive me, master. The bodyguard stood up. This isn't your fault. This matter should be put to rest. Xing Lai slowly walked towards Chu King. Any last words? Just as Xing Lai was about to strike, Xing Wei stopped her. Wait, master, the young mistress is missing. This old servant doesn't know if it's related to this Jia Kai. Xing Lai furiously grabbed Chu King's throat. Did you take my daughter? Chu King was scared but tried to act tough. Wasn't I just trying to discuss this with you? Xing Lai, although furious, couldn't do anything else. Discuss with you. Xing Lai released Chu King, saying, what do you want? Chu King spoke earnestly. Spare my sister, she's alright for now, but Meng Zui won't disobey your orders. That old hag's gonna come after my sister no matter what. Xing Lai didn't say much. Fine, a life for a life, fair enough, but now I want yours too. You can only trade for one. Who do you choose? Chu King froze. Bao Ming, what do we do now? There's no other choice. Xing Lai looked at Chu King, smirking. There is. It's you, he continued. If you're not careful, I'll send people to find Duin He. Once I find her, your whole family will pay. Chu King scoffed. Well, you gotta find her first, lady. Xing Lai ignored Chu King, whispering to Xing Wei, tell her to go find her. Then she said aloud, Duin He was here earlier tonight. I'm guessing you stashed her somewhere just now. I told you to go find her. Let's see how tough you are once I find her. Chu King remained calm, sitting down and checking the time. Chu King stared intently at his phone. Xing Lai looked puzzled. What's up? Calling for backup. Even if you do, I won't care. Xing Lai sat down comfortably. Let's see what kind of backup you can find. On his phone, Chu King asked Hua to find someone. Hua said they found the person but were still investigating to pinpoint their exact location. Chu King told Hua to contact the guys from earlier and have them keep an eye on this person if they found them. However, that was an old message. Hua hadn't gotten back to him yet, making Chu King a bit worried. An hour later, Xing Lai couldn't stand it anymore. It's been an hour, where's your backup? Don't tell me you're expecting those brats Yi Shenxi or Tang Ziyan to come save you. Chu King smirked. You think I came here without another plan? He continued, you think you can still win? Honestly, I don't like these scheming games. Give me another 6 months and neither you nor that old lady from earlier would be a match for me. Xing Lai burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Big talk. Xing is a 4th grade expert, a realm that countless heroes only dream of achieving. And some punk like you thinks you can surpass her in 6 months. Hilarious. Chu King sneered. I'm not familiar with your power levels, but a measly 4th grade is nothing in my eyes. Besides, even if you and that old hag are strong now, that doesn't mean you don't have weaknesses. Xing Lai flinched, reaching for her phone. Chu King checked his phone. Hua had sent him a picture of a man. Chu King smiled. Hua really went all out this time. Xing Wei returned. Boss. We found the young miss. This thief hid her under the bed. Just a little longer and who knows what would have happened. Xing Lai put her phone down. Well, in that case, you're dead. Chu King held up the picture of the man. You were just about to call this guy, weren't you? Seeing the picture, both Xing Lai and Xing Wei were shocked. Xing Wei, unable to control her emotions, lunged at Chu King. Chu King, unafraid, retorted, go ahead, hit me, hard. Every hit you land on me, I'll have someone land the same on him. Xing Wei still wanted to attack, but Xing Lai stopped her. Let it go, consider this running into a brick wall today. After Xing Wei left, Xing Lai asked, how did you find him? Chu King calmly replied, before I came, I had someone investigate your situation. You're a mayor. If he were just a lover, you could have brought him home directly, but you meet him secretly, so he must be very important to you. And you don't want anyone else to know about it. HMPH, you're very smart, and very lucky. State your conditions. Let my sister and her fiancé get married, but my condition is, if your sister buys a house on Duke Street within a year, I'll let Yi Dao marry you. If not, your sister has to come see me, no problem, but you have to write it down as proof. Also, it's up to you, if you want to kill my sister, write that down too, so I can give it to her. Xing Lai was furious, you dare question my words? You've got guts, kid. However, a moment later, Xing Lai had to swallow her pride and sign the agreement for Chu King. Chu King glanced over the agreement, nodded, and said, besides, I see someone who looks really punchable. If you're in a bad mood, feel free to go pick a fight with her. Xing Lai was surprised. Whose misfortune are you referring to, Chu King? You hate her this much. Don't tell me it's because she humiliated you after you saved your sister. Chu King's ears perked up at the word humiliated, his blood boiled. No way, seriously. None of your damn business. Chu King, annoyed at being toyed with by Xing Lai, turned to leave. However, Xing Lai told Chu King to wait, saying she had one more thing to discuss. What now? Chu King asked, puzzled. Xing Lai turned serious. This concerns Lu Feng. Chu King feigned understanding. He had no clue who Lu Feng was. Reading it backward was kinda trippy though. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep it a secret, Chu King assured her. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Hearing this, Xing Lai began her story. My relationship with that person isn't what you think. Back then, I was a classmate of the crown princess. After the empress ascended the throne, I had the opportunity to become one of the 3 dukes, but for Lu Feng, I willingly gave up my position, just so I could be with him forever. Chu King's jaw dropped. This Lu Feng guy. Don't tell me he was the empress's man. After the initial shock, Chu King realized Xing Lai's intention. His blood boiled again. What's your point? What does your relationship have to do with me? Aren't you afraid the empress will silence me after telling me this secret? Xing Lai smiled. Exactly, silence you. You said you could surpass both me and Xing Wei within half a year, so I'll give you half a year. If you fail, you know what will happen. There won't be a place left on earth for you. Chu King went silent. If I fail after half a year, you won't need to lift a finger, I'll take care of myself. With that, Chu King turned to leave, but Xing Lai called him back. She retrieved a box from a drawer and tossed it, along with the gun, back to Chu King. Chu King opened the box. Inside were 3 Wangchuan pills. These are 3 level 3 Wangchuan pills, Xing Lai said. Consider it a betrothal gift, for your sister. Chu King said nothing. He closed the box and left. As soon as he stepped outside, Chu King saw Xing Rong with a swollen forehead, being helped by Xing Wei. Upon seeing Chu King, Xing Rong immediately charged towards him. You good for nothing. You dared to attack me right under the empress's nose. Do you have a death wish? Chu King, devoid of emotion, asked Xing Rong, what do you want? Xing Rong, enraged, tried to attack Chu King. You dare talk back to me? I'll beat you to death. Chu King wasn't one to back down and quickly grabbed Xing Rong's hand. I'm not in the mood to play with you today, don't bother me. Xing Rong struggled against Chu King's grip. Let go, you bitch. I wouldn't even dare to fight back against that word. How dare you stop me? Hearing this, Chu King closed his eyes and asked, how did my sister get hurt? Xing Rong, mistaking Chu King's action for fear, became smug. HMPH. Glad you know, Chu King snapped. He slapped Xing Rong across the face. I usually don't hit women. But this slap is for my sister. Xing Rong lost control after being slapped by Chu King. Furious, she yelled, someone, tear him to shreds. Even Shen Shi was startled. Chu King could only scratch his head. They wanted to kill me, silence me. I had no other choice. This person was none other than Xing Lai. Chu King scoffed and said to Xing Lai, seems like the Xing family doesn't teach their kids any manners, huh? After saying that, Chu King turned and left, ignoring the Xing family members. After Chu King left, Xing Lai spoke up, send Rong Er to the Wangchuan training camp. As for Yang Er, find him a good teacher. I've neglected to discipline these 2 children. Xing Wei was shocked. Wangchuan is the military's harshest training course. Only 90% of those who enter come out in one piece, the rest either die or become crippled. Do you really want to send the young miss there? Xing Lai looked at Xing Wei. Those who can walk out are all exceptionally talented. I only have this one daughter, so she must go. Xing Wei wanted to persuade him further, but Xing Lai had made up his mind. No buts, if she dies, then blame it on her fate. This Xing family needs someone to inherit it. What does it matter if it's a girl? Who says daughters are inferior to sons? Just look at that Chu King, forget it. Just do as I say. Xing Wei watched Xing Lai leave, breaking out in a cold sweat. Was the master stimulated by Chu King? Who says daughters are inferior to sons? What kind of nonsense is that? Chu King left the Xing residence and returned to Hua Hua's house. Seeing Chu King, Hua Hua burst into tears and rushed over. You scared me to death. Chu King almost fainted on the spot. Take it easy, I barely escaped those two old ladies. Did those two old ladies force you to do some strenuous exercise? Hua Hua's mind wandered to inappropriate places. What strenuous exercise? I was beaten up by two bastards in a fight. It's good that you're back, I don't care about anything else. Chu King's face turned pale. Stop messing around. I'm exhausted, let me rest for a bit. Early the next morning, after a rough night, Chu King had missed 18 calls from Ziyan. Ziyan, I was sleeping. Damn it, are you addicted to skipping school? Do you know what time it is? Chu King thought, being scared is a daily thing for this guy. Can you ask for leave for me? Thanks, love you lots. Ziyan was speechless. Just you wait for your parents to be called. Chu King was dumbfounded. What the hell? What's this about 10 parents? Ziyan was completely furious. Today's the mock exam. Don't tell me you forgot about the bet with homeroom teacher Dong Fei. A moment later, the bell for the mock exam rang. Just as the teacher announced the start of the exam, Chu King barged in with a dumb look on his face. Hundreds of eyes turned to look at him, making him break out in a cold sweat. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Chu King decided to lighten the mood. Damn, am I that handsome? The whole class couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chu King, what's the meaning of this? Just now crawling into school, do you even want to take the exam anymore? Ziyan said, sorry, I overslept. Hurry up and get back to your seat. After being excused by the teacher, Chu King returned to his seat and focused on the exam. A while later, the exam time was over. Chu King was talking to Ziyan. How was it today? Can you get into the top 10? Ziyan replied, not bad, I knew how to do most of it. Suddenly, Ziyan and Yun Dao walked over. Seeing the scene in front of her and looking at Ziyan, Yun Dao angrily pushed Ziyan away. Who are you to stand so close to him? Don't you know he's Tang Ziyan's man? Chu King looked at Yun Dao with annoyance. If you keep meddling in other people's business, do you believe I'll beat you up? Seeing Chu King's attitude, Yun Dao was also angry. Chu King, are you tired of living? Yun Dao wanted to rush in and hit Chu King, but Ziyan pulled her back. You better not do anything to him. I just wanted what's best for him, you know. Tu Enem turned to Chu King and invited him to lunch. Chu King, in turn, invited Chao Ran along. Grandma Yun Zhao, whose anger hadn't even subsided yet, flared up again. Chu King, you little rascal. You're a total two-timer, pulling a fast one on me. A bit annoyed, she asked Chu King, you've been hanging out with Yi Shenxi again these past few days, haven't you? Chu King nervously replied, no, I've been really busy lately. Yun Zhao continued to criticize Chu King, a guy like you, showing no self-respect or self-love whatsoever. Chu King froze, speechless in the face of old lady Yun's wrath. A true master of the backhanded compliment, Chu King then turned to Yi Mu, don't you like that Dao girl? This is the perfect chance to confess. Seeing Yi Mu rendered speechless by Chu King, Yun Zhao scoffed, dragging your friend into this mess just to change the subject. What bad luck, Chu King smirked, looking at Yun Zhao and saying, he's too scared to confess, the more obvious it is he likes you. Today, I'll ask her for you, what do you think of him? Yun Zhao retorted to Chu King, why should I tell you? You're forcing him to confess, it's so unfair. How about you confess too, and then I'll tell you what I think. Hearing this, Tu Enem grabbed Z Enem's hand. To Yun Zhao's astonishment, Tu Enem blurted out, wait, Z Enem, I like you. Chu King, after setting things up, immediately turned to Yun Zhao, now, answer the question. However, Tu Enem seemed a bit conflicted, you like me? Then what about Yi Shenxi? Chu King, embarrassed, mumbled, who says you can only like one person? Tu Enem promptly rewarded Chu King with a kick to the shin. Yun Zhao looked at Yi Mu and said, actually, I'm not really interested in. Before she could finish, Yi Mu slammed his hands on the table, stood up, and declared, Dao Yun Zhao, I like you. Yoon Jiao blushed at Yimu's sudden confession. Yimu started his story. I noticed you back in kindergarten. One time, the teacher brought us a lot of cupcakes, everyone else ate 4 or 5. But you ate 13 in one go. I thought you were so cool back then, and when we were 9, you got into a fight with someone at the food court in the amusement park and ate 8 ice creams. Then you gave me 2 of the 5 ice cream cones you won. At our middle school graduation party, everyone was competing to see who could eat the most bowser. I ate 3, others ate 6 or 7, but you ate 10. Chu King, tears welling up in his eyes, laughed, ha ha ha, I didn't realize you could eat so much, being so skinny. Tu Enem was also surprised. Yoon Jiao, you never told me. Yoon Jiao, embarrassed and blushing, suddenly burst out angrily at Yimu, shut up. No wonder you looked so familiar. You're that snot-nosed kid from middle school. Yimu, on the other hand, was blissfully happy. You finally recognized me. I thought you forgot. Furious, Yoon Jiao shoved Yimu's face into the plate of food in front of him. Watching Yoon Jiao storm off, Tu Enem had no choice but to follow, saying goodbye to Chu King. Yimu, still clueless about what he did wrong, looked on. Chu King, amused by Yoon Jiao's reaction, immediately comforted Yimu. No, you did great. See, Dao Yoon Jiao didn't reject you either. Inwardly, Chu King mused, all things counter each other. A girl like Dao Yoon Jiao is perfect for Yimu. Yimu innocently replied to Chu King, true, but next time you pull something like this, give me a heads up, okay? So I can be prepared. Seriously, so embarrassing. Alright, I'll let you know beforehand next time, but what's so embarrassing about that? Yimu, with his thick skin, simply said, just drop it. That evening, Chu King returned home. As he opened the door, he saw Hua Hua sitting with his mother. Hua Hua, you're here again, he heard his mother say. To thank Hua Hua for what she did for the company last time, I invited her over for dinner. Seo King, you're just in time. Come help me. Chu King had no choice but to follow his mother, leaving Hua Hua to wait. See you later. However, his mother led him into a room and asked, what's your relationship with Chen Hua Hua? Friends, boy and girl friends. Mom, I already talked to Hua Hua, Chu King's mom said seriously. My gut tells me, son, what are you thinking? One minute you like Yi Shen Shi, the next it's Chen Hua Hua, making everything so confusing. A son should have self-respect and self-love. You know. Chu King felt like his mom's words were a rocket straight to his heart. What are you going to do? Marry them both? Chu King's mom was completely panicked. Do you even know what you're saying? Chu King didn't know what to say, so he tried to reason with his mom. Mom, I'm grown up, I'll figure it out, you should worry about sis more. She's trying to find you a son-in-law. Before he could finish, Chu King's mom angrily interrupted. Alright, both of you are worried about each other. I kinda get what's going on with him, go call him out for dinner. He's cooped up in his room all day on the phone. Hearing his mom say that, Chu King dragged himself to call Hua Hua for dinner. Hey sis, okay, sis, you've been calling all day. Chu King patted the spot next to him, saying, Seo King, sit here for a bit, I have something to tell you later. However, Chu King waited for more than 10 minutes. Now, young Chu King was about to lose it. He turned around and saw the scene that makes all single guys cringe the most. You hang up first. No, you hang up first. You get lost. No, you get lost. Young Chu King, filled with righteous fury, marched over to Xing Tao and said, Xing Tao, hang up. Immediately and without hesitation, a terrified Xing Tao hung up the phone. As soon as Xing Tao hung up, Chu Zi rushed over and hugged Chu King. Seo King, thank goodness for you. Seo Tao said his mom isn't against it anymore. What are you gonna do? Chu King pushed his older sister away. You heartless brat, how dare you not appreciate my help? Chu Zi was exasperated and added, call me sis, you little punk. The disrespectful brat. Young Chu King, after being smacked, immediately sulked. Baby's mad, this isn't good if I can't coax him. Seeing Chu King like this, Chu Zi went over and patted his head. Alright, don't be mad. I know this was a huge mess, but it's all okay now, right? Should we just sit here and cry about it? If we can laugh, why cry? Cheer up, Chu King sighed. Even if you say so, are you sure Xing Lai will let bro marry you? Chu Zi also hesitated a bit and asked Chu King, what did she say? Chu King calmly replied, she said within a year, if you can buy a house on Duke Street, she'll let Xing Tao marry you. And if not, you'll have to forget about it. Chu Zi was shocked. No. I don't want to marry into the Xing family. A house on Duke Street costs at least 100 million yuan. Besides, even if I had the money, I might not be able to buy one. It doesn't mean you have to marry him. Do you have a solution? I do, but you have to go to the company and help Mom with the work, or she'll be exhausted. After dealing with Chuzi's issue, Chu King decided to meet with Hua Hua. I want to shift my mom's company to a software research and development model. You'll just come in as a technical advisor. Is that okay? Hua Hua hesitated a bit. Can I even do that? Chu King looked at Hua Hua firmly. If you can't, who can? But it seems like your mom doesn't like me very much. Chu King put his arm around Hua Hua's shoulder and said, so. My mom's opinion doesn't matter, just tell me if you agree or not. Hua Hua thought for a moment, then nodded. Chu King happily hugged Hua Hua, then gave her a kiss. However, this scene was witnessed by Chu King's mom from above. Chu King was startled. Looking up, his mom looked extremely ominous. Seeing Hua Hua blush in embarrassment, he told her to go ahead. Watching Hua Hua leave, Chu King thought, Hua Hua is becoming more and more like a normal girl. After returning, he immediately went to see his mom. I want Hua Hua to come work at our company. Chu King's mom was a bit unhappy. With her abilities, she won't lack job offers. Chu King immediately said, I want the company to thrive. You alone established a whole department, let Hua Hua expand the software side. Why do you want Mom to expand the company? Because, Mom. Chu King's mom flew into a rage. What do you know? Chu King started to reason with his mother. I don't know much, but us hiding forever won't do any good. I won't have an arranged marriage with the Gong family, and I'm not afraid of Chuinla. Chu King's mom couldn't take it anymore and yelled. Shut up, get out of my room. Chu King, a little upset, went back to his room and sat by the window, thinking. Looks like that incident from all those years ago really hurt Mom deeply. I definitely have to investigate what exactly happened back then. Just then, Chu King's mom opened the door and came in. Seeing Chu King sitting by the window, she thought he was about to jump, and panicked. Co King, what are you doing? Get down from there. Chu King looked at his mom and said softly, Mom, you're here. I was wrong just now, I know I was wrong. Chu King's mom came over, stroked his head, and said gently, it was me who spoke too harshly earlier. I thought about it, and you're right, I just wanted a peaceful life, but their greed knows no bounds. All their attention is focused on my son, and my constant concessions only embolden them. This time, I want him to see that this Chu young master's brain isn't broken yet. Seeing his mom's determination, Chu King was overjoyed. After that incident, Chu King decided to go see Meng Zui. Your sister's matter has been resolved, right? Chu King picked up Xing Lai's piece of paper and threw it with all his might towards Meng Zui. However, Meng Zui still caught it easily. Chu King estimated that Meng Zui's skill was probably only slightly inferior to Xing Lai's. Meng Zui silently opened the paper and read it. After confirming, she spoke. I'm very curious, how did you manage to do it? Chu King didn't explain and wanted to leave. The matter's over, I'll be going now. Green hills will never change, and clear waters will always flow. Meng Zui looked seriously at Chu King. Answer my question. Chu King, without hesitation, retorted, I can't tell you. If you want to know, go ask Xing Lai. Hearing this, Meng Zui smiled. Suddenly, Xing Lai appeared beside Chu King. He told you to keep it a secret, huh? Afraid I'll kill you if you tell. So you're not afraid I'll kill you? Feeling Meng Zui's intense aura, Chu King decided to go all out. He pulled Meng Zui's head down and kissed her. However, unexpectedly, Meng Zui went ballistic and delivered a palm strike to Chu King. Looking for death, Chu King was quite disheveled after that. What's with this crazy woman? The young man thought, following the logic of this world, the man should be the one at a disadvantage, yet Meng Zui was acting like she was the one who got offended. Do you think you can just kiss Lao Niang like that? Meng Zui grabbed Chu King and choked him. Do you believe I'll strangle you to death? Chu King immediately grabbed Meng Zui's hand. Then kicked her. And luckily managed to escape. Meng Zui, if you lay another hand on me, I guarantee you'll regret it. Meng Zui brushed off her clothes and said, apologize, and you still have to pay, then I'll throw you so far away, I won't even bother looking at you for the rest of my life. Chu King immediately turned robotic. Sorry, is that enough? Meng Zui, so boring, still gotta pay, why? Didn't you agree last time? Do I need to play the recording for you? Chu King, forehead full of black lines, tied into my emotional damage costs, it's a tie, basically, I'm broke, do whatever you want. You're not worth that much, no money's fine, just give me your sword and we'll call it even. Chu King, give you what? I don't have Meng Zui bar, I don't believe you, last time you didn't have anywhere to hide a sword either. But it just magically appeared. You're definitely hiding something, just tell me your sword hiding secret. And we can totally wipe the slate clean. Chu King grinned, you're too greedy. Meng Zui laughed, ha ha, greedy. I think you're the sly one, such deep thoughts at such a young age, do your parents even know? Just say it straight, are you giving it or not? If not, you won't walk out of here alive today. Chu King, having had enough, immediately pulled out the gun hidden in his bracelet. You forced my hand, Chu King, after a slight hesitation. Fired at Meng Zui immediately focused her power on defense. A huge explosion occurred, blowing a hole through Zui Sheng Meng Zi. Chu King, hit by falling debris, struggled to dodge. However, looking towards Meng Zui, Chu King froze. After the smoke cleared, Meng Zui was completely unharmed. Good stuff indeed. How many more of those do you have? Chu King made a fist and said, I can give you a fist-sized one. If that's not enough, then I'll just have to go all out. Meng Zui put the gun down, cheerfully replying, deal. A little while later, Meng Zui had acquired quite a bit of Chu King's Quyen Tuing, note, preserving the original term here. Looking at the Quyen Tuing in her hand, Meng Zui started to think, last time it was a whole pillar, this time it's a hole in the roof. He really knows how to play, Meng Zui thought to herself, this is just the beginning, if you think this is over, you're too naive, Chu King, I'm in need of a boy toy like you. You can't escape me. However, Meng Zui didn't know that Chu King was thinking something else entirely. This Zui Sheng Meng Zi will be surnamed Chu sooner or later. The next morning, Chu King went to his mother's company. In the chief technical inspector's office, Hua Hua was busy with work. Everyone was crowding around Hua Hua, so she didn't notice Chu King sneak up behind her. Chu King leaned down and whispered in Hua Hua's ear, Chief Inspector Chen, there's something I need your guidance on. Hua Hua jumped, blushing, trying to tease me. Chu King and Hua Hua then chatted for a bit. That day, he only said I'd be a consultant, turns out Mom promoted me to Chief Inspector. Chu King pouted, Hua Hua, that shows Mom has a good eye for talent, you're doing great, everyone's noticed. You think I came to see you make a fool of yourself? Of course not, I just finished class and came to invite you to dinner to celebrate. Hua Hua's eyes lit up, how about that barbecue place from last time? It's been a while, Chu King happily agreed. As they were about to leave, someone called out to Chu King. It was his older sister, Chu Seo. Had she been taking martial arts lessons or something? She did an acrobatic flip and clung to Chu King's leg. Wah, I'm not okay. Sitting in the office all day is making me go crazy. Chu King's face erupted in exasperation at his sister, then marry into the Xing family. Chu Seo's attitude immediately reversed. I'm fine, I'm fine. She then resolutely returned to her office to continue working. Chu King and Hua Hua went to eat. The next day, Chu King went to school, but when everyone saw him, they started whispering. Right then, Yimu grabbed Chu King's hand, dude, you finished writing your apology letter already? Chu King, totally clueless, apology letter? What apology letter? Yimu said, isn't today the monthly exam results announcement? Everyone's saying you won't make the top 10, so they're saying you've pre-written an apology. You're supposed to go up to the podium and apologize before the ceremony starts. Chu King smirked, do I look like someone who gives up that easily? Who wins and who loses isn't decided yet. Yimu, still a bit worried, said, but your ranking has always been below 300. Plus, there's never been a guy in the top 10 before. A moment later, their homeroom teacher strutted into the classroom, holding the results sheet with a smug look. As soon as she reached the podium, the homeroom teacher pointed directly at Chu King. Tell your parents to come to school tomorrow. The whole class erupted in whispers, and even Chu King felt a little nervous. He thought he definitely wouldn't make the top 10. Chu King thought to himself, no way, I definitely did really well. If I still can't get into the top 10, then the previous top 10 must be insanely good, right? The homeroom teacher looked at Chu King disdainfully. Indeed, no way, you definitely cheated to barely manage to get first in the class, 11th in the entire grade. Too bad, even if you cheat, you still can't make the top 10. Chu King slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, teacher, do you have any proof that I cheated? If not, then don't slander me. The old lady, with a smug look, replied, of course, this proof, we'll watch the security footage later, and everything will be crystal clear. Turns out, the homeroom teacher of class 8 had said she saw Chu King cheating. This homeroom teacher wanted to use this opportunity to teach Chu King a lesson he'd never forget. At this time, Tu Enem was playing basketball when Yun Dao grabbed him. Hey, your little boyfriend's causing trouble again. He cheated on the exam and the homeroom teacher's dragging him to the security room. 2NM heard this but didn't seem to care. What's it got to do with me? Yoon Dao had to drag 2NM along. Come on, let's go watch. It's rare to see your boyfriend making a scene, it'd be even better if we bring Yi Mu along too. 2NM chuckled, you'll be disappointed. Yoon Dao and 2NM then arrived at the security room. The principal and the head teacher were already there. Just as Yoon Dao said, there were a lot of people inside. The principal suddenly noticed 2NM. 2NM. You're here too. Hello, principal. Hello, head teacher. After greeting him, 2NM walked over to Chu King. Chu King and 2NM looked at each other silently and smiled. The exam room video was then played. Chu King looked incredibly focused while taking the test. However, there was another girl. The homeroom teacher was speechless, then angrily yelled at the Class 8 homeroom teacher. Ms. Wu, didn't you say you saw Chu King cheating during the exam? The Class 8 homeroom teacher immediately yelled back. When did I say that? Don't slander me. Just then, the principal spoke up. Alright, if there are no further issues, I suggest we let this matter go, but Chu King pointed at the screen. I have a question, the homeroom teacher said. I remember this student. Ms. Wu, isn't this student from your class? This student seems to be from my class. Alright, Wu Lanhua, your student cheated. And you're trying to throw dirt on my student's name. The principal cut the two teachers short. Another teacher spoke up. Yoon Dao, go get the girl who cheated. As soon as the girl arrived, the Class 8 homeroom teacher yelled, Ma Tingting. Did you cheat? Ma Tingting trembled and said, Teacher, I'm sorry, we contacted a few friends, each responsible for their own area of expertise. Then pass it on to others. The principal and the other teachers were dumbfounded. The principal, exasperated, wanted to leave. Ms. Zhang, the rest is up to you, handle it as you see fit. Ms. Zhang also spoke up, I'm sorry, Chu King, last time you brought us no small amount of glory in the basketball match. For this matter, I apologize on behalf of the school. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Chu King didn't really care, saying, you're too kind, teacher. Actually, I was also wrong, I shouldn't have defied the homeroom teacher. With the cheating incident resolved, Chu King was now walking with Zhu Yan and Yoon Dao. Yoon Dao said, Chu, you're so lucky. Unexpectedly, you made it into the top 10. Chu King looked at Yoon Dao, puzzled, top 10 of what? Zhu Yan had to explain, among the cheaters that the guy named, one was ranked 10th in the grade. According to school rules, her results will be voided, so naturally, you become the 10th in the grade. So you won, and congratulations on becoming the first male student to enter the top 10. The market share suddenly appeared above his head. Tell me honestly, how did your results improve so much? Do you have some cool cheating method? Chu King immediately quipped, with a hole that big in your brain, shouldn't you go get it checked? Cheating method my ass. The whole school was now buzzing about Chu King. Have you heard? Chu King's test scores got him into the top 10. He's the first male student to enter the top 10. He and Zhu Yan are such a good match. Zhu Yan's fan club. I can't touch the flower of the school. Back in Chu King's class, the homeroom teacher was on the podium announcing. The class has a new transfer student. Chu King didn't care. The young man was in a good mood because ever since the cheating incident ended, the flies hadn't bothered him anymore. At this moment, from outside, the new student walked in. Li Yue, come in. Chu King hearing Li Yue was a bit surprised. Isn't this Tang Xinyan's fiancé? Li Yue stood on the podium, acting friendly, saying, hello everyone, I'm Li Yue. Please take care of me. A moment later, Chu King was with Zhu Yan. Turns out your mom secretly brought Li Yue here. You're truly blessed, huh? Zhu Yan said, mockingly, mother of Chu King. Well, then. Smells a bit sour, don't tell me you're jealous, little bro. Seriously though, if he's worthy, just accept it. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just admit it. Despite the teasing, Zenon still pulled Chu King in for a kiss. In a flash, the young Li Yue, who was hiding and observing, was gnashing his teeth in anger at being fed dog food. Zenon gave Chu King a kiss and happily left. However, seeing Zenon leave, Chu King saw Li Yue immediately jump out, wanting to stir some trouble. Yi Mu worriedly asked Chu King, aren't you afraid Tang Zenon will be snatched away by Li Yue? Chu King chuckled, if he can actually snatch Tang Zenon away, I'll actually respect him a bit more. Wait, with this stir Li Yue around, there's bound to be some fun to watch. A little later, Chu King went to meet the Kubikern gang. Boss, that straight-mouthed Li Yue is too much. He's been going around bad-mouthing you and throwing dirt on your name. How about we intercept him and drag him to the basement bathroom for a beating? Chu King waved his hand. Li Yue is nothing. He's not worth my effort. Chu King's current headache was Tang Xinyan's mother. The young man didn't know what to do to change her prejudice against him. Kubikern suddenly spoke up. Right, boss. We've cultivated internal strength thanks to the cultivation technique you gave us. Moreover, there are really no side effects at all. Chu King, not surprised at all. Did you think I'd harm you? Chu King then took Kubikern's pulse to examine him. There you go, you've entered the 5th stage. Chu King continued to examine Xiao Wu, who had entered the 6th stage. Zhang Zifei had a dejected expression. Why am I the only one who's only entered the 3rd stage? Chu King patted the young man's shoulder, comforting him. Cultivation and talent are related. You can't force it. Chu King, not stingy at all, took out 3 spirit stones. These are called spirit stones. They'll help you with your cultivation. Take them. The 3 young men's eyes lit up. Thank you, boss. Watching him, Chu King pondered. It seems that cultivation method really is well suited to men's physiques. As for what realm they can reach, that depends on their individual talent. Chu King lay down on the grass and continued to think, I wonder if it's possible to ascend from this world in the future. The enemy might come by then, should I ascend or not? Thinking about everyone in this world, Chu King wasn't sure if he could leave them behind. Suddenly, the image of Gong Yue appeared in his mind. I wonder how that fatty is doing. He hasn't exploded from internal energy disorder and died, has he? At noon in the dining hall, Chu King and Yi Mu were eating when Yun Zhao rushed over. I finally met someone even more annoying than you. Look out the window over there. It turned out to be that guy Li Yue. Clinging to Zi Yan like glue. Zi Yan suddenly asked Li Yue, what do you want to eat? Li Yue said happily, I'll eat whatever you eat. I like everything you like. However, Li Yue's move was a bit off. Zi Yan was a little annoyed. After choosing her food, Zi Yan immediately went to the table where Chu King was sitting. Seeing this, Li Yue said, let's sit somewhere else. However, Zi Yan didn't care. I like sitting here. She then naturally sat down right next to Chu King, making Li Yue almost burst into flames on the spot. Just then, Yi Mu was pulled up by a hand. Yun Zhao dragged Yi Mu by the head and said, they're having a war here. What are you joining in for? Chu King smiled at Zi Yan. I'm full, I'll go first. Zi Yan's anger rose, and she snapped the chopsticks she was holding in her hand. Seeing Chu King flinch immediately, she said, just kidding. Seeing this scene, Li Yue was extremely angry. He started to act cute towards Zi Yan. Hey, Chu King, is this meat undercooked? Chu King was also dumbfounded when he heard this guy say, Zi Yan, what kind of meat is this? I don't eat pork. It's too dirty. Zi Yan said, try this, it's so bad. Chu King gave Zi Yan a thumbs up. You can endure this guy for so long. I really admire you. If it were me, I would have already made a move. Chu King then even reached over with his chopsticks and took some of Zi Yan's meat, but the scene of Chu King and Zi Yan's peaceful affection made Li Yue grind his teeth. He then stood up abruptly and acted cute towards Zi Yan. I want some too. But you have to pick it up for me. Chu King almost had a stroke right there. Even so, Zi Yan still picked up a piece of meat for Li Yue. Seeing this scene, Chu King's eyes widened. He looked at Li Yue, who was happily saying, didn't you say you don't eat pork? Li Yue was struck like lightning and immediately started retching, making Chu King's face turn green. Zi Yan ignored Li Yue and ran into the bathroom. After Zi Yan left, Li Yue started to raise his voice. Zi Yan is mine. I'm warning you, stay away from her. Last time, I didn't beat you to death, consider yourself lucky. But next time will be different. Chu King looked behind Li Yue and said, Zi Yan, you're back. Let's go then. Hearing Chu King say that Zi Yan was back, Li Yue's attitude immediately changed. This guy is really bad, you don't know. After you left, he bullied me. He said I'm not worthy of you and told me to stay away from you. However, when Li Yue turned around, he didn't see Zi Yan anywhere. He was furious. You tricked me. Chu King said, if Zi Yan marries you, the Tang family will be destroyed soon. Hearing this, Li Yue pointed at Chu King's face and shouted, you're so insidious. Just you wait, this isn't over. Chu King tilted his head and looked behind him again. Li Yue called out to Zi Yan. Having learned from the previous experience, this time he didn't care. You think I'll believe your bullshit? Let me tell you, all the guys who tried to snatch girls from me have gone to meet the king of hell. Chu King ignored him and left. Meanwhile, Li Yue, unaware of a figure behind him, continued to point at Chu King and yell, don't go. Scared, aren't you? I'll give you a chance. kowtow and apologize, and I'll be magnanimous and let you off this time. Suddenly, Zhu Yan spoke up from behind. Startling Li Yue, how else would she have seen Zhu Yan's gloomy face? Li Yue grabbed Zhu Yan's hand. Wait, let me explain. He forced me. Zhu Yan looked incredibly disgusted. Get out of my sight, now. Li Yue cried out, calling after Zhu Yan. However, she only received a cold shoulder. Li Yue, because of this, argued with Chu King even more. Watching Li Yue leave, Chu King walked over to Zhu Yan. I helped you out with that, so how are you going to thank me? Zhu Yan chuckled, isn't that what you're supposed to do? You're my official boyfriend, so dealing with other guys is obviously your job. Chu King's mouth twisted. Knowing this, I should have just let that guy keep clinging to you. He was hitting on me, and you're not jealous. No, not at all, I actually found it quite entertaining. HMPH, Heartless Man, scene changed to an abandoned building. A transaction was taking place. I want Chu King dead, I want him dead so horribly. So ugly it'll make you puke. A person holding Chu King's photo looked at it. Then smiled, alright, as you wish. Back to Chu King. Chu King felt incredibly strange, unsure why his right eyelid kept twitching. Chu King felt like something was about to happen. Lost in thought, Chu King received a text message. Opening his phone, he saw it was from Meng Zui. However, Meng Zui sent a picture of Chu Xiao. Chu King was startled and wanted to call Chu Xiao. Chu King thought, could it be that my sister has been captured by Meng Zui again? Xiao King, is something wrong? Are you in trouble, sis? Sis, what trouble could I possibly be in? Why are you suddenly asking like that? It's nothing. Chu King hung up, utterly confused. Sis is fine, so what did Meng Zui mean? So confusing, Chu King stopped thinking about it and got in his car, wanting to go home. However, as soon as he stepped into the car, Chu King sensed danger. Chu King immediately jumped out of the car. Just as Chu King escaped, the car exploded. Looking at the scene before him, Chu King was extremely grim. Very quickly, fire trucks arrived, and a large crowd gathered. Chu King got into a taxi and left. Afterwards, Chu King contacted the Lightning Pants, asking them to investigate the cause of the explosion. Chu King then went straight to Xu Sheng Meng Zi. Chu King thought, this probably wasn't Meng Zui's doing, otherwise, why would Meng Zui text me before blowing up the car? That's like confessing before even committing the crime. So incredibly stupid, Chu King went directly to the 67th floor to meet Meng Zui. You wanted to see me? Is something the matter? Meng Zui levitated a cup of tea and said, what's wrong? Why so angry? Have some tea to cool down. Looking at the flying teacup, Chu King was surprised. It's only been a few days, and this woman's power has increased quite a bit, but Meng Zui wouldn't offer it so kindly. Meng Zui focused her power, propelling the teacup extremely fast towards Chu King. She was imagining Chu King failing to catch it and getting tea spilled all over his head. However, unexpectedly, the teacup was shattered by Chu King. Chu King easily controlled the tea, then simply drank it in front of Meng Zui. Chu King kept a tea leaf, then used it as a weapon, blowing it towards Meng Zui. But it was all for show. Meng Zui blocked it without breaking a sweat. Chu King couldn't hold back anymore and asked Meng Zui, so, can you finally tell me why you're looking for me? Meng Zui laughed, replying, I called you over because I thought highly of you, but you're really pushing it. I snapped my fingers and any man would jump into my bed, but I'm giving you a chance to be my boy toy. I'll protect you from now on. Chu King, without a moment's hesitation, told her to get lost. I'm not interested. Meng Zui yelled angrily, you stop right there. Chu King flinched and turned around, but she was already attacking. Meng Zui easily caught Chu King. Chu King gathered his lianqi, breaking free from Meng Zui's hold. However, his shirt wasn't so lucky. Meng Zui looked at Chu King, licked her finger, and said, can't deny, you've got a nice bod, we'll continue this in a bit. However, what fell to the ground were only shreds of fabric. The young man, now down to just his white briefs, was mortified. Rage exploded. Chu King pointed at Meng Zui and shouted, you weren't looking for me for anything decent. You're just looking for a man, aren't you? Meng Zui stepped forward, lifting Chu King's face, and what if I am? Chu King immediately hugged Meng Zui. Why didn't you say so earlier? He playfully slipped out of Meng Zui's grasp, and then pushed her onto the ground. However, being a man, he should be on top, so the young Chu King decided to take back the dominant position. Chu King's reaction made Meng Zui laugh. Ha ha, you little guy, you're quite forward. Very good, I like you like this. A moment later, lying next to Chu King, Meng Zui suddenly spoke up, be my boy toy, I'll treat you well, give me that sword of yours, I'll keep it safe, I guarantee no one will touch it. And the password to hide the sword, tell me that too, Chu King chuckled, asking Meng Zui in return. If we do something wrong and make you angry, will you forgive me? Hearing Chu King say this, Meng Zui became incredibly excited, why would I be angry with you? So that means you agree. Quickly, take out that sword and let me see it. Hee, I'll show you this. If you don't get angry, then we can talk about that other thing. What is it? Chu King gently raised his hand, and a tremendously loud explosion occurred. Chu King quickly escaped. The building was left with a rather small hole. Meng Zui looked at Chu King, somewhat agitated. Are you trying to die? Successfully annoying Meng Zui, Chu King seemed quite pleased. Hey, you're awake now, so our agreement is void. Bye. This time, Chu King had truly angered Meng Zui. Chu King, you're dead. Just wait till I get you back to bartend for me. With her here, I'll slowly settle this score with you. The scene shifted to a nearby public restroom. Chu King, having just changed into new clothes, was on the phone with Zhu Bakern. Have you investigated who planted the explosives in the car? Zhu Bakern's men had finished their investigation. It was Li Yue. Moreover, we've also tracked Li Yue's movements. He'll be at Shinmen Airport at 10:30 tonight to pick someone up. Chu King hung up the phone after learning that Li Yue was the mastermind. Chu King decided to go to the airport to find Li Yue and settle the score. However, while he was on his way, a car blocked his path. Kong Yan stepped out of the car. Are you going to kill Li Yue? You wanna stop me? Calm down first. This whole thing is Li Yue's fault, but he's the son of the Li family. If you kill him, you'll be in deep shit. So, I'm supposed to just suck it up and let him try to kill me again and again. I'm not telling you to just take it, but you have to wait, the time isn't right yet. When the time comes, I will personally avenge you. The Li family and the Quanzhen sect are colluding, and they're also plotting to control Shinmen. Right now, they're at each other's throats. That's the opportunity you're talking about, right? Waiting for Yi Ra to. For the Li family to be weakened, right? Not wrong. I know you have a connection with Yi Ra, so I didn't tell you about this. It has nothing to do with Yi Ra. You said the time isn't right, but for me, the time is now, because I am the opportunity. Chu King, have you thought about the consequences of killing Li Yue? The Li family will go crazy and take revenge on Yi Ra. And what about your family? Have you thought about them? I'll deal with them when the time comes. Get out of my way, you can't stop me. Kong Yan, worried for Chu King, said, I won't let you kill Yi Ra too. Chu King continued walking away. I'm glad you always have me in your heart. Kong Yan turned and yelled after Chu King, Chu King. What do you want? Do you want to use Yi Ra to take control of Shinmen, or is it just for Yi Shenxi? Chu King suddenly stopped, in my heart. Neither Yi Ra nor Yi Shenxi are as important as you. Kong Yan was surprised to hear Chu King's confession. Chu King continued in a low voice, I've encountered a few things recently, although they haven't been completely resolved, they've made me understand one thing. Because of worry and hesitation, I gave up on the things I wanted to do. And that led to endless trouble. Chu King took out his natal sword. Today, neither you nor Yi Ra can stop me. I want my sword to be sharp enough to shatter everything. I want to be arrogant and unrestrained, repaying kindness with kindness. And repaying grudges with grudges. If you don't understand me, then there's no need to say anything more. Kong Yan, hearing Chu King's words, could only silently watch him leave. After walking for a bit, Chu King ran into another person. This time, it was none other than Yi Shenxi. Are you here to stop me too? Shenxi hesitated slightly when she heard Chu King's question. My mom made me come. Yi Shenxi suddenly pulled out 2 bombs, and she's totally freaking out, but, let's go together. That bastard Li Yue dared to lay a hand on you. Let me show him what it means to shit himself. Chu King laughed. Seriously? Aren't you afraid of the Li family's revenge? They have the Quanzhen sect behind them. Yi Ra will definitely be destroyed. With you here, I'm not afraid. Aren't you afraid, Muz? Yi will disown you. Nope, let's go, before my mom stops us. As soon as Shenxi finished speaking, a voice rang out, you can't go now. Shen Zai's mother appeared, standing behind them. Shen Zai's mother approached Chu King and said, you saved my life and the Yi family, I also want to help you get revenge. But now is not the time. Chu King looked at Shen Zai's mother and said sincerely, I don't need help. I just need you all to stay out of it. I can handle the Li family and my future path on my own. Everyone in Shinmen must respect the Yi family. Before Chu King could finish, another voice rang out, Ha! Such big talk, not afraid of the storm, are you? This time, it was Zi Yan and her mother, Yi Qingmi. You're considered a prominent figure in Shinmen. Are you really that gullible? To listen to a snot-nosed brat? Chu King looked directly at Zi Yan, making her feel a little guilty. Sorry, my mom insisted on coming to see. Chu King couldn't hold back anymore. Tonight is really lively. One Li Yue managed to stir up so many big shots, seems like his death is worthwhile. Zi Yan's mother said scornfully, Ha! If you can see the sun tomorrow, then brag all you want. Chu King didn't bother arguing with the old woman and turned to leave. Fine, then I'll continue tomorrow. I have something to do now, so I'll be going. You guys just chill and chat, okay? Zenm's mom already didn't like Chu King, and seeing his attitude like that, she couldn't hold back anymore, wanting to attack. Chu King hadn't even finished speaking, wishing he could hurry up and go reincarnate. Oh yeah, right at this moment, Shen Zai's mom also made her move. Zenm's mom wanted to go after him again. He'll have to get past me first. The current situation is 2 versus 2. Chu King had already arrived at the airport. Chu King quickly spotted Li Yue waiting at the gate. Looking at the old lady accompanying Li Yue, Chu King was startled. Chu King was certain this old lady was a master. Chu King slowly approached, catching Li Yue's attention. You're not dead yet. You really want me dead, huh? Li Yue was also a bit displeased. HMPH, what are you doing here? Chu King hesitated slightly, saying, to kill you. Li Yue trembled. However, the old lady stepped forward. What a joker, kid. Chu King, fearless, replied immediately, I'm dead serious. The old lady laughed. Well then, this old lady will have to see how you kill people. You consider this old lady a dead person? Chu King calmly replied, sure, but can we change the location? Fighting here isn't very appropriate. Li Yue, with backup, acted tough again. Chu King. Are you tired of living? You dare touch Granny Ju? Kneel down and apologize now, and you might still make it out alive. Maybe Granny Ju, in a good mood, might spare your life, Chu King replied, ignoring Li Yue and turning to talk to the old lady. Granny Ju, is it? Some people are not only blind in the eyes, but also blind in the heart. I want to borrow your head to help some people see the light. I wonder if you agree. The old lady laughed heartily. Agree, of course. This old body certainly agrees. Hearing this, Chu King made a gesture of invitation. Then please, step outside. Chu King and Li Yue's group then moved to a deserted place. Li Yue looked at Chu King smugly and said, I planted so many explosives and you still didn't die. Consider yourself lucky. But instead of running away, you come here to offer yourself up. This time, you're dead for sure. Chu King ignored the babbling Li Yue and only paid attention to the old lady. Granny, what's your ranking in the Li family? HMPH, kid, I'm 4th in the Li family. Are you scared now? But being scared is useless. Well, you're going to die anyway. After saying that, the old lady immediately attacked. The old lady focused her power, forming a giant hand, striking down with one blow, creating a crater. Luckily, Chu King reacted quickly. Chu King jumped high, creating distance from the old lady. However, she launched a long-range attack. Chu King quickly opened his sword formation for defense. A large explosion was created when the two attacks collided. Li Yue was extremely excited seeing the old lady having the upper hand. Chu King then jumped out of the smoke. Now it was Chu King's turn. He grabbed his natal sword and charged towards the old lady, then unleashed a single sword strike. Hundreds of swords were created, flying straight towards the old lady. Sensing the danger, the old lady used all her strength to create a barrier to block Chu King's rain of swords. Strange, Chu King didn't stop there, quickly using his speed to attack directly, piercing through the old lady. The old lady, unable to withstand the attack, coughed up blood. Li Yue, seeing Chu King like that, cheered, Granny Ju. He's done for, kill him quickly. Unexpectedly, the old lady just stood still and didn't reply. Li Yue realized the old lady had been sent to the west by Chu King's previous attack. Seeing the old lady collapse, Li Yue was absolutely terrified. He yelled at his bodyguard, quick, kill Chu King. The bodyguard immediately drew her gun and aimed it at Chu King. But at that moment, Chu King also pulled out his Oblivion Level 3 handgun. Without a single hesitation, Chu King fired at Li Yue and his bodyguard. Since it was Oblivion Level 3, the destructive power was nothing to sneeze at. After the explosion completely subsided, Chu King returned to Li Yue's location to check. Li Yue and his bodyguard had been logged out on the spot by the oblivion shot, leaving only the bouquet of flowers. Chu King picked up the bouquet, pondering, I wonder who's important enough for Li Yue to personally welcome. Even bringing along a master like old Ju, this situation is getting more complicated. If that's the case, this person might be a good hostage. Back at the Yi and Tang family's brawl, both sides were now trading blows, each suffering significant injuries. Suddenly, two people arrived, one was the head of the Li family, Li Yan, and the other was a Li family elder, Zhu Enm's mother. Seeing Li Yan arrive, someone context needed, was overjoyed. Then, someone context needed, led Zhu Enm to Li Yan's side. Li Yan glared at Zhu Enm's mother and said angrily, Yi Qingmi, get out of my way and I might let you live through tonight. Zhu Enm's mother, being a powerful woman herself, immediately retorted. What if I don't? Li Yan raged, if you want the assassin who attacked my son to suffer the consequences, then your entire Yi family will pay for it. But right at that moment, yet another person appeared. Things are lively today, aren't they? This person was none other than Meng Zui. The Tang family, the Li family, the Yi family, all the major families of Shinmen are here, huh? Meng Zui smiled and said, what are you three doing gathered here? Choosing a new overlord for Shinmen. Such a big event, and you didn't even send me an invitation. The three families, Yi, Tang, and Li, were quite surprised to see Meng Zui. The three families immediately put aside their differences and surrounded Meng Zui. The Li family elder was the first to attack. However, Meng Zui effortlessly took her down with a single, casual palm strike. Seeing the situation, Meng Zui decided to offer a little explanation. Don't worry, ladies, I'm a lone wolf, not interested in power, as long as you don't bother me, I don't care if you rule all of Yunjiang. Zhu Enm's mother was startled, then what are you doing here? Meng Zui's expression turned serious, I'm here to kill someone. Where is the person you want to kill? At the airport. Everyone was taken aback by Meng Zui's words. Li Yan spoke up at the right moment, I also happen to be going to the airport. How about we travel together? Meng Zui immediately teased Li Yan. You're blocked, I'm not. Li Yan gritted her teeth and said, I can offer you 3 types of healing medicine specifically for martial artists, money can't buy these. Seeing Li Yan's desperation, Meng Zui gave a thumbs up in agreement. After seeing Li Yue off, Chu King picked up the bouquet and returned to the airport to continue his work. Li Yue waited for a bit, then Chu King spotted a girl with a rather impressive chest, petite and all. The girl walked up to Chu King and asked, are you from the Li family? Chu King didn't even have time to answer before this lady was already dead certain. Carrying baby's breath flowers like this, can't be wrong. But who are you? I was told young Master Li Yue of the Li family would be picking me up. You're not Li Yue, you don't look like him at all. What are you guys playing at? I'm starting to regret agreeing to your pact, I'm pissed. If you can't give me a proper explanation, I'll unilaterally terminate the agreement. Chu King was speechless. This chick doesn't look like someone from the Quanzhen sect, nor a martial artist, what does she have to do with the Li family? Chu King had to explain, I really came to pick you up, but it was just a temporary plan. Li Yue was supposed to come, but he, died. So he can't pick you up. The girl startled, stepped closer and asked Chu King, how did Li Yue die? Chu King grinned wickedly, I killed him. Before the girl could fully react to the shock, Chu King knocked her out. Naturally, everyone at the airport noticed Chu King's actions. However, the dude, casually waving one hand while dragging a suitcase with the other, explained loudly. Just a little argument with my girlfriend, everyone, don't mind us. Chu King carried the girl out of the airport. The dude thought, I can't keep carrying her like this all the way back to the city, I'll be dead tired. But talk about sleepy and finding a pillow, Chu King spotted a car in the distance. As well as 2 people from the Li family. Madam, we just discovered Madam Ju's body. It's likely the young master also witnessed the same scene. Chu King cheered up, hop in the car, what are we waiting for? A moment later, Chu King had borrowed the car and was waiting for the girl to leave. When suddenly, 2 cars blocked Chu King from the front. Li Yan, inside the car, glared at Chu King venomously, Chu King, you're dead. Chu King didn't say much, just pointed a gun forward and fired. Li Yan was shocked, but it was too late. The destructive power of the soul-piercing shot was considerable, instantly wrecking the car. Being a skilled martial artist, Li Yan luckily managed to escape, but he was still significantly injured. Chu King ignored Li Yan and drove off. There was 1 car left, driven by Meng Zui. Chu King didn't hesitate, aiming the gun at Meng Zui's car and firing. Meng Zui's car instantly followed in Li Yan's car's footsteps, wrecked. Meng Zui also escaped the car, jumping onto the road. Chu King then sped away. Screw Meng Zui. Meng Zui wiped the blood from her mouth, looking in the direction Chu King's car sped off, and said, "You truly are a heartless and ruthless man." After escaping from Li Yan and Meng Zui's pursuit, Chu King called Yi Shenxi. "Chu King, are you alright? I'm fine now. Can you pick up my parents and sister and bring them to your place for a few days?" Shenxi and her mother were already home at this point. Immediately, Chu King made that request. Shenxi looked at her mother, pleading with her. Shenxi thought for a moment and nodded, making Shenxi extremely happy. Shenxi immediately relayed the good news to Chu King. After Shenxi hung up, her mother sighed, "Forget it, we might as well consider ourselves tied to Chu King now. Hopefully, he can keep his promise and elevate the Yi family to the top of Shinmen in the future." Shenxi, who personally picked up Chu King's family, immediately returned to where Meng Zui and Li Yan were. "The one who wants him dead is you, isn't it? You want to kill him too, right? If we don't chase after him, he'll escape. Treat the wound on your face first. Otherwise, I'm afraid your face will be ruined. You don't need to worry about my injury. Now, can you move aside?" A little. Hearing that, Meng Zui stepped to the side. "Alright, no problem." However, Chu King was already gone. Li Yan gritted her teeth. She then took out a knife and treated the wound on her face herself. After Li Yan finished, ignoring the flowing blood, she glared at Meng Zui and angrily said, "Didn't you want to kill him? So why does it look like you're protecting him now?" Meng Zui chuckled, "Because the person I want to kill can only die by my hand." Li Yan coughed up blood but still managed to remind Meng Zui, "You best not forget our previous agreement. Don't interfere if it's not related to your interests. I have to kill Chu King, and his parents, siblings, anyone close to him. I won't spare a single one." Meng Zui didn't care and ordered her people to leave. "That's up to you then," Li Yan said, then rummaged through her things and took out a tube of medicine. The label on the medicine read, "Renewal Trial Medicine." Li Yan immediately poured it directly onto the wound on her face. In a short time, the wound scabbed over and healed. Li Yan pondered a bit. Although this medicine is made according to Tang Ra's formula, it's still far inferior. Li Yan thought, "If I want to eliminate Tang Ra, I'll have to see what that big shot from the imperial capital is like." A moment later, Li Yan's subordinates arrived. "My son is dead. Where is that big shot from the imperial capital?" "He was taken away by Chu King," Li Yan's subordinates replied. Li Yan gritted her teeth. "No matter what, I have to kill him." Chu King was currently parked by the roadside. Chu King thought, Tang Enim alone could track his location through his phone, not to mention the others. It's not safe to have navigation on this car either. Chu King looked at the girl and thought, she must have a phone on her. I need to take care of this right away. Chu King immediately checked the girl's bag, searching for her phone, but inside there were only a few simple items, no phone at all. Chu King was puzzled. Where's the phone? Not on her, not in her bag. It doesn't make sense. Who doesn't have a phone these days? Chu King suddenly noticed the string around the girl's neck. Chu King pulled it out and it was indeed a phone, but the phone was hidden between her breasts. Chu King thought, that's definitely the best hiding spot. Chu King tossed the girl's phone back onto the car and carried her out. Chu King also didn't forget to destroy the car, avoiding leaving any clues. In a forest in Yunshan, Yunjiang, Chu King carried the girl deeper into the woods. Chu King stopped in front of a stream. I need to get through tonight, then I'll have a chance to catch my breath. The situation is complicated right now. After tomorrow, Sin Men will change. Chu King, without a moment's hesitation, threw the girl straight into the stream and watched her choke on the water. Chu King didn't show any emotion. I can't afford to have any pity for the girls in this world anymore. If I show mercy, I'm the one who will die. However, the little old lady, just after waking up, started bawling her eyes out, giving Chu King a massive headache. Bawling your eyes out for what? The little old lady's face turned pale as a sheet when she heard Chu King speak. Don't come any closer. You're a Grim Reaper. A Grim Reaper, my ass, Chu King deadpanned. The little old lady almost fainted. I really died. Is this the underworld? Then this road, is this the Yellow Springs? Hoo, I don't wanna die. I haven't lived enough. The Li family kicked the bucket from exhaustion. Not my fault I got dragged into this. Chu King was stunned. Been a while since I've heard a girl cry. Girls in this world are tough. Do they cry easily? Can I be revived? Try guessing. Suddenly, a gust of wind made the little old lady sneeze. And she can sneeze too. Chu King couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Seeing this, the little old lady lit up like a Christmas tree. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Dead people don't feel cold and can't sneeze. This time, Chu King completely lost it, clutching his stomach and laughing. Ha ha, the little old lady immediately puffed out her cheeks in anger and charged towards him. Chu King, you bastard. You tricked me. Without hesitation, Chu King grabbed her leg. This scene is almost too much, man, Chu King said. Answer a few questions first, and then I'll decide whether to kill you or not. What's your name? Despite being held by the leg, the little old lady stubbornly refused to speak. Just kill me then. If I bat an eye, I'll be your granddaughter. Chu King chuckled. All right, I don't mind having another granddaughter. I don't even know what it's like to have a granddaughter. Chu King then lifted the little old lady up and dunked her head in the water. Have some mercy, dude. After a brief moment of experiencing the spring water treatment, the little old lady couldn't take it anymore. All right. My name is Kiao Dui. Happy now? Receiving his answer, Chu King released her. You winked at that old guy like a dozen times, you know, look at that dissatisfied face. She wanted more, man. Kiao Dui then asked who Chu King was. However, Chu King didn't answer and continued to ask, how old are you? What's your occupation? Where are you from? What are you doing in Sin Men? Do you have any relationship with Li Yan? But Kiao Dui wanted to play tough. I won't tell you, you liar. You bastard, Chu King snorted. He grabbed Kiao Dui's head and pushed it down. The little old lady was immediately a little scared. What are you doing? Chu King replied calmly, cooling you down, of course. Why, would you rather I rape and kill you? Hearing this, Kiao Dui immediately yelled, option 2. Chu King forgot that the threat of rape and murder held no weight with the women here. You're not saying anything, so I guess that's a yes, but, are you still a virgin? Of course I am, Kiao Dui quickly explained, I'm only 20, still a student. How could I not be a virgin? Do you think I'm Falun Gong? I don't just hook up with random guys. Gotta be responsible if you have a boyfriend. Chu King immediately seized the opportunity, 20 years old, student, not bad at all. Kiao Dui puffed out her cheeks, I'd rather die than tell you anything. But a second later, after another taste of the spring water, she spilled everything. Hearing this, Chu King released Kiao Dui and said, go on, I'm listening. Kiao Dui spoke while crying, my family, I have an 80-year-old grandmother, my parents, and a younger brother. I just got expelled from school and I wanted to find a job. Li Yan hired me, so I came to Sin Men. She said her son, Li Yu, would pick me up. You really killed Li Yu? I heard Li Yan is very powerful in Sin Men. Chu King immediately replied, yeah, I killed Li Yu, otherwise, I wouldn't have any business being in this godforsaken place in the middle of the night. What did Li Yan recruit you for? Kiao Wei answered truthfully, she recruited me to research medicine. I'm a medical student, everything I said is true, it's ridiculous, why would a big shot like her need a dropout like you to research medicine? And Li Yu Wei too, what kind of virtue do you possess? Are you sure you're not leaving anything out? Seeing Chu King's suspicion, Kiao Wei shook her head frantically, no way. I'm not hiding anything. Chu King smirked after hearing this and then carried Kiao Wei to a river. Chu King dunked Kiao Wei into the river. This river is called Yunjiang. An elder once told me that there's plenty of fish food in Yunjiang. Kiao Wei trembled, her face pale as a sheet. Why you're going to throw me to the fish? No, you can't. You're definitely joking, right? You're a martial artist, how can you just kill people like that? Chu King immediately replied to Kiao Wei, of course, I can't just kill people like that. Usually, I pack them in a cement barrel and then dump them in the river. That's called planting lotuses. Kiao Wei imagined herself in that situation and froze on the spot. Chu King continued, or I tie them up with iron chains and throw them into the water. Which method do you prefer? Kiao Wei covered her ears, shaking her head frantically, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Chu King got serious upon hearing that. Why did Li Yan take a liking to you? Kiao Wei said aggrievedly, I'm a student at NUS. Chu King was startled, no wonder. Graduates from NUS are all pillars of the empire, looks like I've found a treasure. Chu King then asked Kiao Wei, puzzled, this isn't some shady, underhanded business. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Kiao Wei said miserably, I don't have anyone backing me, no power or influence, the university doesn't support me either. Do you know how miserable people like me are? Once the bad guys have their eyes on me, I'll get captured and forced to work for them. I'd rather die than lose my freedom. Chu King nodded understandingly. So why are you talking now? Qiao Wei got angry and cursed Chu King. Boo-hoo, you damn liar. I have a family. I don't want to die. Do you still want to kill me? No. Are you going to imprison me then? Yeah. Qiao Wei burst into tears when she heard Chu King say that. I knew it. Why am I so unlucky? Dropping out of school wasn't enough. I had to run into a devil like you. You're not human. Chu King scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Are you done crying? If you're done, let's go. I'll take you to change your clothes. However, Qiao Wei claimed her legs had turned to jelly and she couldn't stand up. Chu King had no choice but to go over and pull Qiao Wei up. Just then, Qiao Wei, in a fit of rage, tried to pull Chu King into the river with her, like an assassin. Chu King wasn't a pushover. If I'm going down, you're going down with me, so he pulled Qiao Wei down with him. Turns out, little Miss Qiao Wei can't swim. Help me. I'm drowning. Dead people are useless. Come on, young man, wash up and let's have a nice swim around. You should soak here for a bit anyway, to calm down a little. Chu King then got out of the water and started waiting for the little lady. Qiao Wei had somehow managed to grab onto a pillar and was sobbing uncontrollably. She couldn't take it anymore, so she compromised. I'll work for you, but you have to pay me. I have to support my parents. How much do you want? Li Yan offered me 50 million. You can have the same. If you perform well, I might even pay you more than 50 million. If you don't, you won't get a single cent. Qiao Wei looked towards Chu King and cursed inwardly. Just wait till I get my hands on researching medicine. I'll make a poison that'll kill you. I want your guts to rot. I want you to fester with pus, unable to live properly. And unable to die peacefully. After the agreement, Chu King finally fished little Miss Qiao Wei out. Chu King had to help squeeze the water out of her because she had swallowed a whole bellyful of it. What's your name? Chu King. You can call me boss, too. Do you have a grudge against the Li family? What if they hunt you down and kill you? What will I do then? As long as you still have value. The Li family won't kill you. Why are you so worried? Qiao Wei looked at Chu King, who was grinning from ear to ear. That's right, I won't die. But you definitely will, at my hands. Chu King immediately guessed what this little granny was thinking. If I die, I'll definitely drag you down with me. I mean it. Qiao Dui blurted out, you're such a jerk. Chu King turned to Qiao Dui with a dark look, scaring the granny half to death. Weasel, seems like you still have some energy left, huh? Chu King stopped messing with Qiao Dui and lay down to sleep. Fate had decreed it. Tonight was a sleepless night. Seeing Qiao Dui sitting far away, sobbing softly, Chu King had to speak up. Hey, come closer. Why are you so far away? Afraid I'll eat you or something? Qiao Dui didn't answer. Chu King continued, I'm not saying it twice. Qiao Dui finally gave in, moving next to Chu King and lying down. Chu King looked at Qiao Dui, then used their spiritual power to warm her up. Qiao Dui smiled faintly and fell asleep peacefully. Scene changed to Mu Gui. Currently, according to Meng Zui's thinking, finding someone in Yun Shan was clearly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Mu Gui suddenly took out their phone. Chu King, you think you can escape from the palm of my hand like that? Mu Gui called their subordinates. Keep a close eye on Chu King, don't let anyone else snatch them away. Chu King was walking home when a group of people suddenly appeared. Blocking their path, slightly panicked, who are you? The group immediately drew their weapons. We're the ones who want to kill you. However, another group of people appeared. Shielding Chu King, and who are you? We're here to save you. While Chu King was still wondering who they'd offended, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed them. Two people quickly whisked Chu King away. Why is there another group? Let me go. My lady sent us. We're here to save you. Who's your lady? My lady's surname is Tang. Keep it down. Suddenly, someone attacked. Those escorting Chu King were quickly taken down. Yet another group of people appeared. However, Chu King recognized these people. Sister Nan, why are you all here? Boss just told me to come back for overtime. You could have just called. No need for this. Is there something wrong with you? No, nothing. Scene changed to Chu King's house. The Li family was there. Li Yan was also present. The head of the family turned the whole bed upside down. But there's no one here, Li Yan said darkly. Seems that old bitch got here first. Go find. After a short break, the Yi and Li families were facing off against each other. Li Yan spoke first. Hand over Chu King and the Chu family. Or don't blame me for wiping out your entire Yi family. Shen Zai's mother laughed. Chu King is my lifesaver, I'd never do something as ungrateful as that. Besides, it's about time we settled our old and new grudges. Neither side yielded, creating an extremely tense situation. The next morning, Chu King woke up from a good night's sleep. Looked over and saw Qiao Dui sleeping, drooling, and became exasperated. Hey, wake up. If you keep sleeping, your drool's gonna flood Yun Shan. Qiao Dui groggily woke up, rubbing her eyes sleepily as she looked over at Chu King. Qiao Dui nearly drooled on the spot. Chu King stood up and said to Qiao Dui, "What's up? Get up, we gotta go." "Go where?" "My place." Then, he led Qiao Dui back to his house. Looking at the messy house, Qiao Dui was a little surprised. "Are you sure this is your house?" Images of his happy family from his past life flashed through Chu King's mind. Chu King then burst out laughing, startling Qiao Dui a bit. He gritted his teeth. "All right. The Li family did this to my family today. I'll make them pay back tenfold." Chu King then told Qiao Dui to come with him to the Yi family. Chu King brought Qiao Dui to the Yi family's residence. Entering the Yi residence, Qiao Dui was also quite astonished. Yi Shenxi, from the Yi family, upon seeing Chu King arrive, happily jumped up and hugged him. "So glad you're okay." Qiao Dui, watching the scene, felt uncomfortable. A minor and already has a girlfriend. So shameless, this society is getting. Shenxi suddenly turned to Qiao Dui. "Are you jealous, little missy?" Qiao Dui immediately flared up. "Jealous? Do you even have horns?" Shenxi then approached Qiao Dui. Extending her hand for a handshake. "Hello, I'm Yi Shenxi." Shenxi had a bit of a headache. This guy really doesn't give me a break, attracting bees and butterflies wherever he goes. Little Missy Qiao Dui puffed out her cheeks, fuming. Chu King had to speak up. "She's Qiao Dui, I just hired her. Just treat her like a maid." Chu King then pulled Shenxi aside and whispered, "Qiao Dui has another identity. I'll explain this to you later. Just find someone trustworthy to watch over her. Don't let others notice her, and don't let her escape." Shenxi understood, immediately instructing her subordinates to take Qiao Dui to rest. With Qiao Dui settled, the two could finally talk about serious matters. "Are my parents all right?" "They're safe. I also brought Chen Hua here." "But, you were captured by Meng Xiu's people. What happened?" "Your sister works as a bartender under one of Meng Xiu's subordinates. Last night, they took the opportunity while our people and the Li family were fighting to kidnap her." Chu King rubbed his temples. "That Chu Xiao, not content with working at my mom's company, actually dared to go to Meng Xiu's lair. It's obvious why Meng Xiu captured her." Chu King thought for a moment, then said, "Help me keep my whereabouts a secret. Don't tell anyone, not even Miss Yi. As for Meng Xiu, if they want to use this opportunity to find me, just say I'm missing." Shenxi was surprised. "What if Meng Xiu can't find you and harms your sister?" "No. She captured my sister to threaten me. If she can't even find me, what kind of threat is that?" "How's your family?" "Last night's fight with the Li family cost both sides at least 30% of their strategic resources. That's with us putting up a fierce resistance. Otherwise, the losses would be far greater, so, there's a lot of complaining at home, questioning my mother's decisions, especially Yi Mai. My mother has a huge headache because of this." Chu King pondered. Yi Mai craves the head of the family position, that's why she's doing this. But if she keeps causing trouble like this, she'll destroy herself. She won't gain anything then, so, if she dares to act like this, she must have backing. But what kind of backing is it? Chu King took out a mask, which then changed to white. Looking at Chu King's appearance, Shenxi was incredibly surprised. Chu King slowly put on the mask and said, "Shenxi, take me to Miss Yi, but don't tell her about me." From now on, Chu King is missing. There's only Jian Xiansheng, he's Chu King's master, here for the wedding, to seek justice for Chu King. Shenxi froze for a few seconds, but quickly understood Chu King's intentions. Shenxi playfully greeted Jian Xiansheng. Shenxi then led Chu King to the main house. As soon as Yi Mai entered, a little boy tugged on Shenzai's skirt. Sis, can I hug you?" Shenxi cheerfully sat down and hugged the little boy. "All right, Xiao, go play by yourself. Sis has some business to attend to." Xiao tugged on Shenxi, saying, "Sis, who's this? The mask on his face is so weird. Can I wear it?" Chu King frowned when he heard Xiao. Shenxi immediately advised, "Xiao, no you can't, this is my senior. If you like the mask, I'll buy you one some other day, okay?" Xiao then agreed and left. Watching Xiao leave, Shenxi unconsciously spoke up and asked, "Do you think our kids will be as cute as Xiao in the future?" Chu King coldly replied, if our kid is like that, I'll beat him to death. Shen Shi was a little disappointed, so you prefer girls? Well, girls can carry on the family line and manage the household, but your preference for girls over boys is wrong, you're a boy yourself. Chu King didn't quite understand. While it was talking to you, its eyes kept looking at me when it asked for my mask. It was very nervous. After you refused, it didn't seem disappointed. Do you really think it liked the mask? Shen Shi was confused. What are you trying to say? Chu King explained, you're the heir of the Yi family. When the family faced turmoil, a mysterious sword saint suddenly appeared. Some people couldn't hold back their curiosity but couldn't ask directly, so they chose an innocent child as a proxy. Shen Shi was startled as she listened to Chu King's explanation. She thought he was probably right. Xiao Yue's mother is very close with third aunt, Yi Mei. Seeing Shen Zai's slight sadness, Chu King comforted her. Actually, I used to be more naive than you, I just think a little more now. Shen Shi pouted, you're so bad now. Such a schemer. Chu King jutted his chin. Bad? I'm nothing compared to that kid. Xiao Yue didn't even use it to pry information about someone who has designs on me. Just being cautious, isn't that still virtuous? As Chu King continued his reasoning, Shen Shi fumed, covering her ears. Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk anymore. Shen Shi then led Chu King to meet her mother. Shen Zai's aunt was also there. Mom, aunt, this is Chu King's master, the sword saint. Shen Zai's mother was a little surprised. She then looked at her sister. Shen Shi signaled, and her aunt immediately stood up, wanting to shake Chu King's hand. Hearing this, Chu King understood their intentions. Chu King then extended his hand to shake hers. It was supposed to be a handshake, but it was actually a test of Chu King's strength. However, Chu King had just been buffed by the author, so the aunt was pushed back. Shen Zai's mother and aunt were now serious. Shen Zai's mother spoke, Sword Saint, you haven't visited for a while. What brings you here today? Chu King wasn't polite and sat down. The Li family is bullying my disciple. I'm here to back him up. Why are you involving the Yi family in our extermination? Chu King saw Shen Zai's mother's suspicion and immediately pulled a pill from his pocket, because this benefits the Yi family. The reason the Tang family can suppress other families in Sin Men is because they can produce medicine. Coupled with their vast assets, they naturally have a higher status, but as far as I know, the Li family has replicated the Tang family's medicine, so next, they want to steal the Tang family's business, and then destroy them completely. By then, Sin Men will be in the Li family's pocket. Even Meng Shui won't be able to escape, let alone you. Shen Zai's mother was extremely worried after hearing Chu King's words. Shen Zai's aunt suddenly spoke. The Li family wants to swallow the Yi family, but we also have to consider whether we can open our mouths wide enough. Chu King laughed. Don't be arrogant. The Li family has already monopolized the medicine market. Swallowing the Yi family isn't difficult. Shen Zai's mother suddenly understood the issue. You don't want the Li family to monopolize the medicine market. Do you want to give us the medicine formula you're holding on to? Chu King immediately said, I can't give you the formula, but I can open a company. The Yi family invests the money and provides the ingredients. I'll find someone to handle the production, and we'll split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Just then, someone entered from outside. It was Yi Mei and her daughter, Yi Mei and he. Yi Mei spoke up. Who is this? Shen Zai's aunt was furious when she saw Yi Mei enter. Yi Mei, do you have any manners? Don't you know how to knock? Yi Mei looked annoyed. Manners? The family's in crisis. With this jackpot in front of us, desperate times call for desperate measures. Auntie wanted to charge in, but Shen Zai's mom stopped her. Shen Zai's mom calmly said, this is someone who came to help. I invited her. She's my younger sister. Don't mind her. If Madam Yi has matters to attend to, I won't bother you any longer. Farewell. About what you just mentioned, I'll have Shen Shi answer you. Shen Shi, see this gentleman out for me. Seeing the situation, Chu King wanted to leave, but Yi Mei immediately schemed. Mai and he, you go see this gentleman out too. He's a guest, and he came to help our family, after all. Chu King was then followed outside by Shen Shi and Yi Mei and he. Yi Mei and he started probing Chu King. I wonder where this gentleman is from. Chu King, experienced as he was, gave a vague answer. A man of the mountains. I prefer solitude. I don't speak of my origins. Yi Mei and he wouldn't give up, kept asking, and Chu King remained the same, answering whatever she asked. How much did Auntie pay you? Not much, not little either. Auntie brought you here to deal with the Li family, right? Getting nowhere, Yi Mei and he switched to persuasion. Do you even know how powerful the Li family is? Or did Auntie send you to your death? Everyone wants to earn money, but you have to be alive to spend it. Don't you think so? Shen Shi, unable to take it anymore, yelled at Yi Mai and he, do you want a beating? One hit and the brat burst into tears and ran away. Yi Mai and he then looked at Chu King and said, Mr. Jian, there's a worthwhile place in Qinmen, Yunjiang, outside the city. When you have time, you can try it out, but be careful. Yunjiang's waters are deep, be careful not to drown. Chu King turned to look at Shen Shi, unable to hold back any longer, and without hesitation, slapped Yi Mai and he. After the slap, Chu King stepped closer to Yi Mai and he and said, Yunjiang's waters may be deep, but I'm a good swimmer, you'd better watch out for yourself, don't think having a small sailboat means you're safe and sound. After speaking, Chu King and Shen Shi left. Chu King was in the car, and Shen Shi had returned to her usual demeanor. Shen Shi spoke up, how can that little brat be like that? Chu King took out 2 candies and replied, kids don't understand things. Chu King popped a candy into his mouth. Shen Shi, don't think too much about it, not teaching their kid is the parents' fault, you're not their mother, so why bother? Where do you get the candy? From the brat's pocket. He got that candy because of me, so taking a little interest isn't too much, is it? Besides, I only want what's best for him, eating too much candy really will rot his teeth. Shen Shi immediately responded, shameless young man, if you stole candy from a child, just admit it, no need to justify it so much. Truly shameless. Just then, Shen's phone vibrated. After the call, Shen Shi said seriously, my mom agreed to your proposal to open a company. But she has one condition, she wants my sister to manage the company. Chu King was surprised, your sister? I've been to the Yi family so many times. How have I never met her? Shen Shi said with a hint of nostalgia, she's traveling the world, she's great, beautiful, intelligent, long legs, an offensive chest, and defensive butt. Basically, she's better than me in every way, but, I'm warning you, don't try to hit on my sister. She's married, then where's her husband? Shen Shi looked a little sad, my sister has had a serious illness since she was little. The doctors said she wouldn't live past 30, so my mom found her husband early on. She didn't agree, but she didn't dare disobey my mom. There was a sudden accident during the wedding ceremony, and my brother-in-law died. Don't think too much about it, it was just an accident. My mom investigated it. As soon as my brother-in-law died, my mom arranged another man for my sister. This completely angered my sister, she left home after that, and it's been 2 years now. Chu King suddenly became clever, so, she's single now. Seeing Chu King's attitude, Shen Shi flew into a rage, you are not allowed to hit on my sister. Or I'll punch you to death, you idiot. Am I not enough for you? Why are you always fantasizing about other women? Are you even a man? You lecherous mind. Chu King immediately raised 3 fingers, wronged. I wasn't planning to hit on her. I promise. King was thinking. I have to meet her first to hit on her. Shen Shi pouted at that, but let it go. Suddenly, Shen Shi spoke up, sorry, Chu King. Chu King, confused, asked, what for now? Shen Shi replied, a bit sheepishly, my mom also said to let your parents stay at my place. 1, for their protection, or 2, Chu King finished Shen's sentence, as hostages, right? It's pretty normal, as the head of the family, she has to think about the clan. Shen Shi, you're too kind, don't die on this one, you're stronger than this. Shen Shi, with a saccharine sweet smile, responded, die. You think I'm gonna just sit there and take it? Then, bam, she punched Chu King. Luckily, the dude managed to block it. What now? Chu King continued, don't mention other women in front of me, or you'll face the consequences. Chu King complained, didn't you say before that women's business should be handled by women? I'm a guy, and you still hit me. After saying that, he thought, what the hell am I even saying? Shen Shi retorted, don't play dumb, you're stronger than most women. Stop pretending to be weak with me. I'm not buying it. Suddenly, Chu King noticed a traffic checkpoint ahead. He quickly told Shen Shi. Watch out, there's a checkpoint up ahead. Shen Shi felt something was off. Those are all Jian Wu agents, why are they dressed as traffic cops? What's the deal? Hearing that, Chu King thought there must be something fishy going on. He then used an invisibility technique to avoid being seen by them. Shen Shi almost fainted. What are you doing? A simple invisibility technique like that? Well, yeah, don't look at me. Look straight ahead. Shen Shi was incredibly curious. Where do you get all these weird tricks? A moment later, it was Shen Zai's turn. Miss Yi, where are you heading? Just going for a little drive, Sister Lu, aren't you supposed to be at the Jian Wu agency? Why are you playing traffic cop? This is a bogus check. Shen Shi was then allowed to pass. Chu King had already deactivated his invisibility technique. They checked us like that too. First time for everything, who knows what crazy stuff those guys are up to. Shen Shi now curiously asked Chu King, "Hey, what were you hiding from earlier? Are you that afraid of the Jian Wu agents? You're not a wanted criminal, are you?" Chu King, sweating, thought, almost spilled the beans there. Good thing the guy investigating the supervisor's death is incompetent. Suddenly, Chu King looked in the rearview mirror. Surprised, "We're being tailed," Chu King told Shen Shi, "Slow down a bit. Let the other cars pass." But the black car continued to follow. Chu King was certain they were being followed. "It's that black car behind us, isn't it? Not many people know about Sword Immortal these days. They must be after you. Could it be the Li family? Screw them, watch me cut them in half." Chu King immediately warned, "No rush, let's see what they want first. If they're really after you, the people they sent won't be too hard to deal with, we can handle them." Shen Shi, fuming, replied, "Grandpa Chu King, what do you mean? If they're after me, they won't be hard to deal with. Am I that weak?" Chu King already had an answer in mind. "Well, yeah, kinda." Shen Shi then drove into an alley. But unexpectedly, in addition to the car tailing him, there was another car blocking the way ahead. From the cars, a group of people emerged. They were Jian Wu agents, badges flashing. As soon as they got out, they immediately opened fire on Shen Zai's car. Chu King quickly pulled Shen Shi into the back seat, hiding. Within this group of supervision warriors, they used Oblivion crossbows. The destructive power of the Oblivion crossbows created a huge explosion. Because they were in the car, Chu King used his body to shield Shen Shi. Even though he used spiritual energy to protect himself, Chu King was still injured. The wound was caused by an Oblivion crossbow, so it was still spreading. Chu King was extremely serious. Even though it was only a level 1 Oblivion crossbow, with his current recovery ability, Chu King would only need a day to recover, but if a divine weapon is hit by it, the outcome can only be death. The supervision warriors were now extremely smug. Even if a great Luo Golden Immortal got hit by 4 Oblivion crossbows, they would definitely die. Shen Shi opened her eyes, startled. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, stay here, don't go outside. You have to listen to me, okay?" Looking at Chu King's back, Shen Shi felt incredibly distressed. "If I were a man, I should be the one shielding him." Shen Shi started to cry. "I definitely have to work harder. Even if I can't surpass him, I can't become his burden." The supervision warriors were about to leave when Chu King got out of the car and called out, "I'm not dead yet, and you ladies are already preparing to leave. Not very professional, are you?" The supervision warriors were startled. "Who are you? Where's Yi Shen Shi? When did you get in the car?" Hearing this, Chu King was also a little surprised. These people were certain that only Shen Shi was left in the car. That meant they were with the previous group. Someone within the supervision warriors was breaking the law for personal reasons. Chu King spoke up, "You are supervision envoys, right?" Before the supervision warriors could answer, Chu King pointed his gun at them. "Open fire." Chu King didn't say much, immediately rushing forward. Chu King delivered a palm strike to 2 of them. The remaining 2 didn't even have time to react before Chu King grabbed them. Then, this young man swiftly took care of them. Shen Shi also got out of the car. "I'm so glad you're okay." "Yes, I was terrified." The 2 who were hit by Chu King's palm strike, seeing how ruthless he was, became a little scared. "We're supervision envoys. You can't kill us." Shen Shi angrily questioned, "Aren't supervision envoys supposed to stay out of clan disputes? Why did you try to kill me then?" The group remained silent, making Shen Shi furious. Grabbing one by the collar, she asked again, "Aren't supervision envoys supposed to stay out of clan disputes? Why did you try to kill me?" Chu King grabbed the remaining one and pulled him over. Chu King didn't say much, breaking the guy's arm to answer Shen Zai's question. Chu King was also a bit annoyed. The martial department represented the authority of the empire. If the martial department sides with the Li family, then the Yi family is truly doomed. The guy held by Shen Zai's collar, seeing what Chu King did, threatened, 2 injured supervision envoys will surely die a terrible death. And so will anyone associated with you. Unfazed, Chu King sent the other guy to meet his maker. "It's not the first time I've killed a supervision envoy, and I'm still standing, aren't I? So, it's best you answer my question." The last female supervision envoy finally got scared. "We were ordered to come here. We don't know the specific situation." "Who gave the order?" Hearing Chu King's question, this one flinched but still didn't answer. After thinking for a moment, the supervision envoy yelled, "Just kill me. Even if I talk, it'll be hard to survive, so why should I tell you? At least if I die here, someone will avenge me. Chu King laughed and then performed some kind of technique. You think death is the end? Seeing this scene, the supervision envoy's face turned pale. Even Shen Shi was extremely alarmed. It turned out that this time, Chu King was going to use the soul refining technique. Once this technique is used, it causes the dead immense suffering because it directly attacks the soul of the person being targeted. After finishing the soul refining, Chu King staggered and fell. Fortunately, Shen Shi caught him. Are you okay? Chu King said wearily, I'm fine. Dispose of their bodies. After Shen Shi finished arranging things, she urged Chu King to leave slowly. The cars Shen Shi had arranged exploded, erasing their tracks. Shen Shi then spoke up. This was ordered by Huang Kaishan. Shen Shi was startled, the minister of the Jian Wu branch in New Star. The Jian Wu department and the Li family are colluding. Chu King immediately said, yes and no. Those people were only following Huang Kaishan's orders to kill you, not the Empire's, but I'm really curious, is this Huang Kaishan a man? Didn't they say men can't cultivate ancient martial arts? Ah, he's a sinister person. Where'd they find a sinister man like you? Where am I sinister? Do you need me to prove it to you? Go ahead and prove it, forget it, but it's been so long. Don't you know I cultivate Taoism? Shen Shi was shocked. No way. Tao cultivation is very slow. Some people spend their whole lives without achieving what I have now. And you're a freak, so there's no way. What if I am? If you are, I'll have to take you to a lab for research. Suddenly seeing Shen Shi looking sad, Chu King asked, what's wrong? Shen Shi said sadly, I'm about to die, aren't I? I can't bear to leave you, Shen Shi cried, punching Chu King's chest. What's with your reaction? You're not even comforting me. Huang Kaishan will definitely come after me. Knowing him, he'll fabricate charges, throw me in jail, torture me, and kill me. It's a small matter. Losing my head is just a big scar on my neck, but I can't bear to leave you. Chu King was speechless. Didn't realize you thought so much about this, and it's pretty logical too. But don't worry, we won't be separated. Really? Surprise. Do you have a solution? Chu King chuckled. Huang Kaishan wants to kill you, not the Jian Wu department. So, just change the head of the Jian Wu department. Shen Shi was horrified. Are you crazy? Chu King wasn't surprised by Shen Zai's attitude. I know you don't believe me now, you'll see later. Forget about that, my back hurts so much, let's hurry up and find Qiao Wei. So she can treat me. Shen Shi was startled, it hurts that much. Shen Shi then reached out and touched Chu King's back. You didn't react at all along the way. Just as her wish was granted, Chu King flinched. Seeing that, Shen Shi chuckled awkwardly. Shen Shi then helped Chu King back to see Qiao Wei. Seeing Chu King like this, Qiao Wei was incredibly smug. Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Haven't even seen you for half a day and you're already like this. Why aren't you dead? Chu King immediately retorted. Thanks to Mr. Shen Shi. Hearing Qiao Wei say that, Shen Shi became furious and wanted to rush forward and fight. What was that? However, Chu King grabbed Shen Zai's hand. We'll be working together from now on, let's not fight. Shen Shi was annoyed. I'll let you off the hook today for your sake, but she shouldn't mess with my man. This isn't over yet. Chu King immediately changed the subject. Right, Shen Shi, tell Ms. Yi everything that happened today, including my intentions. Hearing this, Shen Shi went out to the balcony to make the call. After Shen Shi left, Chu King told Qiao Wei, help me treat my wound. However, Qiao Wei shook her head. I can't treat it, Chu King immediately said, taking medicine for you. You call yourself a national university student and you can't even treat this small wound. Is it because you're so dumb that you got expelled from national university? Hearing this, Qiao Wei stared at Chu King's face. Shut up, for the past 2 years, I've ranked first in all the exams at the Medical Academy of National University. Qiao Wei then explained, it's not that I can't, it's that I don't have the means. I need the ingredients and equipment to formulate the antidote for the wind-piercing poison. Chu King thought to himself, looks like she really was expelled from National University. After some thought, Chu King said, you're overthinking it. The wind-piercing poison hasn't done anything to me yet. Just help me treat the wound. If it wasn't on my back, I wouldn't have asked you. Qiao Wei scoffed, liar, liar, pants on fire. However, a second later, Qiao Wei was startled when Chu King took off his shirt. The wind-piercing poison really hadn't spread. How did you do that? Chu King immediately tempted her. Do you want to learn? Qiao Wei's eyes lit up. Of course I want to. Hearing this, Chu King immediately said, then treat my wound. Qiao Wei was speechless. Qiao Wei then had to treat Chu Qing's wound. A moment later, Qiao Wei was finished. Your skills aren't bad. Qiao Wei, they say I'm living off you now, so I'll head back to my room. After Qiao Wei left, Shen Shi returned. My mom told me, Meng Zui has been chased away as you instructed. She won't be causing any more trouble for now. The Li family said that as long as you show up, they'll let bygones be bygones. Right now, my whole family is in chaos because of this. What did Ms. Yi say? She told me to stay by your side and do my best to fulfill all your requests regarding the company and equipment. She's already made the preparations. My mom also told me to ask you about the martial arts department. Can you really handle it? Yes, but I need Ms. Yi's help. I'll tell her when the time comes. You should go into hiding first. I'm guessing you're already a wanted criminal by the martial arts department. Chu Qing leaned her head on Shen Shi, reassuring him, don't worry, I'm here. We'll go to the company tomorrow and take a look. Let's stop here for today. 7:15 the next morning, Chu Qing, Shen Shi, and Qiao Wei arrived at the company prepared by Shen Zai's mother. Shen Shi gave a brief introduction. This is the company. It has 16 floors, and there are 3 basement levels below. Chu Qing said, let's go inside and take a look first. Inside, Shen Zai's mother had prepared all the necessary equipment for medicine research. Qiao Wei's eyes lit up when she saw these things. She almost drooled. Chu Qing picked up a glass bottle, thinking, medicine refinement in this world is very different from what I know. Fortunately, I have Qiao Wei, the professional, so that's enough. Qiao Wei tilted her head towards Chu Qing. Do you have a prescription? I can't refine medicine without one. Hearing this, Chu Qing scribbled for a while. Chu Qing then handed Qiao Wei the prescription she had just written. Qiao Wei was a bit doubtful. Did you just scribble this randomly? If what's refined later isn't medicine, then there's definitely a problem with your prescription. Chu Qing stated flatly, there won't be any problems with my prescription. If it can't be refined, it's definitely because your skills are lacking. If that's the case, then you're no longer useful to me. Qiao Wei, after observing Chu Qing's prescription for a moment, was startled. You want to refine poison? Chu Qing calmly replied, can't it be refined? However, Chu Qing was thinking, Qiao Wei is truly talented. She knew it was poison just by glancing at it. The young woman immediately started daydreaming about Qiao Wei turning the prescription in her hand into bottles of medicine. Then, gecko essential oil won't just be a dream anymore. It didn't take long for Qiao Wei to refine the medicine. Qiao Wei handed the tube of medicine to Chu Qing. So, is this what you need? Chu Qing didn't answer but bit her fingertip and dripped her blood into the tube of medicine. After finishing, Chu Qing handed the tube back to Qiao Wei. Drink it. Qiao Wei was startled and scared. You're not kidding, right? This is the highly toxic true heart pill. Although Qiao Wei could concoct an antidote herself, Chu Qing had now added her blood as a catalyst. It wouldn't be easy for Qiao Wei to get Chu Qing's blood again later. Chu Qing spoke seriously, I don't trust you. If you drink this, I won't have people watching you anymore. To a certain extent, you'll be free. Of course, you also know the consequences of running away, right? Qiao Wei's face turned pale, and she tremblingly took the tube of medicine from Chu Qing. Then, she drank it all in one gulp and smashed the tube afterwards. Now, Chu Qing is Qiao Wei's sworn enemy. I curse you to die a horrible death. Chu Qing wasn't bothered, and before Qiao Wei could finish, Chu Qing said, if I were you, I'd quickly invite all the gods home to pray that I don't die on the streets. Because if I find out then the poison in you will erupt. And then you'll know, that's right. While you were refining the medicine, I also wrote 2 more prescriptions. You better hurry up and research them. Or else you know the consequences. Qiao Wei looked at Chu Qing, who was holding 2 prescriptions, with extreme resentment and yelled. Chu Qing, you bastard. I hate you. Seeing Qiao Wei's emotions, Chu Qing felt a little guilty. 1 year later, I'll give you the antidote. Chu Qing thought, 1 year should be enough to settle things in Sin Men, or maybe even shorter. Chu Qing then left the company. Chu Qing was still thinking about refining medicine. The 2 formulas Chu Qing wrote, one was a simplified version of the crazy physician pill, the other was the bone regeneration pill, also simplified. Although simplified, they should be enough to produce medicine to extend a few lives for a while. Shen Shi suddenly ran to Chu Qing, panicked, something's wrong. The Xing family's head sent someone to the Yi family. They specifically requested Sword Immortal to meet her at the Xing residence. Chu Qing was a little surprised. That old fox, Xing Lai, is pretty quick on the uptake. Her nose is pretty sharp too. Despite thinking that Chu King still wanted to meet Xing Lai, Shen Shi was a little worried. Could she also be siding with the Li family? Chu King shook his head upon hearing that. No way. In Xing Lai's eyes, the struggles of these worldly matters are no different than kids fighting. She's not interested. Chu King then went to the Xing residence with Shen Shi. Use your real face to meet head Xing. Is that okay? Yeah, she already knows Sword Immortal is me. Besides, this place definitely doesn't have anyone else's spies. Xing Tao was in the Xing residence courtyard. Seeing Chu King arrive, Xing Tao immediately asked, "Do you have any news about your sister? I couldn't reach her today. Did something happen to her?" "My sister will be fine, don't worry. I came today to visit your mother." Watching Chu King talk to Xing Tao, Shen Shi was a little startled. Chu King actually forgot about head Xing's son. Chu King then pulled Shen Shi aside, whispering, "Go walk around with Xing Tao, I'll tell you about the Xing family later." Bottom line is, don't say anything careless. The Xing family is both friend and foe. After instructing Shen Shi, Chu King went to meet Xing Lai. Xing Lai was already waiting for Chu King. "The girl who came with you is Yi King Mai's daughter, right? And what's your relationship?" Chu King chuckled. "The kind of relationship you're thinking of." Hearing that, Xing Lai teased Chu King, "Are you stupid? Not marrying the palace's daughter and instead finding a girl like that? What are you plotting? Feel like the Yi family isn't chaotic enough?" Chu King's blood boiled a little. "Cut the crap, I'm marrying a wife, not marrying into a family. What did you call me here for?" Xing Lai sat down and opened her laptop. "Come here, I'll show you something." Chu King walked over and saw indescribable images of Li Yan and Huang Kai Shan on the screen. Chu King broke out in a sweat. Li Yan's got some kinky tastes. Xing Lai then explained, "What Huang Kai Shan cultivates is the Li family's martial arts technique. It's true that they were together before. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Chu King smiled and replied to Xing Lai, "My sister is also your daughter-in-law. She's been captured by Meng Zui. Do you think you can?" Xing Lai immediately refused. "Deal with your sister's matters yourself. She's not my daughter-in-law yet. And besides, whatever happened to her is for the best. That way, I can set up Daoer and Tangzi." Chu King understood. "I should have figured that out sooner. You support Tang Ra, so you also oppose Li Ra, right?" Xing Lai affirmed. "Exactly." Chu King chuckled. "When I learned that Wu Yuan sided with Li Ra, I thought the enemy I had to face was the entire scheming organization. I was ready for a huge fight. Turns out you're not my enemy. I'm really disappointed. I think you're getting a good deal and still showing off, huh? Aren't you curious why I chose Tang Ra? Are you going to tell me?" Xing Lai then said, "Because the Quan Zhen sect's hand reaches too far. I warned them, but not only did they not restrain themselves, they even sent people to Sin Men to openly collude with Li Ra." Chu King nodded. "Such blatant provocation, but wouldn't it be easier to just eliminate them? As far as I know, Sin Men's Beast Chamber army is under your control, and the Beast Chamber army is a legion composed of martial artists. In front of the Beast Chamber army, which family is really anything? Why don't you mobilize the Beast Chamber army to wipe out Li Ra and the Quan Zhen sect? Wouldn't that solve everything?" Xing Lai was exasperated by Chu King's thinking. "What nonsense are you talking about? The martial families are under the martial department's control. If I mobilize the Beast Chamber army, I'll be overstepping my boundaries. Besides, I'd have to report to my superiors. Without a legitimate reason, they won't approve." Seeing Xing Lai's attitude, Chu King immediately said, "Don't tell me it's just one branch of the Beast Chamber army. I believe you can even mobilize the regular army, but you only told me why Li Ra deserves to be beaten. But you haven't said why you support Tang Ra." Xing Lai sighed. "Sooner or later, I have to retire. You've met my daughter, right? Handing the entire Xing family over to her, I'm really not at ease, so I need to find someone suitable. I support Tang Ra to see if he's actually useful." Chu King pointed to the sky and said, "Then you absolutely mustn't misjudge him. Although Co Yi King Yi isn't ruthless enough, she's still much stronger than Tang Nung." Xing Lai looked at Chu King mockingly. "Is it just because Tang Nung didn't choose you that you have to put her down like that?" Chu King's face turned pale. "Huh, looks like this old woman has investigated me." Even knowing this kind of stuff, Chu King still wasn't backing down. "I'm just stating facts." Xing Lai, unbothered, told Chu King to just wait and see. Xing Lai suddenly asked, "So, not gonna say anything about you and Tang Xian?" Chu King waved his hand dismissively. "Are you grilling me about stealing your predetermined daughter-in-law? From what I know, Tang Nung seems to like Li Yue more." Xing Lai burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, all right, stop provoking Li Ra already. You've gone through so much trouble to help Yi Ra. What's your endgame? You want Yi Shen-shi, but Tang Zian is the better catch. Don't tell me you're trying to conquer the world by conquering women. Chu King almost couldn't stop himself from lunging at Xing Lai. Don't get mad, nothing to be mad about. Don't get mad, Chu King, regaining control, asked Xing Lai, you keep putting down Yi Ra. Why is that? Xing Lai chuckled and replied, what can Yi Ra even do? Smuggling, bars, hair salons, karaoke, it's all garbage, even a dumbass knows who to choose. Chu King listened to Xing Lai's analysis, then reluctantly accepted it. He spoke, you've said so much to me, what's the point? Want me to switch over to supporting Tang Ra? Xing Lai held up 2 fingers, 2 points. First, Tang Ra isn't ready yet, so Yi Ra can't collapse too quickly, don't disappoint me, that is, to hold off Li Ra. Second, nah, enough, one reason is enough, Chu King laughed, tell me, if Yi Ra takes down Li Ra, will you be disappointed? And what if Yi Ra accidentally surpasses Tang Ra? Will you be utterly devastated? Xing Lai was slightly taken aback, kid, you're way too confident. Chu King walked over to Xing Lai's desk and picked up a pen, writing something on a piece of paper. I'm being very humble, just borrowing a pen and paper. Chu King finished writing, folded the paper, and handed it to Xing Lai. Please give this letter to Tang Zian, also known as my fiancé in name. Can I see what you wrote? Of course. Xing Lai and Chu King looked at each other and burst out laughing. Chu King then left, remember to deliver that. Or I'm dead meat, and your son won't have a brother-in-law. Xing Lai said cheerfully, ha ha ha, don't worry, what are you planning to do next? Chu King didn't answer, a magician never reveals his secrets. Xing Lai teased him, you don't trust me, kid. If your sister gets killed by Mu Sui, I can marry Tao and he to Tang Zian. This has nothing to do with our agreement. Chu King had a slight headache, damn, this old fox knows I'm hiding from Mu Sui. She's definitely doing this on purpose. Bringing up that name, Xing Lai watched Chu King leave, thinking to herself, the second point is, you're someone I like to, cast a wide net, catch more fish. I understand the principle of choosing the best. Leaving Xing Ra, thinking about Shen Shi, Chu King thought, Huang Kaishan, I won't rest until that martial arts maniac is eliminated. However, to eliminate Huang Kaishan, I still need a few things. Chu King then told Shen Shi to go to the auction house with him. As soon as they arrived at the auction house, Zhe Yu rushed over. He acted so dramatically that Shen Shi was startled. You wanna cry your eyes out, hugging Chu King. I thought you were dead. Chu King immediately pushed him away. I'll be dead before you are. A moment later, Zhe Yu invited Chu King and Shen Shi to have a drink and chat with him. Zhe Yu gave Chu King a thumbs up. I heard about it, that troublesome Li Yue walked right into his own death. You did well. I like you a lot. Revenge should be swift. You're such a woman, I admire you. Chu King almost jumped up when he heard himself being called such a woman. Calm down, I forgot, however, Zhe Yu continued, you're here to ask for my help, right? I can't help you with manpower, but I can support you financially. Anything you need, if I can do it, I'll definitely help you. Who said you're like a woman? You're making us men proud. Chu King couldn't hold back any longer and spat his tea in Zhe Yu's face. While Zhe Yu was confused, Chu King was fuming, damn it. This is what you call manly. Masculine, get it? After a moment of rage, Chu King calmed down. There was no point in arguing, Zhe Yu wouldn't understand anyway. Chu King said, sorry, I couldn't hold back. Zhe Yu was a little annoyed, Dark Knight my ass, couldn't hold back what? Is what I said that funny? Chu King had to distract Zhe Yu. I need some jade pomegranates and special spirit materials. A moment later, after getting what he needed, Chu King transferred 200 million to Zhe Yu. Zhe Yu chuckled, dude, I said I'd support you financially. Chu King replied, close friends should keep things clear, I'm not in the habit of taking things for free. Well, I'm off. Chu King took out his mask, transforming back into the Sword Immortal's appearance, and left in front of Zhe Yu. Zhe Yu called out, hey, Chu King, don't die. Chu King waved his hand dismissively without replying. As for Shen Shi, her gaze towards Zhe Yu changed slightly. Shen Shi felt a little conflicted. Suddenly, she spoke up, I take back what I said about wanting you to gift me the entire Sin Men. If we can survive this danger, I'll marry you. Chu King, now in Shen Zai's head, burst out laughing. Then you better scrub yourself clean and get ready to be Mrs. Chu. Why are you so confident? Shen Shi asked. Chu King confidently replied, gotta be rich within 3 days, right? Chu King looked at Shen Shi. So Mrs. Chu is already meticulously planning for the future. But Mr. Chu's too busy for such trivial matters. Shen Shi, curious, asked, then what are you going to do with that dragon scale? Chu King said, not telling you, making Shen Shi fume. Shen Shi then dropped the dragon scale issue. Sadly, she said, my family is in complete chaos right now. My mom invested money in the Yi pharmaceutical company, and our relatives are complaining and blaming her, feeling she's not taking responsibility. Chu King patted Shen Zai's head, reassuring her, don't worry, if Ms. Yi Hui softens up, she can handle anything well. Right, tomorrow, help me ask for some time off from school. My homeroom teacher is really strict. Shen Shi was surprised. You didn't say, I almost forgot you're still a student. Also, call Hua over, I need her help. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to Yunjiang. To choose a good piece of land. A good piece of land for what? Chu King winked at Shen Shi. To bury people. Shen Shi froze for a few seconds, then couldn't help but yell. After a while, Chu King had crafted all the necessary items. Looking at the quantity, Chu King felt quite satisfied. Huang Kai-shan was still the minister of the martial arts department of Xin Men, and Chu King didn't dare underestimate the Fengshuan poison, so he decided to seek out Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei was in the research room, focused on concocting medicine. Chu King approached her from behind and said, why are you working so hard? I thought you'd have learned your lesson by now. Qiao Wei was a bit annoyed. HMPH, you're thinking too much. Where's that soldier girl, Yi, of yours? She's out on business. Hearing that, Qiao Wei smiled. She pulled down her mask and said, what are you doing here? Say it quickly or get lost. Chu King snorted, don't you have a way to treat Fengshuan poison? Can you teach me? I'll trade you my method. Qiao Wei thought for a moment then said, you're actually quite sincere. Your method uses spiritual energy to seal the Fengshuan poison, then through external surgery, you push the poison out. Ordinary people can't use this method. Why would I need it? Chu King started to sweat. This woman even figured that out. As expected of a national university student, Chu King then said, then at least tell me how to deal with Fengshuan poison. Don't forget I can control the poison in your body. Qiao Wei immediately said, I can create an antidote. It's only effective if used within 10 minutes of being poisoned. Do you want it? I need 2 bottles. Besides letting you go, the conditions are up to you. Qiao Wei thought for a moment then said, the condition is you become my errand boy. Chu King was stunned. That's it. Qiao Wei looked at Chu King, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Chu King then became Qiao Wei's errand boy. Looking at the purple vial in Qiao Wei's hand, Chu King was extremely curious. Is that the antidote you're making? Why do I feel like it's poison? Qiao Wei, hearing that, cursed, you idiot. Poison treats poison, get it? If you don't understand, shut up. At this moment, Qiao Wei looked at Chu King and, without hesitation, threw a vial at him. A purple smoke arose. Qiao Wei took out another syringe and stabbed it into Chu King. At this point, Chu King was staggering. He didn't expect Qiao Wei to go this hard. The drug is the strongest kind, even I can't handle it. Chu King then powerlessly collapsed. So careless, I didn't expect to lose to a non-martial artist woman. Qiao Wei threw the syringe on the ground and slowly approached Chu King. Qiao Wei used a knife to draw Chu King's blood into a test tube. Wait till I refine the antidote and see how I deal with you. Qiao Wei quickly successfully created the antidote. Qiao Wei then drank the entire vial without hesitation. Then she had an extremely happy expression. Ah, this is the feeling of freedom. Having dealt with the poison in her body, Qiao Wei began looking at Chu King. Next, it's time to deal with this wicked man. Ha ha ha. Qiao Wei walked towards Chu King. Into the room with an extremely happy face, Qiao Wei wanted to beat Chu King to a pulp. However, just as her fist reached Chu King's face, Qiao Wei stopped. She blushed a little. Damn, this face is really too handsome. I really can't bring myself to ruin it. After thinking for a while, the little miss decided to lean over Chu King and give him a kiss. Is this the feeling of a first kiss? HMPH, it's not that exciting. This little miss, not satisfied with just a kiss, wanted to undress Chu King. Doing this with a guy isn't the act of a good girl, but this is all Chu King's fault. Who told you to bully me? Today, I'm gonna eat you up. You dare bully me, you have to pay the price. At this moment, Chu King suddenly moved. Qiao Wei was startled. What to do? What to do? But since the spear's been thrown, she had to follow through, so the little miss decided to go for it. A moment later, Chu King woke up. The young man had quite a headache. Seeing Qiao Wei holding a huge knife, Trembling, Chu King remembered being knocked out by her. Suddenly, the young man felt his limbs were bound. Looking closely, he realized he was tied up. Chu King's blood boiled. Kiao Wei, you're good. You're really good. What have you done to me? Kiao Wei said fearfully, you're naked like this. What else could I have done to you? Chu King was shocked. I was actually done like this by this woman. Chu King angrily ripped the ropes apart. Kiao Wei's face turned pale. This is all your fault. Who told you to bully me? You deserve this. Don't come over here. Don't force me. Chu King suddenly noticed bloodstains on the bed. This woman is ruthless. So heartless. Chu King got off the bed and pressed Kiao Wei against the wall. Force me. Force you. Your methods are quite impressive. Kiao Wei was scared. What do you want to do? Don't, help me. But suddenly Chu King felt something wasn't right. Chu King suddenly coughed up blood. Chu King, furious, grabbed Kiao Dui's neck. What did you do to me? Kiao Dui calmly replied, I just did to you what you did to me. Chu King had already anticipated Kiao Dui's answer, so he wasn't too surprised. Chu King didn't continue questioning but tried to pull Kiao Dui closer. Kiao Dui immediately spoke up, you want to use the antidote? The one I made with my blood? Useless, what I injected you with isn't just venom, it's a mutated strain. There are over 20 variations in total, even I don't have the antidote. Hearing this, Chu King pulled Kiao Dui closer with more force. What do you want? State your terms. Kiao Dui calmly responded, let me go, and guarantee that you won't bother me again. We'll be completely unrelated from now on. Chu King chuckled, you're pretty smart, not running away, but staying to negotiate terms with me. But, no, you say completely unrelated. Kiao Dui thought about the situation, feeling a little guilty. You started it with me. As long as you listen to me, I'll take responsibility for you. Chu King waited, dumbfounded. After all this woman still wants me to be hers. Wants me to obey her. Wants to take responsibility for me. Ha ha ha, Chu King sighed, taking responsibility for me, huh? Will you enjoy that? Kiao Dui blushed. Embarrassed, so what do you want? Chu King's voice turned cold. Within 3 days, you'll give me the antidote. Complete the task I give you within 3 weeks. If my condition is good, I might spare your life. I was planning on letting you go after taking down the Li family. But now, you'll stay in the lab with me, for life. Kiao Dui panicked, come on. I'm the one calling the shots now. Okay, but, before she could finish, Kiao Dui jolted, feeling an immense pain. What kind of pain is this? She slumped down, looking at Chu King unsteadily. Impossible, I clearly created the antidote. To and on, even in death, I'll drag you down with me. Kiao Dui immediately activated something, causing the venom within Chu King to flare up. Chu King quickly felt the agonizing pain. Getting old, huh? So what were you before? I already stated my terms. Add 2 vials of Wangchuan antidote. I need him tomorrow. Kiao Dui was a little overwhelmed. Not possible, the earliest would be the morning after tomorrow. The process of creating Wangchuan antidote is very complex. Chu King smirked. Seeing you like this, I guess you wouldn't dare trick me. Also, that mesmerizing drug of yours isn't bad. Even I fell for it. Refine it a bit more for future use. Kiao Dui pouted at Chu King's words. Chu King continued, forget it, hold off on the antidote for me. I need to remind myself how I was outmaneuvered by a woman. Chu King glared at Kiao Dui threateningly. I'm warning you, you better not try anything funny, or I won't hesitate to pay your relatives a visit. Kiao Dui, enraged, lunged towards Chu King. Wanting to punch the despicable man to death, however, Chu King easily caught her hand. Am I as despicable as you? Just then, Chu King received a call from Yi Shenxi. I picked up Hua Hua. I'm in front of the company now. What are we doing in Yunjiang? Chu King informed Shenxi. However, he glanced over and instructed Hua Hua. Chu King told Shenxi to stay put, then told her, stay right here. Don't move. Chu King returned to Hua Hua. Can you get Yi Shenxi in the frame? Hua Hua checked briefly. Shenxi was already within the camera's view. Got him. Watch me when I say, shoot, and take a few more. Chu King then took out the prepared dragon scale. Chu King tossed the dragon scale high into the air, then leaped up himself, performing a strange hand gesture. Immediately after Chu King did this, the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning crackled as a golden dragon slowly rose from the water. Hua Hua jumped, startled by the dragon. Seeing Hua Hua distracted, Chu King immediately reminded her, take pictures. Shenxi stared blankly at the dragon ascending. Suddenly, arms wrapped around Shenxi. Who else could it be but Chu King? Scared you, huh? Shen Shi was still a little shaken. That was fake, right? Chu King explained, right? I need a story plus some evidence to reasonably off someone with a bit of status. Everything's done, contact the feds. Chu King then returned, Hua, I've chosen 2 pictures, no matter what, they have to be in Huang Kaishan's hands tomorrow. Then she wrote a new article, wait for my word, publish it when I tell you to. Not a problem, you want to lure the snake out of its hole, right? Consider it done. Chu King turned to Shen Shi, let's go to the Yi residence, I want to talk to Yi Shen Shi. Shen Shi nodded, sure, I'll let my mom know. A little later, Chu King drove up to a toll booth, but unexpectedly, there was not only a toll, but also a police checkpoint. Chu King spoke up, Shen Shi, something's not right, hide in the back first. Shen Shi understood and immediately agreed. As expected, a police officer stopped the car. Chu King lowered the window, startling the officer. Who are you? Remove your mask for inspection, Chu King calmly replied, these are orders from the Martial Arts Bureau, right? I'm a martial artist, not under your jurisdiction. Get someone from the Martial Arts Bureau here. Hearing this, the officer looked troubled, I'm afraid you won't be leaving tonight, sir. Just you guys. Seeing Chu King's dismissive attitude, the officer, about 80 miles away, got angry, you. Then punched Chu King's car. Hua inside jumped back, thankfully unharmed. Shen Shi below broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Chu King was truly angry. Chu King swiftly kicked the martial arts officer away, you wanna die? Though kicked, the officer seemed strangely pleased. Yi Shen Shi, inside the car, yelled, everyone, attack. Chu King scoffed, small fries like you. I'll beat as many as come, and she did. Chu King easily took down the martial arts officers, however, they weren't afraid. We can't beat you, but someone who can is coming. Shortly after she spoke, numerous aircraft appeared overhead, and many military vehicles approached. There's a martial artist conflict here. Civilians, evacuate immediately. A martial artist looked startled. Why is the garrison here? Chu King grimaced. Seriously, this big of a formation? Currently, the Martial Arts Bureau and the military were Xing Lai's left and right hands. Neither liked the other. The garrison was under Xing Lai's control. They're here. Is this Xing Lai's doing? Lost in thought, Chu King was pulled back by Shen Shi. Go quickly, don't worry about me. Chu King reassured, don't rush, hide well. It's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Hua had great faith in Mr. Jian Xian, so she spoke up, don't worry. He's Chu King's master, he'll definitely have a way. If she knew it was Chu Qingshui, she wouldn't be so optimistic, although she thought that Shen Shi only dared to think it, not say it to Hua. At that moment, a familiar person stepped out of the military vehicle. This person was none other than Tang Ji, Tang Xian's father. You're Tang Ji, right? Oh, am I not? Indeed. I am Tang Ji, you're worthy enough to know my name. What's your relationship with Tang Rong? Tang Rong is my older sister. So, you've forgotten about her. Long time no see, though we've never formally met. Chu King continued, the new commander of the Xinmai Beast Defense Force is from the Tang family. It seems Xing Lai has given the Tang family quite a few perks. Just then, another convoy arrived. This time, it was the Martial Supervision Department. A man stepped out of the vehicle, and this man was the minister of the Martial Supervision Department, Huang Kaishan. You were the one who injured my men. Chu King didn't bother reacting to Huang Kaishan's words. Of course I had to teach them a lesson. Seeing Chu King's attitude, Huang Kaishan became furious. He immediately launched an attack. Chu King, you should know better than to bite the hand that feeds you. Chu King swiftly defended against Huang Kaishan's attack. Suddenly, Chu King sensed a familiar chi. Chu King was certain that this was the one who hurt Shen Zai's mother. Huang Kaishan felt the same way about Chu King. Why does he have an energy similar to my own power? Could he be the one who saved Yi King? The two then separated. Huang Kaishan and Chu King looked at each other, then both said simultaneously, so it was you. At that tense moment, more cars arrived. This time, it was 3 people. The heads of the Yi, Tang, and Li families had appeared. Chu King scoffed, thinking, what's the point of abusing your power and changing everything? It's just history repeating itself. The great families wouldn't fight amongst themselves. Shen Zai's mother sided with Chu King. Are you alright? I'm fine. Li Yin sided with Huang Kaishan. You're incredibly bold. Not only did you attack a martial supervisor, but you're also harboring a fugitive wanted by the Martial Supervision Department. And refusing to hand over Yi Shen Shi. Shen Zai's mother immediately retorted, What crime has Yi Shen-shi committed that requires the minister himself to apprehend her? Huang Kaishan said coldly, I suspect she's involved in the deaths of 4 of our martial supervisors. Chu King, upon hearing this, thought, my ears are fine, but what are you planning to do with that person? He and Huang Kaishan looked at each other, then both continued their attack. At the critical moment, Xian's mother intervened, stopping the two. Although she managed to stop Chu King and Huang Kaishan, Xian's mother was also seriously injured. Tang Ji immediately brought her medicine. Sister, drink this quickly. Tang Ji was somewhat angry. What are you doing? Chu King spoke up. Aren't you all about reasoning and reconciliation? Huang Kaishan sneered, the Tang family head sacrificing herself to maintain the current balance, how noble. Shen Zai's mother calmly looked at Chu King, sooner or later, Yi Shen-shi will be caught. No one has ever escaped the Martial Supervision Department's pursuit. I'll ask you one more time, where is Chu King? Tang Ji was also furious, hand over Chu King. Chu King, unafraid, open the car door. You all know the real reason you want to hand over Chu King. Are you truly prepared for what will happen if he stays here? The crowd remained silent, offering no answer. Then, Chu King got into the car and left, ignoring them. Chu King felt a bit unwell. Because he had helped Shen Zai's mother, he had been marked. If he encountered Huang Kaishan, who had placed the mark, it could detonate at any time. Luckily for Chu King, Huang Kaishan didn't know about this. Seeing Shen Shi looking down, Chu King asked, what's wrong? Shen Shi sadly replied, am I useless? I can't even protect my own man. Chu King chuckled, you're my woman, me protecting you is enough. He immediately popped up from the front seat. What are you two talking about? Aren't you Chu King's master? Chu King froze for a few seconds. Dude forgot we're still in the car. Chu King then removed his mask. Guess I can't hide it anymore. His eyes went wide, her brain still buffering, causing her to freeze for a few seconds. But this was too much, so the little lady couldn't help but yell. Chu King immediately signaled He to be quiet. The little lady immediately covered her mouth with both hands. After calming down, He signed to Chu King, I know, I won't tell. Chu King then returned to the poison-making workshop. Shen Zai's mother was also currently there. Chu King spoke first, I want to kill Huang Kaishan, I need your help. Shen Zai's mother was startled, he's the Minister of Martial Arts Supervision. However, Chu King said he had everything prepared. Shen Shi also agreed and wanted to persuade her mother, but Chu King stopped her. Chu King thought if Shen Zai's mother didn't have this resolve, he didn't want to force her. Shen Zai's mother thought for a moment then said, you're afraid that if you're gone, I won't ask any more about you. Tell me, I agree, how are you prepared? You can't just barge in. To the martial arts department, that's treason. Chu King wiped away some sweat. It seemed Shen Zai's mother had already guessed that Sword Gentleman was Chu King. Tomorrow, you just need to help me a little. Also, Yi Ra has an informant within their ranks. No, tomorrow, I'll wait for your news. What about Yi Ra's informant? There are some strangers at the editorial office. After the exchange, Shen Zai's mother left. Shen Shi said she would see her mother off. Chu King agreed. He also wanted Shen Shi to check on the current situation at Yi Ra. Scene changed to Qiao Wei. This little lady was holding 2 vials of medicine. However, her mouth didn't stop cursing. Chu King suddenly appeared behind her and said, been cursing all day, aren't you tired? Qiao Wei jumped, dropping the 2 vials in her hand. Fortunately, Chu King caught them. Dude thought, am I that scary? Chu King said, this is the Wangchuan potion. Qiao Wei, extremely annoyed, replied to Chu King, so what? It's only half finished, I still have to stay up late working, otherwise, I can't guarantee I'll finish on time. Chu King chuckled, you don't want to work overtime and stay up late. Just ask me, I'll reduce your workload by half. Qiao Wei, extremely frustrated, clenched her fists. Chu King softened a bit, placing the 2 vials in Qiao Wei's hands. Alright, but I need them before noon tomorrow, can you do it? Qiao Wei brightened up, no problem. Chu King then leaned closer and whispered in Qiao Wei's ear, are you very touched, very happy, and also feel that I'm very good? Qiao Wei blushed, lightly retorting, the kind of guy you are, worthy of my gratitude. Playing good cop, bad cop, huh? My ass is grateful to you, do you think I'm stupid? Suddenly, Chu King pulled Qiao Wei's face closer and kissed her. There, now we're even for before. Don't tell anyone, I'll lose face. Qiao Wei teasingly replied, embarrassed, you're afraid I'll tell Yi Shen Shi and she'll dump you, huh? Chu King, hearing this, gave Qiao Wei the middle finger. You think too much, better use your time to make the potion, before noon tomorrow, or you'll face the consequences. Suddenly, Qiao Wei cried out in pain, collapsing to the floor. Chu King asked, confused, what's wrong? Sleeping on the floor now. Qiao Wei glared at Chu King resentfully, isn't it because of you? Chu King immediately sat down, mocking Qiao Wei, you couldn't control yourself. Complicated, Qiao Wei angrily blurted out, who told you to be so handsome? Who can control themselves? Turns out this little lady was overwhelmed by his attractiveness and smacked him for it. Chu King then picked Qiao Wei up. Qiao Wei struggled, wanting to get free. Put me down. If someone sees us, it'll be embarrassing. Chu King ignored her, carrying Qiao Wei into a room and placing her on the bed. Qiao Wei, the granny, nearly had a heart attack seeing Chu King like that, her mind flashing back to the forced kiss scene. Chu King, my heart's racing. Chu King shuddered a little at Qiao Wei's love-struck expression. What is she even thinking? She decided to ignore the granny and walked away. As soon as Chu King left, Qiao Wei whipped out her phone. The granny had a super creepy look on her face as she stared at the screen. It displayed pictures of Chu King from the other day. The scene was incredibly weird. The granny giggled as she scrolled through the photos. The next morning, at the tech department, Fart, Wu Huang Kaishan stared intently at his computer screen. A woman stood anxiously behind him. Are you sure this photo isn't Photoshop? The woman asked. Huang Kaishan glanced at her. Absolutely. Terrified, the woman immediately knelt down. Department head, sir, I have elderly parents. And a young child below. Before she could finish, Huang Kaishan made his move. I'll take good care of them, but this picture absolutely cannot be seen by anyone else. On the computer screen was a picture of Shen Shi looking at a dragon. Huang Kaishan then deleted the image. Dragons symbolize good luck, he thought. Her Majesty the Empress keeps a dragon in the Imperial Palace. I wouldn't dare dream of being like Her Majesty, but a dragon's whole body is a treasure. If I could get it, I could soothe the biggest regret of my life. Meanwhile, Chu King and Shen Zai's mother had arrived at Yunjiang. Chu King received news from Hua Hua that Huang Kaishan was driving towards Yunjiang and would arrive in about half an hour. After hanging up, Chu King used her water manipulation technique, Shi Shui Ju, to part the river. Then, she and Shen Zai's mother jumped in, hiding beneath the surface. Everything was ready. All they needed was Huang Kaishan to arrive. Not long after, Chu King sensed Huang Kaishan's arrival on the riverbank. Following the photo, Huang Kaishan arrived at the exact location Chu King had planned. As he approached, a sudden waterspout erupted from the Yunjiang. The golden dragon's image once again soared before Huang Kaishan. Chu King and Shen Zai's mother were concealed within the dragon illusion. Seeing the dragon, Huang Kaishan immediately aimed his gun and fired 3 Wangchuan bullets towards it. The golden dragon illusion quickly dispersed. As the illusion vanished, Chu King and Shen Zai's mother were revealed. Huang Kaishan was startled. However, it was too late. Shen Zai's mother launched her attack. She kicked his gun away. Before Huang Kaishan could react, he felt something pierce his body. Chu King had used the opportunity created by Shen Zai's mother to move behind Huang Kaishan and deliver a fatal sword strike. Chu King withdrew her sword, and Huang Kaishan's body fell into the Yunjiang. Chu King looked at Shen Zai's mother. Are you alright? Shen Zai's mother shook her head. Chu King said she would take care of Huang Kaishan's body. But at that moment, the ground began to shake violently. A massive whirlpool appeared in the middle of the Yunjiang. While Chu King and Shen Zai's mom were still clueless, a real dragon, clutching Huang Kaishan's corpse in its mouth, emerged from the water. Chu King and Shen Zai's mom were startled. The dragon then devoured Huang Kaishan right in front of Chu King and Shen Zai's mom. After finishing Huang Kaishan, the dragon cast a hungry gaze towards Chu King and Shen Zai's mom. It then lunged downwards, wanting to eat the two alive. Chu King and Shen Zai's mom quickly jumped to the side to dodge. However, due to her previous injuries, Shen Zai's mom was a bit slow. The dragon charged, aiming to devour Shen Zai's mom. Chu King was shocked, then attacked the dragon from afar. This move from Chu King saved Shen Zai's mom and made the dragon shift its attention to the young man. So the dragon ignored Shen Zai's mom and furiously charged towards Chu King. Watching Chu King being chased by the dragon, Shen Zai's mom shakily picked up her phone and called Shen Shi. Shen Shi immediately told Chen Hua Hua to release the news that there's a dragon in Yunjiang. Okay, but what happened to you? Is there really a dragon in Yunjiang? Chu King led the dragon away to save me. Hearing her mother's words, Shen Shi was extremely panicked. After speaking, Shen Zai's mom hung up. Everyone will go look for the dragon once they hear the news about Yunjiang. I hope you can take advantage of the chaos and escape. Scene change to Yueshi Pharmaceutical Company, where Chu King is telling Hua Hua to release the news. As soon as the news was released, it alarmed many large families. The Tang family immediately gathered their forces and headed to Yunjiang. The Li family also gathered people to go to Yunjiang. Xing Lai, seeing the news about the dragon, laughed. This time, Qin Mu's world has been turned upside down by you again. Cheng Yisheng, a drunkard in Zui Sheng Mengzi, was also holding the same news. A moment later, he laughed, threw the newspaper away, and left. Back in Yunjiang, the young man Chu King was still running for his life from the dragon. Oh my god, damn it, how long does it want to chase me for? Currently, escaping underwater wasn't the best strategy, because the water was the dragon's home turf. Therefore, Chu King decided to surface. However, wherever the young man flew, the dragon followed closely behind. Even when he rushed into the forest, it still wouldn't let him go. It was determined to capture Chu King to be its wife. The young man, terrified, then hid in the forest. I need to find a solution, just running like this isn't going to work. Looking at the dragon, Chu King suddenly had a realization. Use the subduing dragon seal. How could I forget about this? However, Chu King previously had no interest in dragon taming, so he hadn't learned it properly. This seal, however, Chu King still decided to give it a shot, better than just waiting around to die. After fiddling around for a bit, Chu King finally formed the seal. However, it was a total disaster. The dragon had already discovered Chu King's location and immediately charged towards him. Chu King dodged, then slammed the subduing dragon seal onto the dragon. The subduing dragon seal immediately started to bind the dragon. Chu King, watching this scene, still wasn't sure if it had worked. Unexpectedly, it only held for a moment. The dragon broke free from the subduing dragon seal. Knowing the dude was hiding behind the rock, the dragon quickly charged again. This time, it used its tail to attack Chu King. Chu King gritted his teeth. As expected, it didn't work. He still needed to get stronger. Chu King then ran from the dragon while focusing on creating more subduing dragon seals. Chu King hurled the seal at the dragon a second time. Seeing itself bound by the familiar thing, the dragon looked a bit disdainful. However, inside, Chu King was pretty happy. Dumbass, you haven't noticed the time you're trapped is getting longer and longer, have you? Looking at the dragon, Chu King started calculating. This whole dragon is a treasure trove: dragon bones, dragon marrow, dragon tendons, dragon meat, dragon saliva. The most special thing is the innate dragon chi inside its body. Just a bit of that innate dragon chi is the most important thing that allows it to transform into a dragon form. Dude, Chu King hadn't even made a move when someone snatched his prize. This person was none other than Meng Zui. Meng Zui smiled, then absorbed all the innate dragon chi. Seeing this, Chu King couldn't help but curse, that bitch. He charged towards Meng Zui with his magic sword. I worked my ass off all night, and you dare to steal it? However, Chu King's slash was like a mosquito bite on stainless steel to Meng Zui. Dude, you've got guts, Meng Zui said, but she seemed a bit surprised. Are you Chu King? Chu King didn't bother hiding anymore. He took off his mask. You stole my dragon chi. In exchange, release my sister. Meng Zui smiled. I used my own strength to take the innate dragon chi. What's it got to do with you? She even stuck her tongue out to taunt Chu King. Chu King gnashed his teeth, fuming. Chu King was absolutely fuming. Faced with such a shameless person, he didn't know what else to do. Meng Zui, beside him, not only showed no shame but also taunted him, daring him to attack if he wasn't happy. She flitted around as if deliberately trying to provoke him. He wanted to obliterate this woman, so he circled her with his sword, but he couldn't catch Meng Zui. She flew to a certain height and stopped. Only then did she reveal a serious expression, still tinged with disdain. She said, Chu King doesn't have the power to kill her. Furthermore, today, she's the one who wants to kill, not him. This woman, besides being obnoxious, was also vicious. To do something so despicable without a woman's permission, it was truly death-worthy. This woman's thinking was truly archaic. Meng Zui started to display her power. She wasn't just anyone, just a bit of her strength caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Chu King wasn't going to back down either. He set up a sword formation, directly confronting Meng Zui. Mu Shui, seeing the exceptional power he displayed, became somewhat apprehensive. So she paused. The fight had just begun, and she couldn't understand why she suddenly felt so weak. All the Xianxian Zhenqi she had just absorbed into her abdomen had vanished, she had just refined it. Realizing something, she gritted her teeth in fury. She told him to wait there for her return. Chu King couldn't understand what was happening with Meng Zui. They were about to fight, and now she was leaving. Wasn't that cowardly? He had just set up his sword formation, and now he had to put it away. What was going on? Suddenly, he realized something. He yelled after Meng Zui, don't you dare harm my sister, or I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. He was clearly worried about his family. Meng Zui, flying in the sky, didn't seem to hear. Suddenly, he heard a small noise from the ground below. He wasn't on guard, maybe the dragon wasn't actually dead. He turned and saw the dragon still twitching, letting out small whimpers. He went down to help it. The dragon, seeing him approach, growled and tried to slither back to its cave through the ancient trees. It was probably scared of him. Chu King didn't know what to say. Shouldn't he be the one who's scared? The Xianxian Longqi pressure was still there. This dragon was basically crippled. He'd have to let Gong Yue's matter go for now. He felt both pity for the dragon and regret for himself for not obtaining the power he could have had. At this time, everyone was rushing to Yunjiang. News of the dragon at Yunjiang had spread like wildfire. There really was a dragon. Some people were even scrambling to take pictures and videos. Chu King hid, observing the reporters. They were pointing here and there, discussing the dragon news. Chu King didn't understand how they knew there really was a dragon. He didn't understand what had happened in Sin Men after he and Yi Qingmi separated. He had to return quickly. Thinking so, he flew back to his old place. Late at night, with the moon hanging overhead, in Yi Manor, while concocting medicine in his private room, Chu King was stunned to hear the news spread by Yi Qingmi about the dragon at Yunjiang. Yi Qingmi explained her reasoning, saying that with more people searching for the dragon, Chu King might be able to escape in the chaos. Chu King didn't know whether to be happy or sad that Yi Qingmi was so concerned about him. No wonder that damn Meng Zui showed up there. It was his own fault. Chu King realized that the news of Huang Kaishan being killed by the dragon had been spread. Now everyone was focused on the dragon. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. This was the time they needed to rest and quickly prepare for their next move. Yi Qingmi also agreed with his decision. Tomorrow, he would visit his parents. It had been a long time since he had seen him. Wasn't that unfilial? The next day, at the Lin family's temporary residence, the table was filled with a sumptuous feast. It seemed their lives weren't as bad as he thought. His parents were overjoyed to see him again. Lin Yuantu looked like he was about to cry, thrilled to see Chu King. He must really love Chu King. Only now did he visit his parents. Chu King scratched his head and apologized to his parents for making them worry. Lin Yuantu didn't blame his son anymore and told him to eat. Indeed, after all the hardships and thorns, family love was always the most beautiful. Chu King now felt the warmth that family brought. After the meal, Chu King and Lin Yuantu cleaned up the dishes and table together. Chu Dian called for Chu King. She told him to follow her. He didn't know what had happened. In the bedroom, Chu King entered. Chu Dian was already there. Chu Dian asked Chu King, "Where is Xiao? What has happened to our family these past few days?" His mom gave a super creepy smile. Chu King, surprised by his mom's abilities, rushed forward and asked, "No way, Mom, how did you do that? Get Yi Shenxi to talk, I mean." Suo Dian Nan looked towards her son, her expression basically screaming this is nothing. With a gentle smile, she told Chu King, "I called her and Hua over. No need to ask much, those two blabbed everything on their own." Chu King, after hearing this, couldn't help but give his mom a mental thumbs up, praising her, "My wise mother, you're the best." Inwardly, he scolded Shenxi and Hua. He figured Shenxi and Hua didn't want to leave a bad impression on his mom, so they enthusiastically sold him out. Then, Chu King put on an innocent face, picking his nose as he casually asked, "Don't you already know everything, Mom? Why make me repeat it?" Suo Dian Nan was so angry she practically breathed fire. A furious aura blazed around her. She told Chu King, "I want to hear it from you. You little brat, you've got guts now, huh? You dared hide something this huge from your mother." As she spoke, she lightly smacked Chu King on the head, leaving a red mark. Chu King, yelping in pain, quickly surrendered. He had to recount everything to Suo Dian Nan. "It's like this, Mom, don't worry, I'll definitely save Sister Bingen." As he spoke, Chu King's nose grew a bit longer, his face full of pride as he puffed out his chest, assuring Suo Dian Nan to trust him. Suo Dian Nan, standing beside him, listened to her son's story. Her anger subsided, but a hint of sadness lingered in her eyes, along with a worried expression as she looked at her son. Finally, she sighed and said, "All right, I believe you, Chu King, who was bragging away, suddenly heard his mom's words and turned around. Looking at her with an expression of utter bewilderment, "Aren't you going to hit me, Mom? Or maybe just give me a good thrashing?" Suo Diane Nan smiled, but a sharp glint appeared in her eyes. She pinched Chu King's ear until it turned red, saying sternly, "If anything like this happens again, you tell me immediately, I'll support you and help you. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping foot in this house again." Chu King's face was red from the ear pinching, and it was unclear if he even heard what Suo Diane Nan said. As he could only whimper in pain, Suo Diane Nan finally released his ear, showing mercy. She told Chu King, "Where I was all those years ago. Let's just drop it." Chu King, despite his aching ear, still heard his mother's words. Rubbing his ear, he thought suspiciously, "Mom's from the Chu family, she should be a martial artist too, right?" Suddenly, Chu King grabbed Suo Diane Nan's hand and said, "Mom, I have a confession." Suo Diane Nan was taken aback by Chu King's action. She looked at him, waiting to hear what he would say. Chu King, with a serious look in his eyes, confessed, "I'm not just a martial artist, I'm also a physician." Saying that, he used his eyes to observe the meridians in his mother's body. He saw the glowing meridians were broken and fragmented. His surprise quickly turning into anger as he asked Suo Diane Nan, "Broken meridians? Were you crippled by someone? Who did this?" Suo Diane Nan pulled her hand away from Chu King's grasp. Patting his shoulder gently and comforting him, with a gentle look, she told him, "King calm down, I crippled myself." Although he heard his mother's explanation, Chu King still couldn't believe it. Why would anyone destroy their own cultivation? "Did the Chu family force you?" Suo Diane Nan knew her son didn't believe her, but she didn't offer any further explanation. She simply told Chu King, "King I know you're very strong now. But this is a grudge from the previous generation. It has nothing to do with you. I forbid you from seeking revenge." Chu King trembled with anger. His mother's words confirmed his earlier suspicions. He clenched his fists, his face furious. He made a silent vow, "She's my mother, how can it have nothing to do with me? After I destroy the Li family, I'll deal with the Chu family." He gritted his teeth and then spoke to Suo Diane Nan, who had turned away. "Mom, I might be able to heal you." Suo Diane Nan turned back to look at her son. She simply thought his words were a joke. She gave him a gentle smile and said, "Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no medicine that can heal this kind of injury." Midnight, at the Yi Corporation's medicine refinery, in Chu King's room. Chu King sat inside, deep in thought. A martial artist's internal strength is spiritual energy converted through a formation created by the meridians. Mom's meridians are broken, so she can't convert internal strength. But what if I use an external object to design a formation for converting internal strength? Chu King tapped his pen against his nose as he leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. This could also solve Yue's problem too. Normal martial artists using this formation to cultivate would also enhance their sensitivity. "I'm a genius." Chu King couldn't help but praise himself, then picked up his pen and started scribbling on paper with renewed vigor. Half an hour later, despite his initial enthusiasm, Chu King had only produced a messy jumble. He face-planted onto his desk, groaning, "Genius, my ass, this is hard." At that moment, at Xing Lai's house, Xing Wei stood stiffly at attention, bowing as she reported to Xing Lai. She calmly stated, "Those searching for the dragon have turned Yun Jiang upside down several times, but they only found this. What they found was a piece of dazzlingly golden scale." Xing Lai held it in her hand and said, "The real can't be faked, and the fake can't be real." Xing Wei seemed to understand Xing Lai's meaning, replying in surprise, "You're saying this is fake? Huang Kai Shan, isn't he?" Xing Lai replied with a nonchalant expression, "Exactly, if I hadn't seen a real dragon, I would have fallen for this trick." "Chu King, oh Chu King, it's thanks to you that the law sect is so lively these days." Her words dripped with sarcasm. The smile on her face wasn't exactly giving off good vibes either. Xing Wei, standing beside her, reminded her, "News of the law sect's dragon incident has spread everywhere. Lots of people are stirring up trouble. It's restless. They'll probably all be here soon." Xing Lai wasn't worried at all. In fact, her face was full of glee, like she was really looking forward to the drama. She said, "Let's just sit back and watch how this play unfolds." The scene then shifts to Chu King. He's no longer studying, but cultivating. The air around him glows, as if his spiritual energy is getting denser and denser, enveloping his entire body. At this moment, Chu King opens his eyes. The first thing he does after opening his eyes is stretch to relieve his stiffness. While stretching, he exclaims, "Busy for days, haven't figured out the formation yet, but my cultivation has increased quite a bit. I've officially reached nascent soul, and the poison is gone too. No more getting pestered by that crazy woman Qiao Wei." As he speaks, he switches from stretching his arms to massaging his shoulders. Seems like all that cultivating has made his bones ache. Suddenly, the door bursts open, followed by Yi Shenzai's voice. She stands at the doorway, her face furious, yelling at Chu King who's sitting on the bed, "I really can't take it anymore." Chu King's expression is one of utter surprise. He's a little taken aback that Yi Shenxi barged into his room. Yi Shenxi steps inside while saying, "Geez, staying cooped up in your room all day. Did you get hurt when that dragon chased you?" As she says this, the anger fades from her face. Replaced by worry, Chu King doesn't seem to care about Yi Shenzai's worried look. He responds with a playful smirk, "If I was hurt, why would I hide it from you? Don't worry, I'm busy with something else." Yi Shenxi is surprised to hear this, but calmly replies, "That's good then." Suddenly she remembers something, and excitedly says to Chu King, "Oh, right. My sister is coming today, come pick her up with me." Chu King readily agrees. He thinks, that person is also coming to the law sect today, perfect timing. Then, he puts on a different, blue shirt. At the airport, Yi Shenxi and Chu King are waiting at the gate. Yi Shenxi, afraid that Chu King is getting impatient, reassures him. She said she'll be out soon. Chu King doesn't seem to pay much attention to her words, his gaze fixed on the arriving passengers. From the bustling crowd, a figure emerges, walking towards them. The girl has short hair and a face that screams, "Stay away from me." Seeing her approach, Chu King starts walking towards her. Yi Shenxi, trailing behind him, thinks he's mistaken someone, and panics, quickly saying, "That's not my sister. You've got the wrong person." But Chu King keeps walking. He turns back to Yi Shenxi with a casual expression, "This is Xiao Wu, you two get acquainted." Yi Shenxi didn't expect this Xiao Wu girl to be Chu King's acquaintance. Her jaw nearly drops in surprise. She thinks, blushing furiously from embarrassment. Yi Shenxi quickly extends her hand to shake Xiao Wu's, saying, "Hello, I'm Yi Shenxi." Xiao Wu introduces herself, "Hello, I'm Gong Wu, I'm the head's family, so you can just call me Xiao Wu." Chu King watches them shake hands with a smile. Anyone who doesn't know him would think he's smiling because they're getting along, but he's actually recalling the time he gave a letter to Gong Yue, thinking to himself, "Back then I decided to kill Huang Kaishan," which forced Gong Yue to find a way to get her people into the law sect to become the minister of the Martial Supervision Department. Now that the Martial Supervision Department and the Li family are gone, it's become a powerful tool for the Yi family. As Yi Shenxi is happily shaking hands with Xiao Wu, she suddenly spots a familiar figure in the crowd. She quickly lets go of Xiao Wu's hand and runs towards the figure with a joyful expression, calling out, "Sister." Chu King, lost in thought, is forced to look up. From the crowd, a strikingly beautiful girl emerges, with a curvaceous figure and sharp, cold eyes, bearing some resemblance to Yi Shenxi. It's Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan seems to have noticed Yi Shenxi, and breaks into a gentle smile, opening her arms to embrace her rushing sister, softly calling, "Xiao Shi." Her demeanor is completely different from the big sis aura she had earlier. Now, it's all gentle affection for her younger sister. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu says coldly to Chu King, "I've just taken office, I have a lot to do. I'll be going now, young master. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Chu King nods, smiling faintly at Yi Shenxi, and replies, "Then I'll thank you in advance." Afterwards, Chu King walks towards Yi Shenxi and her sister, who are chatting. Seeing him approach, Yi Shenxi quickly grabs his hand and pulls him closer, introducing him to Yi Qingwan. "Sister, this is Chu King, my boyfriend." Chu King smiles warmly and politely greets, "Hello, sister." Yi Qingwan is momentarily speechless at the scene before her. Then, she suddenly asks Yi Shenxi, "Have you slept together yet?" Yi Shenzai's face turns crimson, and she exclaims loudly, "Sister." Chu King's face remains completely unfazed. He calmly replies, "Yes." His answer makes Yi Shenxi so embarrassed she could burst into flames, her face as red as a tomato. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan coldly warns Chu King, "I know everything about you. You're quite something, but men are men after all. Don't think you're the center of the universe." Even I, the translator, feel the pressure for Chu King when she says this. Yi Shenxi, not yet married but her heart already belonging to Chu King, quickly jumps to his defense, "That's not true, sister." But Yi Qingwan, knowing full well that Yi Shenxi would defend him, cuts her off, using that method to eliminate Huang Kaishan. "You must be very proud of yourself, but you can't wrap fire in paper. Soon people from the imperial capital will arrive at the law sect. When everything is exposed, you better jump into the Yunjiang and kill yourself. Don't drag a Yi family down with you." Yi Shenxi is now furious. Chu King, however, remains unperturbed by her words, calmly replying, This is the first time we've met, right? You don't need to worry about our affairs. The person who just left was the newly appointed minister of the Martial Supervision Department of the Law Sect. His words are calm and composed, but inwardly, he scoffs at her. He thinks, even if everything is exposed, it's not certain that Xiao Wu will settle the score with me. Hearing Chu Qing's words, Yi Qingwan seems to understand. But her face was still full of disdain for him. She scoffed, without a word, grabbed Yi Shenzai's hand and pulled her away right in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing, confused, scratched his head thinking, what the hell? On the way back, Chu Qing drove alone in the front, while Yi Shenxi and Yi Wan Qing sat in the back. Yi Shenxi suddenly leaned forward to Chu Qing and asked, Chu Qing, can you cure my sister? Yi Wan Qing, sitting in the back, didn't react at all. Only Chu Qing was a little surprised before saying indifferently, I don't know, tell her to see Qiao Wei. Yi Shenxi, seeing Chu Qing's unusual coldness, quickly said, what's that supposed to mean? Are you still mad about what happened earlier? Come on, I'll apologize for my sister. Chu Qing was speechless. He explained to Yi Shenxi, I don't even know what's wrong with your sister, how can I say whether I can cure her or not? Suddenly, Yi Wan Qing spoke up, the wounded pride of a wandering doctor. Yi Shenxi and Chu Qing stared at her after hearing what she said. Yi Wan Qing, looking out the window, continued, the hospital couldn't figure out what's wrong with me. The first time it happened, I was 5, and I fainted. After that, every time I fainted, my body got noticeably weaker, to the point where I couldn't even get out of bed. Yi Shenxi, her eyes filled with sympathy, finished Yi Wan Qing's sentence. At that time, everyone in our family went to seek help from all the famous doctors, but no one could cure her. Then, my mother somehow found a wandering doctor who temporarily saved my sister, but she said I wouldn't live past 30. Chu Qing, curious, asked, oh, so how old are you now? Yi Shenxi, suppressing her anger, said, can you not ask about a girl's private matters? Chu Qing made up an excuse, deciding to use his doctor status as justification, saying, no way, as a doctor, I need to know. Don't interrupt me. Yi Shenxi, now furious, yelled, no way. I will interrupt. Then she lowered her voice so only she and Chu Qing could hear, gently warning him, you're making me so embarrassed in front of my sister. Chu Qing's face paled slightly, but he was still itching for a fight. Suddenly, Yi Shenxi was pulled back to her seat as Yi Wan Qing spoke up, I'm 27, 3 years left. Yi Shenxi sat beside her, swallowing her frustration. Chu Qing, itching for trouble, replied, so you're not dead yet. Yi Shenxi, hearing this, immediately burst into flames, yelling, Chu Qing, what the heck is wrong with you? This was followed by the sound of Chu Qing yelping in pain. At the Yi Corporation's medicine preparation area, Chu Qing sat in a chair, lost in thought. He remembered that as soon as they arrived, Yi Shenxi had hurriedly told him to go find Qiao Wei. Thinking of this, Chu Qing's face darkened, and he cursed Yi Shenxi inwardly as a little devil. As soon as she saw her sister, she forgot all about him. Yi Wan Qing, sitting directly across from Chu Qing, was smugly and leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Chu Qing's darkened face, she taunted him, my relationship with Xiao Shi is very good. Are you jealous? Chu Qing, to save face, turned his head away and said, as if, seeing this, Yi Wan Qing smiled brightly. Finally unable to contain herself, Yi Wan Qing burst out laughing, saying, you look just like a cat just now. This very smile of Yi Wan Qing's made the surrounding atmosphere turn rosy. After her laughter subsided, Yi Wan Qing returned to a serious expression, saying to Chu Qing, I was too harsh at the airport, but you're too bold, too arrogant, I hope you'll restrain yourself a bit in the future. Chu Qing remained stubborn, ignoring Yi Wan Qing's advice and saying, I know my limits, mind your own business. Yi Wan Qing continued, you're still so young, not even old enough to get married, I don't know if I'll be lucky enough to live to see your and Xiao Zai's wedding. As she spoke, Yi Wan Qing put on a regretful expression. She took a sip of tea, seemingly lost in thought, then suddenly said, or why don't you just marry into our family after graduating high school? As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Wan Qing flashed another bright smile. Chu Qing, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, roaring, I have no such plans. Just as Chu Qing was about to pounce on Yi Wan Qing, he stopped abruptly. Yi Wan Qing also looked towards the door. From afar, they could hear the hurried footsteps of Yu Qiao Wei, brought by Yi Shenxi. Yi Shenxi hurriedly dragged Qiao Wei into the room. Despite Qiao Wei being out of breath, she still said, examine my sister, please. A moment later, after Qiao Wei had examined Yi Wan Qing, she looked a bit worried, saying, I can't tell anything like this. Let's go to the examination room and use professional equipment to check. In the examination room, after Yuan King had completed 7,749 different tests, she was sitting and resting, the three of them, Chu King, Yi Shen-shi, and Qiao Wei were seriously reviewing Yuan King's health report. After a while of careful study, Qiao Wei shook her head helplessly and said, "All the results show that there's nothing wrong." Yi Shen-shi looked worried upon hearing this. Chu King's face remained calm and composed. Yuan King's expression didn't change either. She just gave a bitter smile, saying, "I knew it would be like this more than 10 years ago." "It's okay," Chu King scoffed. "You graduated from a national university, you should be better than some wandering doctor, right? At least they could figure out what the illness was." Qiao Wei was angered by this. Yuan King suddenly spoke up. "That doctor couldn't cure me either, but I'm still grateful to her because at least she was able to prolong my life for so many years." Chu King and Qiao Wei looked at Yuan King after hearing this. Chu King was the first to speak. His curiosity piqued. "Prolong your life? How?" Yuan King suddenly pulled out a medicine bottle, saying, "Thanks to this." Chu King quickly took the bottle and poured a pill into his hand. Qiao Dui also curiously looked down at the pill. Looking at the pill in Chu King's hand, it seemed like Qiao Dui couldn't see it clearly, so she took the pill and held it up higher for a better look. Chu King, seeing this, was speechless and didn't want to say anything. Yuan King sighed and spoke up. "That year, she left me 24 pills, told me to take one each year, and said it could help me live until 30. And after that, well, she was out of options, it's up to fate." After examining the pill, Qiao Dui turned back to Yuan King and asked, "Can I examine it a bit?" Before Yuan King could answer, Yi Shen-shi anxiously spoke up, "No way. This medicine is keeping my sister alive. One less pill means one less year of life." Yi Shenzai's sudden outburst startled Qiao Dui a little. She quickly retorted, "Don't worry, Miss Yi, I won't damage the pill, I just want to scrape off a little powder." Hearing this, Yi Shen-shi still angrily yelled, "That's not allowed either. Even a little bit will reduce her lifespan by a few days." At this point, Yuan King intervened. "Xiao Shi, be quiet, Qiao Dui, go ahead and examine it." As she spoke, Yuan King smiled apologetically for Yi Shenzai's behavior. Scolded by Yuan King, Yi Shen-shi finally shut up. Qiao Dui finally got to examine the pill, but Yi Shen-shi stayed right beside her, staring intently. Qiao Dui barely touched the pill when Yi Shen-shi yelled, "You've scraped off too much already." Qiao Dui quickly defended herself, "I haven't even scraped it yet." Chu King, watching the two of them yelling back and forth, thought to himself that he also wanted to analyze and examine the medicine, but he didn't want to upset Shen-shi. Yuan King approached Chu King and said languidly, "You're really dangerous, aren't you?" Chu King looked at Yuan King with a guarded expression. She continued, "Clearly, you really want to experiment too." Chu King's expression returned to normal. As he made an excuse, "Someone wants it even more than I do, how can I get in her way?" After receiving the report, Yi Shen-shi and Yuan King looked at it intently and studied it. Yi Shen-shi asked, "What does it say?" Yuan King furrowed her brow in thought before replying, "I don't understand either." Meanwhile, in the corner, Qiao Dui and Chu King were whispering. From afar, Yuan King and Yi Shen-shi could only hear them arguing. Qiao Dui said something about saving DC, but Chu King retorted, "No way." Seeing them in the corner, Yi Shen-shi, thinking they were up to something shady, felt a pang of jealousy and yelled at him, "What are you two whispering about over there?" Both Chu King and Qiao Dui were startled by Yi Shenzai's loud voice and turned to look. Chu King whispered to Qiao Dui with a mysterious expression, "Don't say anything stupid." At this moment, Yuan King interrupted, "Does this have any effect?" Qiao Dui and Chu King turned around and said, "Yes," with a determined look. Hearing him, Yi Shen-shi hurriedly asked, "What effect? Tell me quickly. Is my sister saved?" Yuan King, however, didn't seem surprised at all. Chu King spoke, as if dashing Yi Shenzai's hopes, and simply said, "No. I only know how this pill was refined," but Yi Shen-shi still said cheerfully, "Then quickly refine 100 pills. That way, my sister can live to be 100 years old." Chu King didn't respond to Yi Shen-shi but turned to Yuan King and said, "This pill isn't something you can just refine. When that doctor refined the medicine for you, did she take your bone marrow?" Yuan King was a little surprised, not knowing how Chu King knew, but still nodded firmly. "Yes," Chu King continued, "that doctor was a genius. I really want to meet her someday. Her method of using bone marrow to refine pills can only be done once. However many pills are refined is how many more years you can live." Back then, 24 pills were refined, so you could live for 24 more years. Yi Shenshi still didn't seem to understand the issue and hurriedly said, then refine it quickly. I believe you can definitely refine 100 pills. Chu King was exasperated. Are you really that dense, or are you pretending not to understand? I said it can only be refined once. However many pills are made is how many years are added. Yi Wanqing put her arm around Yi Shenzai's shoulder and said cheerfully, as if to reassure her, be good, Xiaoxi, don't be so impatient for me. Yi Shenshi calmed down but then started to blame the doctor. That doctor wasn't very good, she only managed to refine 24 pills. Seeing Yi Shenzai's gloomy face, Yi Wanqing felt a bit sad, but when she heard her blaming the doctor like that, she couldn't help but scold Yi Shenshi. Xiaoxi, how can you say that? She's my lifesaver. If it weren't for her, I would have died a long time ago. Like a child being scolded, Yi Shenshi realized her mistake and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Seeing Yi Shenshi being scolded by Yi Wanqing, Qiao Dui suddenly spoke up. Chu King, didn't you say you had a way to save Wanqing? Why aren't you saying anything? As she spoke, Qiao Dui turned her head and gave Chu King a sly look. Her words had a significant impact, and both Yi Wanqing and Yi Shenshi looked at Chu King in surprise. Chu King remained calm, his expression unchanged. Hearing this, Yi Shenshi returned to her cheerful, hopeful state and asked Chu King, do you really have a way? Beside her, Yi Wanqing's face became serious again, losing her earlier surprise. And said to Chu King, shouldn't you be the one to tell us? Chu King suddenly became the center of attention and felt a little flustered. He glared angrily at Qiao Dui, who was secretly laughing behind him. Thinking, this hateful woman is really at it again. After having her fill of laughing at Chu King, Qiao Dui spoke, in the prescription Chu King gave me, there's a kind of holy medicine. If it can be researched and formulated, there won't be a second one in the entire empire, but the problem is, the prescription he gave me is a simplified version. If I could see the complete version, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could bring the dead back to life. Wanqing's illness would naturally disappear. After saying that, Qiao Dui covered her mouth and laughed, looking at the fuming, trembling Chu King. Chu King thought to himself, today, I've been completely played by Qiao Dui. She's clearly getting revenge on me. Yi Shenshi then asked Chu King. Chu King, why could you clearly save her but hid it? Could it be you didn't want to? Chu King, at this moment, spoke up, if everyone already knows. I'll let everyone understand completely. Yi Wanqing's expression turned serious as she looked at Chu King. Seeing the silence in the room, Chu King began to explain, I have the prescription, I can also refine the medicinal ingredients, but within 3 years, I absolutely won't refine it. I don't want to give everyone hope only to see them disappointed. I also don't want there to be bad blood because of this. That's how it is, think what you will. Afterwards, Chu King stood up and prepared to leave, leaving the other three with incredibly complicated expressions. He turned back to look at the three of them, his face serious. I've said everything, I have something to do, so I'll be going. After Chu King left, Qiao Dui said, he's full of crap, I think he clearly doesn't want to save Sister Wanqing. Yi Shenshi and Yi Wanqing both had their own thoughts, but neither responded to Qiao Dui's words, and the atmosphere in the room became silent again. Suddenly, Yi Shenshi spoke up, Sister, I believe him. He's not the type to just let someone die. That night, at the Yi residence, Yi Qingmi's face lit up with joy when she saw her daughter return. Seeing her mother, Yi Wanqing rushed over to hug her and called out, Mom. Yi Qingmi, moved, said, Qing'e, you're finally home. Qiao Dui and Yi Shenshi, standing to the side, were practically moved to tears by the scene. Not seeing Chu King, Yi Qingmi asked, why didn't Chu King come? Hearing this, Yi Wanqing's eyes darkened as she looked at Yi Shenshi. Yi Shenshi didn't know how to explain. At this moment, Qiao Dui spoke up to smooth things over, he has something to do. Hello, Yi clan head, I'm Qiao Dui, Qiao Dui said with a chuckle. Yi Wanqing also introduced Qiao Dui, trying her best to divert the topic away from Chu King. Qiao Dui's mother is a student at the National University, the top pharmacy teacher in Yi City. Qiao Dui scratched his head, embarrassed as Yi Wanqing introduced him to Yi Qingmi. Yi Qingmi didn't need him to say anything. She knew for sure that something had happened between him. She said, I don't concern myself much with the matters of you young people. Chu King is our Yi clan's benefactor. If there's any misunderstanding, it's best to clear it up quickly. Hearing this, the joy on Yi Wanqing's face from being reunited with her family disappeared, replaced by a terrifying expression, but Yi Shenshi looked even more terrifying. Making Qiao Dui next to her shrink back in fear, sweat poured down their faces. The next day, at Yi City's pharmacy, Chu King was focused on channeling his internal energy into a green stone. As he worked, he thought, it's been so long, why hasn't the internal energy conversion formation been completed? Looking down at the table, he saw quite a few brightly colored stones shattered into pieces. The green jade also gradually cracked, then shattered and fell. Chu King's face was one of helpless silence. He thought to himself, failed product. Before Chu King could finish feeling dejected, a staff member knocked on the door and entered, announcing, Mr. Chu, CEO Yi requests your presence at the meeting. Chu King was startled, looked up, and then quickly regained his composure, saying, all right. On the way to the meeting room, Chu King couldn't help but admire Yi King, thinking, Yi King really has the talent to take over the company. In just 5 days, she's been able to win over everyone from top to bottom. Even at the cost of my own benefits, but I'm not free to fight with her. When Chu King entered the meeting room, everyone was already present. As he walked in, passing by 2 employees, he overheard them whispering bad things about him. One said, even if he's the founder of the Yi City Pharmacy, he can't be so arrogant, can he? The other agreed, saying, exactly, everyone, even the directors, have to wait half an hour for him. Seeing the smug looks on Qiao Dui and Yi Wanqing's faces, Chu King understood everything. He thought to himself, it seems Yi King deliberately informed me late. Qiao Dui's scheme was very successful. Seeing Chu King arrive so late, Yi Shenshi worriedly inquired, why are you only arriving now? Was there something else important just now? Chu King didn't answer. Yi Shenshi hurriedly sat closer and whispered, Bao, quickly explain yourself. Chu King's expression remained unchanged as he said, there's nothing to explain. Hearing this, the crowd started whispering and gossiping about Chu King again. Second Miss already paved the way, and he still has this attitude. Qiao Dui and Yi King looked very pleased with themselves. Yi King let them finish talking before speaking up. All right, everyone's here, let the meeting begin. Holding a bottle of medicine in her hand, she said, today's meeting is to announce the Yi City Pharmacy's first successful research project. A new medicine. The crowd applauded and exclaimed, excellent. Chu King thought to himself, looks like a national university background really does mean something. Yi King then introduced the product to everyone. This is Yi City's first healing medicine, called King Yi. Although it can't compare to the Tang family's medicine, its effects aren't bad. We'll focus on the low-end market. The smile on Chu King's face disappeared, replaced by an angry expression. He thought, it can't be better than the Tang family's formula. But this formula I gave Qiao Dui beats Chu King's guys by a mile. Chu King suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face serious, and said, can this King Yi even be called medicine? CEO Yi, did you consult anyone before trying to bring this garbage to market? Chu King radiated a powerful aura. He was surrounded by a white light. Yi King smiled faintly upon hearing this. She asked everyone, does anyone disagree? The others unanimously replied, no. Chu King firmly said, I disagree. Then he clearly stated, everyone is dismissed. I have something to discuss privately with CEO Yi and our pharmacist. It's not convenient to discuss publicly. Seeing this, Yi Shenshi quickly intervened, saying, Chu King, what are you doing? But Yi King, beside her, also clearly said, dismissed. With an extremely serious face, everyone left the meeting, each with a complicated expression. After everyone had left, Yi Shenshi was the first to speak. She repeated her previous question, Chu King, what's going on? Chu King picked up the medicine bottle and walked towards Qiao Dui, saying, this is the result of your research after the formula I gave you. You turned it into this. You're not ashamed to produce this quality of medicine. Qiao Dui, being questioned by Chu King, wasn't scared at all and stubbornly retorted, you're slandering me. Clearly, the formula you gave me already had problems. I only changed the ingredients a little. If you're still angry about last time when I exposed him, she harbored resentment. Then there's no need to affect the company's interests like this. She stomped her foot on the table, her face filled with anger. Chu King didn't immediately respond to her. Instead, he sniffed the medicine bottle and said, this is what you modified when you refined it. Why didn't you use Ha King Ling? Would adding it to Zi Hong Kao kill it? Or is it because the Zi Hong Kao soil is too expensive for us to buy? A sarcastic smile followed Chu King's words. Qiao Dui, furious, snatched the bottle from Chu King's hand. She still tried to argue, do you even understand medicine formulation? What you're saying will either cause a medicine explosion, or there will be no reaction at all when combined. Chu King, upon hearing this, wasn't angry but kept a calm face. He produced a pill furnace and calmly said, let's speak with facts. Indeed, I don't know about medicine formulation, but I know pill refinement. The mechanism is the same, as long as I can refine a pill, it'll prove that there's nothing wrong with the formula. Chu King channeled spiritual energy into the pill furnace. The pill furnace emitted a strong light. The other three people stared intently at the pill furnace. After the pill refinement was complete, Chu King opened the furnace lid, and a fragrance wafted out, filling the entire room. All three were captivated by this fragrance. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Qiao Dui spoke up. If you could refine pills, why didn't you step up before? Did you enjoy watching us work our asses off? Chu King calmly replied, I don't know your medicine formulation methods, can you learn pill refinement? This question made Qiao Dui fall silent in thought, but this same question also gave Qiao Dui a bolder idea and gave her the bright will to say to Chu King. Just you wait, I'll refine a pill for you to see. Then, Chu King ignored them and tossed the pill to Yi Shenxi, saying, I'm leaving too. After Qiao Dui and Chu King left, only Yi Shenxi and Yi Wanqing remained in the room. Yi Shenxi spoke up, Sister. Hearing this, Yi Wanqing looked at her. Yi Shenxi turned her face back, her expression firm, and said, I trust Chu King. Can you two stop fighting behind the scenes? Yi Wanqing chuckled, teasing Yi Shenxi, wow, haven't even married him yet, and you're already speaking up for him. Yi Shenxi blushed, unable to do anything but helplessly say, Sister. Yi Wanqing stopped teasing Yi Shenxi and compromised, saying, Okay, I'll go talk to him. The scene changed to Chu King's location. He was channeling spiritual energy into a stone, his expression serious. Yi Wanqing approached from behind, patted Chu King's back, and asked, still angry. I apologize about what happened earlier. Chu King calmly replied, No. Yi Wanqing, hearing this, still smiled and sat down on the chair next to him. She teased Chu King, what's the big deal? Chu King, hearing this, was already angry. And became even angrier, saying, spit it out. Or get out. Yi Wanqing suddenly noticed what Chu King was doing. Chu King pondered a bit when he heard Yi Wanqing exclaim, whoa, this is an ancient martial art technique. He didn't understand how an ordinary person could know about ancient martial arts. He quickly grabbed Yi Wanqing's hand, then said, I thought you were a martial artist, turns out you're just a regular person. Finishing his words, Chu King let go of Yi Wanqing's hand. Hearing this, Yi Wanqing said with a dejected expression, Sigh, I used to train too, but that quack doctor in the pugilistic world said I can't cultivate martial arts in this life. If I do, the more I train, the faster I'll die. She rubbed her wrist where Chu King had grabbed it as she spoke. Hearing this, Chu King agreed with the quack doctor. She was absolutely right. Nothing else. You can scram now. Yi Wanqing was shooed away by Chu King. She sighed, man, you're so boring, getting pissed after just a few words. Then, with a playful look, Chu King said, oh, so you like me being nice to you, huh? The smile on Yi Wanqing's face disappeared. She said seriously, you're delusional, I've been subtly confronting you like this, and you really don't care. Aren't you afraid that one day I'll crush you and make you lose everything? Chu King scoffed upon hearing this. Oh really? Besides the Yi family's new sect, there's the Tang family, the Li family, and other families too. You think too highly of yourself. Yi Wanqing's face remained expressionless after hearing this, but inside, she must have been very upset. Then, she looked at Chu King with dangerous eyes. Chu King returned the same look. A dark, murderous aura emanated from Chu King. Her eyes were like a hunter who had seen prey fall into a trap. She said, you saying that makes me really want to kill you. Hearing this, Chu King's face showed contempt as he said, oh, people often talk about burning bridges after crossing them. But you haven't even crossed the river and you want to burn the bridge already. Yi Wanqing replied with a serious and dangerous expression. I don't trust you. You're unreadable, very difficult to control. Chu King was furious upon hearing this, but his face quickly displayed a frightening, even terrifying expression, looking incredibly bloodthirsty and dangerous like a wolf chasing its prey. He said, are you crazy? You want to control people that much? I forgot you're sick, and not just a little bit either. I thought you came back here to help, but now it seems like it'd be good if you didn't cause more trouble. Yi Wanqing looked as if she was ready to throw a punch at Chu King. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her. Scoffing, she turned around and pulled out her phone to answer. After she answered the call and listened to the other side, she hung up and hurriedly left. Seeing this, Chu King smiled, thinking, something that can upset her this much must be worth watching. Chu King peeked into the room. He saw Yi Mianhe inside yelling and questioning Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing. I'm telling you, I'm also a member of the Yi family. Why am I not getting any shares? You have to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I won't leave. Yi Wan King was initially calm, but upon hearing the two words shares, she couldn't contain her anger anymore and scolded, "Get out." When the Yi Pharmaceutical Company was established, you all vehemently opposed it and didn't contribute a single cent, and now you're coming back to demand a share. Do you think that's possible? Chu King, standing outside, heard everything and thought to himself, so it's Yi Mi and her daughter who want to get their hands on the company. Chu King was so focused on what was happening inside the room that he didn't notice Yi Shenxi. Fuming, rushing towards him from behind, she strode past Chu King and towards the door with blazing momentum. As she walked, she said, "Yi Mi and he, if you dare touch my sister, I'll fight you to the death." Chu King was startled, but managed to stop her before she burst through the door. He said, "Don't rush, Yi Mi and he came here to split the profits, you can't fight her. Besides, your sister isn't someone who's easily bullied." Yi Shenxi was surprised and said, "Huh?" Then she turned back and asked Chu King, "Really?" Chu King smiled and replied, "Why would I lie to you?" Yi Shenxi leaned against Chu King. She looked up at Chu King and asked, "Do you not like my sister?" Chu King gently replied, "I like you, that's enough, why would I need to like your sister?" "Do you want me to like your sister?" Hearing Chu King's answer, Yi Shenxi blushed. Stepping out of Chu King's embrace, Yi Shenxi said, "You know I didn't mean it like that. I wanted to ask if you have a prejudice against my sister." Then she pretended to punch Chu King's chest a few times. Hearing this, Chu King quickly changed the subject, running to lean against the wall and observe like before, then said to Yi Shenxi, "Look, your sister is very capable, look at how angry Yi Mi and he is." Yi Shenxi realized that Chu King was changing the subject and said angrily, "Don't try to distract me." Then her anger subsided, replaced by sadness. She said, "The way you and my sister are, it really makes me uncomfortable." Her serious illness was caused by enemies scheming against her while her parents were away, planting a seed in her belly. Chu King pulled Yi Shenxi closer, hugging her comfortingly. "All right, it's all over now." Yi Shenxi blushed crimson at Chu King's actions. Then Chu King said, "Look, your sister is beating someone up." Yi Shenxi, surprised, said, "Huh?" Then, looking at the scene, she saw Yi Wan King, her usually cheerful older sister, with a murderous look on her face, slapping Yi Mi and he. Yi Wan King then coldly warned Yi Mi and he, "This slap is a warning, if there's a next time, it won't be this simple. Go back and tell your mother, if she dares to meddle in this again, I'll chop off one hand for every hand she sticks in." Chu King, watching this scene, thought to himself, Yi Wan King is so ruthless to outsiders, treating me like this is pretty gentle. Actually, suddenly, Yi Shenxi stomped on Chu King's foot, saying, "You're talking so much, are you even listening?" "Huh?" Chu King, caught off guard by the pain, almost yelled out. He turned to Yi Shenxi, I know. You're embarrassed, I shouldn't mess with her, okay? But I only did it because she's your sister." Yi Shenxi, hearing this, blushed again, saying, "What do you mean, only because she's my sister? Am I that important to you?" Suddenly Chu King exclaimed, "Oh no, Yi Mi and he is going to hit your sister." Yi Shenxi, startled, turned back. Yi Mi and he was raising her hand to hit Yi Wan King, her mouth saying, "You sick freak, you dare hit me. You wanna die?" But before her hand could land, it was caught. The person who caught it was none other than Yi Shenxi. She said coldly, with killing intent, "You wanna die trying to touch my sister?" Yi Mi's other hand, also aiming to strike, was blocked by Yi Shenxi. Purple and red auras appeared around the two, enveloping him. Chu King, observing from the sidelines, thought, Nini has improved a lot, she's already 6th stage martial realm, Yi Mi and he is only 4th stage. If she keeps fighting, she's the only one who'll suffer. Yi Mi and he looked back at where Yi Wan King was standing. She pulled a dagger from her person and lunged towards Yi Wan King. Seeing this, Yi Shenxi called out worriedly, "Sister." Yi Wan King, on the other hand, saw Yi Mi and he rushing towards her and smiled, not panicking at all. Chu King, standing outside, thought, "This woman knows I'll intervene." A golden aura appeared in Chu King's hand as he continued to think, "Forget it, while I don't like her, I like Yi Mi and he even less." Chu King rushed forward, sending Yi Mi and he flying with a punch, then grabbed her by the neck. The window of the room they were in shattered. Chu King dragged Yi Mi and he to the window, his eyes sharp. He tightened his grip on her neck, holding her out the window. She trembled uncontrollably, clinging to his arm like a lifeline. Her feet dangling in the air, she felt like she was on the verge of death. Her eyes were bloodshot, tears and saliva streaming down her face, her expression contorted. His face cold and filled with killing intent, he said, "This isn't a place you should be, understand?" Yi Mi and he, crying, quickly nodded. Only then did he release her, throwing her back into the room. Yi Shen-shi, leaning on her hands, looked down at her with a cold expression. "I told you to scram earlier. But you didn't, you just had to be chased away in such a humiliating way." Her face pale, Yi Mi and he scrambled to her feet and ran. As she ran, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Chu King. And those two bitches. Just you wait." Yi Shen-shi then turned to her sister with concern. "Sister, are you alright?" Yi Wan-king smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine." Then, she looked at Chu King and continued, "But Chu King, you finally did something I approve of today." Chu King smirked, looking back at her. "If you approve, then I'm not happy." Hearing this, Yi Shen-shi, feeling indignant for her sister, yelled, "Chu King." Chu King turned and walked away, nonchalantly saying, "I have things to do, I'm leaving." Watching him disappear, Yi Wan-king said, "He's so violent, isn't he?" Yi Shen-shi, still angry, calmed down. "I'll never be able to beat him in my entire life." Scene change, Yi Mi and he had run to Yi Mai. Crying, "Mom, Mom, you have to avenge me." After hearing the whole story, Yi Mai's face turned fierce and scowled. "They dared to bully you. I'll get justice for you, my child." She hugged Yi Mi and he tightly, her whole body trembling with rage. "Yi King Mi, if you can't manage the Yi family, let me do it for you. A woman with such a petty heart is not fit to be the head of the family." I was truly blind back then. T ran to Chu King's room and said, "We've been exposed." Her face full of worry, she opened her iPad and showed it to Chu King, because of the dragon in Yunjiang. "No way, loads of people have already gone to the marketplace. Xing Lai has explained that the dragon is just a mirage." She even brought up the fake dragon scales incident as evidence. On the screen, Xing Lai was giving a speech. He thought to himself, "That old fox didn't sell me out. Good, good." He looked at the iPad screen and said softly, "She doesn't know there's actually a real dragon." But none of that matters. He looked up and said to Yi Shen-shi, "Shen-shi, what were you saying?" Yi Wan-king, pay more attention to the Li family. After Huang Kaishan's death, Li Yan will definitely suspect her. Losing the martial arts department's power, she won't take this lying down. Yi Shen-shi acknowledged with a hum and left. On the other side, Li Yan was sitting alone, fuming. She slammed her hand on the table and gritted her teeth. "Yi King Mi." A woman walked up and said, "Family head, calm down, don't worry." The woman was Li Yuan, the Li family's grand elder. She gestured to the people behind her, "Look who's here." The people behind her emerged. They were all wearing nightcaps covering their faces. One of them held a white horsetail whisk. Seeing this, Li Yan smiled with satisfaction, her expression softening. The scene changed to Yi Wan-king's place. She was elegantly drinking tea. Meanwhile, Chu King, Yi Shen-shi, and Qiao Dui were discussing a document. Qiao Dui then placed the paper in front of Yi Wan-king. "These medicinal herbs are all exceptionally expensive," Yi Wan-king calmly replied. "The company's priorities are all invested in this. But if we're doing this, we have to see it through. Either we gain both fame and fortune, or we suffer complete ruin." Then she turned to Shen-shi, "Shen-shi, go with Qiao Dui and make the arrangements." Chu King smiled as he watched Yi Wan-king delegate tasks. Yi Wan-king not only possesses Aunt Yi's wisdom and vision, but also her decisiveness. Truly the most suitable choice for family head. After the other two left, Yi Wan-king turned to Chu King with a smile. "Were you just looking at me with admiration? Have I conquered you?" He ignored her and turned away. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zai Yu. Looking at his phone, he thought, perfect timing, I just so happened to have something for him. Time passed, and it was evening. Chu King went to the meeting place with Zai Yu. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zai Yu sitting on the sofa looking mysterious. Upon seeing him, Zai Yu slung an arm around his shoulder. "Bro, you didn't ditch me, did you? Is there really a dragon in Yunjiang?" Chu King quickly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. Do you want me to die in some back alley? Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Hearing this, Zai Yu raised a finger, indicating he'd be quiet. Okay, I'll keep it down. Where's the dragon? Can you take me to see it?" He continued, "When I was little, my grandma said that after a test, she would take 3 kids to the palace to see a dragon. I got 3rd place, but because I'm an illegitimate child, I couldn't go." "What kind of crappy reason is that?" Chu King, hearing this, put his arm around Zai Yu and comforted him. "It's just a dragon. What's the big deal? Another day, I'll take you to catch the one in Yunjiang." Hearing this, Zai Yu forgot his sorrows and said cheerfully, "Really? You promise?" If I can catch it, I'll give you 100 billion. No, 200 billion. You lack nothing but money. He took a large gulp of beer. Chu King smiled. I don't need the money. Yi Corporation's King Dai Medicine No. 2 is about to hit the market. It's guaranteed to become an instant hit, surpassing the Li family, crushing the Tang family. He continued, just help me with the publicity. Zhe Yu patted his chest confidently, no problem. After a while, Chu King headed back. He was slightly unsteady on his feet, his cheeks flushed. Seeing a shadowy figure standing in front of his door, he approached and grabbed her. Who are you? What are you doing in front of my house? The figure yelped in surprise. Recognizing Qiao Dui, he released her and asked. What are you sneaking around for? Seeing Chu King drunk, Qiao Dui questioned, what kind of man drinks until the middle of the night? He opened the door and walked inside. None of your business, spit it out. Or get lost. Suddenly, Qiao Dui reached out and hugged him from behind. Her voice was filled with emotion. It's done. Tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, King Dai No. 2 can be released. So, I'm pretty badass, right? He asked, hearing the steady clapping. Totally badass. So why do you hug me? Qiao Dui quickly replied, didn't you say you didn't mind sleeping with women? I just wanted to loosen up a bit. Hearing this, Chu King's expression immediately changed. He gritted his teeth, thinking, who does she think she is? Loosen up a bit, why don't you just fly to heaven? Then, he put on a smile, turned around, and brought his face close to Qiao Dui's. While she was still awkwardly sitting there, he whispered in her ear, if you don't get lost, I'll activate your poison. Hearing this, Qiao Dui looked away. Can't do it, can you? She taunted. Hearing this, killing intent immediately surged from him. He gritted his teeth and asked, I can't do what? Seeing his scary expression, Qiao Dui hurriedly ran off. I'm leaving. If you need me, I'm always free. As soon as he entered the house, another voice called out to him. Chu King, Yi Shen Shi, and Yi Wan King rushed out at the same time, saying, my mom's in trouble. My mom's been ambushed. She and that batch of King Yi No. 2 medicine have been ambushed by the Li family. The Li family sent out all their Juan Jiao experts. They want to wipe out the Yi family. Hearing this, his face turned serious. Where is Aunt Yi? Yi Shen Shi grabbed Chu King's hand and pulled him along. I'll lead the way, let's go. He grabbed her hand and stopped her. I'll go alone, you stay here and wait for my news. Yi Shen Shi anxiously replied. No, I want to go with you. I'm not afraid to die. Then, Yi Shen Shi was knocked unconscious by Chu King. He lowered his head, supporting her as he said. But I am. He pushed Yi Shen Shi towards Yi Wan King and said, take care of her, send me the address, give me your car keys too. Whether you believe me or not, I will give it my all. Yi Wan King smiled, reassuring Chu King. Scene change. Chu King was on his way to Yi family's mother's location. He began to calculate. The Li family sent out all their Juan Jiao experts. If I go alone to save them, the goods will be lost. Neither I nor the Yi family can bear this loss. Then, he called someone. The other end picked up. Haha, isn't this Mr. Convenient? Why did you remember to call me? I thought you didn't need your big sister anymore. Chu King spoke frankly. We'll talk about your situation later. I have something else to ask you. After this, I'll end things with you, she replied. End things? You have the nerve to talk about ending things with me. You're worthy. At this point he asked, how do you want me to take responsibility? He felt a little confused because he had somewhat gotten used to this world. And suddenly doing something logical felt strange. The other end hung up. Seeing this, he knew he had made a mistake. He immediately called back. The Yi family is in an emergency. Help me this once. Name your price. Hearing this, she asked for his sword. Chu King, feeling helpless, agreed. She pressed her advantage, and I want that mask of yours too. Chu King replied, no problem. The other side asked. Why? Since when did you become so generous? He impatiently asked, are you going to help or not? She said, don't rush, let's chat a bit more. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll actually help you. Right after he finally spoke up and begged her, she couldn't help but want to jump up and help him, but, after a few steps, she stopped. She touched her belly, her mind in turmoil, and hung up. He heard the long beep of the disconnected call and felt dejected, thinking this woman was truly heartless. At least they were once sincere with each other. He picked up his phone again, wanting to call Xiao Wu. If this keeps up, all his hidden cards will be revealed at Yunshan Yunjiang. At this moment, the Yi family was in a fierce battle with the Li family, and they were gradually losing ground. Suddenly, a dart whizzed past another member of the Li family. Also from behind, a sword hilt flew towards her. In that critical moment, someone suddenly flew in to block the attacker, and it was Chu King, disguised as Jian Xiansheng, sword gentleman. Seeing this, Yi Qingmi breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Jian Xiansheng, you're here." Only then did he notice the person opposite him. It was Huang Kaishan, but not quite. The appearance and aura were the same, but this person looked much more sinister. Li Yan spoke up, "Jian Xiansheng, heaven has a door, but you don't go through it. Hell has no gate, yet you barge right in. Must you side with the Yi family?" Chu King replied, "Why not?" Li Yan said angrily, "Right now, if you help me kill Yi Qingmi, whatever the Yi family gives you, I can give you too. You don't even have to get your hands dirty, just don't interfere, and we'll forget about the past." "I'll still give you a large sum of money," he replied. "So, what about the matter of my disciple, Chu King?" Li Yan answered, "As long as you let it go, I won't bring up the past." Hearing this, he scoffed, "The vengeance for killing my son, it seems, is nothing more than this in your heart, Li Yue, not as important as the family's interests." Li Yan gritted her teeth, restraining herself, and said, "It was my son who provoked your disciple first, his death was not wrong. As long as the Yi family is gone, the Li family can dominate Shinmen." Hearing this, Chu King threw his head back and laughed loudly, "But I'm not as heartless as you. You hunted down my disciple. Even if I can't avenge this grudge, I can't possibly help you." Hearing this, Li Yan and the others flew towards him. It seemed they really wanted to kill Chu King this time. He drew his sword and met them head-on. He raised his sword, and lightning crackled around it. He struck at those flying towards him, and they were sent flying. A loud explosion rang out, sending the Li family members scattering. This move could only intimidate them, not really injure them, but holding out until Xiao Wu arrived wouldn't be a problem. As expected, Chu King is quite clever. The Li family was furious after being played like that. He looked up at the sky, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Wu Daoran flew up with a green power swelling around him. It was Quanzhen sect leader Wu Daoran. This person was a genuine cultivator, with strength at least at the mid-nascent soul stage. Meeting someone familiar in a strange land, so this is how it feels. Chu King was extremely wary of Wu Daoran. He was not someone to be trifled with. However, it was good that this person wasn't an enemy. He didn't expect much. Li Yan cursed, "If it weren't for this old geezer Wu Daoran saying something about not bullying the young, the Yi family would have been dead long ago. He's actually still humane." Yi Qingmi, from behind, saw Chu King single-handedly fighting against the Li family and was extremely worried. However, she couldn't do anything to help. Suddenly, one of Li Yan's allies charged towards Yi Qingmi from behind. He thrust his hand forward with the same power as Huang Kaishan's disciple. He was going to eliminate Yi Qingmi. However, Chu King jumped in at the last second and took the hit for Yi Qingmi. The full force of the attack slammed into Chu King's back, making him cough up blood. He'd never felt pain this intense before. That guy said Chu King now had the mark of Huang Kaishan's disciple, claiming Chu King had killed him. The Li family members didn't hesitate either, jumping in, ready to attack him. They all focused their power on him, keeping him pretty busy. He couldn't withstand the combined force of the three of them. While distracted and worried about him, Yi Qingmi was hit by one of the Li family's allies, who infected her with the mark of Huang Kaishan's disciple. Yi Qingmi suffered a severe injury to her chest. Utterly devastated, she crumpled to the ground. Her internal energy seemed completely drained. She looked at her wound. It was no scratch, it was life-threatening. She looked up, the culprit was standing right in front of her. She loathed him. From afar, Chu King shakily got to his feet. He'd gone from trapped to defeated. Xiao Wu hadn't arrived yet. He could escape on his own, but Yi Qingmi and the Yi family couldn't. He rushed towards Yi Qingmi, who was panicking over her wound. He placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her, then transferred his cultivation power to her. This would help keep her safe for a while, preventing the poison from killing her. He sucked all the poisonous energy from her body into his own. Another stream of blood gushed out. The Li family had them surrounded. Seeing Yi Qingmi cornered, Li Yan was incredibly smug. "Never thought I'd get to do this to Yi Qingmi." She turned to Chu King, "Jian Xiansheng, you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." She wished them both a pleasant death together. Then she charged, ready to attack them both. Wu Daoran intervened just in time, using his power to knock Li Yan back. He said kindly, "The Quanzhen sect lacks an elder for law enforcement. I wonder what your thoughts are, Taoist friend." He told everyone to stop the infighting. Jian Xiansheng would be taken back for judgment. They should kill Yi Qingmi now to avoid future trouble. This Taoist friend would be handed over to Wu Duoren. For now, he only sealed Chu Qing's acupuncture points. Chu Qing laughed. Well, let's see if you have the skills for that. With that, Chu Qing lunged, ready to skewer Elder Li. Elder Li just chuckled and dodged, effortlessly blocking Chu Qing's attack without any trouble. The two fought fiercely in the air, everyone below watching like it was a movie. Chu Qing knew he couldn't beat this old man. The difference in their cultivation levels was vast, plus, Yi Qingmi was still in danger. How could he escape? The earth-shattering sounds terrified everyone present, except Chu Qing. He knew Xiao Wu had arrived, numerous arrows shot out, forcing everyone to dodge. A huge explosion boomed. That was Xiao Wu. She arrived carrying a large, long pistol. Yi Qingmi asked if she was Wu Darren. It really was her. She looked at Li Yan and pointed, naming them one by one. Li Yan, Elder Li, Yi family head, and the masked one must be Jian Xiansheng. Bringing this thing was such a hassle. It's so hot. She figured she'd have more fun here. Seeing Xiao Wu, Li Yan guessed she was here to rescue Chu Qing. As far as Li Yan knew, fights between aristocratic families weren't under the martial arts department's jurisdiction. How could Xiao Wu be controlled by anyone? Who did she think she was? Li Yan turned to Yi Qingmi, praising her scheming, managing to drag the newly appointed minister of the martial arts department to her side without saying a word. But do you really think that can stop the Li family, Yi Qingmi? This had nothing to do with Yi Qingmi, though. Li Yan had blamed the wrong person. Seeing her stubborn refusal to admit guilt, the Yi family head charged, ready to eliminate her. However, Xiao Wu was faster, raising her gun to threaten Li Yan. Someone beside Li Yan said, "Don't worry about Yi Qingmi. She's already been hit by his poison palm. She's definitely going to die." However, the Yi family head thought, "He told me the same thing last time, yet she's still alive and kicking." Clearly, it wasn't reliable. The Yi family head could only watch as Xiao Wu and Yi Qingmi threatened him without any way to fight back. She said, "Consider Yi Qingmi lucky tonight." The Li family hurriedly left. After a while, Chu Qing hopped over to check on Yi Qingmi and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu told Chu Qing that he now owed her a favor. "Of course," he replied, "I'm a man who remembers favors even better than grudges. I won't let you down." A long time later, the Yi family members finally showed up one by one. Yi Zhu was seriously injured, and half of the Yi family was crippled. Yi Zhu was badly hurt. Aunt Yi's, Yi Mai's, Zhang Shi anxiously rushed over to ask if Yi Qingmi was all right. Then she even shoved the injured Yi Zhu to the ground. She exclaimed, "That damned Li family. They won't even leave us a way out. We must avenge this." Yi Mai and her daughter put on a show of sobbing. Then she thought, that useless Li Yan. She couldn't even kill Yi Qingmi with such a golden opportunity. Well then, let this little sister personally send Yi Qingmi on her way. Yi Mai was just about to make her move when suddenly Yi Qingmi spoke. "Our Yi family has a traitor." Yi Mai immediately withdrew her hand and put on her best acting face, tears welling up as she wiped him away and cried, "So that's how it is. How hateful. I'll definitely drag that person out. And make them die to atone." Chu Qing stepped forward and said, "Then kill yourself." Yi Mai turned around, frightened, and yelled, "What do you mean?" Chu Qing calmly replied, "Are you slow?" Yi Mai frowned and asked, "Are you suspecting me?" Chu Qing used his spiritual energy. His clothes and white hair fluttered in the wind. Yi Qingmi suddenly stepped forward, blocking him. Yi Qingmi frowned and said, "Third brother, help me gather the remaining clan members, then take them home." Yi Mia and Yi Mai quickly left. Yi Mai softly said, "Yes." Chu Qing asked Yi Qingmi, "Why?" Yi Qingmi calmly replied, "Yi Mai deserves to die, but not now." Yi Wanqing and Yi Shenxi ran over. Yi Shenxi anxiously called out, "Mom." The three of them embraced each other tightly. Yi Shenxi cried, "Mom, are you okay?" Yi Qingmi gently said, "I'm fine, just a small injury." Yi Wanqing worriedly said, "Let's go back and have Qiao Dui take a look at you." Yi Shenxi glanced at Chu Qing. She angrily let out HMPH. Chu Qing saw Yi Shenzai's expression and thought to himself, still angry, huh? The sky had darkened, and the moon hung high. At the hospital, Qiao Dui was pushing a patient in with a nurse. Yi Wanqing asked the patient how her injuries were. Yi Qingmi turned to Yi Shenxi and said, "Xiao Shi, go help your sister, her body is weak, don't let her overwork herself." Yi Shenxi obediently and softly replied, "Okay." Yi Qingmi turned to Chu Qing and said, "Let's talk for a bit." At the stairwell, Chu Qing frowned and said, "The person who tried to assassinate you last time wasn't Huang Kaishan." But the person who claims to be Huang Kaishan's master from the Li family, right? Yi Qingmi crossed her arms and said. Right, I knew the Li family had someone like that. But I didn't know you knew about that old poison technique. Chu King grabbed Yi Qingmi's hand, worriedly saying, the poison in your body has been stirred up, I can't hold it back. Yi Qingmi spoke softly as if it were nothing, I've already prepared myself. Tell Aunt Yi the truth, how much time does she have left? Chu King sadly said, at most a month, at least a week. Yi Qingmi remained calm and said, you said this poison will erode a person's internal energy. In the case of not harming my cultivation, how long can I hold on? Chu King was silent for a moment, then reluctantly said. 3 days. Yi Qingmi smiled faintly and said, that's enough, Chu King, I'm not asking you to protect the Yi family, I'm only asking you to protect Shen Shi, alright? Yi Qingmi's strength showed. Chu King agreed and nodded. Yi Qingmi smiled, but with a sorrowful look, she said, as for Wan King. Even if I entrusted her to you, she wouldn't necessarily agree. I know she's caused you a lot of trouble, but she's not a bad person, just insecure. The truth is, their father was a spy for the Li family, Yi Qingmi said sadly. Chu King was stunned, letting out a surprised huh, as Yi Qingmi reminisced. 20 years ago, the Li and Yi families were sworn enemies. I met Shen Zai's father around that time. He was a spy for the Li family. When I was pregnant with Wan King, I was ambushed by the Li family, poisoned, which left Wan King with a permanent condition. That attack was related to that man, but I survived because of him. At that time, he was torn between his family and his master, hesitant and indecisive. Yi Qingmi's eyes welled up as she turned to Chu King. If it were you, what would you choose? Would you forgive him? Chu King frowned, then said. Auntie, you forgave him a long time ago, right? Yi Qingmi said with a sad smile. Yes, but afterward, he was filled with shame, anxiety, and sadness. He eventually took his own life. Why am I telling you all this? Yi Qingmi rubbed her nose. Chu King thought, Auntie Yi probably knows her time is running out, so she wants to get these old secrets off her chest. Yi Qingmi frowned, her voice firm. Remember, the feud between the Li and Yi families is irreconcilable. If Li Yan ever mentions reconciliation, don't even think about it, it's a trap. Chu King understood. He asked, if the hatred is so deep, and Yi Mei betrayed the Yi family by leaking information to the Li family, why didn't you kill her? Yi Qingmi recounted her experiences. Back then, Yi Mei was everyone's choice to inherit the family leadership, but my mother changed it to me on her deathbed. Yi Mei has hated me ever since. The rest you can figure out yourself. Chu King frowned, thinking, how can that be? Is Auntie Yi feeling guilty towards Yi Mei? Or is there something else painful going on? Just then, the operating room door opened. Dr. Kiao stepped out, removed his mask, and announced Yi Qingzhu's condition. Miss Yi Qingzhu is still unconscious, but she's out of danger. Yi Shenshi smiled. That's great, Yi Wan King urged. Quickly, examine my mother. In the lab, Dr. Kiao drew blood from Yi Qingmi's arm. Yi Qingmi gave Chu King a look, and he nodded in response. Dr. Kiao then took the blood sample for testing. Yi Shenshi and Yi Wan King stood by Yi Qingmi's side, asking after her and massaging her. After examining the blood sample, Dr. Kiao exclaimed in shock, this is... He suddenly trembled, his face turning pale, and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Dr. Kiao whispered to Chu King, you're accelerating the poison. Chu King glared at him, his eyes cold. Keep Auntie Yi's illness a secret. Dr. Kiao's eyes teared up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stop. Yi Wan King finally noticed Dr. Kiao's strange behavior. She walked over and asked, Dr. Kiao, what's wrong? He turned around and forced a smile. Nothing, just a little tired lately. Your mother is fine, everything's normal. Hearing this, Yi Shenshi walked over happily. That's wonderful. Yi Qingmi spoke up, I told you I was fine. There are still things I need to take care of at home. I'll head back first. Yi Wan King immediately said, I'll go with you, Mom. Yi Qingmi refused. There's a lot to do at the company, you should stay and work. She then slowly walked away. Yi Shenshi and Yi Wan King anxiously watched her every step. Yi Wan King grabbed Yi Shenzai's hand and pleaded, Shenshi, do me a favor. Yi Shenshi hesitantly looked at Chu King and stammered, okay. Dr. Kiao tiptoed over to Chu King, a sly grin on his face. Chu King glanced at him, a cunning smile playing on his lips. What scheme are you cooking up now? The Yi family head won't live for another month. Are you planning to seize the Yi family's assets? Chu King chuckled, what do you think? Dr. Kiao pouted, saying nothing more. Scene change, Yi Shenxi and Yi Wan King sat together, drinking tea. Yi Wan King spoke. Did you notice anything strange about Chu King today? Yi Shenxi, not understanding her meaning, replied, he's always been strange. Yi Wan King rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did you notice anything strange about Mom today? Yi Shenxi frowned thoughtfully. Seems like something's up. She then asked Yi Wan King, sis, what do you want to say? Yi Wan King then voiced her thoughts. It's the same in the house, such a big thing happened, but it's a little too peaceful, don't you think? Clearly, a moment ago we were on the verge of life and death, and the next moment, everyone just went back to normal, not mentioning anything anymore. Yi Shenxi still didn't understand, innocently asking, it seems like that, huh? But what about it? Yi Wan King said, annoyed, her face darkening. She didn't reply, then said with a headache, nothing, just rest. You should go to bed early too. Yi Shenxi cheerfully said goodbye. Okay, sis, sleep tight. And left. Yi Wan King sighed in her room. Outside, Yi Shenxi ran into Chu King. She quickly walked past Chu King, HMPH. Immediately, Chu King grabbed Yi Shenxi's hand. Smiling and asking, still mad? Yi Shenxi blushed, thinking haughtily, I won't forgive you that easily. Seeing this, Chu King pretended to cough. Yi Shenxi asked worriedly, are you injured too? Why didn't you say anything? I'll go find Kiao Dui. Chu King raised his head, blushing, and said, tricked you. Yi Shenxi, furious, repeatedly hit Chu King. Chu King endured it, sweating, admitting his fault. All right, I shouldn't have tricked you, and definitely shouldn't have knocked you out. Yi Shenxi stopped hitting him, dissatisfied, not sincere enough. Immediately, Chu King grabbed Yi Shenxi's hand, pulled her towards him, and kissed her. After the kiss, Chu King asked, is that sincere enough? Yi Shenxi grabbed Chu King's collar, saying, next time something like this happens, you're not allowed to leave me behind. Even if it means death, Chu King firmly replied, no way. Yi Shenxi let go of his collar, frowning and asking, based on what? Based on what do you get to decide for me? Chu King took Yi Shenxi's hand. Seriously replying, because you're my woman. Yi Shenxi pulled her hand back, her face burning red, and said haughtily, you think saying that will make me forgive you? I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm leaving. Chu King then advised, if you have free time, try to go home and visit Auntie Yi. Yi Shenxi fumed, turned around and walked away, not forgetting to reply, none of your business. As Yi Shenxi walked, she thought back to what Yi Wan King had said, lost in thought. Chu King also told me to go home and see Mom more often. Don't tell me it's what I think it is. I have to go home. Behind her, Chu King thought to himself, right now, I'm helping Auntie Yi hide the truth from the two sisters, but when they find out, they'll definitely hate me. Hopefully, this can make up for it somewhat. Chu King opened his hand, channeling a black energy. The poison origin mark in my body is also troublesome. If I'm not careful and accidentally activate it, it'll be life-threatening. Then, his face darkened, and he clenched his fist, determined. Zhang Zudong, I have to eliminate him. Scene change. At Yi Qingmi's house, Yi Shenxi entered Yi Qingmi's room, panting. Seeing this, Yi Qingmi asked, Shenxi, why are you back? Yi Shenxi walked to Yi Qingmi's side. Smiling and saying, well, I came back to see if there's anything I can help with at home. Yi Qingmi then said, last night, quite a few people in the house had accidents. Go visit their families for me and try to help them resolve any difficulties they might have. Yi Shenxi smiled brightly and quickly replied, yes. Inwardly, she thought seriously, Mom seems okay. I can't just ask her directly if she's dying. Even if I ask, she might not tell me. I have to learn to observe like my sister. After Yi Shenxi left, Yi Qingmi called Chu King over. Chu King sat down opposite Yi Qingmi and asked, did you call me here for something? Yi Qingmi gently replied, the Yi family has a house on Zhuke Street for you. Thank you for always helping the Yi family. The Yi family isn't safe anymore. It's best if you take your parents there soon. Chu King then asked, I appreciate Auntie Yi's kindness, but what do you want me to do? Yi Qingmi replied, right. Chu King firmly said, I also want to go. Yi Qingmi immediately refused, no need, otherwise, I'll have to treat you like Shenxi. Chu King affirmed, but I'm not the same as Shenxi. Besides, if you die, at least I can bring your body back. Hearing this, Yi Qingmi smiled threateningly, this kid, you have no filter, do you? Aren't you afraid I won't let you step foot in the Yi family again? Chu King asked back, does Auntie Yi still think I'll marry into the Yi family? Hearing this, Qingmi said, "True, before, I felt you were reaching too high, but now it seems my little girl isn't worthy of you. Later, you can totally marry some big family's eldest daughter in the imperial capital, haha." Chu King replied gloomily, "Aunt Yi, please don't poke at my sore spot anymore. Besides, I already said I'm only marrying a wife, not getting married to someone." Yi King-mi said, "But what? I don't object to you two loving each other. Even if you both have your own families later on, you can still see each other, it's no big deal." Hearing that, Chu King's jaw dropped, then he chuckled awkwardly, changing the subject. This, we'll talk about it later. When are we making our move?" Yi King-mi replied, "Tomorrow." Chu King immediately stood up, saying, "Okay, I'm going to find some backup, Aunt Yi. You have to wait for me to come back before we make our move." Then he turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her, "You absolutely have to wait for me." Yi King-mi smiled, waving goodbye to Chu King. Chu King furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, why do I keep feeling like something's off about Aunt Yi? That night, at the Jijin bar, Chu King stood outside with his hands in his pockets, deep in thought. This Meng Zui woman is ridiculously strong. If I can be friends with her, why make an enemy? But why did she ask to meet me here? Chu King stepped inside. In the main hall, there was no one but his third sister, Tender. The place was deserted and cold. Turns out it was Chu King's sister. Chu King rushed over, grabbing Chu Xiao's shoulder and asking, Sister, are you okay? Meng Zui didn't bully you, did she?" Chu Xiao, her face red and tears welling up, shook her head. Suddenly, from behind Chu King, a clapping sound echoed. Hearing the noise, Chu King turned around. Meng Zui was behind him, clapping her hands as she spoke. "What a touching display of sibling love, truly a heartwarming scene. It's a pity that Chu Xiao, your good little brother, not only didn't come to save you after knowing you were in danger, but also tried to cover up your identity." Chu Xiao shouted in disbelief, "Stop playing your tricks. Divorce him." Meng Zui gave Chu Xiao a deep look, asking, "Haha, is that so?" Seeing that look, Chu Xiao trembled and hid behind Chu King. Chu King glanced at Chu Xiao, thinking to himself, although she wasn't injured, these past few days must not have been easy. Chu King clenched his fists, thinking, Meng Zui, both of them, Chu King and Meng Zui, radiated powerful auras. Meng Zui suggested, "You want to talk to me, but I don't see any sincerity, but, no rush, let's sit down and have a few drinks first." There were 2 glasses of wine on the table. Meng Zui picked one up and brought it to her lips. Chu King stared intently at Meng Zui's every move. Seeing this, Meng Zui asked, "What? Afraid I poisoned it?" Chu King cautiously replied, "That's right." Meng Zui then handed her glass to Chu King, saying, "Then you can drink mine. I've already had a sip." Chu King took Meng Zui's glass and drank it in sips. Meng Zui smiled, saying to Chu King, "If you want a man, no, that's wrong. You should look for a woman, though it's less common for women to do this kind of thing. You can still find one if you have the money." Chu King frowned and replied, "No need." Then he slammed the empty glass on the table, seriously saying, "I've had the drink now, so just get to the point, stop beating around the bush, release my sister. What do you want?" Meng Zui immediately replied, "I want you to be my slave. You know, the kind without any freedom." Hearing that, Chu King's face darkened with anger as he refused. "No way, change your terms." Meng Zui continued to provoke him, "What if I force you? You wouldn't kill yourself, would you?" Chu King smiled calmly and replied, "Can you even force me?" Meng Zui smirked, "You always drink my wine like that, making me suspect you're secretly taking advantage of me." Then she ordered Chu Xiao, come and make some drinks. Chu Xiao immediately prepared 2 glasses of wine. A high-proof one for Meng Zui, and the remaining low-proof one for Chu King. Seeing this, Meng Zui asked, "Why is the wine you made for Chu King so weak?" Chu Xiao frowned and timidly replied, "My brother is a boy." Chu King stood beside her, speechless. Meng Zui turned and saw that Chu King still hadn't touched his glass, so she asked, "Why aren't you drinking? Still worried? Let your sister try it for you to test for poison." Chu Xiao, you drink it." Chu Xiao wiped the glass with a cloth as she replied, "It's not poisoned, I've already checked. If there were anything else in the wine, the color and viscosity would change. The wine here is completely normal." Seeing how knowledgeable Chu Xiao was, Chu King smirked to himself, "I didn't know my sister knew so much. I thought she was lazy and had no ambition whatsoever." Chu King picked up his glass and drank, thinking, "All right. That stupid woman actually did something useful for me." Clink, the wine glass slipped from her grasp and shattered. Chu King clutched her chest, her face pale as a sheet. Poison, in the wine, she gasped before collapsing onto the table. Chu Sio's face darkened in alarm. He snatched up the wine bottle. Impossible. Chu Sio took a large swig, trying to figure out why he was fine while Chu King had been poisoned. Just then, Meng Zui spoke up, "You won't taste anything. This poison only affects cultivators. I had to pay a pretty penny for it. Of the three of us here, only your brother cultivates Dao." Furious, Chu Sio lunged at Meng Zui with the bottle. "I'll kill you." Meng Zui effortlessly intercepted the bottle, snatching it from his grip. Chu Sio trembled, tears welling up. "To die like this isn't so bad. It's my fault for dragging Sio Cheng into this mess." Chu Sio closed his eyes, waiting for the final blow, but Meng Zui paused. "I only need Chu Cheng. You're no use to me anymore. Get out." Two burly men grabbed Chu Sio's arms and dragged him away. "Let my brother go." Chu Sio screamed, pleading with Meng Zui, "You can do whatever you want with me. Please, I'm begging you." Outside, Chu Sio clenched his fists, teeth gritted. "Damn it. I can't save Sio Cheng on my own. I need help, Yi Shenxi." "No, Xing Tao." With that, Chu Sio took off running. Inside, Meng Zui watched him through the window. Meng Zui sneered, "Sibling love, how touching." Suddenly, Meng Zui's face paled. "Shit, I can't drink alcohol right now." Meanwhile, Chu King finally came to. He was surrounded by strangers, grinning maniacally, blood dripped down the cheeks. Chu King jolted awake, bewildered. "What the hell? Where's my spiritual power, my cultivation?" He realized with a start that he'd been taken somewhere else. He was stripped naked and tied to a chair. Meng Zui stood beside him, her expression nonchalant, awake at last. "Looks like that drug was only top grade after all. What do you want?" Chu King roared. Unfazed, Meng Zui smirked. "Don't bother struggling, this chair was specially designed for you, cost me a fortune." Chu King's face darkened. "That's why I can't use my spiritual power." Meng Zui brandished a gleaming, sharp knife. "So, now that you're in my hands, you should have thought about the consequences before trying to get revenge on me with such underhanded tactics." Chu King, sweating, retorted, "If you hadn't provoked me over and over again, I wouldn't have bothered getting revenge. We're both adults here. And I'm the one who ended up suffering, aren't I?" Meng Zui snapped, "Cut the crap. You think that was the end of it? I'll." Meng Zui abruptly stopped, then smiled sinisterly. Her eyes glinted coldly at Chu King. "I was just testing you, and I won. Your sword, your mask. Everything you own is mine now." With that, she plunged the knife into the center of the chair, grazing Chu King's thigh. "You better cooperate," she hissed. "Next time, it won't be so light." Chu King flinched. Then, Chu King's expression hardened. He gathered his strength. "You forced my hand, you brought this on yourself." Chu King opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of energy towards Meng Zui. Caught completely off guard, Meng Zui dropped her knife. She clutched her right eye. "Chu King. What did you do?" Chu King, exhausted and panting, ordered Meng Zui, "Look into my eyes." Chu King smirked. One of his eyes turned gold. Meng Zui's right eye also shifted from blue to gold. She sweated, asking, "What is this?" Chu King explained, "The life-death binding curse. Anyone hit by this curse will have their soul bound to the caster. If one dies, the other dies too." Meng Zui frowned, silent. Then, the chair binding Chu King's hands and feet automatically unfurled. Chu King abruptly stood up, rubbing his wrists. Across from him, Meng Zui, with a darkened expression, used her power to pull a knife from the floor, giving a sly smile. HMPH. Immediately, Meng Zui raised her hand, preparing to throw the knife at Chu King. Chu King quickly intercepted it, grabbing her wrist, asking, "Do you hate me that much? Willing to die together?" Meng Zui, uncaring, yanked her hand back and continued to lunge at Chu King with the knife. Chu King used his power to knock the knife away. Meng Zui stumbled back. Chu King instantly grabbed her neck. "I don't understand why you're not as strong as before. What's wrong? Why haven't you improved at all?" "The innate dragon chi." Meng Zui angrily yelled, still thinking about the innate dragon chi. "Give it up." What Meng Zui swallows, she doesn't spit back out. Chu King backed off a step, conciliatory. "Hey, just asking, no need to get so worked up, can we talk now?" Meng Zui fumed, turning away, dismissing him. "I've released your sister, now scram." Chu King asked suspiciously, "You're not going to kill yourself, are you?" Meng Zui turned her head back, scoffing, "For you. Not worth it, I just wanted to see if you were telling the truth." Chu King sighed. "All right, in the past, both of us went too far. Let's wipe the slate clean and never mention it again." Let's talk about the future. Hearing this, Meng Zui snapped. It can't be wiped clean anymore. Silenced by her outburst, Chu King then pleaded for help. Then fine, no wiping, tomorrow I have to go reason with Yi King Mi and I need your help. Meng Zui crossed her arms, replying indifferently, what's it got to do with me? Chu King, anticipating this, threatened, if I die, you die too. Hearing this, Meng Zui glanced at Chu King, saying, I swore an oath with the Li, Yi, and Tang families to not interfere in their affairs. Chu King smiled, spreading his hands, someone as smart as you must see that it's just a delaying tactic, once they decide a winner. You'll be next. Meng Zui laughed loudly, resolutely refusing to help. Don't waste your breath, I won't help you. Give it up. Chu King pretended to accept. Fine, the Li family, I must go. Aunt Yi is dying, and why she wants to go to the Li family, you understand. This time, I'm not sure I'll win, that's why I came to you. Then he laid out the condition, if you help me, I'll give you half of Sin Men. If not, I die, you die, and you can forget about everything. Finishing, Chu King abruptly left, leaving Meng Zui alone. She punched a pillar, tears silently falling. Scene change, outside a bar, Chu Xiao, accompanied by Xing Wei and 2 bodyguards, hurried inside. Chu Xiao and the others then entered an elevator. Coincidentally, Chu King was in the elevator next to them. Chu King, eyes closed, thought intently, it's already morning, dealing with Meng Zui has never been easy, every encounter is a chaotic mess. Emerging outside, the two encountered the bodyguard who had been with Chu Xiao earlier. She asked Chu King, why are you here? Chu King was puzzled. The worried bodyguard continued, are you okay? Weren't you captured by Meng Zui? I'm with the Xing family. Your sister knelt all night in front of the Xing family's door, begging the head to save you, even bringing the young master along, causing a huge commotion. Finally, this morning, the head agreed. Hearing this, Chu King thought, that old hag Xing Lai dared to treat my sister like that. Then asked, where's my sister? The bodyguard pointed forward, replying, upstairs. Chu King gritted his teeth, cursing, damn. Upstairs, Chu Xiao, Xing Wei, and the bodyguards arrived at Meng Zui's place. Xing Wei spoke up, where's Chu King? Meng Zui, arms crossed, replied impassively, I don't know. Xing Lai's face darkened, threatening Meng Zui, I advise you to be sensible, I'm here on the head's orders to take him. Meng Zui glanced indifferently at Xing Wei and said, same 3 words. Xing Wei, out of patience, ordered her guards, good, good, good. Even the head of the family's words you don't take seriously. I see you, Meng Zui, don't want to live in Shinmen anymore. Seize her. Meng Zui smirked, ha, you think this is your turf? You can just seize anyone. You're not Xing Lai, you don't have the right to throw your weight around here. Xing Wei, the number 1 Xing, retorted, looks like you don't respect number 1, huh, Meng the second. Meng chuckled slyly, yeah, kinda. The air between them crackled with tension, neither willing to back down, and they immediately started fighting. While the two were going at it, Chu King arrived at the scene and witnessed the whole thing. Chu King thought helplessly, dogs biting dogs, a mouth full of fur. Then, he went to Chu Xiao and called, sister. Seeing Chu King, Chu Xiao grabbed his hand and anxiously asked, Xiao King, did Meng Zui do anything to you? Chu King smiled and replied, I'm fine, but you've had it rough. Having to kneel in front of the Xing family's gate for a whole day, Chu Xiao fainted from exhaustion. Chu King, seeing this, cried out in worry, sister. He helped Chu Xiao sit down. Chu Xiao was exhausted but still tried to appear okay in front of Chu King. It's okay, I'm okay, just a little tired, Chu King then said, then sit down for a bit. Meng Zui, battling Xing Wei in the air, glanced down and was surprised by the scene. Seeing Meng Zui distracted, Xing Wei immediately lunged forward. Meng Zui gave a sinister smile, leaped high into the air, flipped over Xing Wei's back, and then delivered a palm strike to her back. Chu King, observing everything from below, thought to himself, Xing Wei has lost. If she can withdraw in time, she might still be able to save face as Shinmen's number 1 expert. Only then did Xing Wei realize Chu King was also present. Clutching her wound, she asked Chu King, what are you doing here? Enraged, she lunged towards Chu Xiao and yelled, Chu Xiao, you piece of trash. Today, you'll give me a satisfactory explanation. How dare you try to trick the Xing family? Immediately, Chu King blocked Xing Wei's attack with one hand. Chu King gave Xing Wei a cold stare and warned, old hag, you're a good actress, if you know your place, I'll let you save face. If you keep running your mouth and want to throw hands, Chu King grabbed her collar, swung down, and sent Xing Wei flying. Xing Wei, taking the full brunt of Chu King's attack, crashed to the ground, blood dripping from her mouth, but still stubbornly retorted, "Chu King, what are you doing? Don't you know I came to save you?" Chu King calmly stated the truth, "Stop pretending, you just came here reluctantly on Xing Lai's orders, I'll remember Xing Lai's kindness, now, we're done here, head guard." Humiliated, Xing Wei pointed at Chu King and shouted, "You just wait. I'll tell the head of the family every word of what happened today." Chu King's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Suit yourself." Xing Wei and her guards left, faces dark with anger. Meng Zui quipped from behind, "Xing the Third, take it easy, I won't see you out." Hearing this, Xing Wei turned around, glared at Meng Zui, and then shouted angrily, "Just you wait." Meng Zui and Chu King looked at each other. Meng Zui spoke up, "Why are you looking at me? Wanna fight?" Chu King, exasperated, remained silent and went to help Chu Xiao up. Suddenly, Meng Zui called out, "Wait a minute." Chu King asked, "What?" Meng Zui kicked aside a nearby chair and said to Chu King, "I can help you deal with the Li family. But on one condition." Chu King, surprised, quickly said, "Tell me." Meng Zui stated her condition, "Lift the mutual life curse. After that, if you need me again, fine, bring something that can catch my eye." Chu King furrowed his brow suspiciously and asked, "Why are you so easy to talk to now, after just a few minutes?" Meng Zui smiled, "What if I said I suddenly realized I like you? Would you believe it?" Hearing Meng Zui's words, Chu King was startled and wondered, "Seriously?" Chu Xiao, beside him, blushed as she looked at Meng Zui. Meng Zui laughed loudly, "Just kidding. You didn't actually believe that, did you?" Chu King looked at Meng Zui helplessly and then said seriously, "The mutual life curse, I only know how to apply it, not how to remove it. Putting my life in your hands makes me very uneasy. If I could remove it, I would immediately. Let's change the condition." Meng Zui didn't make things difficult. "Fine, I believe you. I have a doctor here, let them examine your sister first." Scene change, on the bed, Chu Xiao lay still as the doctor examined her. Meng Tui and Chu King stood outside the door, watching intently. Chu King spoke up, "Have you thought about your conditions yet?" "I don't have much time." Meng Tui smiled, "It's Yi King me who doesn't have much time, isn't it?" Chu King said loudly, "Can you stop playing dumb and just ask directly?" Meng Tui stated her condition, "Marry me." "I'll help you." Chu King, afraid he misheard, asked, "What did you say?" "Say that again." Meng Tui calmly repeated, "I said, marry me, and I'll help you." Chu King immediately asked, "Are you crazy?" Meng Tui seriously replied, "You're the one who's crazy, agree and we'll go register. Disagree and get lost." Chu King gave his condition, "Registration is fine, but my name has to be written first." Meng Tui, hearing this, smiled and asked, "So you don't want to marry me, you want me to marry you? Are you crazy?" Chu King turned around and said, "I'm perfectly sane, I won't marry, I'll only take a wife. Looks like we have nothing more to discuss." Meng Tui spoke up, "Hold on, I can agree, but after we get married, your things are my things, we have to be sincere with each other, no secrets." Chu King's face paled, and he asked Meng Tui, "You want that sword, don't you?" Meng Tui didn't answer directly, mysteriously saying, "You guess." Inwardly, she thought, just an external object. "Meng Tui, do I really mean that much to you?" Scene change. The two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chu King stood in front of the bureau, thinking to himself, "Before I went to find Meng Tui, I was talking about marriage with Auntie Yi. Now I'm actually bringing a girl home." Meng Tui, standing beside him, noticed Chu King's contemplation and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Chu King didn't hide it. Replying, "The Yi family's matters." Meng Tui continued to ask, "Why are you so dedicated to the Yi family? Is it because of Yi Shenxi? The person whose name is written first on the marriage certificate can marry several people, but if both names are written first, neither can marry anyone else. Are you sure you want to marry me?" Chu King was puzzled. What kind of bullshit logic is that? What are you trying to say?" Meng Tui replied, "You guess." Chu King silently thought, "That again." Meng Tui thoughtfully asked Chu King again, "You wouldn't marry Yi Shenxi either, would you?" "Right," Chu King retorted with her previous line. "You guess." Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two took their wedding photo together. The photographer instructed, "Could you two get a little closer?" The two then sat closer together. After the photo was taken, they sat at the marriage registration desk. Chu King said, "Please write my name first on the registration." Meng Tui sat beside him, just smiling, Saying nothing, the two typists looked towards Meng Tui and Chu King, one thinking, this young man is so cool, the other thinking, this girl, marrying into the family, huh? Finally, the registration was complete. Chu King held the marriage certificate, unable to believe it was real, thinking to himself, I'm actually married. 2 lifetimes, and this is a first. Beside him, Meng Tui sat in the car, saying to Chu King, alright, now we're husband and wife, hubby, why aren't you calling me wifey? Are you shy? Chu King blushed, avoiding Meng Tui's gaze. About that, let's go back to the Yi residence now, this afternoon, let's help my parents move to Chu Tuk Street. Meng Tui furrowed her brows slightly, pondering, oh, Yi King Mi is about to die, the Yi residence isn't safe, but is Chu Tuk Street really safe? Don't forget, Xing Wei is also there. Hearing this, Chu King replied, Xing Lai is a gentleman, but Xing Wei, but there's nowhere else to go. Meng Tui smiled, I suggest you could bring your parents to my place is absolutely safe. Chu King looked at Meng Tui suspiciously, are you sure you don't have any ulterior motives? Meng Tui replied calmly, we're family now, you don't trust me. Chu King blushed and said nothing. Then Chu King took out the sword. Meng Tui, seeing the sword, immediately grabbed it and tried to unsheath it, asking, what's wrong with this? Chu King seriously said, tomorrow I'll find a replacement for Zui Sheng. Meng Zui secretly thought he was trying to negotiate terms with her, although this marriage wasn't exactly a love match, she still felt annoyed. Meng Zui told Chu King, fine, Zui Sheng, Meng Zi, besides me, this Chu Xin, tell her to cooperate with you. Chu King, upon hearing that, replied, okay. Next, Meng Zui pulled out a sword and held it to Chu King's throat. Chu King, without a trace of fear, smiled faintly at Meng Zui. Seeing this, Meng Zui frowned and stuffed the sword back into Chu King's hand. Then, she grabbed the steering wheel and ordered Chu King, not at all happily. Get in the car, we're going to the Yi family. Meng Zui drove Chu King to the Yi family. Arriving there, Meng Zui reminded him, oh, right, now that we're married, you're not allowed to flirt around outside anymore, that includes Yi Shenxi. Chu King asked, what if I say no? Meng Zui smiled calmly and replied, then I'll find men outside too. However many women you find, I'll find that many men. As long as you're not afraid of losing face. Chu King looked at Meng Zui helplessly, then proceeded to enter the Yi residence. Suddenly, Meng Zui called out, hey, Chu King. Hearing his name, Chu King turned back, what now? Meng Zui placed a hand on her stomach and said, I'm pregnant. Chu King, upon hearing the news, asked in surprise, mine? Meng Zui replied, I've had too many men, I don't know whose it is. Since I don't know who the father is, I might as well find it a capable dad. Haven't I already found you? Chu King frowned and asked further, what if I tell you to abort it? Meng Zui quickly objected, no way. It's a life. How could you be so heartless? Chu King then said, we'll talk about this later. Meng Zui didn't give Chu King a chance, smiling resolutely, no need for later, this is my child, I'll definitely give birth to it. Also, go to the Yi family by yourself, I have to go back and rest. I can't do anything strenuous right now. Then, she sped off in her car. Chu King gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, damn, this bitch, playing me like a fiddle. Suddenly, a voice called out, Chu King. Chu King, hearing the voice, looked over. It turned out to be Yi Shenxi running towards him. Yi Shenxi asked breathlessly, Chu King, where did you go? Why are you only back now? My mother's gone somewhere. I don't know where. I'm so worried, I have a bad feeling. Hearing this, Chu King thought, Aunt Yi went alone after all. That damn Meng Zui wasted so much of my time. Chu King then comforted Yi Shenxi, nothing's going to happen, don't overthink it. I left my brain in the company's break room, can you help me go get it? Yi Shenxi immediately replied, sure, I'll get the car. Chu King added, let me borrow a car too, I have something to do. Yi Shenxi replied, okay, then. Each of them took a car, looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and went their separate ways. Chu King murmured in his car, Shenxi, I'm sorry. Chu King drove to the Li family, sitting in the car and observing the house. Nothing unusual, Aunt Yi is probably not in there. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, a blue car stopped in front of the Li residence. Seeing this, Chu King watched intently and then realized that it was none other than Li Huangni. Li Yu Wei's sister. The place she wants to go to right now is probably where Aunt Yi is. I'll follow her and see. Chu King immediately tailed Li Yu Wei's car. Wherever Li Yu Wei went, Chu King followed. Li Yuwei finally realized she was being tailed and sped up, attempting to lose Chu King. Chu King gritted his teeth, thinking, she's noticed me. Chu King slammed on the gas, accelerating and crashing into the blue car. The blue car flipped over, flying straight into the bushes by the roadside. The flipped-over blue car smoked like a chimney. Feng Ni crawled out of the wrecked blue car, coughing up a lung. She sat up, wiping the blood from her face, when suddenly Chu King swooped down, grabbed her by the throat, and slammed her to the ground. Feng Ni, tough as nails, spat out, "You can't kill me. There's a rule among the ancient clans. A Zhijing realm cultivator can't kill a Wajing. If you kill me today, someone will kill Yi Shenxi tomorrow." Chu King chuckled, "So you're using Yi Shenxi to threaten me, huh?" Chu King stared at Feng Ni's face, and it brought Yi Shenxi to mind. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. "Am I seeing things?" Aunt Yi said Shen Zai's father was a spy for the Li family. Could Shenxi and Feng Ni be half-sisters? He shook his head. "No way, absolutely not." Chu King tightened his grip on Feng Ni's throat. He asked coldly, "Have you ever seen Yi King Mi?" Feng Ni, tears welling up, replied, "My mother got a message from Yi King Mi. After she read it, she went to Fuhan Beach. I don't know what she's doing there." Chu King raised an eyebrow. "A war letter?" Feng Ni shook her head. "No, just a normal message." Chu King's eyes narrowed, his face inches from Feng Ni's. "You better not be lying to me, or you'll die a very painful death." Feng Ni's tears streamed down her face, fear gripping her. Chu King released his grip. Gasping for air, Feng Ni slumped to the ground, clutching her throat, watching Chu King's back as he walked away. Suddenly, she pulled out a gun and fired. Chu King, sensing the danger, reacted instantly, deflecting the bullet back towards Feng Ni. Feng Ni's eyes widened in terror. She quickly used a faki to block the returning bullet. The faki created a protective barrier around Feng Ni. She huddled inside, still on the ground. Seeing this, Chu King thought, a faki. Probably the work of the Quanzhen sect. He continued walking towards his car. He left Feng Ni behind, clutching her injured arm. She watched his car drive away. A smirk spread across her face. "You're strong, but you'll die soon. My mother isn't the only one going to Fuhan Beach." Chu King's car continued down the road. As he drove, Chu King called Xiao Wu. Knowing Li Yan, she definitely wouldn't go to Fuhan Beach alone. It's possible the Quanzhen sect is involved too. As soon as Xiao Wu answered, Chu King quickly said, "I need your help, and also, deliver something to Meng Zui for me." Xiao Wu agreed. Chu King hung up. He looked at his phone screen, a strange look in his eyes. "Meng Zui, this woman is always against me, but I can't stop thinking about her." In his message to Meng Zui, he had written, Fuhan Beach, the sandy shore by the Yun River, because of the strong currents, complex undertow, and treacherous rocks. No boats travel there. The only way to reach it is through those waters. The area is isolated, with no roads or bridges, and dense forest, making it the perfect place to kill and dump a body. Chu King climbed a tree, looking around Fuhan Beach. He thought, if it weren't for the murderous aura in this forest, I would have thought Li Feng Ni tricked me. Looks like they're hiding deep. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching. Recognizing the danger, Chu King leapt from the branch. Just as he predicted, an explosion rocked the spot where he had been standing. "Good thing I got out in time." Chu King hid behind another tree. After a while, he cautiously assessed the situation. "The Li family's plan, they think I'm Aunt Yi. Seems like Aunt Yi's location hasn't been compromised yet." Chu King pulled out his phone and put it on silent. Silence fell over Fuhan Beach. Hidden in the trees, Yi King Mi heard footsteps approaching. Zhang Zudong, gun in hand, ran frantically towards her. Yi King Mi flew out and stabbed him. Blood gushed from his stomach. Yi King Mi fled. Zhang Zudong collapsed, covered in blood. Li Yan's group arrived and bandaged Zhang Zudong's wound. "What happened?" Li Yan asked. Zhang Zudong groaned. "Yi King Mi has help. We were tricked. Next time, don't shoot until you see the target." Li Yan nodded. An old man stroked his beard. "Yi King Mi Lord is here. Who knows how many people she brought with her?" Li Yan turned to the old man, her face grim. "I don't care how many she brought. She's going to die tonight." Hidden in the trees, Chu King overheard their conversation and grinned. "Looks like Aunt Yi succeeded. I'll give her a little more help." Chu King cranked up his phone's volume to the max. Chu King blasted a song that echoed throughout the entire Fushan meadow. Li Yan's crew, hearing the sound, responded smugly. One of Li Yan's men got ready and yelled, "Zhang Zudong, take cover. Everyone else, spread out. Don't shoot until we have a clear visual. We don't know who it is yet." Chu King paused the music and quickly put on his combat gear. Sighing, he thought, they didn't take the bait, huh? Yi Qingmi, understanding his intent, felt a silent gratitude towards Chu King. Yi Qingmi, Chu King, is that you? You were the bait last time, now it's my turn. Yi Qingmi flew out from the tree where she was hiding. Determined, she declared, the score between me and Li Yan, before I die, must be settled. Yi Qingmi stood in the middle of Fushan Meadow. Seeing this, Chu King worried, thinking, Auntie Yi, is she trying to be bait? I can't let this opportunity go to waste. One of Li Yan's men approached. He spotted a fleeting shadow. Chu King struck, using his power to cut the man down. He cried out and died on the spot. Chu King said regretfully, not Zhang Zudong, what a shame. The old man used a spell, sending a wave of energy towards Chu King. Chu King dodged it. The old man said, Taoist friend, last time I spared you because cultivating is not easy. This time, I won't show mercy. Then the old man cast a powerful spell. Chu King stood firm, sword in hand. Suddenly, a bullet disrupted the old man's spell. Chu King grinned, Xiaoyu's here. Chu King leaped into the air, thinking, Wang Chuan can hold this old Taoist back. I have to go help Auntie Yi. On his way there, suddenly, Zhang Zudong flew towards Yi Qingmi and struck Chu King with a palm attack, paralyzing him and causing him to cough up blood. Chu King crumpled to the ground. Zhang Zudong landed as well. The terrifying Zhang Zudong focused his power on Chu King. Chu King could only clutch his wound in agony. Chu King thought, there's no other way, I'll have to seize his body, but if I do that, my Shanlu will be severed. Suddenly, a bullet slammed into Zhang Zudong, exploding loudly. Zhang Zudong's body was engulfed in the explosion. Chu King thought in bewilderment, isn't that Meng Zui's Wang Chuan pill? Could it be her? But I thought she went back to rest because of her pregnancy. Meng Zui watched from a tree branch as the Wang Chuan pill hit its mark. Meng Zui was secretly supporting Chu King. She aimed at the old man. He managed to fly up and dodge her Wang Chuan pill just in time. The old man said to Li Yan and the old woman beside him in the forest, there's more than one of them. Our Quanzhen sect has already lost an elder. I can't interfere any further. Xiaoyu's Fengchuan pill then targeted the two of them. Li Yan and the old woman also dodged in time. The old woman said anxiously to Li Yan, if we keep fighting, we'll all die. Li Yan, seeing Yi Qingmi below, gritted her teeth and flew away. Yi Qingmi, seeing this, amplified her strength and grabbed Li Yan. Li Yan, stop, she yelled. The old woman anxiously said to Li Yan, family head, you go ahead. I'll cover you. Li Yan replied, don't worry, I'll take care of your kin, and I'll definitely avenge you. Li Yan said that and then left. The old woman turned around, fighting alone. Yi Qingmi chased after her, punching the old woman hard. The old woman coughed up blood and fell. Yi Qingmi didn't give up, persistently chasing after Li Yan. Seeing Li Yan, Yi Qingmi yelled, Li Yan, do you still remember Li Yuan Bai? Li Yan angrily said, you're not worthy to mention his name. Yi Qingmi calmly said, the one who's unworthy is you. Today, right now, I just want to end the grudge between us. We'll fight fairly, either I die, or you die. Li Yan and Yi Qingmi both used all their strength, rushing at each other to fight. Seeing this, Chu King yelled. Yi Qingmi was hit hard on the back of her neck by the old woman, Li Yan's subordinate. Chu King coughed up blood, collapsing where he stood. The old woman said powerfully, Sword Immortal, why are you so weak today? Having you buried with Yi Qingmi, she won't be lonely anymore. Xiao Wu shot the old woman while she was choking Chu King. She clutched her wound and ran away quickly. Chu King painfully sat up. Xiao Wu asked, you're still alive? If you had died, our young miss would have a real headache. Chu King stood up and replied, not dead yet. Xiao Wu continued, I heard things aren't clear between you and the second miss of the Yi family. What's going on? You're my young miss's fiancé, why not explain yourself? And what about that Tang Ziyan guy? Chu King seemed not to hear, only looking towards Yi Qingmi. Yi Qingmi was punched hard in the face by Li Yan. Li Yan and Yi Qingmi, although tired, continued to fight to determine the victor. Li Yan pulled out a knife, and so did Yi Qingmi. They both charged straight at each other, attacking. As a result, Li Yan's blood gushed out. Chu King worriedly ran towards Yi Qingmi. Aunt Yi, Chu King yelled. Yi Qingmi stood motionless in the distance. She slowly turned her head to look at Chu King. Li Yan's knife was embedded in her chest. Chu King caught Yi Qingmi as she collapsed from blood loss. Aunt Yi, Chu King yelled. Yi Qingmi pulled out the knife. Handing it to Chu King, take this, she weakly instructed, and throw it into the Yun River. Yi King Mi said this and peacefully closed her eyes. Just leave her, someone's voice echoed at the Yun River. Chu King stood frozen, holding the knife that King Mi had given him. Chu King thought, this is the only thing related to Shen Zai's biological father. It's also the only clue to the root of the hatred between the Yi and Li families. Should I really destroy it? Two knives were in Chu King's hands. One engraved with the character H and the other with the character Huang. All right, he reassured himself, throwing both knives into the river. Let the dead rest. Chu King looked behind him and saw Meng Zui walking towards him. Suddenly, King Zhao appeared behind Meng Zui. Meng Zui ran away in fear, yelling, Chu King, save me. Chu King immediately moved to help Meng Zui. King Zhao chased after Meng Zui, probably wanting to take the Xianshan Long Qi. Chu King used the Fu Long Seal technique, binding King Zhao. Meng Zui anxiously asked, were you hurt just now? What? Chu King immediately retorted, didn't you want to rest because of your pregnancy? Why are you here? Meng Xiu replied, I'll go wherever I want, none of your business. Chu King continued, are you worried about me? Meng Xiu, eyes closed, said, I'm afraid you'll die and drag me down with you. Xiao Wu, holding a gun, approached where Chu King and Meng Xiu were standing. She asked, isn't this a dragon? The enormous King Zhao was bound tightly, motionless. As Xiao Wu neared the King Zhao, it thrashed, roared, and snapped the ropes. The King Zhao attacked Sin Men. Frightened, Xiao Wu shot at the King Zhao. Seeing this, Chu King yelled, don't. Xiao Wu had already shot the King Zhao in the head. Because it was in so much pain, it used its tail to swat Sin Men away. Xiao Wu flew back, crying out, what's happening? The King Zhao, sticking out its tongue, flew to attack Chu King and Meng Xiu. Meng Xiu fearfully hid behind Chu King. Chu King immediately attacked. Chu King used a spell to bind the King Zhao. Chu King strained to hold it. My two hands really owe you one. The King Zhao roared terrifyingly, then abruptly braked when it saw Chu King continue the attack. The King Zhao panicked and fled. Chu King, pale, collapsed to the ground. He used one hand to prop himself up. He couldn't summon any more spiritual energy. Seeing this, Meng Xiu anxiously ran over and asked, are you all right? Chu King replied, I'm fine. Xiao Wu walked over to where Chu King and Meng Xiu were. She asked, what just happened? Chu King said scornfully, your gunshot directly broke the Fu Long seal. Chu King noticed the King Zhao was still around. Chu King urgently yelled, it's bad. Aunt Yi's body is near it. Seeing the King Zhao slithering towards Yi King Mi's body, the three of them ran over quickly. Meng Xiu shot the King Zhao in the head as it was gnawing on Yi King Mi's body. The King Zhao froze, falling into the Yun River. Seeing the King Zhao sink into the river with Yi King Mi's body, Chu King angrily cried out, damn it. Chu King, in pain, collapsed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu innocently said, Sin Men really does have a dragon. Didn't Xing Lai say it was fake? Hearing this, Meng Xiu pointed her gun at Sin Men. Chu King and Meng Xiu both glared at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stammered, you two knew Sin Men had a dragon all along, and you didn't want to reveal this information. I swear I absolutely will not speak of this. Chu King, you don't trust me. You don't even trust Miss. You're her fiancé. Zi Meng glared at Chu King, causing him to turn pale. Fiancé? Chu King stammered, scratching his head. That's. He blushed, turning away and muttering, why should I explain? She even gave me a bright green hat to wear. It doesn't even need explaining. Chu King then said seriously, I don't want Sin Men to be embroiled in gossip because of this dragon. And I definitely don't want anyone killed because of a dragon. I'll give you two choices. First, wait for the 9 offerings opportunity. You can sell this information then. You know how much it's worth. Second, bury this in your heart forever. Wait for me to find the time to take you to capture this King Zhao. At that time, you'll gain something beyond your imagination. Xiao Wu seriously replied, I choose the second. I guarantee I won't speak of this. But when is this 9 offerings opportunity? Chu King was terrifyingly silent, then resolutely said, the day the Li family is destroyed. Xiao Wu nodded, replying, all right, I'll wait for you. Xiao Wu continued, oh right, before, you wanted me to give Miss something. What was it? What is it? Chu King handed Xiao Wu a box and instructed. Give this to her, it'll help with her illness. Xiao Wu looked at the box Chu King gave her. This is the martial formation I developed. The user can use it to cultivate martial arts. There are 4 pieces in total. I gave the first to my mother, and one to Shen Shi. Chu King continued, her illness can't be dragged out any longer, you should advise her more, tell her to stop cultivating. Xiao Wu silently put the box of medicine in her pocket. As she left, she turned and said, I'll deliver your words and your gift to Miss. But you'll never understand why Miss cultivates. Then Xiao Wu left, leaving Chu King deep in thought. Meng Xiu, fuming, stood behind Chu King and interrogated, who is Gong Yue? Chu King jumped, explaining, my fiancé. Meng Xiu said, fine, you being ambiguous with Yi Shenxi and that Tang family is one thing. But now a fiancé pops up too. Chu King, realizing something, blushed and asked, why do I smell something sour? Are you jealous? Hearing this, Meng Xiu, flustered, kicked Chu King. Jealous my ass. Chu King fell, clutching his injury and saying, are you trying to murder your husband? Help me up. Meng Xiu sulked, pretending not to hear. Meng Xiu closed her eyes and said, you're not dead, get up yourself. If you don't explain this Gong Yue thing clearly today, I won't hesitate to spread the news about the King Zhao. Chu King's face was pale as he said, help me up first, I'm not dead yet, but, quick. Meng Tui, after hearing that, was stunned. She suddenly touched Chu King. What happened? Chu King explained, it's that bastard Zhang Zudong's insidious poison. Aunt Yi was also poisoned by this. There's no antidote, so I rushed to find Li Yan to settle the score. Hearing this, Meng Tui became even more worried. What about you? Chu King replied with a pale face, I'm not dead yet, but I need to recuperate for a while. During this time, I'll be very weak. I can't use my spiritual power. After he finished, Meng Tui helped Chu King up and pulled him along. She then asked, what about Gong Yue? Chu King wearily thought, this isn't over yet, but then reluctantly replied, she's a martial king's disciple, the young miss of the Gong family. Hearing this, Meng Tui was startled and let go of Chu King, causing him to hit his head on a tree trunk. She blurted out, a martial king. Meng Tui grabbed Chu King's collar, provoking him, and you. A nameless nobody, you can't just casually have a marriage agreement with such a prestigious family. The words angered Chu King. Have you ever heard of the Martial Supervision Envoy's office? Meng Tui continued with attitude, TSK, impressive background, so, me marrying you means I'm climbing the social ladder, huh? Chu King closed his eyes and said, of course, he sighed, you're faking the pregnancy, right? Just to piss me off. Meng Tui looked away. You guess. Chu King grabbed Meng Tui's hand. And her body suddenly emitted a burst of energy. She turned, and Chu King coughed up blood as he held her hand. Then collapsed. Meng Tui yelled, Chu King. Chu King was unconscious. Meng Tui helped him up, thinking, he probably sensed that I'm pregnant. I wonder if he sensed the innate dragon chi I stole being absorbed by the fetus too. Meng Tui brought Chu King back and laid him down on the bed. She sat anxiously beside him, saying, if you're not dead, then don't actually die. Chu Xiao rushed in, what did you do to my brother? Meng Tui coldly replied, I killed him. Chu Xiao, upon hearing this, was dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. Chu Xiao hurried to Chu King's side, worriedly placing her hand under his nose to check his breathing. Then Chu Xiao turned to Meng Tui and said, you tricked me. Meng Tui presented a marriage certificate. We're married, so what can I do to him? This is his own doing. He was about to die, and I saved him. Got it. The marriage certificate lay on the bed. Chu Xiao, surprised, picked it up and asked, what is this? Meng Tui, sleepy, walked away. I'm tired, I need to rest. Wait till your brother wakes up and ask him. Seeing Meng Tui about to leave, Chu Xiao ran over and grabbed her tightly, saying loudly, you have to explain this to me today. You married my brother, which makes you my sister-in-law. I'm your older sister, I have the right to question you. Meng Tui flung Chu Xiao's hand away and turned back, stating, if you're so free, you'd better go back to the Yi family and pick up your parents. The Yi family isn't safe. Don't ask why, hurry up, or they'll be in danger. The words startled Chu Xiao. She immediately ran off. Meng Tui held her head in exhaustion, then went back to Chu King and said, you're so sharp, but your sister is so dense. Are you two really siblings? By tomorrow, when the news of Yi Qingmi and Li Yan's deaths gets out, the Xin sect will be in total chaos. The news that the Yi family head, Yi Qingmi, and the Li family head, Li Yan, both died in battle at the wasteland had spread everywhere. Mother Wan King was sick. Reading the news, she said, the news is real. I've sent people to check. Wan King was furious. I knew something was wrong with you. And Chu King too. Shen Shi at this moment just silently turned away. She recalled, Chu King definitely knew everything but didn't tell us. She remembered when she angrily left, Chu King had said, If you have time, take care of things at home, stay with. Yi Mai came to visit Mother Wan King. She exclaimed, even you are injured like this. Family head Wan King, Shen Shi, don't be afraid, third aunt will definitely lead the Yi family and avenge the family head. Hearing Yi Mai say this, all three mother and daughters darkened their faces. Glancing at him, Wan King stood up abruptly and said, there's no need to worry, the Yi family isn't hers yet, not to mention the grudge of killing my mother is irreconcilable. Seo Hai and I will take revenge ourselves, Yi King said with a challenging face. What can you do? Dad will wait. Then third aunt thought, revenge. Two sickly kids plus one idiot, more likely to fail than succeed. As long as we get rid of Sword Immortal, the Yi family will be ours. Besides, the Tang family also received information that Yi Qingmi and Li Yan are dead. This is too sudden. Tang Ji, go confirm the information, Tang family head instructed. Tang Ji accepted. Yes. At the Li family, everyone gathered upon receiving the news. The old woman cried, saying, Li Yan, the family head, was a generation's leader. She led the Li family to become one of the four great families in Sin Men. We must avenge her. Everyone shouted in unison. Revenge! Revenge! Feng E yelled hatefully. Kill Chu King. Destroy the Yi family. At Chu King's place, Chu King finally opened his eyes and woke up, seeing his parents and Chu Seo looking at him with joyful eyes because he had awakened. Chu King sat up, holding his head and said, oh my god, why is everyone here? Chu Seo wiped her tears, saying, it was Meng Shu who told me to bring mom and dad here. She said the Yi family is no longer safe. Worry about yourself first, you've been asleep for 2 days. Hearing this, Chu King worriedly thought, has it been that long? It must be chaos outside by now. Chu King hurriedly left. I have to go out, I'll explain things to everyone later. Everyone in the house was startled when they heard Chu King say that. Chu Seo stood up, reaching out her hand. I'll see you off. Chu King left without looking back. Chu Dianan reached out to stop Chu Seo. Chu Seo anxiously shouted, Mom. Don't you want to know why Chu King was so badly injured? Why isn't the Yi family safe? Chu Dianan replied, Chu Seo, you're grown up now, so look carefully at what's happening around us, what's happened in Sin Men. Don't cause any more trouble for your brother. Meanwhile, Chu King went to meet Shen Shi and Wan King. Qiao Dui saw Chu King and whispered, you're here. Chu King worriedly thought, judging by Qiao Dui's appearance, she must have told Yi Wan King everything. Chu King looked at Shen Shi and thought, but Shen Shi didn't jump at me to hit me. Wan King yelled, Qiao Dui, get out. Qiao Dui startled and ran out. Wan King stood up, confronting Chu King, aren't you going to say anything? Wan King and Shen Shi both waited silently. Chu King blurted out, I'm sorry. Wan King, not accepting it, yelled, is that all? Chu King replied, didn't Qiao Dui tell you everything else? Wan King said seriously, I want you to tell me personally. My mother was injured 3 days ago, right? Why didn't you tell us? Chu King coldly replied, what do you think? Wan King continued, even if it was my mother's wish, I don't believe my mother's injury. You weren't involved. Both Shen Shi and Wan King stared intently at Chu King. Shen Shi looked at Chu King with disappointment. Chu King thought, even if I'm too lazy to explain everything clearly to Yi Wan King, I have to explain a bit to Shen Shi. Chu King then said, first, I am heartbroken about the Yi family's deaths. Second, what benefit would Aunt Yi's death have for me? Wan King yelled, you. Shen Shi interrupted. My mother isn't really dead. I can feel it. Wan King asked worriedly, Seo Shi, you haven't slept for a day and a night. Are you too tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Shen Shi reassured Wan King, I'm not tired. Mom really isn't dead. She's just trapped somewhere. Wan King glared at Chu King, then continued, even if you're not wrong, what are you doing here now? Chu King immediately said, Aunt Yi's dying wish was for Shen Shi to become the family head. Wan King scoffed, so you're here to help my little sister seize the family fortune, conveniently marry her, and then rightfully become the master of the Yi family. This is the benefit you're eyeing in the Yi family's fortune. Chu King said angrily, yes, that's what I think. What are you going to do about it? Wan King yelled at Chu King's face, get out. Chu King, his face darkened, silently turned to leave. Wan King called out, wait. Where is my mother's body? Chu King stopped, turned his head, and said, I'm sorry, I couldn't keep Aunt Yi's body. She was swallowed by Yun Jiang's black flood dragon. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Upon hearing this, Wan King turned purple with rage. Chu King, I'm going to kill you. Wan King screamed and lunged forward to strangle Chu King. But she stopped, and then stopped crying. Chu King's face looked at her pitifully. Wan King then bent down, covering her face and crying. Chu King silently watched Shen Shi walk over, looked at him, then sat down and hugged Wan King. Chu King understood, and turned away. Chu King sadly walked outside and bumped into Qiao Wei. Chu King grabbed Qiao Wei's shirt and asked her, "What are you doing here?" Qiao Wei whispered, "How come you haven't been beaten up yet?" Chu King continued to ask, "What are you working on these days? Has King Yi No. 2 been successfully developed?" Qiao Wei replied, "Of course, you didn't even see clearly who developed it." A small matter like a rabbit. Chu King then let go of Qiao Wei, saying, "You better make sure there are no problems. If nothing unexpected happens, King Yi No. 2 is about to be released on the market. If the chain breaks at that time, I'll let you know what's what." Qiao Wei hugged her neck, blushed, and left. Chu King thought, the current situation is very unfavorable for the Yi family. That good-for-nothing Tang Rong actually didn't seize this opportunity to destroy the Li family. Li Feng'er and Shen Shi didn't do a good job. That insidious half-sister of mine is very dangerous. First, I'll go refine a batch of life-replenishing medicine. At the medicinal warehouse, Chu King was refining restorative medicine. Arriving at Meng Tui's building, Chu King thought, there's only one martial formation jade pendant left, and yet the first person I want to give it to is that damn Meng Tui. Meng Tui sleepily walked out to open the door. She frowned and said to Chu King, "If you have something to say it quickly, I still have to go to sleep." Chu King asked, "Sleeping so early?" Meng Tui replied, "Prenatal rest, understand? Pregnant women are naturally sleepy." Chu King twitched, angry but still trying to smile when he heard Meng Tui say that. Meng Tui smirked, "Are you angry? Don't be so infatuated with yourself, there were never any feelings between us anyway." Chu King angrily said, "So because of that, you immediately cuckolded me?" Meng Tui calmly replied, "I didn't cuckold you, the baby was conceived before marriage, at most consider it a buy one get one free deal. Think about it, you don't have to work hard and you get a child right away, what a good deal." Chu King angrily placed his hand on Meng Tui's belly, "Then I have to see if I'm really the father." Meng Tui immediately dodged to the side, jumping behind the door and saying, "What are you doing?" Chu King coughed up blood again. Chu King wiped the blood with his hand. "Insidious, damn it," Meng Tui worriedly said, "if your body can't handle it, don't circulate your spiritual energy anymore, you might kick the bucket and then it'll be 2 deaths and 3 lives. Chu King then threw the martial formation jade pendant to Meng Tui. Meng Tui caught it and asked, "What is this?" Chu King made a gesture of thanks. "Thank you for letting me be a pretend father." Meng Tui replied, "Oh, no need to thank me, it's all what I should do." Meng Tui's words stabbed at Chu King's heart. Hearing those words, he felt lost and desolate. He thought he had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time he had been played so badly, he couldn't even check if the baby was his just now. Damn it, I can't lay a hand on that baby, but I definitely have to find its father and kill him. Meng Tui held the martial formation jade pendant. She stared at it and then threw it away. This thing is definitely not good for the baby. Meng Tui went to sleep soundly, tossing and turning, then opened her eyes, unable to sleep. Meng Tui sat up, she looked at the martial formation jade pendant, walked over, and picked it up. The jade pendant merged into her body. Meng Tui immediately brushed her hands, clutched her stomach, and yelled, "Ouch." Meng Tui calmly thought, the baby is fine, what just entered my body is inner strength, pure inner strength. Meng Tui immediately used the martial formation jade pendant to cultivate her spirit. While cultivating with the jade pendant, Meng Tui suddenly thought sadly, "Chu King." Meng Tui looked at the jade pendant and covered her face, crying, "The baby is yours. I just wanted to make you angry." That evening, at the Deadbeat Dad restaurant, Chu King's cheerful voice said, "Boss, why did you only remember to look for us now? Lately, we've been focusing on cultivation and have already reached the 2nd stage of martial realm." The pink-haired disciple continued, "All the days you weren't here, Tang Xian from the school kept looking for us to vent his anger. When are you coming back to school?" Chu King stroked his chin and said, "Soon." Bu Quan probably said, "Boss, is there something wrong? If there is, just say it. Even if it means climbing mountains of knives or descending into seas of fire, we will do it for you." The pink-haired one agreed. "That's right." Chu King snapped back to his senses. Chu King seriously asked, "After graduation, what are you guys planning to do?" Jia Bakern scratched his head and said, With our grades, we'll probably just roll into some random university and bum around." Chu King continued, "Have you guys ever thought about not going to uni and just doing what you like?" Jia Bakern added, "We just like bumming around, you know. Is anyone gonna hire us? Or maybe, "Boss, you can talk to Tang Xinyan and get us into the Tang family business, that'd be pretty dope." Chu King raised his glass and said, "I can get you guys into Zui Sheng Mengzi, wanna go?" The three disciples were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Zhao Bakern couldn't believe it. Zui Sheng Mengzi. Boss, you're kidding, right? Out of the four big powers in Sin Men, Zui Sheng Mengzi has the highest entry bar. That thing about the Tang family, I was just joking, Chu King exclaimed, I'm serious. I want you guys in Zui Sheng Mengzi. In management, Zhao Bakern continued, Boss, are you working for Zui Sheng Mengzi now? Are you a branch leader or an elder? Chu King replied, neither. All three disciples went wild, whooping and hollering. Zhao Bakern sheepishly said, but I heard the boss lady of Zui Sheng Mengzi, Meng Zui, is a total babe. If I could meet her, I'd walk on my hands. Chu King gave him a death stare. All three disciples trembled. Zhao Bakern stammered, Boss, did I say something wrong? You look terrifying, Chu King calmly replied, Meng Zui and I are married. Thump, the disciples fainted and collapsed. Zhao Bakern, coming to, muttered, look at my big mouth, I just can't shut it, but hey, doesn't this mean we can strut around Sin Men now? The other two chimed in, yeah. Chu King spun around and replied, you can strut, or you can be strutted on. The three disciples froze solid. Zhao Bakern cautiously asked, so, boss, what do you need us to do? Chu King spoke seriously, find every man who's ever had relations with Meng Zui, and bring him to me. Zhao Bakern puffed out his chest confidently, boss, don't you worry. We'll definitely complete the mission. Inwardly, he thought gleefully, the boss is definitely doing this to protect his position as the main husband. All three disciples covered their mouths, snickering. Chu King just glared at them. You understand nothing. The next day, Chu King's three disciples, dressed to the nines in black suits and red ties, went to meet him. As soon as they saw Chu King, they grinned and said, boss. Chu King cursed under his breath, holy crap. They really quit school just like that. Chu King introduced, this is Chu Xin, Zui Sheng Mengzi's right-hand woman. She'll be managing you guys. Zhao Bakern, ever the charmer, quickly made his move. Hello there, I'm Zhao Bakern. Please take good care of me. Chu King facepalmed. Chu Xin went to meet Meng Zui and reported all the information. Meng Zui asked, Chu King arranged for his people to come here. Chu Xin replied, yes. All three are his classmates. Meng Zui responded, I understand, you can go back to work. Chu Xin nodded and left. Meng Zui held the jade talisman formation in her hand. She looked at it and asked, this talisman, is it a bargaining chip? That night, at the amusement park, Chu King and Shen Shi were standing together. Chu King turned and asked Shen Shi, ask whatever you want. If you still trust me, Shen Shi smiled, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have met you here. I know you don't care about the Yi family's assets. These past few days, I've been racking my brains trying to figure out why you're being so good to me. Chu King looked down, then calmly replied, because you're gullible. I don't care about the Yi family now, but when it becomes the number one family in Sin Men, and you're the head, will you go against me? Shen Shi continued, what if I'm not the head? What if you and I end up on opposing sides? Chu King closed his eyes and said, then what can I do? I'm helping the Yi family for you, not for some comradely love. Shen Shi sadly asked, do you know why I asked you to meet me here? Chu King innocently said, is it relevant to something? Yi Shen Shi replied, yes, I don't have a father, just my sister and mother. My sister was frail and could only stay at home. My mother was busy, but she always made time to play with me. Shen Shi paused, then continued, before she passed, did my mother tell you anything? Chu King replied, she told me I could ignore the Yi family, but I had to take good care of you and your sister. But your sister is really annoying, Shen Shi asked, so how are you going to take care of me? Chu King asked back, how do you want me to take care of you? Shen Shi declared resolutely, I have to become the head of the family. Chu King chuckled, if you can't become the head of the family, then who can? Shen Shi replied, so you agree to help me then? Chu King continued, tell me about your family situation now. Yi Mai has already taken control of most of the Yi family. Only a few people are still on our side. Tomorrow is the family meeting, and that's when Yi Mai and I will openly compete for the position of head of the family. Chu King speculated, we have to be careful tonight. Yi Mai will definitely make a move against you. Shen Shi worriedly replied, yeah, and what about tomorrow? Yi Mai will definitely pull some tricks. The Li and Tang families are bound to interfere too. They're just waiting for internal strife within the Yi family to take advantage of the situation. If things don't go well, by tomorrow, the Yi family might cease to exist, Chu King asked. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've already learned to think so much. That sentence made Shen Shi furious. She immediately kicked Chu King. What? Saying I learned to think so much? Do you take me for a fool? Chu King said cheerfully, this is the Shen Shi I know. Don't worry about tomorrow, the head of the Yi family can only be you. I've got this. Shen Shi cheered. Chu. Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered the call, panicked. What? Okay, I'll be right back. Shen Shi hung up, yelling, something bad happened. Chu King asked, did someone die? Shen Shi, enraged, bit Chu King's hand. Chu King yelled in pain. Shen Shi screamed, do you want my sister to die that badly, Chu King? Chu King's face paled, tears welling up from the bite, blood trickling down his hand. Chu King said, absolutely not. I was just asking. Do you have to react so dramatically? Shen Shi said coldly, her head spinning, who cares like you do? Why didn't you ask if she was hurt instead of just saying that word? Chu King replied sheepishly, consider it a slip of the tongue, okay? Shen Shi worried, her injuries aren't serious. But it's all because of me. I have to go back now, Chu King asked, don't you need me to escort you? Shen Shi widened her eyes and asked, do you even have the time? Chu King replied, if you want me to escort you, just say it. Do you think I'd refuse you? Shen Shi angrily yelled, then just say you want to escort me. Why do I always have to say it first? You jerk, and you call me. Chu King rubbed Shen Zai's head. Go on, aren't you eager to see your sister? But next time, just say what you mean, don't beat around the bush, are we strangers? Shen Shi, embarrassed, grabbed Chu King's head and rubbed it. All right. Chu King pushed Shen Shi away and exclaimed. Hands off, a man's head isn't something a woman can just touch. Shen Shi chased after him yelling, a woman's head isn't something a man can just touch. Wait a second, let me rub yours too. And we'll call it even. Chu King returned to the car. Shen Shi, on the road in the car, instructed Chu King, later, when you meet my sister, don't get angry, and don't argue with her. Chu King replied, I'm a magnanimous person, I won't stoop to her level. Chu King looked in the rearview mirror and saw two cars tailing them. Shen Shi immediately asked, do you see those two cars? Chu King calmly replied, yeah, are you scared? Shen Shi replied, not scared. Chu King accelerated, the car surging forward, leaving the two cars behind. Chu King turned the steering wheel, causing Shen Shi to lean to one side. The car behind caught up, blocking Chu King's car. Yi Mai stepped out of the car blocking Chu King's. Chu King exclaimed, Yi Mai, you're really desperate to become the head of the family. You're actually personally doing this dirty work yourself, Chu King thought. My poison hasn't been cured yet. Yi Mai could take on two of me, I'll just have to gamble. Yi Mai was surprised to see Chu King get out of the car. Yi Mai bit her fingernail, thinking, didn't Chu King turn against the two sisters? Why is he still with Yi Shen Shi? Chu King greeted her sarcastically, what's up, little miss acting head of the family? Got time to go for a joyride? Have you taken care of all the family matters? Yi Mai fumed silently. Chu King looked triumphantly at Yi Mai. They stood facing each other in silence on the road. Yi Mai's car and Chu King's car stopped. The two of them got out, facing each other. Yi Mai thought, if I kill Yi Shen Shi now, the position of head of the family will be mine, but if I die now, the game is over. Chu King's true strength is unfathomable. So she turned and left. Leaving Chu King beside her, she just got in the car and sped off, not daring to face him. Watching the cars gradually drive away, Chu King sighed, wondering what she was up to. He got back in his car and talked to Yi Shen Shi. Yi Shen Shi asked, can you beat Yi Mai now? However, he's unpredictable, fighting depends on his mood. Seeing that, Yi Shen Shi didn't know what to say to this guy. She was exasperated, then suddenly realized something and chuckled. At the pharmaceutical company, Yi Shen Shi entered the room. Yi Wan King and Auntie Zhu were lying down. Yi Shen Shi rushed to Yi Wan King, asking if she was all right. Yi Wan King only had a minor fracture, no serious injuries. Then Yi Wan King noticed Chu King behind Yi Shen Shi. She asked, isn't he supposed to be stuck with Meng Zui? What's he doing at the Yi family? Seeing her say that, Yi Shen Shi knew it wasn't good and signaled her to stop. Auntie Zhu didn't like people gossiping here, so she told Yi Shen Shi to push Yi Wan King outside. Yi Wan King was furious. She didn't want to be excluded from anything. Auntie Zhu didn't ask anything about Yi Wan King. So Yi Shen Shi had to take Yi Wan King outside. Before leaving, they both looked back at Auntie Zhu and Chu King. After making sure no one was eavesdropping, Chu King asked if Auntie Zhu knew about what had happened these past few days. Auntie Zhu, of course, knew. Someone else had told her. Yi Wan King also relayed the same information to her. Chu King was very curious about what Auntie Zhu wanted to say to him. Auntie Zhu said that Yi Wan King was prejudiced against him, but no matter what others said, Auntie Zhu believed him, because Lao also believed him. He knew Yi Wan King's tongue wasn't slick enough yet, hadn't successfully brainwashed Auntie Zhu. Now that Chu King was here, it meant he was willing to help Yi Shenxi. Auntie Zhu asked, "What will you do at the family conference tomorrow?" Chu King said, "I'll see the situation tomorrow and decide. The Yi family will definitely have many demons and ghosts coming, but no matter what, the result is only one, the head of the family can only be Shenxi." Auntie Zhu would also attend the conference. However, her presence might influence some people's decisions, so she was still thinking. Chu King said, "Auntie's health is still weak. Right now, you should focus on recuperating. If you feel voting is truly important, then you should go." Auntie Zhu shifted slightly, seemingly uncomfortable with her current state. Chu King asked, "Can I inquire about a few things from you?" Auntie Zhu was certainly not polite about his requests. He asked, "Are Yi Wan King and Yi Shenxi from the same mother?" Hearing that, Auntie Zhu suspected Lao had told him something. He said, "Lao told me a brief story, but there are still some parts one don't understand." Auntie Zhu was silent for a long while, then said, "You must already know the answer. Lao actually gave birth to 3 daughters, however, it's better not to mention the past." Chu King was surprised Lao didn't have a son. "What about Yi Mao?" Auntie Zhu said, "Yi Mao was adopted from an orphanage. Lao really wanted a son, so he adopted one." Chu King was shocked. Yi Mao wasn't his biological son. "He's my good brother." Chu King was torn, unsure whether to tell Yi Mao. Then he continued to ask, "What about Auntie Yi's 3rd daughter?" Auntie Zhu was increasingly certain Lao had really told Chu King something. Chu King said, "She and Li Yan both have a short dagger, one engraved with H, the other with Huang." Auntie Zhu was speechless. She didn't want to continue talking to Chu King, so she told him to leave, saying she also needed to rest. It seemed this old story was something people who knew better didn't want to mention. The Yi Li family, what really happened? Seeing this, he reminded Auntie Zhu, "Rest well, I'll head back." He slowly walked away. Yi Shenxi texted him, telling him not to meet her sister for now. Chu King knew he had made some mistake, so he said he would go home. Yi Shenxi agreed. Chu King walked and texted, lost in thought, who knows what was going on in his head. Upstairs in the apartment, Yi Shenxi and Yi Wan King stood side by side, both looking down, watching Chu King's figure walking away. Inside, Yi Wan King said to Yi Shenxi in a very annoyed tone, "Shouldn't Chu King be staying here with you tonight?" Yi Wan King thinks Chu King just wants to use Yi Shenxi and then dump her. Yi Shenxi felt that Chu King wasn't that kind of person, but she didn't know how to respond. Yi Wan King said, "I bet you don't know that Chu King has even taken his parents to the drunken dreams. He's a player, a womanizer, a gold digger, a total flip-flopper. What do you even see in him?" Yi Shenxi looked distressed. To her, Chu King wasn't like that at all. Yi Wan King was frustrated that Yi Shenxi still wasn't listening after all that, so she gave up. Yi Shenxi didn't know what to do. She just called out Yi Wanqing's name. At Meng Zui's house, Meng Zui heard the doorbell and went to the door, looking sleepy, but her sleepy look was stunning. She was wearing some seriously seductive pajamas that would make anyone's jaw drop. Meng Zui went out to meet Chu King with her robe half open, asking, "What brings you here at this hour?" Chu King, taking in the magnificent view, couldn't help but gulp. Meng Zui, knowing exactly what he was thinking, gave a mischievous smile. She even pulled her robe down further, asking if she looked good. Chu King knew he shouldn't be sinning at this moment, so he turned away, faking a cough to hide his embarrassment. Meng Zui said, "Not to be mean, but you're seriously gullible. Besides me, I bet no one would dare marry you. You'd be walking around with a forest on your head before you even knew it." She shook her head and went back inside. Chu King was struck like lightning when Meng Zui said all the women who loved him would get cheated on. Was his character really that bad? Seeing his reaction, Meng Zui didn't dare say anything more and got down to business. "So, what do you want?" she asked. "Make it quick, I need to sleep." He said, "I need you to come to the Yi family with me tomorrow. I'm asking you for this favor." Meng Zui refused without hesitation. However, Chu King really needed Meng Zui right now. Meng Zui was surprised. "Why do you need me? And just because you need me, I have to go along with it. Since when are things this easy? What about when I need you?" Can you guarantee you'll help me then? Chu King had no choice but to agree to all of Meng Zui's demands. Meng Zui was deeply moved, she was so grateful for Chu King's willingness. She'd never seen him so charming, this was her ideal man. She went back to her usual self, saying, anyone can say that, I'm going to bed, not bothering with you anymore. But Chu King had come all this way, he wasn't going to leave empty-handed, he stopped her from leaving. He approached her and asked, was the innate dragon chi absorbed by the child in your womb? She responded vaguely, so what if it was? Do you still want the innate dragon chi even now? Chu King didn't answer her question, instead asking, do you think the heavenly dragon born strong, or a person becomes strong? Annoyed, she turned and asked, what are you talking about? He said, I'm thinking, what would happen if a dragon cultivates innate dragon chi from birth, only for it to be absorbed by an ordinary child? Meng Zui couldn't believe her ears. Didn't he want her to go to the Yi family with him? Now she decided she would go, on the condition that he wouldn't scare her anymore. Seeing her pitiful state, he couldn't bear it, so he lied, this isn't me trying to scare you, something like innate dragon chi, whether you or I absorb it, there's bound to be some pressure, let alone a baby. She couldn't hold back anymore and asked, what will happen if the baby in my womb absorbs it? He said, at best, deformity, at worst, stillbirth. Meng Zui couldn't accept this. Why was all of this happening to her so suddenly? Chu King felt terrible for her, seeing her like this, a pang of pain shot through his heart. He felt so much heartache for her that he bent down to comfort her. He reached out to embrace her, but some unseen force stopped him, making him pull his hand back. She covered her face and cried, completely lost, she had to help the baby be born safely. Meng Zui turned to Chu King and asked what he wanted her to do. Chu King replied that he hadn't planned on telling her, but now he wanted her to heal the baby in her belly. Meng Zui stood beside him, one hand gripping her other hand tightly, while glaring at Chu King with hateful eyes. Her face was a mix of disappointment and suspicion. She told Chu King to speak. Chu King didn't know what she wanted or what she was thinking. From now on, Chu King wouldn't ask Meng Zui to do anything for him. He would still help her heal the baby and face whatever came together. He'd also think of a solution. He felt very sorry for the pain he'd caused her. Although Chu King had been rude to Meng Zui, he seemed to have a conscience after all. He walked away, leaving her standing alone. She brought a hand to her chin, lost in thought. It seemed she had misunderstood him. Then she placed her hand on her belly, rubbing it as if communicating with her unborn child. She would protect her child, unlike that other woman who abandoned and neglected her baby. If she could, she would rather that woman hadn't given her life. She sank into her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chu King was texting someone. He put his phone down. Even if he'd informed Kou, how could she handle this alone? The yin poison in the body had no solution. Spiritual medicine couldn't be used. He looked down at his increasingly useless hands, despair filling the room. Then he smiled, this little problem is nothing, it's just death, and I've already lived 2 lives. He had to reassure himself. He couldn't wallow in sadness forever. The next morning, Chu King stared at Meng Zui's luxurious maroon car. He'd drive Meng Zui's car today. She probably wouldn't mind. He knocked on the car as if checking its quality. He was about to punch the car when Meng Zui rushed over, handing him the keys before he could do anything. Meng Zui had anticipated his actions, saving her car from damage. Meng Zui told him, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to go to the Yi family? She also advised him, don't overthink it, I'm not doing this for you, I'm afraid you'll die and drag me down with you. Meng Zui, at this moment, was elegant and gentle, not at all like a cruel villain. Chu King was hungry, he certainly wouldn't die, no one was allowed to kill him. If it was just for this reason, Meng Zui could rest easy. Meng Zui smiled too. She tossed her things into the car, got in, and prepared to start the engine. Yesterday Meng Zui didn't want to go, but today she did. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Meng Zui gives birth to Meng Zi, only to be targeted by a hungry wolf. Chu King had a responsibility to help her. Wasn't his relationship with Xing Lai pretty good? Suddenly, her expression darkened considerably. She imagined Chu King and that old woman in bed together. Last time, she even had the nerve to send people to pick him up. Meng Zui's imagination was truly something else. Chu King didn't pay much attention. He got straight into the car, sat in the passenger seat, and said, if you want to go, then go. Why are you babbling to me, Meng Zui? She knew then that she had misjudged his mood. This was better. It turned out Chu King wasn't as promiscuous as she thought. The car sped down the concrete road like the wind. Meng Zui turned to Chu King and asked, why are your eyes red? Don't tell me you were crying all night. She felt he was lying to her. She thought, actually, you have no way to deal with the Tianlian dragon Qi. Chu King hadn't intended to respond to Meng Zui, however, after hearing her nonsense, and her saying, I should tell you now, if anything happens to the baby, I won't live either, and when that happens, you'll die too, he finally spoke. Chu King was furious, but his reaction wasn't that of an angry person. He calmly said, thank you. Meng Zui, seeing the person she had just berated thank her, immediately blushed, her heart skipping a beat. The car, under Meng Zui's now distracted driving, swerved around like a bird in the sky, making the two people inside feel like they were about to fly out as well. Chu King was terrified and angry at Meng Zui's lack of focus. He grabbed the steering wheel and asked, are you trying to die? Meng Zui, not knowing who to blame, blamed him. She thought, it's all because he was talking to me. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Chu King was even more furious seeing her unrepentant attitude. After a while, the car returned to its original course. Inside the car, the two sat side by side in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Chu King spoke, there's a symbiotic creature that complements the Xiantian dragon Qi. It usually appears beside dragon offspring, helping to nurture the Xiantian dragon Qi, otherwise, the young dragon won't be able to withstand it. As long as we find that creature, the baby will be fine, and after birth, its aptitude will be similar to a dragon lord. Meng Zui, hearing this, felt like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline and quickly thanked Chu King. She turned, beaming at Chu King, don't tell me you don't believe in miracle medicine. Chu King murmured, well, I'm pleasantly surprised. Meng Zui thought to herself, after leaving the Yi family, I'm gonna hunt down that damn dragon. Though, that parasite isn't on the Azure Jiao, otherwise, I'd have snagged it long ago. It's no less valuable than Xiantian dragon Qi. Still, gotta thank that Azure Jiao. If it had brought that deadly parasite along, Chu King would have snatched it up ages ago. I feel bad for the poor thing in my belly. Chu King couldn't figure out why Meng Zui always had a sarcastic remark ready. Only I can find that parasite, plus Meng Zui couldn't handle that Azure Jiao anyway. Meng Zui asked him, are you telling me this because you're worried I'll go after the Azure Jiao alone and get hurt? You seem to care more and more about me. Meng Zui stared at Chu King, her thoughts a mystery. Chu King, finding her stare odd, reminded her, we're at the Yi residence. Slightly annoyed at being reminded, she dropped the subject. They went inside, the room was packed, the entire Yi family was sitting together, looking serious. He strolled in, breaking the silence with, wow, lively today, huh? Meng Zui, beside him, didn't say much and just sat down. Good thing Meng Zui came too. Xiaoyu is waiting outside, otherwise, things would be boring. Yi Shenxi, overjoyed to see Chu King, was about to greet him when Yi Wanqing stopped her. Yi Wanqing clearly disapproved of her sister's feelings for Chu King. Yi Shenxi looked dejected. Tang Rong, seeing him arrive, put on a fake smile and called Meng Zui little sister, asking, why is little sister Meng Zui here today? I put a lot of effort into today, Meng Zui, don't mess things up. Meng Zui, sarcastically replying to Tang Rong's little sister comment, said, you're so funny, you've seen my daughter, do you call your own daughter, little sister, too? The Tang family has such unique customs. Chu King cringed internally for Tang Rong. Everyone knew Meng Zui was mocking Tang Rong and dragging the entire Tang family down with her. She's definitely not your average girl. I heard there's a good show here, so I came. Don't worry, I'm just watching, not causing trouble. Tang Rong, humiliated, was furious. However, she couldn't afford to offend Meng Zui now. That'd be like pushing her into the enemy's arms. But that Chu King brat, she turned to Chu King. Seeing his nonchalant expression, she figured she could poke fun at him. The Yi family really isn't what it used to be. Now any stray cat or dog can waltz into the meeting hall. Hearing this, everyone felt emboldened to insult Chu King, saying he didn't belong there. Yi Shenxi, enraged, stood up to defend Chu King. Chu King is my fiancé. Of course he's allowed in the Yi family meeting hall. Backed up by Yi Shenxi, Chu King regained some confidence. Only Meng Zui wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Tang Rong said, even if he's your fiancé, tradition dictates men aren't allowed in the ancestral hall or the ancestral tombs. When did these rules change? Yi Mai, seeing everyone agreeing with her, chimed in, that's right. Men aren't allowed in important places like the family meeting hall. Tang Rong, pressing her advantage, pointed at Chu King and loudly declared, this promiscuous man disrespects tradition, juggling multiple women. How dare the Yi family even consider him? Chu King, facing such criticism, wasn't intimidated but instead confidently affirmed himself. I don't want to go in. Is Tang Rong jumping up and down like they're trying to imitate a monkey? Tang Rong, utterly humiliated, radiated fury. Unable to bear Chu King's insolence, she charged at him, intending to obliterate him with her power. He didn't seem worried, instead standing still as she approached. However, just as Tang Rong was about to attack, boom! A massive explosion ripped through the wall. It was Meng Zui, gun in hand. Tang Rong, seeing the destruction caused by a single shot, was livid. Do you even realize what you're doing? Meng Zui simply shrugged, feigning helplessness. Oops, Tang Rong, nearly losing her life, furiously told her to put away that heavy weapon, such an unrefined girl. Yi Mei, seeing things getting out of hand, intervened. Everyone here is a guest, please come inside and have a seat. I'm incredibly grateful you all came today. Let's keep the peace, for my sake, stop arguing. Tang Nung, seeing that, stormed off, speechless. Meng Zui also walked in and sat with everyone. She noticed Chu King hadn't followed her, just standing still in one spot. She asked, why are you reacting like this? Chu King shook his head and said, a lot of people don't welcome me here. I shouldn't go in, it's more boring to go in and find it out myself. I'll just stand here and watch. Meng Zui didn't know what to say, not wanting to get tangled up with him. She walked in alone. Yi family's fourth elder, Yi Tao, seeing Meng Zui standing, quickly stood up and said, Zui, sit in my seat. There aren't any chairs left anyway. She looked very benevolent. Seeing someone offering their seat, Meng Zui sat down without hesitation. This posture of hers really irritated Yi Shenxi and Yi Wan King. They kept sizing her up, truly shameless. Meng Zui wasn't someone who usually paid much attention to the gazes of others. She looked towards the two and smirked. At this moment in the Yi family, everyone was looking at each other, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Yi Mei covered her mouth with her half-opened fan, and yet, they're not fighting anymore. Yi Tao walked towards Tang Nung. As she passed Tang Nung, the two seemed to understand each other's signals and smiled. Without further ado, Yi Mei stood up and started the meeting. Now that everyone's here, the Yi family head selection conference begins. Chu King stood to the side, boredly observing the meeting. The outcome was already predetermined. Suddenly Tang Nung spoke up, telling everyone, hold on. Then she asked the Yi family about the criteria for competing in the head selection process. Yi Mei's face darkened and said, the head of the Yi family must be a member of the Yi family, human, of Yi family ancestral bloodline, and have made significant contributions to the Yi family. Tang Nung, hearing this, felt that it was indeed good. She wanted to nominate someone who met all the conditions Yi Mei just mentioned, and moreover, had worked diligently, dedicating more than half their life to the Yi family. That person was fourth elder Yi Tao. Yi Tao, sitting beside, smiled benevolently, as if knowing everything had been prearranged. Tang Nung felt her decision was very sound. What do you all think? Yi Tao slowly stood up. Thank you, Tang Nung, for your support. Although I am old, I assure you I can still handle the head position. Yi Tao's ambition sure is big for her age. She looks simple, but deep down, she's not stupid at all. She said, Shen Shi is still young, there will be opportunities later. As for Yi Mei, your mother didn't see you as head material back then. Chu King, standing to the side, watched everything unfold. He didn't feel so bored anymore. This scene, one person after another, was even better than a play. Yi Mei, seeing herself being blocked, cursed Yi Tao, you're crazy. Last night, Yi Tao swore she would vote for Yi Mei. Truly, you can't trust anyone in this world. Yi Mei, seeing herself refuted, immediately defended herself. It's true that my mother didn't see me fit back then, but she also said I was only inferior to two of the best. My older sister, Yi King Mi. I'm not the one saying it. She's old now. If you're old, you should rest. Hopping around like this. Careful you don't fall. Chu King clapped enthusiastically. Seeing Chu King's strange behavior, Yi Mei asked what he was doing. Chu King laughed so hard his face turned red. He felt things were getting more and more interesting, especially Tang and Hung's move, a stroke of genius. I'm really curious what kind of agreement they made. Why don't you tell us, Yi Tao, how much you sold yourself for? Yi Tao, hit where it hurt by Chu King, was both frightened and furious, flames rising around her. Chu King added one more sentence, she'll turn this place to dust. She cursed Chu King, calling him a bastard, spouting nonsense. This isn't a place for you to talk crap. Without a word, a long spear materialized from Meng Zui's side. Nobody was allowed to touch Chu King in front of Meng Zui. Seeing Meng Zui make a move, Tang Nung questioned, did you come here today to cause trouble, Meng Zui? Hearing this, Meng Zui withdrew her weapon. Simultaneously, she said she only came to watch. Really, I didn't expect it to be this lively. Meng Zui said, why don't you all turn up the volume? I'm ready to rumble. In a blink, Meng Zui fired a burst shot, blasting a hole through the wall. Everyone around freaked out, not expecting Meng Zui to go that far. Aunt Ba Tang, figuring this was a life or death situation, immediately pointed her gun at Meng Zui. Chu King finally stepped in to mediate, telling everyone to calm down, chill out, guys, I was just kidding, don't take it so seriously. If Yi Tao says she's qualified to compete for the head position, then why don't we have a vote? Chu King sure knows when to play good cop and bad cop. Aunt Ba Tang and Tang Rong were furious, returning to the meeting annoyed that they couldn't take out Meng Zui. Finally, Yi Shenxi stood up. Yi Wan King, who had been silently observing the whole time, realized something. Everyone was unconsciously being led by Chu King and Meng Zui's rhythm. Yi Mai voiced her objection to Yi Tao's decision. Fifth Elder Yi Ling also objected. Chu King chimed in, I think Yi Tao, as a member of the Yi family, is entitled to her opinion. Tang Rong, hearing Chu King take her side, was confused. 1 minute he's against me, the next he's helping me, is he crazy? Yi Mai couldn't understand why Chu King suddenly opposed her. Fuming and gripping her fan tightly, Yi Shenxi voiced his support for the decision. Though, what Chu King said, those words were for her to hear. Sixth Elder Yi Yue also agreed. Chu King updated Tang Rong, it's 2 against 2 now, tie. Chu King had already helped Tang Rong this far, she couldn't waste this opportunity. Now was the time to play her final card, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yi Tao can't possibly fail at this stage. Tang Rong seemed to realize something, and turned to nod at Yi Xing. Chu King, listening from behind, assessed, that's a strong card, but totally unoriginal. Receiving Tang Rong's signal, Yi Xing quietly said, I also agree. Words from the seventh elder's mouth weren't to be taken lightly. Yi Mai was now wavering, unable to stand firm. Yi Tao didn't care, but even that old geezer Yi Xing stabbed Yi Mai in the back. This was unacceptable, she'd rather die, amidst the intense atmosphere in the Yi household. Meng Zui was happily and carefree playing on her phone. She was texting Chu King. He told her, give your gun to that person, though he didn't say who. She knew he meant Yi Mai. She picked up the gun and tossed it over to Yi Mai. Yi Mai, seeing her kindness, was wary. This was indeed her only chance. Yi Tao was observing the situation when a huge explosion rocked the room. Before Yi Tao could react, flames engulfed her, reducing her to ashes. It was Yi Mai, now fearless. She fired at will, her eyes red with hatred. Seeing Yi Mai's reckless use of her gun, Meng Zui was furious, rushing over and snatching it back. Don't use my stuff to kill people. As if they're on the same level as Yi Tao was now a bloody mess on the floor. Of course, Tang Rong wouldn't let this go. She already had a grudge against Yi Mai. This was her chance to officially start a war. Daiju was also there to support Tang Rong, the two of them having the upper hand. Yi Mai was about to charge into fight, but was stopped by the Yi family head. Indeed, in this situation, maintaining harmony was better. The Yi family quietly observed Tang Rong's every move. Seeing Yi Mai's lack of reaction, Tang Rong thought she had won, continuously provoking her. Yi Mai is the type to bite the hand that feeds her. I can't believe the Yi family has someone like her. This only fueled Yi Mai's rage. The person Tang Rong just described should have been Yi Tao. Tang Rong, realizing her own hypocrisy, was furious. You can't accuse Yi Tao without proof. You, an elder of the Yi family, killed her like that. Who gave you the right? Yi Tao is dead, and Yi Mai's lost her support. The head position belongs to Yi Shenxi. If Yi Shenxi dies too, there will be no one left to compete with Yi Mai. Yi Mai's expression turned sinister as she looked at Yi Shenxi. Yi Shenxi and Yi Wan King could sense something coming from Yi Mai. Yi Mai had a point, her backing was strong. Even with Chu King and Meng Zui on Yi Shenxi's side, the two of them would be hard-pressed against 4 opponents. Yi Wan King, thinking things through, realized now wasn't the time to act. I have something I want to show everyone. She pulled a simple-looking memory stick from her pocket. However, within it lay terrifying truths. Everyone went along with Yi Wanqing's idea and let her project what was in the drive onto the big screen above the fireplace. Third aunt, Tang Ji, and Tang Rong stared intently at the screen. Yi Wanqing hit the spacebar on her laptop. The video started. On the screen was the image of the Huangshan tea house. Looking very familiar, Yi Tao's image appeared, next to Tang Rong. These two have a shady relationship. Suddenly, Yi Wanqing paused the video and said, it was filmed at 2 p.m. the day before yesterday. Tang Rong said, that doesn't prove anything. She just went to a tea house with Yi Tao, but then Yi Mai jumped in to argue. Doesn't prove anything. This Huangshan tea house is a Tang family business. Tang Rong stubbornly retorted, so, can't other people go to your family's tea house for tea? Just a cup of tea, and they can make everyone think up so many conspiracies. Tang Rong pretended to be impressed by their rotten minds. Yi Wan King continued, I also have another recording, which can directly expose Tang Rong's problem. Third aunt, Tang Ji, and Tang Rong stood side by side. No one dared to say anything, perhaps they were scared. At this time, Tang Rong looked extremely scary, her face full of murderous intent. Before she could do anything, a gun barrel was pointed at her and third aunt. It was Meng Zui who was standing there with Tang Ji. Meng Zui sat with her legs crossed, aiming her gun at Tang Rong. Yi Wan King now had the confidence to demand of Tang Rong, go back to where you belong. Tang Rong knew that staying any longer would be pointless. This trip had indeed been fruitless. She, third aunt, and Tang Ji turned to leave. Before they could exit, they had to pass Chu King. Chu King said something that made Tang Rong hesitate to continue. Do you still remember Li Yuwei? Tang Rong knew what he was implying. So she anxiously and angrily shot him a death glare. Third aunt and Tang Ji followed behind, feeling much the same. She said, just you wait, something will definitely happen. Seeing third aunt and Tang Ji react so strongly, Chu King was sure that she was alive. I have bait, I'll wait for you, nothing is impossible. Then, Chu King turned to Yi Shenxi and Yi Wan King. Chu King asked Yi Wan King, can you play the recording for everyone? Because he was very curious about what the recording said. Of course, Yi Wan King couldn't. Yi Shenxi stepped in for her sister. Why do you have to embarrass Yi Wan King? Outside, third aunt, Tang Ji, and Tang Rong were angrily walking back. Tang Rong stopped after a while. Something's not right, we've been played by that girl. Yi Wan King couldn't possibly have that recording. Third aunt and Tang Ji didn't know how to react to Tang Rong's words. This gave them a reason to go back. We can't go back now. Now she had to return. Tang Rong recalled Chu King's words. Chu King had asked if she still remembered Li Yuwei. Tang Rong thought of something. She told third aunt and Tang Ji, they will gather their people, figure things out. So, she was very excited about her plan. At the Yi residence, Yi Mai sat down and said, now that the unrelated people are gone, we will continue the meeting. The atmosphere remained tense. Yi Wan King and Yi Shenxi frowned, observing the events unfolding around them before they began to vote. Yi Mai had to tell everyone something. My daughter, Yi Mei Ni, was assassinated yesterday and seriously injured, and the person who assassinated Yi Mei Ni is Yi Shenxi. She pointed at Yi Shenxi as if accusing her. Yi Shenxi was naturally surprised to be the assassin. She didn't even know why things had turned out this way. Yi Wan King looked up at Yi Shenxi's still dazed expression. She silently watched Yi Shenxi's performance. Chu King, standing to the side and watching, shuddered in disgust. Yi Mai and the Li family's collusion has been exposed, and they're still putting on this old dog blood drama, thinking everyone will believe it. The meeting room was silent. No one dared or wanted to say anything. Yi Mai pointed at Yi Shenxi, and seeing everyone silent, she withdrew her hand. Yi Mai said, originally, I wanted to find Yi Shenxi yesterday, but Mei Ni didn't allow it. Mei Ni said there must be some misunderstanding. Today I wanted to ask in front of Yi Shenxi, so I brought Mei Ni here. Everyone just rolled their eyes. After a snap of her fingers, two nurses carried Yi Mei Ni in on a stretcher. Yi Mei Ni's body was tightly bandaged, as if showing that she was seriously injured. Chu King was helpless with this mother and daughter, but he wasn't without a way to expose their true faces. He smiled, then tripped the lead nurse, causing her to fall clumsily. Yi Mi and he, lying on the stretcher, reacted immediately, sensing something was off. Yi King, out of nowhere, pulled out a gun and pointed it at Yi Mi and he without a word. Yi Mi and he jumped up, crossing her legs, looking nothing like someone with full body injuries. The bandages on her body fell off, revealing Yi Mi Ni's completely unharmed body. Chu King, seeing this, quipped, wow, Yi Mi Ni's injuries are so severe. She can run, jump, and even dodge bullets. Chu King continued, Yi Mi and he, don't stand, lie down and rest, go on, before gravity affects you and you lose a few hairs. Everyone, seeing Yi Mi and he and Yi Mai humiliated, couldn't hold back their laughter. They burst out laughing. Yi Mai blushed, not daring to look at anyone. Yi Mi and he, realizing she'd been tricked, was both furious and embarrassed. She lunged at Chu King, wanting to slap him, calling him a bastard. Chu King caught Yi Mi Ni's hand before it landed. He said, so what if I'm shameless? Yi Mi and he, speechless, withdrew her hand, pretending to be above it all. She then stormed off, fuming and mortified. Yi Mai, seeing her daughter made a laughingstock, was also furious. She slammed the gun on the table, then changed the subject. now it's time for everyone to vote. Chu King, seeing Yi Mai had nothing left to say and had to resort to the main topic, thought sarcastically, yeah, skip the Three Kingdoms drama and get to the point. Yi Ling voted for Yi Mai, however. 6th Elder Yi Yue, seeing Yi Mai's treachery, voted for Yi Shenxi. 7th Elder Yi Xing shakily voted for Yi Mai. Perhaps she was afraid of what would happen to her. She didn't look like someone voting of her own free will. Yi Yue, seeing this, was enraged. Yi Xing has been bought by the Tang family. She's no longer worthy of being a Yi family member. She has no right to vote. A bullet whizzed past, grazing Yi Yue's face and drawing blood. She couldn't believe her eyes. Someone dared to injure her. It was Yi Mai. She wouldn't allow such careless talk and opposition to her right in front of her. How ignorant. Yi Mai declared, starting today, I will be the Yi family head, beloved by all, she said smugly, oblivious to her own vileness. Then Yi Mai turned to the Li family head and Li Huang'anhe and nodded slightly. Two people behind Li Huang'anhe vanished. They rushed forward and snatched Meng Zui's gun. The other person blocked Chu King. Yi Mai now unleashed her power. She charged at Yi Yue, King, and Yi Shenxi, her fists brimming with power, ready to obliterate the two sisters. Chu King saw the situation was bad. However, in front of him was an old man with white hair, and he didn't know how to proceed. He popped a Da Huan Dan into his mouth. These pills granted him immense power. This power allowed him to leap forward in a single bound. He soared over the old man's blockade, using his power to blow the old man away. As expected, nothing could stop this Chu King. He drew his sword, his hands gripping the hilt tightly. He raised his sword and lunged towards Yi Mai. Yi Mai, caught off guard by the attack, was terrified. However, Huang'anhe intervened just in time. Huang'anhe, with the aura of a strong woman, didn't hesitate. However, at this moment, Yi Mai grabbed Huang'anhe's hand. She thought Huang'anhe was just a martial artist. What was she doing interfering? She absolutely couldn't die. Chu King smirked, swung his sword, and brought it down on Yi Ling's head. She couldn't react in time, and Chu King's blow splattered blood everywhere. Yi Mai and Huang'anhe were stunned. Huang'anhe, seizing the moment Yi Mai released her, rushed forward, intending to duel with Chu King. Chu King didn't hesitate to meet Huang'anhe head-on. Huang'anhe and Chu King clashed, neither giving an inch. Chu King stumbled and fell, using his sword to help himself stand back up. Chu King immediately stood up, wondering how Li Huang'anhe had cultivated such a potent poison technique and when it had become so strong. He remarked, Huang'anhe's poison technique is even stronger than Zhang Zudong's. Seeing Chu King at a disadvantage, Yi Mai threatened him vehemently. She demanded, do you want to die? Why did you kill Yi family's elder? Today, I must get a satisfactory answer for the Yi family, otherwise, don't even think about walking out of this door. Chu King found this hilarious, seeing as he was already outside the door and hadn't stepped inside the house at all. Seeing Chu King's stubbornness, Yi Mai turned to Yi Shenxi, feigning righteousness. She ordered Yi Shenxi to arrest this criminal, this Chu King, at once. Yi Shenxi hadn't sided with Yi Mai from the start, and now, hearing her incite murder, she naturally refused. Besides, Chu King hadn't committed any crime. Hearing Yi Shenxi's refusal, Yi Mai vehemently defended her standpoint. To her, only a blind person wouldn't see Chu King's crime. He had killed Elder Ling, a capital offense. Yi Wanyuqing placed a file on the table. Yi Wanyuqing stated, Elder Ling was biased in his judgment, murdered innocent people, abused his position for personal gain, and acted illegally. His death is not unjust. Chu King eliminated a threat for the Yi family and deserves a reward, not punishment. Chu King was delighted. His reward, he thought, should be Yi Wanyuqing's younger sister. Seeing everyone opposing her, Yi Mai was speechless. She declared, even if Elder Ling was guilty, Chu King's interference before a trial is a violation of family rules. I will punish him. Chu King, standing nearby, saw the flaw in her words. Was she still doubtful about Yi Ling's guilt? He had hit the nail on the head. Yi Mai couldn't deny Yi Ling's guilt, a capital offense at that. However, she insisted, Yi Ling deserved death, but Chu King violated family rules. Chu King found this rather amusing. Is it up to you to decide whether I've violated family rules? What authority do you have to pronounce my guilt? Yi Mai angrily asserted her position. I am the head of the Yi family. Can't I exercise my authority? Chu King chuckled. Why do you claim to be the head of the Yi family? Did you appoint yourself? You admitted Yi Ling's guilt yourself. So, your previous vote is void? Shenxi, what do you think? He turned to Yi Shenxi, clearly addressing her and not Yi Mai. Feeling utterly humiliated, Yi Mai cursed him. I wasn't planning to kill you today, but you're practically begging for it. Seeing her about to attack, Meng Zui couldn't stand idly by. She fought Huang Ni and 2 other of Yi Mai's associates. A deathly silence filled the room. Chu King stood firm, sword in hand. Did they really think he was alone? They clearly didn't know about Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu and Chu King had planned to have hot pot together, and she was currently waiting for him at the Yi family's main gate. The Li family head scoffed in disbelief. Let Xiao Wu in then. You were poisoned by Zhang Zudong's poison, then you recklessly killed Yi Ling. You must be struggling now, with blood in your mouth, she continued. Don't bother holding back. It'll only get worse. Killing you now is as easy as squashing an ant. If we weren't wary of your tricks, would the 3 of us need to join forces against you? You really think you're that strong? Her words stung. So, someone actually knew he was poisoned. Yi Shenxi and Meng Zui watched tensely, unsure of what would happen next. Chu King declared, I have no tricks this time. I just want to teach the Li family a lesson. When you're planning to backstab someone, remember to watch your own back. These words were directed at Yi Mai. Don't blame me for not warning you, someone already left a while ago. Huang Ni knew he was talking about Tang Rong. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for saying that? Chu King replied, you can't be sure you can kill me. Go back now, while you still can. The Tang family needs time to gather their forces. Any later, and they'll be collecting your corpses. He challenged, do you dare to gamble? Yi Mai urged Huang Ni from behind, don't listen to his nonsense. He's lying. We need to work together to kill him. Meng Zui fired a shot. The bullet whizzed past Yi Mai, who barely dodged it. The bullet obliterated the wall beside her. The force of the impact sent her flying, and the others choked on the debris. Huang Ni was no longer in the mood for games. After a long moment of thought, she turned to the 2 from the Li family and said, we're leaving. Yi Mai frantically tried to stop them. You can't leave. You promised to help me become the head of the family. I can make the Yi family subservient to the Li family. Hearing this, Yi Shenxi and Yi Wanyuqing were even more determined to prevent the Yi family from falling into this woman's hands. Yi Mai was furious when she saw Huang Ni and the other 2 leave. Huang Ni had a point. The Jiang Li family was practically gone, so what use did they have for Yi Mai's Yi family? Yi Mai stubbornly tried to convince them to stay. She said they couldn't leave, that she wouldn't be able to live without them. However, Huang Ni wasn't her guardian, and whether she lived or died wasn't her business. Yi Mai still tried to go after Huang Ni, but the moment she touched her, Huang Ni unleashed her power, sending Yi Mai flying without a trace. Yi Shenxi and Yi Wanqing were pretty surprised by this turn of events. Since when did Huang Ni become so powerful? Yi Mai wasn't even a match for her anymore. Yi Shenxi thought cautiously, wary of Huang Ni. After dealing with that annoying bug, Huang Ni no longer cared about what happened to the Yi family and continued on her way. Yi Mai, beaten to a pulp, jumped out the window. Chu King was quite surprised to see this. He hadn't killed that woman yet. How could he just let her escape before his eyes? Suddenly, he realized something. He stood still, trembling slightly. Meng Zui didn't know what he was planning. With Yi Wanqing there, she figured he wanted to chase after Yi Mai and finish her off. Meng Zui just stood there, probably knowing how he would handle this. Yi Wanqing, seeing Meng Zui's lack of reaction, held back. After a moment, Yi Wanqing asked, is Chu King seriously injured, about to die like Li Yuan? Why is he acting like this? Chu King's response was cryptic, almost non-existent. The truth was, he couldn't let Yi Wanqing know his condition. That girl was too ruthless. If she had a chance to eliminate him, she wouldn't hesitate. He needed to be wary of her. Chu King told Yi Wanqing that Yi Mai wouldn't escape. Sure enough, a moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from Yi Mai's courtyard. Someone walked in. It was Xiao Wu. She was dragging Yi Mai by the hair like an animal. Yi Mai was covered in blood and wounds. Xiao Wu threw Yi Mai's body, whether dead or alive, onto the floor. She told Chu King that she had fulfilled her promise to him. Chu King was quite satisfied. He'd give her the treasure he promised. He knew he couldn't keep relying on Xiao Wu's help like this. Xiao Wu bid him farewell and left. Yi Ni, seeing her mother severely injured, rushed in, frantically calling out to her. She ran past him. He didn't say anything but smiled, extending 2 fingers and sending a surge of power into Yi Ni. Yi Ni cried out, talking to her mother. She couldn't believe her mother was dying. They had promised each other they would win together, and once Yi Mai became the head of the family, they would kill Chu King. She emphasized the words kill Chu King. Yi Wanqing, standing nearby, said that Yi Ni's mother was dead, and the next head of the family was Yi Shenxi. Yi Ni was so upset she couldn't speak. She picked up a detonator. They killed my mother. I'll make them die with her. She viciously declared that there were over 500 kilograms of explosives buried beneath their feet. She would detonate them and see whether their bones were harder, or the explosives were more powerful. She was about to press the button. Chu King couldn't believe they had prepared such a vicious move. Chu King asked Yi Mi what she wanted. She shouldn't try to threaten people with death. Yi Mi said she wanted him to let her go and not pursue her. Yi King disagreed with this idea. Chu King was exasperated by Yi Wanqing's stubbornness. 500 kilograms of explosives wasn't a joke. If Yi King wanted to die, she shouldn't drag everyone down with her. Seeing Yi Wanqing's foolishness, Yi Mi decided to press the button. However, Chu King stopped her in time, saying he would agree to her demands. Yi Wanqing's voice rose. Is Chu King crazy? Doesn't he know weeds grow back if you don't pull him out by the roots? My mom, the Duchess, was killed by Yi Mi and her mother. However, around here, Chu King's word is law. Yi King, you have no authority. Yi King turned and saw Meng Zui threatening her with a gun. Yep, she'd better choose her words carefully. Meng Zui, watching everything unfold, had a bit of a headache. Why did Chu King let Yi Mi go so easily? He's definitely stalling for time, up to something shady. Chu King said he agreed to Yi Mi's earlier conditions. Does Yi Mi have any other conditions? Yi Mi says she also needs 500 million yuan, she wants it now, and she wants a cashier's check from the Imperial Bank. I can't guarantee that right away. Yi King was pretty pleased. Now Chu King couldn't immediately agree. Let's see him pull 500 million out of thin air. The detonator fell from Yi Mi's hand. Chu King conveniently picked it up. Now, who's afraid? Yi Mi's body became like a rotting corpse. She couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand what was happening. Where was her internal power? Everything around her grew cold. Finally, Yi Mi died, and in a gruesome state, blood leaking from her eyes. She knew Chu King was the one who did this to her. She couldn't forgive him, but now, dead is dead, nothing to be done. Chu King watched the person who needed to die, and was quite satisfied. I transferred a bit of the yin poison in me to her. The feeling must be quite unpleasant, but the poison Yi Mi got is not even 1% of what Aunt Yi suffered. I did this so Yi Mi could experience what she did to others. Evil begets evil. However, the poison in my body is almost beyond suppression. Meng Zui was extremely worried. Yi King couldn't believe it. Her mother had suffered from this same poison. Yi Shenxi, realizing what Chu King was about to endure, was also incredibly worried. Yi King told Yi Xing and Yi Yue to leave. The ancestral rites were tomorrow, and they didn't dare disobey her. As Yi Yue and Yi Xing were leaving, Yi King called Yi Xing back. We still have a property in Yunshan. You can recuperate there. Yi Xing, overjoyed, obeyed. Chu King nodded in agreement. After everyone had left, Yi King spoke to Yi Shenxi. Too many people from the Yi family have died. Yi Shenxi couldn't argue. Yi King asked Yi Shenxi to push her to Chu King. Yi Shenxi agreed and helped Yi King get closer to Chu King. Congratulations, Chu King, you've achieved your goal. Then she asked, when do you plan to marry into the Yi family and enjoy the fruits of your labor? Yi King didn't answer. His face was cold. His face was quite cold. Meng Zui held up a marriage certificate. It was hers and Chu King's. Looks like Chu King can't marry into your Yi family. We're already married. According to imperial law, Chu King can't marry anyone else now. Seeing the bright red marriage certificate in Meng Zui's hand, Yi Shenxi and Yi King were utterly shocked, stunned. Yi Shenxi, unable to accept this, rushed forward and snatched the marriage certificate from Meng Zui. Meng Zui, watching Yi Shenxi confirm every word, said with relish, make sure you get a good look, Yi Shenxi, and Yi King, don't go around insulting people anymore. Your Yi family isn't even as powerful as me, as if Chu King would scheme for you. All your petty tricks have been making me sick. Yi Shenxi turned to Chu King. Unable to say anything more, she was utterly helpless. Chu King turned away, not meeting anyone's eyes. That palm strike from Li Feng'er stirred up the yin poison again. What kind of cultivation technique is that? It can increase someone's battle power by such a large margin in such a short time. I'm in so much pain. He went to another place, hurried inside, and coughed up blood. This poison's making him wish he were dead. A person in a wheelchair approaches. It's Aunt Zhu. Aunt Zhu looks at him seriously. Today's a big day for the Yi family. Because of my injury, I can't participate, but later, how can I not come to watch? But Chu King's poisoning can't be hidden anymore. They nod to Chu King. Chu King gets the hint and leaves. Meng Zui stays behind, intending to taunt Yi King a bit more. Seeing Chu King leaving, she follows, telling Yi Shenxi, "Don't bother coming to see Chu King again." That farewell seems to push Yi Shenxi over the edge. Yi Shenxi's love for Chu King is real. Why did things turn out like this? She bursts into tears in Yi Wanqing's arms, unable to bear the unfairness of it all. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing comforts Yi Shenxi, telling her not to cry. Chu King's always been a flirt, doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Shenxi should know this, shouldn't act like this just because of Chu King. Aunt Ju enters and sees this melodramatic scene, unsure of what happened. Looking at Yi Shenxi like this, how can you not guess? Definitely heartbroken, Aunt Ju says. She ran into Chu King in the courtyard. He's probably seriously injured. Yi Shenxi immediately snaps out of it. Indeed, Chu King is seriously injured. Everyone seems to have figured out the problem. Chu King goes outside and sees Xiao Wu waiting for him with a shiny car. Chu King staggers towards the car, almost collapsing. Xiao Wu also notices Chu King's condition. Chu King can only tell Xiao Wu, "Take me to Zui Sheng Mengzi." After saying that, Chu King collapses onto Xiao Wu as if gravity ceased to exist. Xiao Wu catches him and helps him into the car. Meng Zui approaches from afar, looking quite angry. Why is he falling into another woman's arms right in front of Meng Zui? At Zui Sheng Mengzi, Xiao Wu and Chu King are in one car, Meng Zui in another. Meng Zui rushes over and snatches Chu King from Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu willingly lets go. Chu King falls into Meng Zui's arms. Meng Zui tells Xiao Wu, "Go ahead." In his current state, Chu King can't do anything. If there's anything, wait until Chu King wakes up. Seeing this, Chu King quickly faints again to save Meng Zui from embarrassment. Hearing this, Xiao Wu retorts, "Chu King is my young lady's fiancé. Why is Meng Zui so close to him? Doesn't Chu King know how to reflect on himself or avoid suspicion? I'm not leaving. I have to watch over Chu King for my young lady." Meng Zui finds Xiao Wu's accusation of suspicion hilarious. "I'm his wife, why should I avoid suspicion? As an unimportant person, that's how I understand it." Then, Meng Zui looks down at Chu King's face, uncertain, frowning. She picks him up. "Whatever happens, it's up to you, Xiao Wu. I won't interfere." Xiao Wu thinks, Meng Zui's demeanor and strength aren't like someone from that small place, Sin Men, but in these heavens, which young master of the great families doesn't know this name? Just what is Meng Zui's background? Xiao Wu is momentarily puzzled. Meng Zui carries Chu King into a room and throws him unceremoniously onto the floor. Chu King is thrown down. It hurts, but he pretends to be unconscious. Meng Zui has long seen through his act, so she tells him to stop pretending. "The person you sought out, at your weakest, was Xiao Wu. Am I that untrustworthy?" Seeing that he's been found out, Chu King quickly sits up and asks, "Meng Zui, couldn't you be a little gentler? I'm your husband, after all." Seeing Meng Zui's anger, Chu King asks, "What are you angry about? Is it because of Miss Yue?" Meng Zui tells him to mind his own business. She even praises him, "You've got guts, beaten like a dog by Li Feng and you didn't make a sound. Even in front of Yi Shenxi you could hold back. Why not hold back with me? Do you have a problem with me, or do you think I'm easy to bully?" Chu King, "I don't know if Meng Zui is praising me or criticizing me. If you have a problem with me, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush and cause a scene like this. Meng Zui likes it that way. I can change, sure, I can." He picks up a piece of paper and a pen, scribbling something. He writes down the medicinal ingredients he needs. They need to be delivered to him before nightfall. Better to have too much than too little. Tonight, he'll be in closed-door cultivation to heal. He tells Meng Zui to send someone to guard the door, not to let anyone disturb him unless he comes out himself. Meng Tui looked at the amount of medicine on the paper and finally realized the seriousness of the issue. It really was serious. All right, if it wasn't, Meng Tui could just go ahead and prepare 2 coffins, one in a place with good feng shui. They could be buried together, a husband and wife tomb. And Sir, Meng Tui, no longer caring about Chu King's pain, decided to help him. As Meng Tui was about to leave, Chu King asked her to also call Xiao Wu for him. Xiao Wu, who'd been there protecting him from the beginning, didn't need calling. She'd already arrived. Meng Tui looked at the girl, not knowing how to react. Xiao Wu sat down in the chair in front of Chu King. Chu King held out a martial array jade pendant. This could help Xiao Wu cultivate. This time, Chu King had to thank Xiao Wu very much. Xiao Wu had helped him, and now it was Chu King's turn to repay her. Xiao Wu looked at the jade pendant in her hand, very happy. "Chu King, no need for thanks, fair trade, though, this time, it seems I couldn't help much. I'll help you one more time." Chu King felt very guilty hearing that. One more time, I can't handle that. Xiao Vu was resolute, I'll do it. The Li family hadn't been destroyed yet, and Chu King certainly wouldn't let him off, but he would have to spend a lot of effort, returning to square one. The Li family was the Li family, the Yi family was the Yi family. Hearing this, he was very happy, which made Xiao Vu happy too. Then his face turned serious. In 10 days, the Li family will be destroyed. Xiao Vu hadn't thought about that. How could the Li family be destroyed? The Yi family was powerless, the Tang family didn't have the guts. Could it be that Chu King planned to single-handedly slaughter the Li family? Chu King crossed his arms and said, the Tang family doesn't have the guts. Then give them some guts. The Yi family doesn't have the power. Then give them power. Xiao Vu replied, all right, then I'll just sit back and watch the show. Right, the poison you've been afflicted with looks a bit like martial slaughter. Chu King was surprised. Martial slaughter? Xiao Vu asked, can I check? Chu King extended his hand. Xiao Vu placed her hand on his, transmitting spiritual energy to examine him. She said, that's right, it's martial slaughter, an extremely vicious cultivation method. It's a good thing you're a Dao cultivator. If you were a martial cultivator, even the gods couldn't save you. Chu King was astonished. You know this cultivation method? Xiao Vu explained, it's the cultivation method of that person in the imperial capital, used to train death-sworn soldiers. Chu King was curious. That person? The Empress? Xiao Vu said, can you not be so blunt? Chu King frowned and asked if Xiao Vu had any method to deal with this martial slaughter. Xiao Vu answered, yes, the head eunuch in the palace can remove this martial slaughter. If you need it, you can go to the imperial capital and find Miss. Miss will introduce you. Chu King closed his eyes and urged, tell me about a method I can use right now. Xiao Vu shook her head. There isn't one. Martial slaughter is something the empresses use to suppress martial artists, gathered from the peak martial artists of all sects under heaven. Anyone afflicted with martial slaughter will definitely die. Martial slaughter and River of Oblivion are the two sharpest tools in the Empress's hands, managed by the Inner Court and the Minister of Martial Oversight, respectively, to control the martial artists of the world. Chu King remarked, specialized authoritarianism. Xiao Vu sighed, that's extremely disrespectful to Her Majesty the Empress. As a loyal martial oversight officer, I should take you back to the Martial Oversight Department for punishment. Chu King fell silent. I don't think you respect Her Majesty the Empress that much either. Xiao Vu crossed her arms. You don't understand. Her Majesty the Empress once said, martial artists are deceitful, we must be brave and strong, and not bow and scrape like cowards. Chu King asked, whoever dares to defy the Empress, she'll kill them first, right, Xiao Vu? Xiao Vu rubbed her head and stuck her tongue out, laughing. Chu King continued to ask, is this martial slaughter cultivation method difficult to cultivate? A few days ago, Li Feng'er was only a martial realm martial artist, but after she practiced this cultivation method, her strength was at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Lianqi realm. Isn't that kind of progress terrifying? Xiao Vu said again, that's normal. This greatly surprised Chu King. Xiao Vu explained, the Li family probably has an incomplete version of martial slaughter leaked from the palace. Only the Empress has the complete version. Even those head eunuchs only borrow it to read. Also, don't think martial slaughter is too powerful. It has very serious drawbacks. Its martial Dao realm isn't achieved through days and months of accumulated cultivation, but in one fell swoop, stimulating one's potential, fully realizing one's talent. Those who cultivate martial slaughter either succeed or they don't. Those who succeed will exhaust all their talent and potential, dying to sever their path of martial Dao. Whatever realm they reach after succeeding, that's the realm they'll be at for the rest of their lives. Chu King was curious, what if they don't succeed? Xiao Vu replied, only one way, death. That's why it's used in the palace to train death-sworn soldiers. Normal people don't want to cultivate it. Meng Zui showed up carrying a suitcase, placing it on the table. Xiao Yu spoke up, the medicine's ready, I won't bother you anymore. If you really can modify the wuxia stimulant, you'll be loaded. I'm off, wait for my good news, and don't you dare die. Meng Zui frowned at him and turned to leave. Chu King lowered his head silently, saying nothing. Suddenly, Meng Zui told him, don't die. He blushed, happily replying, Meng Zui left the room, closing the door behind her. Leaning against it, she thought, don't die, not because I'm afraid of death. Looking up, she saw someone outside and ordered, guard this place carefully. Except for Chu King, no one is allowed to enter or leave. The person respectfully bowed their head. A week later, at the Yi estate, Yi Wan King paced back and forth, frowning, annoyed. She said, a week. Chu King hasn't shown his face for a week. Although the Li family isn't completely gone, at least half has been swallowed by the Tang family, our Yi family has suffered greatly, and we haven't stabilized yet. If it weren't for Tang Rong's apprehension towards Chu King and Meng Zui, he would have acted by now, Yi Shenxi worriedly said. I don't even know how his injuries are, these past few days I've come to understand. I'm the head of the Yi family, I can no longer marry him. Since that's the case, it's better to let go completely, as long as he still cares about me, it's enough. Yi Wanqing bit her hand, waiting like this isn't a solution. With no news of Chu King, Tang Rong definitely won't be able to hold back much longer. Suddenly, Qiao Wei rushed in, saying, King Yi No. 2 has been successfully developed. The efficacy has been tested, and it's more effective than all similar medicines on the market. Yi Shenxi and Yi Wanqing rejoiced. Yi Wanqing, holding the medicine bottle, repeatedly said, good, good. This matter absolutely cannot be leaked even a little bit. If this information gets out, with our current strength, we absolutely cannot protect King Yi No. 2. This worried both Qiao Wei and Yi Shenxi. Chu Dianan worriedly held Meng Zui's hand, asking, Meng Zui, tell me, how is Chu King really doing? Meng Zui remained silent, not answering. Rewinding a bit, a few days earlier, Chu King's family came to question Meng Zui about what she had done to their son. Meng Zui calmly replied, didn't Chu Xiao tell you to? Were married? Lin Yuantu smacked Chu Xiao on the head. Scolding, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Xiao King wouldn't have been forced to marry someone. Chu Xiao clutched his head, it wasn't Dad's. Meng Zui took out their marriage certificate. Saying, it was the chicken that I gave him. Chu Dianan and Lin Yuantu took the certificate and opened it to look. In the evening, Meng Zui arrived at the dining table to find the Chu family already seated. A lavish meal was laid out. Lin Yuantu made Chu Xiao stroke his hair and awkwardly said, we're family now, Mom and Dad called you down for dinner. Meng Zui sat down at the table. Chu Dianan raised her glass, saying, from now on, we are family, we must love and support each other. Meng Zui blushed, murmuring, family. She remembered her childhood, when she ran to her mother, calling, Mom. But her mother coldly slapped her. Lin Yuantu placed a chicken leg in her bowl, saying, what are you spacing out for, girl? Eat. These are just normal dishes Dad made, try them and see if they suit your taste. Chu Xiao muttered, not normal at all, even grander than Mom's birthday feast. Lin Yuantu stuffed the chicken leg into Chu Xiao's mouth, saying, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Meng Zui, touched, picked up the chicken leg. Back in the present, Meng Zui was in the room, holding Chu Dianan's hand. She thought to herself, my own parents weren't even this good to me. I should just tell her, what if something happened to Chu King? Suddenly, someone rushed in, shouting, Miss Chu King, or rather, Chu King has recovered and gone out. Meng Zui stood up, saying, Mom, I'll take you to see him. Inside the room, Chu King, covered in blood, opened the window to breathe in the fresh air. Chu Dianan rushed in, asking, Chu King, what happened to you? Chu King was surprised, Mom. Then he looked at Meng Zui, silently asking, does my mom know everything now? Meng Tui shrugged and shook her head. Chu King raised his hand, flashed an okay sign, and explained to his mom, no biggie, just a little mishap during cultivation, but I'm good now. Actually, my power even got a boost. Chu Dianan breathed a sigh of relief, this kid never gives me a break. Why's your face so pale? Chu King scratched his head, just some after effects, they'll be gone in a few days. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a shower, haven't showered in 7 days, feeling kinda gross. He turned to Meng Tui and signaled, keep my mom occupied, give her a knowing look, you know. Meng Tui looked at him, smiled, without missing a beat, and blatantly lied, you should be more careful from now on, or you won't even know when he's tricking you. Chu King stepped out of the bathroom, steam rising from his body. As he dried his hair, he thought, I wonder if Mom's gone. If she keeps pressing, my secret's gonna be blown for sure. Chu King entered the room. Meng Tui was already lying on the bed, smiling at him. Seeing her, Chu King asked, why are you here? Where's my mom? Meng Tui replied, Mom had something to do, she left already. Is your wound healed? Chu King hesitantly said, sort of. Hearing that, Meng Tui raised her voice, what do you mean, sort of? Chu King sat down on the bed, glanced at Meng Tui, and jokingly mumbled a couple of things. So, how's the Sin sect doing lately? The Tang family must be thrilled, huh? Meng Tui angrily turned away and replied, don't know. Chu King frowned, the wicked qi in my body is only temporarily suppressed, not completely eradicated. Only then did Meng Tui say, the Yi and Li families both suffered losses, the Tang families dominating everything. If they weren't holding back, those two families would already belong to the Tangs. Chu King pondered, just as I thought. Hearing that, Meng Tui shouted, what are you planning to do now? You almost lost your life for the Yi family, and you still don't know when to quit. Is one Yi Shen Shi worth it? Chu King immediately replied. Worth it, in his heart, Chu King thought, if it were you, I'd do the same. Meng Tui was surprised by his answer, then her face darkened. Chu King, oblivious, continued, besides, I promised Aunt Yi that the Yi family would be the most respected in the Sin sect. I'll keep my promises. Meng Tui didn't care what he was saying anymore, she just walked out of the room and coldly said, suit yourself. Chu King didn't understand her sudden change in attitude, wondering, what's with her? Is she jealous? No way. He got up, determined, I'm going to the Yi family, there's a lot to do to fulfill my promise. Outside, the hall was bustling with people. As Chu King arrived, a group of people greeted him, Boss Chu King. He was surprised. One of them said with admiration, I knew I could find you here. They didn't believe me. Chu King got straight to the point, what are you guys waiting for me for? The guy scratched his head and asked, Boss Chu, have you forgotten what you asked us to do? Chu King suddenly remembered and was surprised by their speed. Oh, that. No, I haven't forgotten, you already have the results. The guy happily replied, yep, we found out everything. Chu King's face darkened, thinking, I wonder what they dug up. Hope it doesn't affect me and Meng Tui. He suddenly didn't want to hear it anymore. The guy continued, we investigated 3 people with special connections to Boss Meng. Chu King was shocked, 3 people. These guys are messing with me. All women, so Boss Meng isn't a player after all. But don't worry, those 3 have been taken care of, they won't have a chance to mess with your and Boss Meng's life anymore. Chu King was speechless, they've been watching too many movies. Taken care of. Seriously. Chu King turned to leave, alright, I got it, I have things to do. Suddenly, something occurred to him, wait, 3 women with special connections to her. Then the baby in her belly is. Chu King rushed off to find Meng Tui. Hearing the door, an annoyed Meng Tui opened it, what? Chu King hugged her tightly, using his spirit power to check whose child was in her belly. Then, Chu King thought with joy, I'm really gonna be a dad. Meng Tui pushed him away, confused, what are you doing? Chu King smirked, thinking to himself, it's clearly mine, and she kept me in the dark for so long. Happy, aren't you? Chu King asked Meng Tui, is there anything you want to tell me? Something about me, something important. Meng Tui frowned and said curtly, nope, anything else? If not, get out. Despite being dismissed, Chu King still smiled, thinking, this woman really knows how to make a guy mad. Fine, she won't admit it, let's see how long she can keep it up. Then, Chu King turned to leave. Seeing that, Meng Tui got angry, slammed the door, and gritted her teeth, thinking, came out of nowhere, left out of nowhere. What was that all about? Scene change. At Yi Corp, Yi Wan King exclaimed, are you crazy? Or did that injury mess with your brain? Releasing King Yi No, 2 now is basically declaring war on the Tang and Li families. Isn't that suicide? Chu King's expression remained unchanged as he stubbornly said, I'm not here to negotiate with you, just to inform you, so you can, prepare. Yi Wan King was furious. Yi Shen Shi, sitting beside her, spoke up, I don't understand why you're doing this either, brother, with the Yi family's current situation, we can't protect the formula for King Yi No, 2. Chu King smiled, even at our peak, it would be hard to protect, so we need to think bigger. Monopolizing isn't a good habit, it's more fun when everyone's happy. Yi Wan King asked, what do you mean? Chu King revealed his plan. Tomorrow, the auction house will hold a large-scale medicine appraisal ceremony. The Sin sect and forces from the 3 neighboring cities will all participate. The Tang and Li families will definitely be there too. After the Li family stole the Tang family's formula, they invested heavily in this area, they'll want to make a big splash at the appraisal to solve their problems. As for the Tang family, as a medicine refining family, they naturally want to protect their reputation and use this opportunity to suppress the Li and Yi families. Yi Wan King smiled and said, so, no one will expect the star of the show to be the Yi family's King Yi No, 2. Announcing a new medicine at the auction house is also very safe. You thought this through. Chu King continued, so, we need to share the profits from King Yi No, 2 to gain alliances with major external forces. Then, even if the Tang family wants to steal it, they'll have to think twice. Yi Wan King asked, a large-scale product appraisal ceremony, tomorrow? I haven't heard anything about it. Is this something you just made up? Chu King calmly replied, we have to create our own opportunities. Tomorrow, the event will be held as planned, be prepared. If you can't even do this, then I'll just have to protect Shen Shi, a fallback plan. Yi Wan King laughed. More schemes, Chu King, I really hope what you say comes true, but what if you can't do it? Chu King quickly replied, no ifs. Scene changed to another location. Chu King opened the door and was startled by the scene inside. Zhe Yu was in the room, wearing a red outfit, grinding soybeans, singing. Drink up, your majesty, let the fisherman's song ease your worries. Grandma Yu, Chu King thought with a sigh, what a weirdo. Zhe Yu finally noticed him. He rushed over and hugged Chu King excitedly. Chu King, you're here. I was so bored. When are you taking me dragon catching? Chu King held Zhe Yu back and replied, soon, in a day or two. I need your help with something else today. Zhe Yu looked at him with sparkling eyes. Something to do is good. I was afraid you'd come knocking with nothing to do. Chu King explained what he needed help with. I need you to organize a medicine appraisal event. Zhe Yu changed clothes and sat down with Chu King on the sofa to talk. Zhe Yu crossed his arms and complained, brother, you really know how to make trouble for me. Chu King asked, is there something inconvenient? Zhe Yu immediately replied, very inconvenient. I have to report to the higher-ups. Arrange the venue, so many things to do, but don't worry, I'll get it done for you in 3 days. Chu King set a deadline, I need it by tomorrow night. Zhe Yu was shocked, tomorrow night. Even if I run non-stop right now, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Chu King dragged Zhe Yu along, then let's get going. To the auction house. Zhe Yu yelled. Then suggested, wait, if I go out like this, what will people think? Plus, I'm so handsome, if women see me, they'll jump me. Chu King smiled, a true hero doesn't care about appearances, you look great like this, let's go. Zhe Yu wondered. Isn't it women who don't care about appearances? But fine, I'll go crazy with you this once. If your mom finds out and yells at me, that's on you. Then the two got in the car and headed to the auction house. Zhe Yu said, actually, I still have to report this to the higher-ups before I can use the organizer's name and invite the major forces. Chu King asked, how long will that take at the earliest? Zhe Yu held up 2 fingers, 2 days. Chu King said, that long? Zhe Yu smiled and continued, but I can directly invite guests in the name of the family, ignoring all the rules. This time, I'm not following the usual procedures, all those family rules and stuff are meaningless anyway. Chu King continued to ask, what are the consequences? Zhe Yu replied calmly, being sent back to the family and grounded for a month, attacked by those aunts from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th branches, kept away from the family business. Then going home to wait for monthly allowance and an arranged marriage. Chu King suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending Zhe Yu flying forward, face first into the windshield. Chu King suggested, forget it, let's just wait for approval. Zhe Yu, dazed and teary-eyed from the impact, immediately refused, no way, bro. I know you don't want to drag me into this, but I really don't want to live that boring life anymore. It's too tiring, I'll leave the family. Travel the world alone, wouldn't that be better? Besides, didn't you want to catch a dragon for me? I'll give Grandma this huge gift, maybe it'll make up for my mistakes. And I'll be back in her good graces. Chu King continued driving, smiling, promise, I'll catch that dragon for you. It was dusk, at Madame Lu's residence. She was wiping the table when suddenly 2 young men walked in. As soon as she saw them, Madame Lu turned around with a worried expression, young Master Zhe Yu, why are you dressed like this? You should pay attention to your image, or you'll become the talk of the town. Zhe Yu just laughed and replied, Grandma Lu, thanks for your concern, but this is who I am, let them talk. Then, Zhe Yu put his hand on Madame Lu's shoulder and said, I have a task for you. Tomorrow night, I want to hold a new medicine appraisal event. Please invite 15 forces, including the Sin sect and those from neighboring provinces. Send out the announcements first, the formal invitations can be delivered before tomorrow evening. Madame Lu replied, a product appraisal. Did young master mention this before? Have you informed the family? This is too sudden. Zhe Yu wasn't surprised by her confusion, he simply said, I just decided, if the family asks, tell them the truth, it's urgent. Just do as I say. That same evening, in a high-rise building in the city. Chu King asked loudly, did you get it done? Are you ready? How many people are you bringing to the auction? How are the security arrangements on the way? Which forces are you planning to ally with? He slammed a red notebook on the table, his other hand clenched into a fist. Yi Wan King, standing before him, was extremely annoyed but tried to appear calm under Chu King's directives. Chu King then asked, don't tell me you haven't prepared anything. Yi Wan King's face flushed red with anger. Chu King had hit a nerve. But then Yi Wan King raised her head, stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and firmly declared, no one would believe what you're saying. But don't worry, Chu King, I'll have everything ready before tonight. Just you wait and see. Chu King replied, I've already made all the arrangements. If it doesn't work out, I won't bother with the Yi family's affairs anymore. I'll just protect Shen Zai's safety. Chu King then turned and left the room. Seeing his condescending attitude, Yi Wan King gritted her teeth in anger. Chu King went to his dormitory and entered his room, thinking, I've done what I needed to do, the rest is up to the Yi family. Tonight, they're the main characters. Meng Tui was sitting on the bed. Seeing him, she asked with surprise, shouldn't you be at the auction house right now? Why are you back? What game are you playing? Chu King, seeing a stranger in his room, asked with his mouth agape, why are you in my room? Can't I come back? And how do you know about the auction? Meng Tui questioned back, you think you're being so clever? Think about the current situation, and your relationship with Zhe Yu, it's not hard to guess. What are you really trying to do? Chu King replied, Yi Corpse King Yi no, Tu is ready. This is the first step to help the Yi family rise again. Meng Tui laughed, you're really dedicated to the Yi family, huh? Chu King asked, why are you here? Meng Tui replied, I'm going to get rid of those 3 incompetent fools, but they're your people, so I thought I'd let you know. Chu King was surprised, what did they do? Meng Tui immediately said with confidence, they abused their power, killed people they shouldn't have, who knows if there's someone else behind them. I'm wondering if I should interrogate them. Meng Tui added, what do you think? Chu King replied, no need for interrogation. They work for me. Meng Tui frowned and asked, good that you admit it, so you placed them in drunken life dream death not to seize power, but to investigate me. Chu King simply said, correct. Meng Tui immediately grabbed his collar, her face red with anger, what gives you the right? Chu King replied calmly, just the fact that I'm your husband. Meng Tui, both angry and embarrassed, thought to herself, he must know about the baby, he must be feeling so smug. Meng Tui pushed Chu King away and said with her eyes closed, is this why you allowed him to kill innocent people? Chu King, angry and frustrated, thought, this woman, lying to me about the baby, now she's playing the righteous hero, she really needs a lesson, but I can't bring myself to do it. He grabbed Meng Tui's waist, pulled her towards him, and suddenly, Chu King kissed Meng Tui. Meng Tui roughly shoved him away and slapped him. Chu King pointed at her, yelling, what's your problem now, Meng Tui? Puffing up with anger, she retorted, who are you yelling at? You dare bully me, cousin? She thought to herself, he knows I care so much about the baby. Last time, he even threatened me with his innate dragon chi. Seeing her reaction, Chu King deflated, muttering, I'm a man. I deserve special treatment in this world. I'm not even criticizing you, just saying you shouldn't look down on me. You're the one benefiting here, and you're acting all high and mighty. He rubbed his head, frustrated, and decided to check on Jia Bakern and the others. Meng Tui definitely won't release them on her own, he thought. Seeing Chu King ignoring her, Meng Tui gritted her teeth in anger. Scene change. Chu King arrived where Jia Bakern and the others were supposed to be. He asked Chu Xin, where did they go? They're fine. Chu Xin pointed to the dance floor. Dancing like that, what could possibly happen to them? What's going on? Chu King frowned, that woman Meng Tui didn't do anything to them. She's messing with me again. He turned around, waved his hand dismissively and said, nothing to see here, get out. He thought, I don't understand what Meng Tui is thinking, hot and cold, so confusing. He looked at the time on his phone, the new medicine appraisal is about to begin. Tonight, the Yi Corporation will, scene change, time for the Yi family's new medicine launch. First up was the Qi family's medicine. The crowd below murmured and gossiped. The Qi medicine is still the Tang family's domain. What's the Li family even doing here? So embarrassing. They're trying to rally allies with a stolen formula. Laughable. As for the Yi family, needless to say, the formula is their own creation. Whether it's effective is another matter altogether. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the Li family elder fumed. Li Huangni calmly said, it's all in the data, we really can't compare to the Tang family in terms of medicine making. Meanwhile, Yi Wan King and Yi Shenxi stood side by side. Yi Wan King said, Chu King isn't here. Yi Shenxi replied, he's probably busy, he won't be coming. I've been trying to connect with the powers outside the city, but it hasn't been going well. I hope the unveiling of King Yi No. 2 will change things. The moment arrived to unveil King Yi No. 2, the Yi family's new medicine. Time passed, and the medicine launch concluded. The Tang family head stumbled out, supported by her steward. Her face was pale as she said, "Our Tang family, a medicine refining family for hundreds of years. Defeated by the tiny Yi family. This medicine." Li Huangni also followed the Tang family head out. She hadn't expected the Yi family to actually beat the Tang family. Tonight, the landscape had shifted. They decided, from now on, we need to be wary of the Yi family's revenge. Meanwhile, the Yi family was basking in the spotlight, surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic well-wishers. Someone said, "King Yi No. 2 has defeated the Tang family's Qi medicine. The younger generation is truly formidable." Yi Wan King politely replied, "You seniors are too kind. With your cooperation, we're sure to achieve victory together in the future." Meanwhile, Zhe Yu was calling Chu King, excitedly saying, "See? I completed my mission brilliantly, right? Tang Rong of the Tang family is a Ji realm martial artist. And she almost fell off the stage just now." Chu King smiled and said, "Thanks, I'll definitely keep my promise to you." Zhe Yu happily hummed in agreement. The headlines were sweet. Tang family's Fu Yuan Qi medicine fails. The top spot has been taken by the second-place Yi Corporation, making them the #1 divine sect. Reading the news, Tang Rong coughed violently. Tang Xian asked, "Mother?" The doctor said, "You mustn't get upset." Tang Xian's mother, her face haggard, said, "In just a few days, the Yi family has taken over more than 80% of the medicine market and formed alliances with many other powers. How can I not be angry?" At the same time, a servant frantically announced, "Even if we raise the price of ingredients, we can't beat the Yi family. When Yi Qingmi was alive, she poured almost all of the family fortune into medicine production. Their warehouse has enough supplies for King Yi No. 2 for 3 years." Hearing this, Tang Xian cried out in worry, "Mother! Quickly call the doctor! Call the doctor!" At the Li family residence, Li Yan's people were talking to Feng Ni, saying, "Our people have run. If we don't make an example of someone to establish our authority, then when the Yi family comes for revenge, the Li family is finished." Feng Ni rejected the idea, saying, "Doing that won't stop them. The Li family's power is gone. Whoever wants to survive can stay or go as they please." At the company, Wan King was having a headache because the hired martial artists were all amateurs. To counter the Li family's experts, she needed Chu King's help, but he wasn't answering his phone, making Wan King even more anxious. Just then, an employee ran in and reported, "We've searched all the places the family head frequents, but he's nowhere to be found." In another scene, Meng Tui sighed, exasperated, "That Chu King, can't he go a single day without provoking me? Does he not know I'm pregnant and need peace and quiet?" Chu King continued to argue. Meng Zui cut me off. That was Meng Zui slamming the door. Suddenly, Chu King's phone rang. "Hello, Chu King Beibei, it's Miss Yi, isn't it? Why are you so free to call me today?" Wan King said angrily, "Shen's eyes gone missing. Do you know where Shen Shi goes when she's upset?" Chu King said with a cheerful tone, "Her excuses are getting worse and worse. Do you want me to help you get revenge?" Hitting the nail on the head, Wan said angrily, "I'm not kidding. I lost contact last night. Her phone rings, but she doesn't answer." Hearing this, Chu King thought, could it be the Tang or Li families, like cornered dogs jumping over a wall, kidnapped Shen Shi? Yi Wan King denied, if those two families took Xiao Shi, they would definitely make demands, but there's been no movement. Xiao Shi not answering her phone must have her reasons. Yi Wan King worried, "I'm afraid Xiao Shi is overthinking things and doing something stupid." Hearing that, Chu King angrily asked, "Overthinking what?" out of the blue. "Yi Wan King, are you hiding something from me?" Yi Wan King asked Chu King, "Where could she possibly go?" "You don't need to worry about anything else." Chu King chuckled and said he didn't know, making Wan yell angrily, "Chu King, you've been by her side for so long, and you say you don't know? She treats you as the most important person, and for what? If anything happens to Shen Shi, you're dead meat." Chu King's face darkened, "Same to you, if anything happens to Shen Shi, you're dead meat too. I can save the Yi family, and I can also destroy it." Wan helpless, said, "These past 2 days, Xiao Shi has been sorting through our mother's belongings. I think she discovered something. I'll tell you a secret, but you better keep it to yourself." Chu King told her to cut the crap. "Actually, Xiao Shi and I aren't biological sisters." "I know." Chu King's words stunned her. Then she panicked and asked loudly, "How did you know?" Chu King also knew that Yi Wan King had 2 younger sisters, Yi Rong and Baoyi, who were not her biological children. "Wan King, can you get to the point already?" Wan King's expression turned serious. "The point is somewhat related to all this. Xiao Shi was young back then. She doesn't remember. Our younger sister wasn't even a year old when her father took her to the Li family. That damned man was a spy the Li family planted, growing up with Li Yan. Then our sister disappeared. Chu King questioned. Disappeared? Wan King added, only my mother and Li Yan know what happened. Xiaoxi might have discovered these secrets from our mother's belongings. Also, King guessed, that younger sister might be Li Fengni. This aligned with Chu King's thoughts, but Aunt Yi and Li Yan are sworn enemies. Would Li Yan raise Aunt Yi's daughter as her own? Wan King worried, telling Shen Shi that Li Fengni is our sister. I doubt she'd think that far. I'm afraid she'll learn about the old feud between the Li and Yi families and go to the Li family for revenge. Chu King thought for a moment and said, I understand, I'll go find her. You better be prepared, the Li family will want someone to answer for this. Wan King thought this was a good opportunity to destroy the Li family. Wan King yelled, gather everyone. Tonight, we're going to the Li family. In a different scene, at the park, Chu King was showing Shen Zai's picture to a park employee. This girl is a regular here. Do you have any impression of her? The employee thought for a while and then told Chu King. I have some impression, but she just left. Chu King thought to himself, she probably went to the Li family. Chu King sped down the road, his car blocking another. It turned out to be Shen Zai's. Shen Shi, her eyes red, asked Chu King, you know everything, don't you? You want to stop me? Hearing Shen Zai's words, Chu King said smugly, Sis told me to stop you, but you know I've never agreed with her. If you want revenge, I'll go with you. Shen Shi lightly punched Chu King's chest and laughed. Don't be like her, Chu King said with satisfaction. Let's go. This is close to the Li family. Leave the car here. If we make it out alive, we'll come back to Officer Chu to get it. Chu King asked Shen Shi, did you set up a meeting with Li Fengni? Not scared the Li family will pull something. Shen Shi, I'll admit, I'm a little scared, but Li Fengni wants this in front of the Li family gates. So I don't have a choice. After a while, the two finally stood before the Li family's gates. Chu King asked, are you ready, Wan King? Wan King nodded. Chu King added, do you realize even if the Li family doesn't play dirty, you can't beat Li Fengni right now? She's seriously formidable. Shen Shi completely agreed and asked, is she as strong as you? Chu King sheepishly admitted, stronger than me right now, that's why I'm so badly injured. Chu King tried to save face, hey, I'm still kicking, aren't I? Hearing that, Shen Shi pulled Chu King's hand to leave, making him confused. Shen Shi hated the thought of not wiping out the entire Li family, but Chu King had sacrificed so much for her. She didn't want his efforts to be wasted. Dying here wouldn't accomplish anything, even though Mom's gone. I still have you, and the Yi family. Hearing Shen Shi say this, Chu King sighed contentedly, you've grown up. Shen Shi brought up past promises. You said you'd give me the whole Shinman. When are you going to make good on that promise? Chu King replied, I will, trust me. Shen Shi leaned closer to Chu King, whispering, I'll be waiting. You know, the maid outfit, and the bunny ears. It's been a while, I want to see you wear them. As soon as she finished, a fleet of cars pulled up in front of them. Seeing this, Chu King chuckled, looks like we're not going anywhere. Stepping out of the cars were Wan King and Yi Shen Shi. Why can't we leave? The Li family hasn't spotted us yet, and you guys are here. Chu King explained, it's because you guys are here that we can't leave. Look at her, do you think she'll just walk away? Outside the Li family gates, a crowd had gathered. Yi Shen Shi exclaimed, that's the Jian Wu Bu and the Jun Fang Wei. Turns out there's a reason for this. Ancient martial families' blood feuds. The Jian Wu Bu is required to be present to supervise and prevent harm to ordinary citizens. They're all here voluntarily. Chu King thought to himself, certain that the Tang family had arrived. The Tang family can't do anything now. Chu King called Meng Zui, whispering, Meng Zui, send some people to protect the Yi family's rear. Hearing this, Meng Zui asked back smugly. What? The Yi and Li families are finally settling their score. Need me to protect your sorry hide? The current scene, a long line of cars parked outside. Seeing this, a Li family confidant spoke up, the Yi family has surrounded us. The Jian Wu Bu and the Jun Fang Wei are here too. What do we do? Li Fengni was speechless, overwhelmed. At the same time, a Li family servant ran out from the back, covered in wounds. In his last breaths, the servant managed to say, back gate, back gate. Meanwhile, Meng Zui, standing before the Li family gates, approached Chu King and said, young Master Chu, take your people and the Yi family and go. Chu King gratefully thanked him. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the Li family house. Chu King was stunned as a large truck rammed straight into the Li family home. A foot stepped out of the vehicle. It was none other than the Tang family head. She smiled, saying, Chu King, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't kept the Li family occupied here, how could I have seized their territory so easily? Chu King further poked fun at the Tang family head's smug, villainous demeanor. Leaving her speechless with annoyance, she turned to the Li family and asked, How's my Tang family's medicine working for you? Seeing the heavily injured Li family members, the Tang family head gloated. She immediately turned to the Yi sisters, Wan King and Shen Shi, and announced, Yi family youngsters, if you don't act now, this piece of the Li family cake will have nothing to do with you. Yi Wan King and Yi Shen Shi were still hesitant when Chu King spoke up from behind. If the esteemed Tang family head wants to gorge herself on this folly, be our guest. Don't mind us. Hearing this, the Tang family head grew even more pleased. Fine, don't blame me, your elder, for not giving you a chance. She then ordered Tang Lian to intercept Li Yuan. Hearing this, Tang Lian channeled his energy. At the same time, the Tang family head also channeled her internal qi, then lunged at Li Fengni. Li Fengni, wary, also channeled her internal energy to fight. The Tang family head attacked swiftly, landing a decisive blow on Li Fengni, but only managed to make her cough up blood, leaving Li Fengni utterly shocked and bewildered. Li Fengni spun around, focusing her power into her right hand. Thinking he was about to retaliate against the Tang clan leader, he unexpectedly moved towards Li Yuan and Tang Lian's battle, taking Tang Lian head-on, killing her instantly. After that blow, Li Fengni was exhausted. Seeing this, the Tang clan leader roared, Li Fengni, you dare kill our Tang clan elder? He then charged directly at Li Yuan and Li Fengni, causing an earthquake. Both of them luckily escaped the tremor. Seeing the danger, Li Yuan tried to flee but was kicked far away by the defense squad. Seeing the situation was bad, Li Yuan panicked and said, Don't kill me. I know a lot of the Li family's secrets. I'm still useful. As soon as he finished his sentence, the defense squad kicked him and pinned him down, saying with disgust, Trash like you who betray your own family today will betray me tomorrow. Hearing that, Li Yuan retorted, Betrayal. Ha ha, the Li family is gone. Li Fengni, a bastard from who knows where, also deserves to be the Li family's head. Us. Chu King's group just stayed silent. Meanwhile, Li Fengni, having just landed, picked up a gun beside her and shot Li Yuan straight in the heart, shocking everyone present. While no one was paying attention, Li Fengni dashed towards Chu King, landing a blow that sent him flying before he could react. After that, Li Fengni turned and ran. Chu King clutched himself, unable to get up. Meng Zui ran over to help him up, asking, Are you alright? Just as she finished, Chu King coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, causing Meng Zui and Yi Shen Shi to worry and panic. Chu King was half conscious, his body and soul seemingly separated. Seeing him dazed, Yi Shen Shi asked, Chu King, what's wrong? Yi Wan King angrily cursed, Evil people live 1,000 years. He won't die, but if we don't chase her now, Li Fengni will escape. Yi Wan King was frustrated, still not knowing if she was her sister or not. She would never know. After a while, when Chu King stabilized, Meng Zui helped him up. Chu King, sweating and struggling, said, I'm fine, don't chase Li Fengni, let her go. Yi Wan King, with a suspicious look, asked, What do you mean? Chu King replied, What I said. Turns out, Li Fengni's palm strike just now sucked out all the yin poison in my body, but why would she help him? He wondered. The Li family was gone. Li Fengni had nothing left to lose at this point. Not to mention, the past was already messed up enough. Why must there be the truth? It's best to just leave it as is. Let everyone believe Li Fengni is the enemy. Carrying all the grudges and rumors with her as she escapes, cutting off his train of thought, Yi Wan King said she wanted to confront the Tang clan. Chu King refused, saying, Retreat, it's getting late, everyone, go back, wash up, and rest. Yi Wan King was still determined, shouting, Everyone, listen to my command. Attack. All the groups behind Yi Wan King were ready for battle. Seeing this, Chu King himself stepped forward and yelled, Everyone, retreat. This caused everyone to hesitate, not knowing what to do, making Yi Wan King feel annoyed and embarrassed. Chu King turned around and mysteriously said, Don't forget our original wish. Yi Shen Shi nodded and stood before everyone, saying loudly, My clansmen, the Li family is gone. Our revenge has been taken. Those who sacrificed their lives for the clan can rest in peace. But the blood they shed yesterday is not an excuse for us to fight for power. Today, she added, go back. Tomorrow, we'll hold a grand memorial. We have to tell this news to the deceased. Yi Wan King was stunned, crying out as everyone suddenly saw her cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Yi Shenxi quickly went to support her sister. At the same time, Chu King used his Lianqi to check her. After a moment, he reassured Yi Shenxi, "Qi stagnation, she'll be fine after some rest." "You did the right thing, don't blame yourself." Yi Shenxi carried Wan King to the car. At the same time, everyone else also got into their vehicles to return. Once done, Meng Zui grabbed Chu King's hand and questioned, "Your Lianqi is restored." "It was Li Fengni. Why did she save you?" Chu King sighed. "A long time ago, the Yi family and the Li family," before he could finish. Meng Zui interrupted, "No need to explain." Instead, she asked, "I'm asking why you intentionally let Tang Nung benefit tonight." Chu King didn't hide anything, saying, I'm soft-hearted, do you believe it? I can kill enemies, but if I kill everyone regardless of age, I'll have nightmares. So I borrowed Tang and Hung's knife. That way, she's satisfied, and I'm satisfied." Chu King finished with a smug look. Meng Zui, on the other hand, was furious, unable to express her anger, only flipping Chu King the bird. Xing Lai, fuming, roared, "The reason, even without anyone exterminating it, won't last long." Tang Rong, for such a tiny bit of profit, missed a golden opportunity to completely overturn the Yi family. She could have just stood by and watched the show, then taken the chance to persuade the Yi family's allies. That would have completely crushed them. "I really misjudged her." Xing Lai raised a hand, shaking his head in disappointment. "I even wanted to marry Tao to them. Looks like that's off the table. Guess I'll have to find another family for a marriage alliance." Meanwhile, Chu King and Meng Zui were heading back to her place. On the way, Meng Zui said, "Your business is pretty much settled. What are your plans next?" Chu King didn't hesitate. "Of course, it's to catch that green dragon. I don't want my son to die in the womb." Meng Zui frowned and fell into deep thought. Chu King knew. Despite their mutual understanding of the situation, they were both avoiding it. He broke the silence. "Staying at your place all the time isn't very convenient," Chu King told Meng Zui. "I want to move to Vermilion Bird Street." Meng Zui, her face falling, replied, "Oh." Seeing her expression, Chu King asked, "Why don't you move there with me?" Hearing those words, Meng Zui's face brightened, blushing as she turned to Chu King. Seeing his sly expression, Meng Zui, trying to maintain her composure, crossed her arms and asked, "Is this considered an invitation?" Chu King quickly explained, "It's not an invitation, we're practically family, so it's natural to live together. I'm just informing you." Still annoyed from earlier, Meng Zui stubbornly refused. Chu King, regretting his words, said, "I was just kidding. You're not going to be petty about this, are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Zui zipped behind him, landing a kick on his back. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough to dodge, avoiding any injury. Seeing Chu King evade her attack, Meng Zui said, "See? I joke with you, and you reject it, and you expect me to accept your jokes." Annoyed by her teasing, Chu King retorted, "Who's petty now?" Meng Zui's casual reply, "You are," felt like a stab to Chu King's heart. Leaving him speechless and unsure how to appease her, Chu King turned around, sticking his butt out slightly and said, "Fine, I accept your joke." Meng Zui covered her mouth, giggling, finally letting loose a little. Seeing her happy, Chu King seized the opportunity. "I gave you a chance, and you threw it away. Don't blame me later. So, what's it going to be? Give me a straight answer." Meng Zui turned. Heading back to her room, "I'll think about it." A few days later, Chu King's group arrived at Vermilion Bird Street, looking at the extravagant and magnificent city. Chu King couldn't contain his excitement. He yelled, "No way. Are we really going to live here?" After moving to Vermilion Bird Street, Chu King went alone to the Xing family residence to meet Xing Lai directly. He placed a piece of paper on the table and said, "I've moved to Vermilion Bird Street. When are you going to fulfill your promise to marry Xing Tao to my sister?" Hearing this, Xing Lai replied, "I knew you'd come. They'll have an engagement first, the wedding can come later." Then, Xing Lai's eyes gleamed with a cunning smile as he asked Chu King, "How about we double the happiness?" Chu King, taking a sip of tea, pondered, "Tell me more about this double happiness." Xing Lai replied instantly, "You marry Xing Yu." Hearing this, Chu King spat out his tea. Thinking of Xing Yu's past behavior, he instinctively refused. About that. The Xing family is a prestigious clan. A country bumpkin like me can't climb that high. Let's just forget it. Xing Lai, enraged, responded, "Is it that you can't climb that high, or that you look down on my daughter?" Chu King, no longer hiding his disgust, said, "Old Xing, don't make things difficult for me. You know what your daughter is like. I'm truly not blessed enough to handle that." Hearing the words old Xing, Xing Lai's face darkened, making Chu King's hair stand on end. He excused himself, saying he had to go find his brothers, and quickly made his escape. At the Zhe residence, Zhe Yu was being reprimanded by a servant for unauthorized use of the family name and serious violation of the Zhe family rules. According to the rules, he had to return to the imperial capital to receive his punishment. Just as Zhe Yu accepted this, a servant of the Zhe family announced Chu King's arrival. Zhe Yu excitedly hugged him and they both ran out, leaving everyone dumbfounded and helpless. Zhe Yu said, "Are we leaving soon? When are we going? I'm dying to see that dragon." Chu King replied, "We still need some black bamboo." Zhe Yu wondered, "Isn't black bamboo sold everywhere?" But the black bamboo Chu King needed was at least 100 years old and had to be picked from a forest personally. Zhe Yu took out his phone and said, "Let me find someone to ask about this place. Anything else we need?" Chu King replied, "That's all. As long as we have enough black bamboo, we can leave immediately." Back at the Chu residence, Chu King was sitting in another room, texting Yi Shenxi, hoping she would come along to catch the dragon. Before Chu King could even ask properly, she immediately agreed. Suddenly, a hand snatched the phone from Chu King's hand, startling him. It turned out to be Meng Zui. She asked, "What are you talking about?" After reading the messages between Chu King and Shenxi, she also wanted to go with Chu King. His gaze hardened as he said, "Forget it, you stay home and wait, I'll definitely bring you back." "You still don't trust me?" Meng Zui scoffed, "If you cared about the baby in my belly, why did you hide me in Fu Han area, put me in danger, and drag me into so many fights? Now you remember I'm pregnant. Are you embarrassed?" Chu King mumbled, "This time it's different." Meng Zui insisted, "Anyway, I'm definitely going. If you dare leave me behind, you'll suffer the consequences." After a long internal struggle, Chu King finally agreed. Suddenly, Meng Zui's hands reached for his neck, turning his head to kiss her. The kiss made Chu King lose his mind and slowly immerse himself in it. Suddenly, Chu Xiao yelled from behind, "Good job, Chu King. You've learned some bad habits. How dare you do this in the hallway? Have you no shame?" Her words startled the two. Chu King angrily said to Chu Xiao, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Suddenly, the door behind them swung open, and Lin Yuantu roared, "Chu Xiao, get back to your room." Chu Xiao flinched. Lin Yuantu, blushing, encouraged the two, "Carry on," making the couple laugh awkwardly. A while later, while Chu King was on the rooftop, Zhe Yu's number appeared on his phone. Chu King asked, "News about the Black Bamboo Forest already?" Zhe Yu held his tablet and said, "Yeah, deep in Yunjiang, at Ziyun Peak, there's an old-growth black bamboo forest. It belongs to an ancient martial arts family in Lincheng and hasn't been exploited yet. Do you want a few stalks or the whole forest?" Zhe Yu added, "If you only need a few stalks, he'll owe me a favor. If you want it all, I'll buy it." Hearing that, Chu King made his decision. If it hasn't been exploited, buy the whole thing. So much wild black bamboo growing like that, it must be a good feng shui place. Zhe Yu said confidently, "Just wait for my good news. Even though my funds are frozen, my pocket money is enough to buy a dozen more hills." Hearing that, Chu King satisfiedly hung up. Suddenly, Meng Zui approached Chu King with a wary expression, confusing him. She said, "I have a bad feeling. My intuition has always been accurate. Have you offended someone? Is someone seeking revenge?" Chu King couldn't be sure since he'd lost count of how many enemies he'd made. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, catching their attention. At the gate was the old woman from the Xing family. Chu King asked, puzzled, "What couldn't be said on the phone that required you to come all the way here?" The old woman replied, "Don't talk so much. The head of the family wants you over there right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to come back." Her words made him even more suspicious. The scene shifted to the parking lot. Xing Lai and Chu King faced each other. Before either could speak, Xing Lai focused his power into his hand, launching a deadly blow at Chu King. Sensing something was wrong, Chu King created a shield to block Xing Lai's attack. Seeing this, fearing Chu King would be hurt, Xing Lai asked, "Where have I offended you?" Xing Lai ignored this, immediately delivering a kick that sent Chu King crashing into the wall, creating a large hole with considerable damage. Before Chu King could recover, Xing Lai approached him again. Chu King immediately protested, "What the hell happened? You have to tell me. We're family." Xing Lai's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "You have the nerve to mention family. Think about it, are you really hiding nothing from me?" Hearing this, Chu King muttered, "You're not my closest relative anyway. Things I hide from you, I can count them all on one hand." Xing Lai grabbed Yun Jiang's collar, "There's a real dragon." Chu King didn't even try to hide it and said, "Yes, there is. Immediately, Xing Lai slammed him against the wall. You've got some nerve. You dared to hide such a huge thing from me. Hearing that, Chu King smirked. If I remember correctly, you made my sister kneel in front of your door for an entire night before you agreed to save me. Was our relationship that good back then? Enough for me to run here and tell you such a massive secret? That shakes heaven and earth, Chu King continued. Now, isn't this causing you some trouble? He, good, then, let's consider my sister's matter settled. We're still family. Hearing this, Xing Lai finally relaxed a bit, letting go of Yun Jiang and saying, news about the dragon in Yun Jiang has already leaked, even a bunch of those spoiled second-generation brats, each one trying to outdo the other. Are clamoring for me to talk about the dragon, Xing Lai continued. If it were just some juniors, fine, but the key is they brought letters from the elders in their families. Those old geezers aren't easy to deal with. Hearing all of this, Chu King started to think differently. They pestered me and couldn't get anything out of me, so they're demanding I hand him over. What do you think I should do? As I see it, even I don't know about this dragon, so how the heck did the news leak? Chu King thought to himself, if the Azure Jiao is snatched by these people, then won't my child? Xing Lai added, looks like you already know who leaked it, huh? Though, that's your problem. Right now, a bunch of second-generation brats are in my room, waiting for me to hand you over. Hearing these words, Chu King spoke seriously. I need that Azure Jiao, and I need you to stall them. Your conditions? Xing Lai sneered. Stall them? You really overestimate me. The most I can do is not take sides. As for conditions, after you screwed me over like this, wanting a dragon tail isn't too much to ask, is it? Chu King replied. Got it. Can I go now? Xing Lai glared at him. What do you mean, got it? Hearing that, Chu King explained, if those people weren't involved, I definitely could have caught that dragon, but with things turning out like this, it's out of my hands. So how can I agree to your terms? Xing Lai chuckled. Kid, I'm only trying to help you within my capabilities. Hearing that, Chu King responded, I'm also trying my best to catch that dragon. If I catch it, you'll definitely get your share. Chuke Street. Chu King was thinking about who could have leaked the information. The leaker definitely couldn't be Zaiyu or Chen Shi. Suddenly, Xiao Wu called in a panic. News of the Azure Jiao has leaked. It's blowing up in the Daidu circles right now. Daidu will send people soon. What should we do? Hearing this, Chu King said, they're already here. You didn't know? Hearing this, Xiao Wu panicked. What? Then added, you don't suspect I leaked it, do you? With this thought, Chu King asked her. So, was it you? Xiao Wu countered. If I say it wasn't me, will you believe me? After thinking for a long time, Chu King said, I believe you. Now go pack your things and come to Yunfeng of Yunshan to wait for me. Zaiyu from the Shizhen auction house is there. Just tell him I sent you. Xiao Wu excitedly accepted the order. As soon as she hung up, Xiao Wu wondered, I wonder if Chu King really believes me. If he does, it's to catch the dragon, but if he doesn't, it's definitely to kill me. At the same time, at the Chu family residence, Chu King went downstairs and saw Meng Zui and Chu Diannan standing with a stranger. Suddenly, the stranger asked Chu King, are you cousin Chu King? Chu King, wondering who this was, turned to his mother. His mother introduced, this is Chu Lan, your cousin. Chu King was somewhat familiar with Chu Lan. He was the son of Chu King Nhu, from the Gong Yue sect. He'd heard that the person originally betrothed to her was this Chu Lan. Seeing Chu King, Chu Lan smiled and said, I heard you've met the young miss. So, cousin, are you satisfied with this marriage? For you to marry into a good family, I, your younger brother, gave up and put in quite the effort. Chu King turned around, annoyed, and said, I'm very satisfied. I have things to do. I'll go back to my room first. Then, he grabbed Meng Zui's hand, saying, I need to talk to you. Seeing this, she pulled her hand away. Is Meng Zui angry because I said I was very satisfied with the marriage? I was just putting on an act, doesn't she realize that? Interrupting his thoughts, Chu Lan put his arm around Chu King's shoulders and said, I want to visit your room. We're this old and it's the first time we've met. I have a lot to talk to you about, cousin. Which one is your room? Arriving at Chu King's room, Chu Lan immediately locked the door and said with a contemptuous tone, I didn't come to Sin Men to visit poor relatives like you. You better tell me everything related to the dragon. If I'm in a good mood, I might even throw you a few million for pocket money. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu King thought, as soon as he heard the news about the dragon being leaked, this guy came here, as expected, but what the hell is with a few million? Handing out money to beggars. Chu King pretended to ask, what dragon? I don't know, Chu Lan said angrily, stop pretending. You better spill it, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, I'm not the only one from Daidu who came this time. Hearing that, Chu King smiled sinisterly. It seems I'm the only one in Sin Men named Chu King. That's pretty unique, isn't it? This made Chu Lan unconsciously panic. Seeing that, Chu King said, all right, if there's nothing else, you can get out. Chu Lam felt embarrassed and angry. He gathered chi in his hand and said, who the hell are you to tell me to get out? Then he charged forward. Chu King was just casually talking when suddenly Chu Lam lunged at him, intending to attack. Seeing this, Chu King swiftly dodged Chu Lam's weak attack and simultaneously managed to land a punch straight into the arrogant Chu Lam's face. The force of the punch sent him flying. With just that one punch, Chu King understood the extent of that idiot Chu Lam's cultivation. His hand still clenched into a fist. He thought to himself, a late-stage Jindan cultivator, but his foundation is unstable, 80 or 90% sure he used pills to cultivate. At this moment, Chu Lam, having been punched, had fallen flat on his face. One cheek was bruised and swollen, looking quite pathetic. Enraged and boo-foo, he yelled and charged towards Chu King again to attack. He channeled his energy into his hand, expanding it into a giant palm, and lunged straight at Chu King. This move of Chu Lam's was called Golden Sun Palm. Seeing this, instead of dodging in fear, Chu King stood still, his face expressionless. Suddenly, he extended his middle finger. In a blink of an eye, with just one finger, Chu King blocked Chu Lam's attack. Then, Chu King quickly rushed towards Chu Lam, grabbed him by the throat, and pinned him against the wall. But even now, Chu Lam was still arrogant and provocative, taunting Chu King. Ha! Chu King, your cultivation method was definitely taught by your mom, right? Chu Lam yelled like a madman. I bet your mom had to cripple her own cultivation and swear not to pass on her techniques before being allowed to leave the Chu family. Like a whipped dog, and now you dare betray that oath. It seemed Chu Lam's provocations were successful. Now, Chu King was furious, his entire body radiating a thick killing intent. He frowned deeply, gritting out each word. Why did the Chu family treat my mother like that? What mistake did she make? Chu Lam, bold as brass, fearlessly continued to provoke Chu King. That year, your dad, a lowly bastard, climbed into Elder Lu's bed and was caught by your mom. In a fit of rage, she killed Elder Lu. Tell me, wasn't that asking for trouble? Wasn't that courting death? After hearing this, Chu King lost control even more. The hand gripping Chu Lam's throat tightened. Chu King immediately retorted, impossible. My dad wasn't like that. Chu Lam's eyes grew increasingly crazed. He said hypocritically, you're not that stupid. I'll be kind and tell you. That year, your dad was drugged and thrown onto Elder Lu's bed, then your mom was led there and just happened to see it. Wasn't it a great show? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu King's hand tightened even more around Chu Lam's throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Only then did Chu Lam feel fear, but he didn't forget to threaten Chu King. You can't kill me. The Chu family won't let you off. At this point, Chu King regained his composure. He thought things through carefully. This definitely has something to do with that bitch Chu Chingru. But I can only endure for now. If I kill him, I might escape. But what about my parents and sister? Finally, Chu King decided to let Chu Lam go. No longer choked, Chu Lam collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Chu King looked down from above, his eyes filled with contempt. He silently vowed, revenge is a dish best served cold. I'll remember this. Suddenly, Chu King spoke, startling Chu Lam. Weren't you asking me about the dragon? You ancestral worshippers from the imperial capital, excuse my bluntness, are nothing but chickens, but I don't mind telling you, that dragon is in Yunshan Mountain, in Yunjiang. After revealing the information Chu Lam wanted, Chu King suddenly roared, scaring Chu Lam witless, now get out. Or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist strangling you. Hearing this, Chu Lam scurried away like a frightened rat. Several days passed, then came a bright, sunny day. The sun was particularly radiant that day. Chu King, carrying a large bag, walked down the stairs with Meng Zui, who was wearing a rather revealing cheongsam. They stood before Chu Dianan. Chu King spoke first, asking permission for himself and Meng Zui to go out for a few days. Chu Dianan, worried and doting on her children, could only remind them, be careful. Chu King respectfully replied, yes, mother. Then Chu King and Meng Zui turned and left the house. Their aura was like that of warriors about to enter a fierce and crucial battle. Chu King's resolve hardened. For what they did to my parents, I will make the imperial capital Chu family pay 10,000 times over. After bidding farewell to his mother, Meng Zui and Chu King got into a luxury car. As Chu King drove, he said, news of the Azure Jiao has leaked. Many people from the imperial capital have come. Xing Lai and Chu Lam came to find me because of this. Hearing this, Meng Zui became worried. She placed a hand on her pregnant belly and said, "What should we do?" Seeing his wife's anxiety, Chu King placed his hand over hers and reassured her, "Don't worry, no one can catch the Azure Jiao except me. Even if they do, I'll bring back what our child needs." Although comforted by Chu King, Meng Zui was still apprehensive. She softly asked, "Are we going to Yunjiang now?" Chu King, focused on the road, replied, "Let's pick up Shen Shi from the Yi family first." At the same time, the image of a woman appeared in Chu King's mind. "Besides, there's something I need to ask her," he thought. A few minutes later, Chu King and Meng Zui arrived at a large villa. Two young women were waiting for them there. As soon as Chu King and Meng Zui stepped out of the car, Yi Shenxi immediately ran towards them with a joyful expression. She cheered, "You're here. Are we going now?" But Chu King's face darkened like someone owed him 185 billion, radiating a chilling aura in response to Yi Shenxi's excitement. This frightened Yi Shenxi a bit, but actually, Chu King's reaction was because he was looking at the woman behind Yi Shenxi, who remained calm and expressionless. Yi Shenxi, sensing the tension, asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Chu King angrily questioned, "Did you leak the information? You know about the King Zhao, don't you?" Shen Shi and Zhe Yu would never tell, and Xiao Yu wouldn't have said anything initially, much less now. Yi Wan King remained silent, not uttering a word. As time slowly ticked by, a worried Yi Shen Shi anxiously blurted out, "Did the King Zhao news get out?" "You didn't, did you, sis? Tell Chu King it wasn't you." In contrast to Yi Shenxi's panic, Yi Wan King remained calm. She slowly admitted, "It was me." The moment she finished speaking, Chu King lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. Seeing this, a horrified Yi Shenxi rushed to stop him. "Chu King, please don't." Chu King, looking at Yi Shenxi crying and tugging at his sleeve, softened and calmed down. He warned, "I'll spare you for now, but if anything happens to the King Zhao, you'll die with it." With that, he released Yi Wan King and turned away coldly without looking back. Meng Zui's face also darkened with disgust and contempt as she followed Chu King. Now, only Yi Shenxi remained with Yi Wan King. Crying, she helped her sister up, torn between staying with her and following the others. Suddenly, Chu King called out, "Shenxi, get in the car." Yi Shenxi reluctantly climbed into the car, leaving Yi Wan King behind. Yi Wan King watched the car drive away. As it grew smaller and smaller in the distance, she suddenly started laughing. Yi Wan King laughed hysterically, tears suddenly streaming down her face as she looked at a picture of Chu King on her phone. From his school days, the atmosphere in the car was incredibly tense. Yi Shenxi broke the suffocating silence. "Chu King, I'm sorry." Chu King glanced back indifferently and replied, "You don't need to apologize. You're you, your sister is your sister." He then glanced at Meng Zui, who was still lost in melancholy. Chu King reached out and took Meng Zui's hand, comforting her slightly. She looked up at him and gave a small smile. Several hours later, Chu King, Meng Zui, and Yi Shenxi arrived at the foot of Ziyun Mountain. A man and a woman were waiting for them. Upon seeing him, Zhe Yu waved excitedly. Xiao Yu, standing behind him, reassured himself, "No evil deeds, no fear of ghosts knocking. I didn't do it, so I'm not afraid." Zhe Yu approached Chu King and asked about the next plan. "I received news from the imperial capital. The King Zhao Yunjiang news is out. What do we do now?" Seeing Zhe Yu's impatience, Chu King reminded him, "Let's go up the mountain first, then we'll talk." Suddenly, Xiao Yu spoke up, "Wait, I have something to say." Chu King turned and asked, "What is it? What's wrong?" Xiao Yu explained, "A friend from the imperial capital is here. She asked me about the King Zhao. I didn't tell her before, but now that it's out, how about we bring her along? She has a powerful background and strong abilities. We can have her chip in." Intrigued by this beneficial information, Chu King cautiously asked, "Is she trustworthy?" Xiao Yu affirmed, "Her character is absolutely impeccable." Chu King agreed, but knowing he lacked expertise in this area, he pointed behind him and delegated the task to Zhe Yu. "All right, business isn't my thing. Zhe Yu, talk to her." Chu King then left the group. He waved and announced, "I'm going into the shade casting forest to find something. Wait for me outside." A while later, Chu King returned, carrying a long, winding shade casting tree. He arrived just as Zhe Yu and Xiao Yu were talking to someone. The person Zhe Yu and Xiao Yu were chatting with was a blonde woman, hot and beautiful, her whole body radiating a strange sparkle. Sharp-eyed Zhe Yu spotted Chu King returning, so he rushed over and whispered, "Not bad, this girl just dropped 500 million for the entrance fee." Hearing that, Chu King also looked over and silently assessed, this girl is truly extraordinary. Seems like the rich kids from the imperial capital aren't all just grass. After noticing Chu King looking at her, Gong Shu extended her hand for a handshake and introduced herself. So this is Chu King. You can call me a Shu. Shu is in beginning, not Shu is in uncle. I'm not trying to pull rank on you or anything. Chu King shook hands with Gong Shu. At that moment, a familiar feeling stirred within him. This way of talking feels kinda familiar. Suddenly, Gong Shu started teasing him, her eyes glancing seductively at Chu King. You're pretty, way better than those withered melons and rotten apples who think they're all that in the imperial capital. Chu King, dumbfounded, asked, Are you complimenting me? Gong Shu shamelessly replied, Is that not allowed? Chu King, no longer holding back, said frankly, Of course it's allowed. I just thought the next thing you'd say would be, How much for a night with you? Gong Shu burst out laughing at Chu King's silly words. Ha ha, you're funny. So, how much do you charge for a night? Right after Gong Shu finished, two menacing figures appeared behind Chu King. They were Xiao Yu and Meng Zui. Both had darkened faces, glaring daggers at Chu King, making his hair stand on end. To escape the situation, Chu King turned to talk to Zai Yu. Handing over the bamboo pole he was carrying, he said, Make another bamboo raft and we can set off. Zai Yu took the heavy bamboo pole, puzzled. If you only need 2 of these, we didn't need to go through all this trouble. I could have someone prepare 1,000 for you within a day. Suddenly, Gong Shu pressed her chest against Zai Yu's back and scolded, Then you're truly blind. Are the Zai family's golden eyes just for decoration? Gong Shu's scolding infuriated Zai Yu. He turned to glare at her, but Gong Shu used some unknown technique, causing his eyes to sting intensely. He immediately dropped the bamboo pole and clutched his face, yelling, Ouch! After attacking Zai Yu, Gong Shu sneered arrogantly, Your Zai family's golden eyes are just for peeping, huh? Despite seeing Zai Yu injured, Chu King remained unsympathetic. Hurry up and prepare the raft, make it sturdy. At that moment, Zai Yu looked down at the bamboo pole Chu King was holding. A blinding light suddenly radiated from the bamboo, so bright that Zai Yu felt momentarily blinded. Then, Zai Yu suddenly collapsed. Luckily, Yi Shenxi was nearby and rushed over to catch him. She asked worriedly, What's wrong? Zai Yu's face was pale, dark circles appearing under his eyes. He reassured Yi Shenxi, It's nothing. Let's go prepare the raft. Meng Zui also spoke up, I'll help too. Chu King nodded in agreement. Now, only Chu King and Gong Shu remained. At this moment, Gong Shu started her antics again. She reached out her hand and said, This bamboo of yours is pretty good. But Chu King quickly pulled the bamboo away from Gong Shu's hand. He glanced behind him and warned, This isn't something you can just touch. Despite Chu King's serious and intimidating look, Gong Shu continued shamelessly, The bamboo in your hand, or something of yours. Exasperated by Gong Shu's shamelessness, Chu King sighed, Do all women in this world have to be this flamboyant? He decided to test her. So, you're letting me touch? Gong Shu puffed out her ample chest, suddenly surrounded by rose petals and sparkling lights. She said flirtatiously, Of course, anything goes. Chu King's face darkened. Speechless, seeing his silence, Gong Shu suddenly lunged forward to touch his head, but Chu King quickly dodged. Gong Shu praised, You're not too arrogant, huh? Chu King replied while dodging, Me, arrogant? I'm the picture of humility. Gong Shu continued her taunts. Didn't someone tell Chu Lan to relay a message to us rich kids, calling us trash? Hearing this, Chu King felt guilty. I did say that. Why aren't you with them? What are you doing here? At this point, Gong Shu revealed her intentions. Because compared to that dragon, I'm more interested in you. I know more about you than you know. For example, you're Chu Lan's cousin. For example, the imperial capital Chu family once expelled their heir. Hearing this, Chu King was startled. So, you're a Gong. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu King swung the bamboo pole at Gong Shu. Thankfully, Gong Shu was quick on her feet and pretty skilled in martial arts, so she dodged it just in time. After dodging Chu King's surprise attack, Gong Shu said, wiping away some sweat, I'm not here to fight you. Besides, you're armed, it's not a fair fight. You're pretty smart, I'm kinda starting to like you. Sadly, before Gong Shu could finish, Chu King cut her off. A menacing aura radiated from him. He frowned and said, Sadly, you were originally supposed to be betrothed to me, but somehow it became Gong Yue, just like how Gong Yue was supposed to be betrothed to Chu Lam, but somehow it became me. Gong Shu, standing up after dodging Chu King's attack, waved her hand dismissively. Don't compare me to Chu Lam, that's insulting, I'm nothing like him. I genuinely consider Gong Yue my sister. Suddenly, Chu King chuckled and replied, right, the fact that Gong Yue's talent was stolen probably has nothing to do with you, huh? Gong Shu's eyes widened at his words. A guilty look flashed across her face. Suddenly, she channeled all her strength into her fist and charged towards Chu King. Because Gong Shu's attack was so swift, Chu King couldn't dodge it in time and had to block her fist with both arms. From this attack, Chu King silently assessed such terrifying martial arts cultivation. Such terrifying talent. She's the one who stole Gong Yue's talent. Chu King suddenly counterattacked, his entire body radiating a fearsome power, like a sword attack from Dragon Ball Z. Gong Shu was sent flying. The moment she landed safely, Chu King charged at her with a powerful punch. A loud boom echoed. Compared to Gong Shu's previous punch, which Chu King had to block with both arms, Gong Shu easily blocked Chu King's punch with just one hand. This made Chu King's face pale. This crazy woman, Gong Shu, has at least broken through to the Huajing realm. Plus, her foundation is solid. I can't beat her. The moment Chu King's guard was down, Gong Shu seized the opportunity and pushed him away. Chu King flipped in the air before landing, but in this critical moment, Gong Shu, while casually shaking the hand that had just blocked his attack, said regretfully, I don't want to fight anymore. This is too much fun, I can't bear to kill you. Then, she added, puzzled, you and Gong Yue have only met a few times, right? And you just cheated on her, yet you're risking your life to protect her. Relationships are truly confusing, Chu King replied without hesitation or guilt. None of your business. While wiping his sweat, he thought to himself, Gong Shu is Gong Yue's enemy, Xiao Wu is Gong Yue's confidant, but she's on good terms with Gong Shu. Seeing Chu King lost in thought, Gong Shu warned, don't try to guess what's going on between me and Gong Yue. It's not as simple as you think. Then, placing a hand on his shoulder, she continued, let me tell you something. There are over 30 people from the imperial capital, excluding the cannon fodder. There are 3 truly dangerous ones. 2 of them, even I'm wary of. The most noble one is Dai Tai, the daughter of the 6th king. Her strength is average, but she has plenty of magical treasures, so, she's not the strongest, but definitely the most troublesome. There's also Ji Fei, the youngest daughter of the Grand General, the strongest fighter among them. She fights like a maniac, everyone avoids her. I don't want to be around her either. There's another one, not that strong, but very skilled. Her family has served as directors of the Calm Thien Observatory and imperial advisors for generations, specializing in feng shui and fortune-telling. You can call her Yan Yu. She's not actually mute, she just doesn't like to talk. Gong Shu continued to fill Chu King in. So, don't think they're just cluelessly wandering around Yunshan. Otherwise, if you keep wasting your energy like this, we might not even get to the dragon dung. Chu King remained silent. A few minutes later, Zhe Yu and the others arrived, carrying a bamboo raft. Zhe Yu announced, the raft is ready. Upon seeing this, Chu King immediately declared, all right, let's go to Yunjiang. Several hours had passed since they boarded the raft, and night had fallen over the vast mountains and forests. The river flowed downstream towards the plains, but Chu King's raft was going against the current. At this moment, Chu King was standing at the front of the raft, holding a bamboo pole as if fishing for something. Zhe Yu, seeing this, asked, are you fishing for dragons? Chu King didn't bother explaining. Just assume I am. Seeing Chu King acting like he was crazy, Zhe Yu asked in bewilderment, are we just going upstream like this? Are dragons upstream? Chu King replied indifferently. I don't know. Meng Zui, sitting beside Chu King, looked at him and asked, then why are we going upstream? Finally, Chu King explained, only by going upstream can I find the Azure Flood Dragon. It's a long story. Anyway, I'll make sure everyone finds the Azure Flood Dragon. They continued paddling all night until dawn, the sun peeking over the high mountains. By this time, the women on the raft were so exhausted that their arms were trembling, and they were gasping for air. Zhe Yu, being a man, didn't have to paddle, but he still had the conscience to remind Chu King, everyone's been paddling all night. I'm tired just watching. How much longer do we have to paddle? Zhe Yu, seeing the women so tired that their hands were shaking and looking like they couldn't paddle anymore, felt compelled to remind Chu King again, everyone's been paddling all night, everyone is exhausted. How much longer do we have to keep paddling? Instead of showing concern, Chu King casually replied, I don't know. Because of this vague answer, Zhe Yu became suspicious. Dude, you've always been reliable, why are you so unreliable now? The 4 women on the raft overheard and popped their heads in, nodding in agreement. Agreeing with Zhe Yu, Chu King felt looked down upon and angrily turned around, yelling, I'm plenty reliable. If you guys had someone unreliable, you would have lost your minds ages ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Chu Lam collapsed on the ground, panting like a dog. His face was pale with exhaustion. He thought fearfully, we've been walking for a day and a night. Everyone's exhausted. How much longer do we have to walk? At this point, the three girls Gong Shu was most wary of were also worn out from walking. Dai Tai spoke with difficulty, good sister, this Yunjiang is so long, are we just going to keep walking upstream? Although Dai Tai and Ji Fei were exhausted from the long walk, Zi Nui, who looked so small, seemed relatively unaffected. Zi Nui calmly answered Dai Tai's question, hearing Zi Nui's soft as a feather yet heavy as a mountain reply. Both Dai Tai and Ji Fei exchanged bewildered looks, speechless. Near the upper reaches of the river, Chu King's group on their raft was far ahead of the group of Capital's second generation walking through the forest. Chu King's group continued to move forward on their raft, the women groaning in misery. Only Zhe Yu and Chu King were comfortably seated on the raft. Chu King held a bamboo pole like a fishing rod. Suddenly, there was a movement from the water, the bamboo pole bending like a shrimp. Seeing such a large commotion, Zhe Yu excitedly rushed over. So, are we there yet? Where's the dragon? Where's the dragon? As Chu King pulled the bamboo pole from the water, it gradually became transparent. At this moment, Chu King uttered a sentence that made everyone on the raft collapse. Turn around, the dragon's downstream. So Chu King's bamboo raft turned around and headed downstream as instructed. Meng Zui, sitting next to Chu King, saw him sharpening the end of the bamboo pole and asked curiously, is it because the fried bamboo changed color that we're turning around? Chu King, focused on sharpening the bamboo, simply replied, yes. Hearing this, Zhe Yu immediately asked, why? After sharpening the bamboo pole, Chu King threw one end into the water and then explained, this purple bamboo is born from the qi of this entire mountain. The azure jiao is nurtured by the qi of Yunjiang. Using the bamboo's qi to probe the qi of Yunjiang, we don't have to worry about not finding the azure jiao. At this time, the group of second generations, walking according to Zi Nui's compass, suddenly saw the compass needle spin 90 degrees in the opposite direction. Zi Nui had already noticed this, so she looked back and calmly announced to the group, go downstream. Because of such unexpected information, the others yelled, what? They wailed in misery, are you sure? Is this real? We've worked so hard to get up here. Now we have to go back. While Dai Tai hugged Zi Nui and sobbed, Ji Fei clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself from thinking, hit Dai Tai. Even if the princes and princesses get scolded by the empress, provoking this mute girl won't end well. Our whole family will be cursed. Dai Tai continued to complain to Zi Nui, hey, sister, say something. It wasn't easy for everyone to walk this far, the 2 pairs of shoes you gave me are already worn out. The sister Dai Tai was referring to was the empress. Seeing Dai Tai clinging to her, Zi Nui quickly said, sister, it isn't wrong. Hearing this, Dai Tai immediately turned around and announced to everyone, did you hear? She said she's not wrong. If anyone disagrees, leave now. If you want to come, shut up. Finding a dragon isn't that easy. Besides, Chu King spread rumors about wanting to catch the dragon and called us trash. It's ridiculous. We'll not only find the dragon but also step on Chu King. Hearing Dai Tai's encouraging words, everyone's spirits were lifted, and they shouted in unison, all right. Chu King's raft continued to drift downstream from near the upper reaches. Chu King used black bamboo to fish, while Zhe Yu leisurely fished, saying cheerfully, when we went upstream, we were so busy rowing that we couldn't enjoy the scenery properly. Zhe Yu sat comfortably and happily fished. Seeing Zhe Yu with picnic supplies, Chu King frowned and criticized, said it was a fishing rod, but he even brought this guy along. Did you come here for sightseeing? Meng Zui asked Chu King, will those guys find the azure jiao before us? Chu King calmly replied, no. Li Huangni's face darkened and became melancholic as she watched Meng Zui sit intimately next to Chu King. Gong Shu, seeing Li Huangni's sadness, crossed her arms, leaned back against a bag, and asked, you like Chu King too? Li Huangni glared at Gong Shu unhappily and said, we're not that close, are we? Gong Shu just wanted to tease Li Huangni. She leaned forward and said with a smirk, I know you like him, and that Meng Zui girl likes him too, but it's useless. Chu King has an engagement with my younger sister, none of you can be with him. Li Huangni closed her eyes and frowned angrily upon hearing Gong Shu's words. I don't need to ask him to know that what you're saying is fake. He's already married. Gong Shu was a bit surprised by Li Huangni's words and deliberately asked again, he's married? No way, he clearly has an engagement. Married to who? Li Huangni frowned and said angrily to Meng Zui, I've seen the marriage certificate. Gong Shu's face darkened as she thought angrily, no wonder they're always sticking together. Chu King, was he forced by that woman? Good, even someone the Gong family has their eyes on he dares to touch. Tired of living, is he? Gong Shu radiated a strong spiritual aura. She assumed a fighting stance and glared angrily at Meng Zui. Gong Shu charged forward. Chu King and Meng Zui noticed her. Chu King quickly shielded Meng Zui and caught Gong Shu's fist. Gong Shu's fist was too strong. Chu King couldn't completely withstand it and was knocked back. Chu King quickly and cleverly plunged the black bamboo into the stream bed, then used it as a lever to propel himself back towards the raft. Seeing Meng Zui about to fall, Chu King swiftly caught her and landed lightly on the raft, then angrily yelled, "Are you crazy?" Gong Shu, still feeling completely justified, pointed at Meng Zui and said, "Me, crazy? This woman dares to steal the Gong family's man. Does she think the Gong family has no one left?" Chu King stood up straight, not understanding what Gong Shu was saying. He angrily asked, "What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly." Gong Shu furiously pointed and shouted, "Did she force you to marry her?" Chu King laughed and said, "You're talking about this? We're already married, but she didn't force me, I wanted to marry her. If you have a problem, direct it at me." Meng Zui blushed and looked at Chu King with a dazed expression. "Thinking clearly I forced him." Gong Shu was so angry she could only sputter. She radiated a deadly aura, frowned at Chu King and said, "I thought you were different from Chu Lan. But now it seems you're all the same." Chu King frowned angrily and retorted, "What the hell do you know? Both Gong Yue and I disagreed with that marriage contract. A thief like you has the nerve to talk about me." Gong Shu, unable to hold back her anger any longer, yelled, "What the hell do you know? You're like a blind man touching an elephant, thinking you know everything. It's laughable. I'm indebted to Yue, so I won't allow anyone to harm her. Betray her, including you." Seeing things getting out of hand, Zai hurriedly rushed over to intervene, saying, "Everyone, calm down. Peace breeds prosperity, can't we sit down and talk things through?" Gong Shu's face darkened, and she angrily snapped, "I don't want prosperity." "Shut up." Zai flinched back in fear. Chu King, still trying to remain calm, said, "We can talk later. If you don't agree, leave the boat now. If you want to fight, I guarantee you won't gain anything from it." Zai looked at Chu King with pleading eyes. Gong Shu frowned. Though angry, she tried to calm down and said, "I bought a ticket for this boat. You don't have the right to kick me off. Since you mentioned it, we'll talk about that later, but there's one thing I need to ask clearly. What do you take the marriage contract between the Gong and Chu families for?" Chu King scoffed, "Marriage contract? I threw it in the trash. By now, who knows who's used it to wipe their ass. So, whatever it is, you can figure it out yourself." Gong Shu, pointing directly at Chu King, furiously yelled, "Good, you're good. Just wait until the Gong family comes looking for you. When you can't produce the marriage contract, just wait for the wrath of both the Gong and Chu families." Chu King calmly replied, "Sure, fine." Gong Shu fumed, letting out an angry huff. Zai stared blankly as the two argued. Meng Zui approached Chu King and whispered, "That marriage contract, is it really gone?" Chu King, his expression unchanging, said, "I really threw it in the trash." Meng Zui looked at Chu King helplessly, still fuming. Gong Shu overheard Chu King and sarcastically remarked, "Then you're dead meat." Chu King frowned and said with a smile, "You're saying someone will come to kill me?" Chu and Lan, Gong Shu, not joking, laughed and said, "Ha ha. You're worthy of even saying Madame Chu's name. Wait until you fall into her hands, and then I'll see how you cry." Chu King, completely unconcerned, said with a deadpan expression, "Of course I'd cry with my eyes open. Would I cry with them closed?" Gong Shu angrily gritted her teeth and yelled, "If I say another word to you, I'll be a dog." Chu King's boat continued to drift. Chu King returned to his original spot, sitting with Meng Zui. Gong Shu sat at the back to avoid him. Li Huangni pondered, thinking, even the marriage contract with the Gong family he ignores. It seems he really loves Meng Zui. Zai looked at Chu King, frowning and thinking, Chu King disregarding the marriage contract and marrying the girl he loves is an example for me, but I still think he likes Yi Shenxi. And Xiao secretly thought differently. The Gong and Chu families won't be so easy to fool. Suddenly Chu King noticed something in the water and pulled out the black bamboo. Seeing this, Zai approached and used his golden pupils to look down into the mystically green-colored water. Zai asked, "What's this?" Chu King turned around and asked, "Anyone good at swimming?" Hearing Chu King's question, Zai, a little excitedly, pointed at himself and said, "Me. I'm a good swimmer. I can hold my breath underwater for over 10 minutes at a time." Chu King looked at Zai expressionlessly, thinking, this place is crawling with martial artists, is there anyone not stronger than you? But Chu King still said, alright, there's something in the water, go fetch it. Zayu immediately knew he'd dug his own grave with his big mouth. He looked down at the cold water and started, no way, I'm, so allergic to water. Seriously allergic. It's not good, I'm dizzy, I'm gonna fall. As he spoke, he dramatically swayed back and forth like a tree about to topple over. Then weakly sat down on the edge of the boat. Gongshu, finding him utterly irritating, couldn't stand his pathetic act any longer and kicked him off the boat. If you can't get that thing, don't bother coming back up. Zayu only managed a pitiful yelp before plummeting into the water. Argue with anyone, but don't argue with a woman, especially a pissed-off woman, got it? She's way out of my league. After a while searching, Zayu surfaced, holding a few shells. There's only this down there. Seeing the useless shells Zayu had dug up, Gongshu hit him a few times. While Zayu was signaling for help, Chu King discovered that these glowing shells were treasures, and told Zayu to go back down and get them all, as there were more. After a long time, Zayu dredged up a lot of shells. What now, Chu King? Zayu innocently asked. Chu King casually replied, we could stir-fry them, or make porridge, or try some other delicious recipe. Yi Shenshi wondered, why make Zayu go through all that trouble just to eat them? Why not? Chu King calmly replied to her question, Zayu is not only a great swimmer, but also an excellent cook. He then volunteered to cook everyone a plate of steamed shells. Awesome. You bring everything with you. So amazing. Praised by Shenshi, Zayu proudly boasted that his supplies could last for months, and didn't forget to entice them with his cooking. He casually flaked that he had trained in cooking and was only a little worse than a 5-star chef. Shu Gong and Yue Gong looked at Zayu's finished dish with apprehension. Is his food actually edible? Yi Shenshi was the first brave soul to try it. Initially hesitant, she chewed the food and exclaimed, delicious. Shu Gong and Yue Gong, reassured, happily picked up the chopsticks. As they reached for the plate, Zayu stopped them and demanded payment. I caught the shells, I cooked them. You wanna eat? Gotta follow my rules, 1 shell, 1,000, cash only, first come, first served. Shu Gong's face changed. What? Extorting me, Zayu? Zayu, naturally terrified by her demonic, about to eat him alive expression, whimpered, we can just split it evenly, right? Fair and square. As she spoke, Shu Gong and Yue Gong suddenly reacted strangely. They sat in a meditative posture to maintain balance and regulate their energy. While everyone else was fine, Zayu, with his weak body, couldn't handle the spiritual energy of the Yunjiang River emanating from the shells he collected, and started bleeding from his nose. As for Meng Zui, because her body contained innate dragon energy, eating them would cause a conflict, so she shouldn't eat them. After Chu King explained, Meng Zui asked, what about you? Chu King replied, I don't need to, I don't have to eat those shells. Zayu's expression changed dramatically, his eyes suddenly glowing, my golden eye has broken through. He then turned to Chu King, wanting to hold the purple bamboo shoot because it would supposedly turn white, a sign of good fortune. Chu King was exasperated. Are you sure you want to hold it? What if a dragon suddenly appears from the water and swallows you whole? This childish scare tactic still made Zayu hesitant. Really? Does the purple bamboo have a close relationship with the spiritual energy of Zifeng Peak? And underwater, it's the spiritual energy of Yunjiang. You can't handle it. Besides me, only Meng Zui and Shu Gong can. Meng Zui can't, and I don't trust Shu Gong. Chu King outwardly threatened Zayu, but inwardly knew he couldn't handle it, and neither could Meng Zui or Shu Gong be trusted with it. Lost in thought, Chu King was interrupted by Zayu. So, lift the bamboo shoot and let me see if it's white yet. The fact that the bamboo hadn't turned white also made Chu King suspicious. The place where the purple bamboo shoot turns white is a key point of the Yunjiang spiritual energy. Logically, as the master of Yunjiang, that king family should have appeared by now, right? While Chu King's group was at sea, Zi Nui's group on shore was heading towards the forest. Suddenly, Zi Nui stopped. ZG, what's wrong? Zi Nui cursed under her breath. Chu King, that lunatic, keeps hogging all the spiritual energy of Yunjiang. Let me see how miserably you die. Zayu, meanwhile, kept rambling about the bamboo shoot, asking if it was white yet. Annoyed, Chu King replied, it's white. Having confirmed the location when the purple bamboo shoot glowed, Zayu was excited. Stop, stop, I'm going down. No longer cowardly, he was about to jump into the water again when Shu Gong grabbed his collar and yanked him back. I'll go. She then plunged into the water. and quickly brought up a beautiful, glistening golden turtle. Back on shore, she asked, "Why doesn't Gongze stew it?" He sympathized with his golden-shelled friend. "It's not easy to grow this big, and besides, it's pretty to look at. Keeping it at home would be so much better." Shu Gong mused, then turned serious. "Look, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. You gotta stew this thing. Name your price. No funny business. I know you're a businessman, right? Food is the foundation of life. No money, no food." Zaiyu, finding this reasonable, replied, "All right, we'll all get a share then." After Shu Gong confirmed, Zaiyu inquired about the price of her culinary expertise. Shu Gong casually stated, 20,000. Zaiyu, considering his own business acumen and her impressive cooking skills, thought, only 20,000. He feigned annoyance. "Ugh, I'm sleepy, gotta sleep. Figure it out yourself, 200,000. Deal." Zaiyu's eyes lit up, happily agreeing to Shu Gong's revised price. "Daddy's stew is ready. Come and get it." After they finished their meal, they started circulating their lianqi. Chu King observed the four of them. "After tonight, Shu Gong's cultivation will advance again, while Gong Yue's, well, that's just life." As the night deepened and the four, including Zaiyu, were sound asleep, Chu King and Meng Zui were lost in thought. At the bow of the boat, "Is this baby's timing bad?" Chu King asked, surprised by Meng Zui's sudden question. "Why do you ask?" Meng Zui abruptly pulled his hand, which was resting on the bamboo flute, closer. His palm was a mess of flesh and blood, a shockingly bright red that made her heart ache. Tears welled up in Meng Zui's eyes. "This dragon-seeking trip isn't as peaceful as it seems. What were those things that boosted everyone's cultivation? What have you been through?" Unlike Meng Zui, Chu King treated it as a minor injury. He was preoccupied with something else. "Their cultivation increased because they absorbed Yun Jiang's luck, while I was backlashed by it. But stealing Yun Jiang's luck is also the way to force King Zhao to appear." Meng Zui was determined to return, but Chu King gently wiped away her tears and said, "No, we're not going back. Now that we're here, we might encounter King Zhao soon." Knowing Chu King's stubbornness, Meng Zui used her internal energy to try and expel the baby. She intended to abort their child. Chu King stopped her just in time. "What are you doing?" he yelled, waking everyone on the boat. "What's wrong? What happened?" He reassured everyone, then turned to Meng Zui, who was trembling uncontrollably. He approached her and comforted her. "Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Besides, this is your child, and mine too. I won't let you hurt it." Chu King pleaded softly, "I'm very tired right now. Please don't distract me anymore, okay?" Meng Zui was silent for a moment, then suddenly embraced him and bit his lip, making him gasp. She must have been holding back a lot to do that. Meng Zui leaned against him wearily, thinking, he's risking his life for this unexpected child. I'm not sure I could do the same. The two lovers sat on the deck, whispering like a small family. Chu King, despite his exhaustion, was happy, a smile playing on his lips. "Although I'm very tired, it doesn't feel bad. I always felt like something was missing in the immortal realm, but now I think I've found it. It's warmth." Shu Gong suddenly spoke from behind. "Chu King, I've broken through to the Hua realm." Shu Gong spoke seriously. "Today, my Gong family has witnessed the youngest Hua realm cultivator in our history. This will bolster our strength, preventing decline for the next 300 years. Thank you, I owe you one." Shu Gong added that she would also take care of the arranged marriage between their families, free of charge and not counting towards the favor. "Both sides are competing to represent you too, so they've asked me to take your place." As soon as I picked it up, I started sweating buckets. This black bamboo flute is that heavy. How could Chu King hold it for 3 days straight without sleep? Is he even human? Chu King and Meng Zui, utterly exhausted, quickly fell asleep. The next morning, as dawn broke and everyone on the boat woke up full of energy, Shu Gong's body was completely drained by the black bamboo flute, not a single drop left. While everyone was still asleep, the boat suddenly rocked violently. There was clearly nothing in front of them, yet it felt like they had hit something. Chu King immediately opened his eyes. The boat was tilted vertically with the waves, and everyone was thrown forward. What's happening? Are we capsizing again? Shu Gong was trying to regain control of the boat, but her efforts seemed to make things worse. Water spouts erupted from the surface. What's going on? Chu King couldn't just stand by and watch. He joined forces with Shu Gong to stabilize the boat. Up ahead's a whirlpool. Whirlpools are super dangerous for boats, you know. Sailors always avoid deep waters with strong swirls like that. Getting sucked in is a real death sentence. Gong Shu and her martial aura kept fighting against it. Chu King yelled out an order to Gong Shu. Gongshu used all her internal energy to control the Xiaoyu boat. Since she couldn't control her own gravity, she suddenly fell and crashed into Gongshu. Dude was such a scaredy cat, he clung to Gongshu like a little baby. Just wait till this is over, I'm gonna. Before she could finish, Gongshu, wanting to stay safe, pushed Xiaoyu away and got sucked down by a powerful force. Gongshu, Xiaoyu, poor little carp, eaten alive. Xiaoyu started, wanting to buy the carp back. Alright, we can negotiate the price. Gongshu's attitude was totally vengeful. Chu King stepped in and suggested, how about this, Xiaoyu pays Gongshu back for the boat, and the carp is yours, fair deal. You did prepare all the dragon catching gear, after all. Gongshu wasn't about to haggle with Xiaoyu over pocket change, so she said generously, I was just kidding him, money spent is money spent. This lady never asks for refunds, the fish belongs to Xiaoyu, from now on, I'm just here to help, any benefits belong to everyone. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up like car headlights, and he planted a quick kiss on Gongshu's cheek. I'm gonna die of laughter. The group finally reached Sin Men. After days of hardship, Chu King spoke up, everyone off the boat, except Gongshu. Why? Everyone was surprised by Chu King's request. Chu King then seriously analyzed, we've practically scooped up all of Yunjiang's foundation, the Azure Jiao, being the master of Yunjiang, hasn't shown up, meaning something's happened. If we go further, who knows what'll happen? I can't say for sure. Wanting to ensure everyone's safety, he suggested they turn back, but Meng Sui was the first to object to his proposal, along with Yi Shenxi. I'm going with you too. Zi Nui sat on a rock, thinking about Chu King's group. Yunjiang's qi is ridiculously powerful, overflowing, even I only dared to travel by mountain, not by river, yet this Chu King has plundered Yunjiang's qi over and over again. And he's still alive. Wait a minute, at this moment, Dai Tai ran over. What is it, Sister Nui? The only Hua Jing expert in Sin Men is Xing Lai, there's no way she'd be messing around with Chu King. Zi Nui thought of Gongshu, could it be her? Dai Tai also voiced his doubts, you mean Gongshu? No way, she has some talent, but reaching Hua Jing at her age just doesn't make sense. At this point, Zi Nui gave the order, launch the boats. Since Chu Ming had already cleared the path, they weren't affected by Yunjiang's retaliatory qi. She wanted to chase after Chu King's group at Shenshan Gorge. The path ahead is getting narrower, the current stronger. Are we really going in there? Xiaoyu asked nervously. Seeing the situation ahead, Chu King calmly replied, no need. He alone dashed towards the deep water to clear the path. Chu King's action stunned Dai Tai into exclaiming. The person behind him was equally shocked. No, I don't believe it, that's not Chu King. Definitely not, Zi Nui corrected him at this point. That is Chu King, he's using the dragon seal technique to summon the Zayfish. Either Ching'er is dead or captured, otherwise, this Zayfish couldn't transform into a chi beast. It hasn't fully evolved yet, it's at its weakest. The people on the other side thought Chu King had summoned a dragon, so they rushed forward without hesitation. Gongshu, seeing this, wasn't going to be outdone. We found it first, Chu King. Seeing this greedy bunch approaching, she immediately sealed it away, forcing everyone to cover their ears from the loud noise. As soon as Chu King landed, Gongshu asked, why did you intentionally let it go? Why not? Don't forget, the Azure Jiao has lost its qi, and we've already taken more than half of Yunjiang's. If something happens to this fish, Yunjiang will overflow. Then there'll be floods everywhere, countless casualties. And no one will be able to handle it. Hearing this, Gongshu blamed herself for not considering the consequences and only thinking about the immediate benefits. Dai Tai stepped forward arrogantly and ordered, you're Chu King, right? Kneel before this princess. He angrily berated Chu King for letting the dragon go. Didn't he say we were the villains? Now he dares to let the dragon escape. How about we fight it out and then talk? Everyone knows that even though the empire has an empress, the kneeling ritual has long been abolished. She's intentionally humiliating Chu King. Chu King didn't hesitate. Fine, let's see if you can handle it. Everyone tried to stop him, but he remained calm, even reassuring Shen Shi and Meng Zui. Chu King used his own Qian to perform a ceremonial bow to Dai Tai. Zi Nui knew the situation was tense. This powerful Qian seemed able to rival even Yunjiang. Dai Tai couldn't withstand it at all. Knowing this, Zi Nui rushed forward, shielding Dai Tai and taking Chu King's attack. But Chu King's Qian was too immense, overwhelming Zi Nui and sending both her and Dai Tai flying, plastered against a tree. Having taken the hit, Zi Nui was seriously injured. Sister Nui, Dai Tai was still panicking. checking on Zi Nui when another girl charged forward, seeking revenge. She aimed a fist at Chu King. Just then, Gong Si flew in from the side and kicked her away with a single blow, scolding her for not knowing her place. So unfair. Hua realm. Just a few days ago, we were evenly matched. She gasped, still reeling from Gong Si's attack. Since they were all from the same world, Chu King showed mercy, sparing their lives. I'm letting you live. You've seen Yun Jiang's power. If there's nothing else, leave. Since Zi Nui's group was defeated, they couldn't fight back. Faced with Chu King's words, they had no choice but to comply. Chu Lam emerged from the bushes, still in disbelief. He's not Chu King. He stepped on the imperial consort to be. How can I possibly bring him down now? He's not him, he's not him, he's not him, he muttered, descending into crazed laughter. Having exerted all of his Yun Jiang power, Chu King stumbled and collapsed. Chu King and his group rested by the river, amidst the flickering firelight. Seeing what had transpired earlier, Yi Shenxi blurted out, "What do we do now?" Gong Si explained, "The azure Jiao is gone. The black Jiao can't be touched, even if Dai Tai, the Empress, petitions, no one is allowed to touch it." Thus, their journey had reached its end. After so many days of hardship, Zhe Yu suggested they return. At least they'd seen a dragon. It wasn't a total waste. Hearing their intentions to leave, Meng Zui declared she wasn't going back. Just then, Chu King stirred from his exhaustion. He sat up, took Meng Zui's hand, and comforted her. "Don't worry, we're not at a dead end yet." He wanted to enter the mountains to search for the dragon's lair and extended the invitation to the others. "Zhe Yu, want to come along?" Everyone was excited at the mention of the dragon's lair. It's said the dragon's lair isn't usually in the river, but in the nearby mountains. But there are so many mountains, how will we find it? Chu King reassured them, "Of course I have a way. Get a good rest tonight, we'll set off tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhe Yu knew it was playtime, time to distress. He pulled out some bottles of alcohol and shouted, "Let's loosen up tonight, everyone. Let's go." Zhe Yu was like a walking convenience store, carrying everything from land and sea, wholesome or indulgent, kitchen utensils to household items. "Dude, why do you have everything? Are you planning on camping out here?" After feasting and drinking, everyone found a place to rest. Chu King walked over, covered Meng Zui with a blanket, and couldn't help but sigh. Gong Si, rarely seeing him like this, asked, "You sigh too?" Both carrying their own burdens, Gong Si suggested they take a walk to clear their heads. They walked to a spot by the river bathed in bright moonlight, seemingly washing away all worldly worries. "What are you really looking for the azure Jiao for? You don't seem like the type to value an azure Jiao, much less expend so much effort for one." Gong Si voiced her thoughts on Chu King's motives. Chu King finally explained, "A long time ago, do you know about Xiantian Dragon Qi? I captured that azure Jiao a while back and extracted its Xiantian Dragon Qi. But Meng Zui stole it. We weren't together then, we went through a lot before we got together. Later, I found out that having the Xiantian Dragon Qi didn't increase her cultivation, it caused problems with her body. The reason for Meng Zui's condition was the Xiantian Dragon Qi, so Chu King wanted to find the azure Jiao to obtain its Ban Sheng Ji Wu, life half artifact, to save her." Gong Si was moved by the couple's difficult journey. For a moment, Gong Si felt a flutter of affection for Chu King. She blushed. "What? Don't tell me you're falling for me." Feeling flustered, Gong Si quickly denied it, making Chu King breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing him clutch his chest as if calming a fright, Gong Si became indignant. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm ugly or not good enough for you?" She thought Chu King was devoted, but he admitted to having no immunity to women. Gong Shu boldly leaped forward for a hug. Hey, have you broken through your limits yet?" When the two returned to the group, everyone was already asleep. Chu King grumbled, "Women in this world, all flirts, then they run away without taking responsibility." Meng Zui smelled something fishy but kept quiet. "Dad, what are you doing?" Yi Shenxi asked curiously, as Chu King was tying something to a bamboo shoot, King Zhao's dragon whisker, used to find the King Zhao's lair. As soon as he finished tying the whisker, it emitted a light, pointing in one direction. "We're going that way," Shenxi asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Chu King explained, "The direction the whisker points is the Wu Zhao's lair. It and the King Zhao are both overlords of the Yunjiang. One mountain can't have two tigers, so the King Zhao's lair must be in the opposite direction." Everyone set off again, going deeper into the forest in the direction opposite to where the whisker pointed. Midway, Chu King stepped on a trap. "Everyone be careful," as Chu King briefly examined the arrow launched from the trap he'd triggered. This arrow could at least injure a 3rd or 4th grade Wu realm martial artist. Definitely not set by wild beasts. Because of the trap, everyone had their own thoughts. In this deep mountain forest, someone actually lives here. Zayu, however, felt, this dangerous place, only savages live here, not normal people. Do they eat people? Seeing Zayu's wild imagination, Gongshu quipped. Your imagination is so rich. It's a shame you don't write novels. While everyone was chattering, Chu King discovered a pool of blood not far ahead. Everyone seriously analyzed the situation. The poison this person was hit with is most likely the same as on the arrow just now. In this forest, besides us, there are 2 other groups. Going deeper into where the blood was found, Chu King's group discovered a body on the green grass. This person has nothing on him to identify who they are. Meng Zui seemed to know the identity of the body lying there, judging by their clothing. Them, what are they doing here? Not only Meng Zui, Gongshu also recognized the person, but the expression on her face was caught by Chu King. Seeing her expression, he thought, does she know something? Zayu, determined not to linger, quickly urged him to leave. On the way, Chu King pressed Gongshu about the identity of the person in Hanfu. About that girl in Hanfu, you know something, don't you? Since Gongshu couldn't reveal anything, she hinted at the power of the girl in Hanfu. Even someone like Gongshu couldn't speak freely, clearly showing that the girl's power was not to be underestimated. After Chu King's group left, another group arrived and burned the body. Chu King's group was struggling, facing countless traps. The traps are getting more and more numerous, indicating that we're approaching the place where the other 2 groups clashed. The person who set the traps and the female corpse in Hanfu are 2 different groups. Their intention was to find the dragon's nest, but they'd stumbled into this mess. Could they be related to the dragon's nest? While they were thinking and discussing, Zayu was pulled in the opposite direction by a tree branch. Having never seen a woman save a handsome man, Gongshu was the first to notice and rescued Zayu in time. Everyone, be careful. Following that, dozens of branches targeted them. Chu King created a barrier to temporarily protect everyone. Gongshu, Zayu, quickly get in here. Chu King explained, this is wood attribute magic. The one casting it is a cultivator, a wood element cultivator who likes to hide in the foliage. Merging with the trees, Chu King scanned the area and found a point emitting light. Stay here, don't move. He then flew towards the light source. And pulled out a woman. In this world, a woman's meridians absolutely can't withstand spiritual energy, can't cultivate. Though he thought that, he didn't show any mercy, throwing her down. As soon as she landed, she asked about someone named Uni King Shuen. Passerby doesn't know any King Shuen or Uni, who are you? She refused to reveal her identity, saying he wasn't worthy of knowing, and tried to chase them away. Chu King saw that she was still being loud. Right now, your little life is in my hands, and you haven't seen your coffin yet, so you're still being loud. You lowly man, you dare speak to me like that? Do you want to die? Not only did she speak, but she also tried to attack Chu King. He wasn't one to be trifled with, directly stomping on her wrist. The sound of breaking bones could be heard clearly. What's your name? Who are you? What are you doing here? How many of you are there in total? Her hand severed, she screamed in pain. Despicable man. Our Shuen New Palace won't let you go. They'll skin you alive, tear your tendons, and all your relatives. They'll render them into human fat. Having said that, she ended her own life by self-immolating her divine soul. That crazy chick was from Shuen New Palace. Is Shuen New Palace an evil cult? After this incident, Chu King's group continued their journey. We're getting close to the dragon's lair. At this moment, Yi Shenshi saw her mother by the forest edge and ran after her. Shenshi, don't go. She sprinted towards the image of her mother and then tripped, falling into a deep pit. Chu King managed to grab her hand and pull her up. Shenshi still intended to chase after the figure. Amidst Chu King's dissuasion, Shenshi sobbed, just now, my mom really was over there, right on that tree. I saw her. Really, I have to go find her. Chu King hugged Yi Shenshi, comforting her, and then went after the figure himself. Shenshi doesn't seem like she's lying. Maybe she really did see something. There were no footprints on the tree, no tracks on the ground, but Chu King did discover handprints on the trunk. Moreover, this person is at least 2 realms higher than me, equivalent to a Wu Sheng. That's why they avoided my divine sense. Why would a master like this be in the forest? Why would Shenshi mistake her for her aunt? Lost in thought, Chu King heard a chirping sound from the opposite tree. He turned around just as the creature leaped to the trees ahead. Forget it, looks like she's the one who set the trap. Probably the Uni King Shuen that the Shuen New Palace person mentioned. Chu King had been led around this place 3 times by her. Her cultivation isn't that high. The person Shenshi saw definitely wasn't her. This is getting more and more confusing. He left a mark and continued the pursuit, until nightfall. Finally, Chu King caught the person he'd been chasing. What a coincidence, she left 2 words, farewell, and jumped down the waterfall. Li Huangni, why is she here? At this moment, the dragon's whisker glowed. The dragon's lair is right below the waterfall. What a coincidence, Chu King didn't rush. Instead, he returned to meet with Meng Zui and the others, so they wouldn't worry. Just as he was about to return, he saw Gong Shu emerge from the bushes, her hair a mess. You chased someone for that long, you don't know whether they're dead or alive, and you still have the nerve to ask. The markings are also messed up, since Gong Shu was on par with him. If she had stayed with the group, they would have a better chance of defending themselves, but because Gong Shu had chased after him, worried about his best friend's girlfriend, Chu King immediately ran back towards the original direction. If we keep going in circles like this, how long will it take to find them? Don't you usually have tons of ideas? If there's no way, we'll make one. Brilliant. Chu King voiced his idea, setting a fire. Even a sword can find its master with fire, let alone 4 living people. Just then, someone dashed past them, with another person in pursuit. When Gong Shu and Chu King caught this person, he used a soul-searching technique to look into their memories. In the memories, another person was talking about Chu King's group. We encountered a lost group in the forest, but there was a bare-handed man among them. However, beside him, there's someone from the Jian Wu Bu, and a girl who's also quite formidable. Several of us suffered at her hands. They came to find Chu King, and split up to search, and even fought with people from the Xuan New Palace. After gathering enough necessary information, the person's soul disappeared. Seeing this, Gong Shu sarcastically remarked that Chu King was ruthless, killing without hesitation. I didn't kill her, her soul had a restriction, and triggering the restriction was only natural. This woman was a Wu practitioner. The one we met earlier was a Xuan New Palace cultivator. What kind of place can allow women to cultivate both Wu and Dao? Chu King wondered. What exactly is Xuan New Palace? Facing Chu King's question, Gong Shu could only remain silent. She couldn't reveal anything, so it was best to ignore it. Deep in the forest, at a place marked with the Xuan New insignia, Meng Zui appeared, accompanied by a Wu practitioner. Third, the woman hadn't finished her greeting, but it was clear Meng Zui held a higher position. Meng Zui asked, "What are you doing here?" The woman honestly answered, explaining the Xuan New Palace's activities. Our subordinates are pursuing King Xuan, so we came here. King Xuan previously had a good relationship with the King Zhao and entrusted a protective treasure. Our subordinates came to investigate. After listening, Meng Zui decided to eliminate this person to avoid any risks related to the King Zhao. Those others probably don't know more than me. Finding Chu King is more urgent. I've lost Yi Shenxi and the others too. The group of 6 had split into 3 smaller groups, and now everyone was separated. On Yi Shenzai's side, she was fighting a female cultivator. The odds were stacked against her. Shenzai's strength was limited. And just as she fell, a woman with a face identical to Shenzai's mother rushed to her. "Mom. Is that you? You're not dead. I knew you weren't dead." Shenzai's hand hadn't even touched her when the woman dodged and flew away with a single kick. Shenzai's yells echoed, "Mother, you must still remember me. If not, why would you save me? But why won't you see me? Can you only see me when I'm in danger and about to die?" The only response was the silence of the mountain forest. Atop a distant tree, the woman and Li Huangni observed. "She's so naive," Li Huangni scoffed. "This woman really is Dai King Mi, Shenzai's mother. She's my mother too." Li Huangni protested. "You were my mother, but not anymore," the woman stated indifferently. In the silent night, gunshots rang out from the forest. "It's Xiao Wu. Those are Xiao Wu's gunshots." Xiao Wu, leg injured, was protecting Zaiyu against the Xuan New Palace's people. They showed no intention of letting the two go and continued their assault. Chu King and Gong Shu arrived just in time, quickly taking down the Xuan New Palace attackers. By now, Xiao Wu was completely spent. Seeing the two of them, he collapsed with relief. Gong Shu caught Xiao Wu's limp body. "Are you okay?" Zaiyu cried like a child. "Finally, we've found everyone. I thought we were going to die here." After some first aid, Xiao Wu's wound was stabilized. "Everyone's been running all day. Get some sleep, I'll keep watch." As for those Xuan New Palace people, although they're wicked, most of them are weaker than Meng Zui, so you'll be safe. As for Yi Shenxi, she should be fine too. As they began their journey, the sun started to rise. Chu King and Gong Shu split up to search for Meng Zui and Shenxi. They also reminded Zaiyu and Xiao Wu to find a place to hide. Before separating, Gong Shu gave Chu King some advice. "Before we split up, let me give you a piece of advice. Any of those women you encounter, kill them as quickly as you can. Don't even bother asking why they want to kill you. Because you're a man, Chu King found this absurd. It was blatant sexism, but Gong Shu was deadly serious, and even somewhat fearful of the power behind this clan. Don't think you're so skilled that you're fearless. I can't mess with him, my family can't mess with them. I'll let you in on a little secret. My father is the Empress' younger brother. Another bombshell dropped by Gong Shu. The Xuan New Palace, even the number one sect, the Martial King's supervision, can't touch them. Interesting, Chu King thought. So Gong Shu has another identity in this world. This is getting more and more interesting. After taking down another Xuan New Palace member, Chu King called out, "Friend or foe? Can I get a hug?" Just then, Meng Zui embraced him. He told her he had found the dragon's lair, but hadn't gone inside yet. "Don't worry, everything will be alright." Meng Zui asked to borrow Chu King's mask. He readily agreed, "And use your blood to bind it to you." Meng Zui put it on and tested it. "This sword has such a heavy aura, it's a good sword." Chu King added that it could change shape according to her thoughts. "You can have any mask you want." Meng Zui transformed it into a glittering gold mask, after Chu King and Meng Zui returned. Zai Yu had a very awkward question. "Are you Meng Zui? Why are you wearing a mask?" But faced with two bright eyes that could swallow him whole, he choked back his question. Gong Shu and Yi Shenxi followed behind them. Shenxi recounted her encounter with her mother. Xiao Wu was astonished. "Impossible. I saw her die with my own eyes, killed by Chu King." Trusting Yi Shenxi implicitly, "I don't believe it." But it was something they couldn't not believe. "We've encountered too much on this journey." He also told everyone that the person he chased earlier was Li Huangni. The traps in the forest were set by her. It was possible she was the King Xuan remnant the Xuan New Palace people mentioned. No matter what their purpose was, Chu King was only focused on his current goal, reaching the dragon's lair. Since he already knew the location, he quickly led everyone towards the waterfall. As they got closer, the atmosphere felt unnatural. A downpour suddenly started. This is called Huan Yu technique. Summoning rain on such a large scale, the caster is at least a Da Cheng realm cultivator, equivalent to a martial saint in the martial artist realm. One palm strike could kill us all. Because of the sudden rain, their tracks will be hard to conceal. Above Chu King's group are Li Huangni and Yi Qingmi. "I really don't understand, Mother. Do you want to protect Yi Shenxi or kill her?" Li Huangni doesn't care if Yi Shenxi is her sister or not, she just wants to know her mother's purpose. "Anyway, the people from Xuan New Palace are troublesome," Yi Qingmi calmly replied to her young child. "It seems you care a lot about Shenxi. Have you accepted this older sister?" "It's nothing to do with you, Mother. I just want to know if you're still Yi Qingmi or not." She only left a single sentence. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate. Chu King's group, circling the waterfall, realized they were being followed by Xuan New Palace. "You've been following us all this time. It's better to just say what you want." The one titled Protector led a group of people out. She spoke irritably, "Send someone out to talk. Don't put a man in front, it won't get you anything." Zhe Yu saw this old woman speaking without any restraint, even looking down on men. He was about to charge at her and beat her to a pulp when Chu King stopped him. Chu King looked towards Gong Shu, wanting her to talk to them, but Gong Shu had previously said she couldn't provoke them, so she refused. "I won't go. I absolutely will not have anything to do with them." If Gong Shu wouldn't go, then Meng Zui, but unfortunately, Meng Zui also refused. Chu King was helpless. At this time, the one who volunteered to go was Yi Shenxi. "I'll go, alright, sis. Don't be afraid, I'll secretly communicate with you through voice transmission. Just repeat whatever I say." Since someone stepped forward, the Protector spoke, asking Chu King's group, "We're here to eliminate the remnants of King Xuan." "You're not King Xuan remnants. What are you doing here?" Yi Shenxi also clarified that they entered to search for the Azure Jiao and got lost. Hearing Shenxi say this, the Protector's calm demeanor disappeared. "Do you know where the Yunjiang Azure Jiao is?" Realizing Chu King's group had a way to find it, she quickly changed her tune, acting all high and mighty. "Meeting us, the envoys of Xuan New Palace, is a blessing from 3 lifetimes. Now, I command you to take me to find the Azure Jiao. There will be a great reward once we find it. Alright, let's go." Yi Shenxi turned around. The Protector pushed her luck. "You, kill those 2 men in front first." At this point, Yi Shenxi wanted to punch the irritating, thick-skinned woman in the face, but Chu King used voice transmission to stop Shenxi. "Shenxi, stay calm, tell them this." Shenxi told her, "They are bait for the Azure Jiao." If you kill them, we won't be able to find the Azure Jiao. The protector was determined to kill anyone male. Then, after finding the Azure Jiao, we'll kill Chu King's group, led her to the waterfall. The dragon's cave is beneath it. You all go down, we'll wait here. She looked directly at Zhe Yu, sitting closest to the waterfall. You go down first and lure the Azure Jiao out. Don't worry, we won't mistreat you. With a kick, Zhe Yu went flying down the waterfall. You old hag, I'll kill you. Chu King also rushed down after Zhe Yu, and the people above were forced down by the Xuan New Palace members. Chu King's trick really worked, making them think this danger below will definitely make them send us to scout the way. All 6 of them landed safely on the shore. The Xuan New Palace people above noticed that Chu King's group hadn't come back up for a long time. It's been so long, why haven't they come up yet? Could they have been eaten by the Azure Jiao? The others might be eaten, but that Hua realm martial artist definitely wouldn't be. At this moment, the protector realized she had been tricked. An old woman like her, fooled by kids, we're in trouble. He took the bait. Quickly, go down. After the Xuan New Palace people jumped down one after another, Li Huangni and Yi King Mi descended from the trees onto the rocks below. This is your purpose, mother. After Chu King's group went deeper inside the cave, they finally reached the Azure Jiao's lair, but only a skeleton remained. The Azure Jiao is already dead, so, this dragon's cave is all there is to it.